Not a gentle, meandering stream, but a powerful, relentless current, churning with the force of melted snow and distant rains. This river is the current of your life, the unceasing flow of demands, expectations, information, and events that rushes past you, day after day. Now, in the middle of this torrent, picture a great grey stone. It is solid, stubborn, its edges sharp with resistance. For years, it has held its ground, bracing against the ceaseless push of the water. Every single day, the current slams into it, testing its strength, scouring its surface. The stone does not yield, it endures. But this endurance comes at a cost. It is a state of constant tension, a perpetual battle against the nature of the river itself. The stone feels every impact, every jolt, and with each passing moment, it is slowly, imperceptibly worn down. This stone is how many of us feel. We are bracing against the relentless current of modern life. The deadlines, the notifications, the social pressures, the quiet anxieties that build into a deafening roar. We stand firm, we resist, we try to hold our ground in the midst of chaos, and we find ourselves exhausted, brittle, and slowly eroding under the strain. We feel stuck, rigid, and utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, unyielding force of it all. But what if there is another way? What if, instead of being the stone, you could learn to be the water? The water does not resist. It flows. When it meets an obstacle, it does not fight it with rigid force. It yields. It parts. It embraces the shape of the rock and continues on its path, its essence unchanged. The water possesses a different kind of power, a soft, adaptable, and persistent strength that, over immense time, can carve canyons through the very rock that once stood against it. This is not just a poetic idea. It is the heart of an ancient art of living, a practical wisdom found within the path of Zen. This journey is not about converting to a belief system, but about discovering a set of tools for the mind, a way to recalibrate your own perception. It is about learning to dissolve the inner rigidity that causes so much of our suffering, and instead, cultivating the fluid, clear, and resilient nature of water, finding a profound and unshakable peace, not by stopping the river, but by learning, finally, how to flow with it. To begin this journey of becoming like water, we must first be brutally, yet compassionately, honest about our current state. We must be willing to examine the texture and substance of the rock we inhabit. Before any true transformation can occur, before the ice can even begin to thaw, we need a clear and unflinching diagnosis of our condition. In the Buddhist tradition, this diagnosis is not presented as a pessimistic judgment on the world, but as a profound and liberating starting point. It is the first of what are called the Four Noble Truths, and it is encapsulated in a single, vital word, dukkha. The word dukkha, from the ancient Pali language, is often translated simply as suffering. But this single English word is like trying to capture the entire ocean in a teacup. It is woefully incomplete. To truly understand dukkha is to understand the fundamental friction between our rigid sense of self and the fluid, ever-changing nature of reality. It is the very essence of what it feels like to be a rock in a river. The Buddha, often seen as the ultimate spiritual physician, did not say that everything is suffering. He said there is suffering, there is dukkha in conditioned existence, and that it can be understood and ultimately healed. So let us look at this diagnosis not with fear, but with the courage of a patient who truly wishes to be well. Dukkha manifests in three primary ways: each more subtle than the last. The first is the most obvious, the one we all recognize instantly. This is dukkha, as ordinary pain and suffering. It is the pain of a headache, the grief of losing a loved one, the sting of betrayal, the anxiety of a diagnosis, the simple, unavoidable pains of having a body that gets sick, grows old, and eventually fails. This is the raw, brute force of the river slamming against the rock. It is undeniable, and no amount of positive thinking can wish it away. It is the sharp, acute friction that reminds us of our vulnerability. It is the loss, the failure, the heartbreak. We all know this form of dukkha intimately. It is the entry point for our understanding, the most visible symptom of our condition. But if dukkha were only this, it would be a rather grim and incomplete picture of life, which is also filled with immense joy, pleasure, and beauty. And this is where the second form of dukkha arises, a form far more subtle and pervasive. This is the dukkha of change, the suffering produced by impermanence. Think of the most perfect day of your life, a moment of pure bliss, a beautiful sunset, the laughter of a dear friend, the peak of a great success. There is a quiet, almost imperceptible sadness woven into the fabric of that joy, isn't there? It is the quiet knowledge that this too shall pass. The vacation will end, the friends will go home, the success will fade into memory. Our desperate attempt to cling to pleasure, to freeze the perfect moment and make it permanent, is a source of profound background anxiety. We are trying to hold water in a clenched fist. The tighter we squeeze, the faster it slips through our fingers. This struggle against the natural flow of endings and beginnings is a constant, grinding friction. It is the suffering of knowing that everything we love, including our own life, is in a state of constant flux. Being a rock means wanting things to stay put, to be reliable and unchanging. But the river of reality never stops flowing. The tension between our desire for permanence and the universe's law of impermanence is this second layer of dukkha. This leads us to the third, most subtle and most profound form of dukkha, known as sankhara dukkha. This is the suffering of conditioned existence itself. It is the baseline hum of unsatisfactoriness that permeates our lives, even when nothing is overtly wrong. It is a fundamental sense of incompleteness, a quiet feeling that something is missing, or that things are just not quite right. It is the friction that exists simply by virtue of being a separate, conditioned self. It is the restlessness that keeps you scrolling through your phone late at night, the vague unease that sits with you in a quiet room, the constant, low-grade, striving for something more, something else, something better. It is the deep-seated recognition that any happiness dependent on external conditions is, by its very nature, fragile and unreliable. This is the very texture of the rock itself, its inherent instability, its composite nature that is always subject to change and disintegration. This is the deep friction of being a finite, separate self in an infinite, interconnected universe. The modern world has become an amplification chamber for all three forms of dukkha. Our lives are now saturated with a level of stimulus and pressure that is historically unprecedented. Think of the engine of social comparison. We carry devices in our pockets that show us a constantly curated stream of other people's peak moments, their successes, their filtered beauty, their curated joy. This endless reel generates a persistent sankhara dukkha, a feeling of lack in our own lives, a friction between our messy reality and their polished illusion. We are pressured by a culture of perpetual achievement, where rest is seen as laziness and contentment is seen as a lack of ambition. We are always supposed to be optimizing, upgrading, improving, becoming. This creates a constant dukkha of striving, a friction between who we are and who we feel we should be. We are sold the illusion of control, the idea that if we just buy the right product, follow the right life hack, or organize our lives perfectly, we can eliminate uncertainty and command the river to bend to our will. And when it inevitably doesn't, we feel a sense of personal failure, amplifying the pain. Our entire economy is largely built on manufacturing desire, on creating a sense of dukkha that can only be temporarily soothed by the next purchase. We are made to feel that we are rocks with missing pieces, and that happiness lies in finding the next shiny pebble to add to our mass. To illustrate how we compound our own suffering, the Buddha told a simple, powerful story. It is the parable of the two arrows. A person is walking through the woods and is suddenly struck by an arrow. The physical pain is immediate, sharp, and intense. This is the first arrow. It represents the unavoidable dukkha of life, the accidents, the illnesses, the losses, the painful events that are simply part of the human condition. They happen to everyone, a random and often inexplicable part of the river's current. Now, a second person, upon being struck by this first arrow, might react differently. They might cry out, "Why me? What did I do to deserve this? This is terrible. My life is ruined. I will never recover from this." They become consumed by anger, self-pity, fear, and resentment. This reaction, this entire narrative of grievance and despair, is the second arrow. It is an arrow that the person, in their pain and confusion, shoots into themselves. The pain of the first arrow is unavoidable. It is real, and it must be felt. But the suffering of the second arrow is optional. It is self-generated. The first arrow is the clean wound of pain. The second arrow is the infection of suffering we introduce through our resistance, our mental storytelling, and our refusal to accept what has happened. Most of our misery in life does not come from the first arrow. It comes from the thousands of second arrows we shoot into ourselves. We experience a setback at work, the first arrow. Then we spend weeks telling ourselves we are a failure, that our career is over, the second arrow. Someone speaks to us unkindly, the first arrow. We then replay the conversation endlessly, consumed with indignation and fantasies of revenge, the second arrow. Being a rock is not just about feeling the impact of the river. It is about the internal cracking and complaining about every single impact. It is the story we tell ourselves about how terrible it is to be a rock in a river. This is why the first noble truth is not a message of doom. It is a message of profound empowerment. A doctor who tells you you have an infection is not being pessimistic. They are giving you the most hopeful news you could receive, because a diagnosis is the first step toward a cure. By giving our condition a name, dukkha, and by understanding its mechanics through the parable of the two arrows, we are no longer victims of a nameless, overwhelming force. We can begin to see the distinction between the pain that life brings us and the suffering that we create through our own rigid reactions. We can begin to see that while we may not always control the first arrow, the power to refrain from shooting the second arrow lies entirely within our own hands. This is the beginning of wisdom. It is the first ray of sun on the frozen surface of the river. The moment we realize that our solid state of suffering is not a permanent identity, but a conditioned state that can, with skill and understanding, begin. Finally, to thaw, we have sat with courage in the stark reality of dukkha, acknowledging the friction and the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that defines our rigid, rock-like state. To name a condition is the first step, but a diagnosis alone is incomplete. A true physician, having identified the fever, must then seek its source. What is the pathogen? What is the underlying cause that generates this friction, that takes the living, flowing potential of our awareness and freezes it into a solid state of suffering? The Buddha, in his profound psychological insight, answered this question with the second noble truth. The cause of dukkha, he said, is a force he called tanha. Tanha is another Pali word that defies simple translation. It is often rendered as craving or desire, but its meaning is deeper, more primal. The most evocative translation is simply thirst. Think of the sensation of genuine, desperate thirst. It is not a gentle preference. It is a commanding, compulsive, all-consuming urge. It colors your every thought, directs your every action. It is a deep, biological imperative. Tanha is a psychological thirst of this magnitude. It is the relentless, nagging engine of the mind that is always seeking something outside of itself to feel complete, to feel gratified, to feel safe. It is this very thirst that acts as the freezing agent upon the river of our lives. It is the force that grasps and clings, that takes the fluid, ever-changing data of reality and tries to solidify it into something permanent, something ownable, something me and mine. This clinging, this grasping, this freezing is the direct cause of our rigidity and therefore the direct cause of our suffering. To understand this thirst is to hold the key to understanding our own self-imposed prisons. This thirst, this tanha, is not a monolithic force. It manifests in three distinct, though deeply interconnected, streams. The first and most easily recognized stream is kama tanha, the thirst for sense pleasures. This is the constant craving for experiences that are pleasing to our six senses. The sight of beauty, the sound of praise, the smell of delicious food, the taste of sweetness, the feeling of physical comfort, and even the pleasure of agreeable thoughts and ideas. Our modern world is a grand cathedral built in honor of kama tanha. It is the engine of consumerism, the logic of advertising, the very syntax of social media. We are conditioned from birth to believe that happiness is something to be acquired, something to be consumed. We chase the next dopamine hit from a notification, the fleeting satisfaction of a new purchase, the temporary oblivion of a captivating television series. We thirst for the perfect meal, the exotic vacation, the ideal partner, believing that if we can just arrange our external world perfectly, the inner feeling of friction will finally cease. But the deep tragedy of chasing sense pleasures is that they are, by their very nature, impermanent. The delicious meal ends, and we are left only with the memory. The vacation is over, and the return to routine feels even more abrasive than before. The pleasure fades, but the underlying thirst, the tanha, remains. In fact, it often returns stronger, demanding a new, more intense stimulus to achieve the same fleeting satisfaction. It is a self-perpetuating cycle of seeking and disappointment, a constant agitation that keeps our minds in a state of turmoil, forever chasing ghosts on the horizon. This is the surface-level freezing, the constant attempt to grasp and hold onto snowflakes of pleasure, only to find they melt in our hands. Deeper than this is the second stream, bhavatanha, the thirst for existence, for becoming. This is a far more subtle and insidious form of craving. It is not just the thirst for a thing or an experience. It is the thirst to be a certain kind of person, to solidify and perpetuate a particular identity. This is the deep, desperate craving to carve our name into the world, to build a stable, impressive, and permanent statue of me. It is the thirst to be seen as successful, to be known as intelligent, to be respected as powerful, to be admired as righteous, or even to be pitied as a victim. We cling to our roles: the dedicated professional, the perfect parent, the enlightened spiritual seeker, the misunderstood artistas, if they were life rafts in the chaotic sea of existence. This thirst for becoming is the very architect of the rock we mistake for ourselves. It fuels our ambition, yes, but it also fuels our deepest anxieties. When our cherished identity is challenged, when our performance is criticized, when our role is threatened, the suffering is immense because we feel that our very being is under attack. We become brittle, defensive, and terrified of change, because any change threatens to crack the carefully constructed statue of our self-image. We spend our lives polishing this statue, defending it from the elements, forgetting that it is just a hardened collection of ideas and memories, not our true, fluid nature. This bhavatana is the profound freezing of the ego, the core of our resistance to the flow of life. The third stream is perhaps the most paradoxical. It is called vibhavadatana, the thirst for non-existence, or for annihilation. If kama tanha is the pulling toward pleasure, and bhavatanha is the clinging to existence, vibhavatanha is the violent pushing away of what is unpleasant. It is the desperate craving for a painful feeling to stop, for an annoying person to disappear, for a difficult situation to simply cease to be. It is the voice in our head that says, "I can't stand this anymore." It is the urge to escape, to numb, to obliterate our present experience. This thirst fuels addiction, as we seek to annihilate our pain in a bottle or a drug. It fuels our endless distractions, as we try to drown out our inner turmoil with noise and busyness. It fuels our anger and hatred, which is a deep wish for the object of our anger to be destroyed. In its most extreme form, it is the thirst for self-annihilation. But even this pushing away is a form of clinging. It is a clinging to an idea of a reality that is free from the current pain. It is a violent resistance to what is. It creates an immense amount of tension and suffering. Just as trying to hold a beach ball underwater requires constant, exhausting effort, it is another form of rigidity, another way of freezing our experience by refusing to allow it to be what it is. It is the futile attempt to carve out a piece of the river and throw it away, not realizing the river is a single, indivisible flow. To see this mechanism of thirst and clinging in action, there is a classic story from the East that is profoundly illuminating. It is the story of the monkey trap. Hunters who wish to catch monkeys without harming them devise a clever trap. They take a coconut or a hollowed-out gourd and make a small hole in it, just large enough for a monkey's open hand to fit through. They place some sweet rice or a tasty nut inside the gourd and then tether it to a tree. Soon enough, a monkey, driven by its insatiable curiosity and appetite, will come along. It smells the treat, reaches its hand inside the gourd, and grasps the rice in its fist. But now, with its hand clenched into a fist, it cannot pull its hand out of the hole. The opening is too small. The monkey pulls and screeches, growing more and more frantic, but it cannot get free. Now, the monkey is not truly trapped by the gourd. There is no physical force holding it there. At any moment, it could be free. All it has to do is unclench its fist, let go of the rice, and its hand would slip out easily. But its tanha, its thirst for the rice, is so powerful, so compulsive, that the thought of letting go doesn't even occur to it. It is trapped not by the gourd, but by its own craving. And so it remains, tethered by its own fist, until the hunter comes and simply picks it up. We are that monkey. The gourd is the world of conditions. The sweet rice is anything we cling to, a possession, a relationship, a status, an opinion, a cherished memory, or even our anger. We reach out and grasp it, forming a fist of attachment around it, and then we wonder why we feel trapped, why we feel so much tension and struggle in our lives. We are trapped by our own fists. We are trapped by our own refusal to let go. Freedom is always available to us in the simple yet profound act of unclenching. The thirst, the tanha, is the force that keeps the fist clenched, that freezes our hand in a state of grasping. And so long as we are grasping, we are not free. We are tethered to our suffering. This second noble truth, then, moves us from diagnosis to cause. The friction, the dukkha, is caused by the relentless, compulsive thirst of tanha. It is this inner engine of craving that creates our rigidity, that builds the prison of our ego, and that keeps us fighting against the natural, fluid, and ever-changing reality of the river of life. We are not suffering because life is inherently bad. We are suffering because we are clinging to it, pushing it, and pulling it, according to the dictates of our own thirst. We have now identified the true source of the infection. We see the mechanism that freezes the water, and this discovery, far from being discouraging, is the most hopeful realization imaginable. Because if the cause of our suffering is an internal process, then the cure must lie within us as well. The question that now arises, full of possibility, is this: can this thirst be quenched? Can this fever be broken? Is there a path that leads to the unclenching of the fist and the melting of the ice? We have stood at the heart of the diagnosis, looking unflinchingly at the pervasive friction of dukkha that defines our state of unease. We have then followed the trail of evidence to its source, identifying the relentless, compulsive force of tanha, the thirst that freezes our very being into a rigid and suffering state. And here, at this crucial juncture, we are confronted with the most important question a human being can ask. Is this a life sentence? Is the fever of thirst incurable? Are we, like the monkey, with its fist in the gourd, doomed to be trapped by our own craving until the very end? It is here that this ancient path pivots from a stark diagnosis to a message of the most profound and radical hope. The answer, offered by the third of the Four Noble Truths, is a resounding, liberating no. There is an end to suffering. This is the truth of Nirodha. Nirodha is the Pali word for cessation or ending. It is the simple, direct statement that if suffering has a cause, then by removing that cause, the suffering itself will cease. If the friction is caused by the thirst, then by quenching the thirst, the friction disappears. This is not a matter of blind faith, but of impeccable, rational logic. If a fire is sustained by fuel, then by removing the fuel, the fire must go out. This is the great promise that illuminates the entire spiritual path, transforming it from a hopeless struggle into a purposeful journey. It tells us that our condition is not terminal. A cure exists. The state that results from this cessation, from this quenching of the fires of craving, is known by a more famous term, nirvana. Perhaps no word in Eastern spirituality has been more misunderstood in the West than nirvana. Our culture has painted it as a vague, ethereal heaven, a place of fluffy clouds and harp-playing angels, or conversely, as a nihilistic, zombie-like state of utter blankness and apathy. It is neither of these. The word nirvana, or nibbana in Pali, literally means to extinguish or to blow out. as one would blow out a candle flame. To truly grasp its meaning, we must ask, what is it that is being extinguished? It is not the soul. It is not our personality. It is not our capacity for joy or love. What is extinguished is the fire of tanha. It is the feverish, tormenting, and exhausting flame of greed, hatred, and delusion. Imagine your mind is a room, and in the center of that room, a bonfire is raging out of control. This fire is tanha. The flame of greed, or craving, is constantly seeking more fuel, more experiences, more possessions, more validation, always consuming and never satisfied. The flame of hatred, or aversion, is violently pushing things away, burning with the energy of anger, irritation, and ill will, trying to destroy anything that displeases it. And the flame of delusion is the thick, black smoke that fills the room, clouding your vision, making it impossible to see things clearly, causing you to stumble and mistake shadows for monsters. To live with an untamed mind is to live in this smoke-filled, dangerously hot room. It is a state of constant agitation, perpetual risk, and suffocating confusion. Nirodha is the process of cutting off the fuel supply to this fire. Nirvana is the state of the room once the fire has finally gone out. What is that state like? The primary quality of nirvana is coolness. It is the cessation of the fever. Think of the deep relief of a fever breaking, the feeling of coolness spreading through your body after days of burning heat. This is the feeling of nirvana. It is not a hot, agitated excitement. It is a cool, profound, and unshakable peace. When the fire is extinguished, the smoke of delusion clears. For the first time, you can see the room as it truly is, without distortion. This is the birth of wisdom. You can see the nature of reality without the filter of your cravings and aversions. When the fire is out, the frantic, desperate search for fuel ceases. You are no longer driven by the endless need for more and the equally exhausting need to push away. This is the birth of true contentment, a peace that does not depend on getting what you want, but arises from the very cessation of wanting. It is a profound mistake to think that the extinguishing of these fires leads to a sterile or empty existence. The opposite is true. When the toxic, all-consuming flames of greed and hatred are put out, the truly beautiful qualities of the human heart finally have the space to shine forth, unobstructed. When the grasping for self-interest is extinguished, what remains is generosity and loving kindness, known as metta. When the fire of aversion and anger is extinguished, what remains is boundless compassion for the suffering of all beings, known as karuna. When the desperate need to feel happy is extinguished, what remains is a quiet, abiding joy in the well-being of others, known as mudita. And when the turbulent waves of hope and fear are finally stilled, what remains is a deep, profound equanimity, known as upekkha, an unshakable balance of mind that can meet all of life's ups and downs with grace and poise. The extinguishing of the negative is not the creation of a void. It is the revelation of a luminous, positive presence that was there all along, merely obscured by the smoke and flames. Furthermore, this state of nirodha, of nirvana, is not some far-off, unattainable goal reserved for saints and mystics who meditate in caves for 50 years. It is a psychological possibility inherent within every human mind. In fact, we have all tasted fleeting, micro moments of it. Have you ever been so absorbed in a task, playing an instrument, writing, gardening, even washing the dishes, that your chattering, self-conscious mind went completely silent? For a moment, the you who is always worrying and wanting disappeared. and there was only the flow of the action itself. That is a glimpse of Nirodha. Have you ever felt a surge of pure, unselfish generosity? A moment where you gave freely, without any thought of reward or recognition? That is the coolness of nirvana. Have you ever stood in nature, watching a sunset, or listening to the sound of the ocean, and for a brief, perfect instant, your anxieties vanished, and you were filled with a sense of profound peace and connection? That, too, is a taste of this freedom. The spiritual path is not about creating a state that doesn't exist. It is about learning to recognize these moments, stabilize them, and eventually, to make this state of cool, clear-sighted peace our new center of gravity, our default way of being in the world. Let us return to our core metaphor. We began as a solid rock of suffering, frozen by the relentless thirst of tanha. Nirodha is the great thaw. It is the moment the freezing agent of craving is neutralized. As the desperate grasping and pushing away subsides, the rigid, icy structure of the ego begins to lose its integrity. The hardness begins to soften. The sharp edges of our opinions and our defenses begin to smooth out. The ice, held together for so long by the cold of fear and desire, finally begins to melt, returning to its true, essential nature. And what is that nature? It is water. Nirvana is the state of having fully returned to our fluid nature. It is the freedom of the river, finally released from its frozen, self-imposed prison. To be like water is to embody this coolness, this clarity, this adaptability. It is to flow through the world, meeting obstacles not with rigid resistance, but with yielding, encompassing grace. It is to have the power not of brute force, but of persistent, gentle, and unshakable presence. The third noble truth, then, is the turning point of our entire journey. It is the declaration that freedom is possible. The friction of dukkha is not our ultimate destiny. The fever of tanha is not an incurable disease. There is a state of profound well-being, clarity, and peace that is available to us. A state that is not contingent upon our external circumstances, but is an inherent potential of our own mind. This truth transforms despair into hope and resignation into purposeful action. It assures us that the monkey can, in fact, learn to open its fist. The prisoner can walk out of the unlocked cell. The fire can be put out. Having now seen the illness, identified its cause, and confirmed, with certainty, that a cure exists, only one question remains. A question that now burns, not with the heat of anxiety, but with the light of profound inspiration. How, what, precisely, is the medicine? What is the map that leads from the frozen state of doubt to the liberated flow of nirvana? What is the path we must walk? We have arrived at a place of profound and potent hope. We have faced the reality of the friction in our lives, the dukkha. We have identified its source as the insatiable thirst of tanha, and we have received the liberating news that a cure exists, that a cessation of this friction, a state of cool, clear peace, known as Nirodha, is possible. The diagnosis has been made. The prognosis is hopeful. And so, we now arrive at the physician's prescription, the final and most practical of the Four Noble Truths. If we are to thaw the ice and find the freedom of flow, how, precisely, do we do it? What is the map that leads from the shore of suffering to the farther shore of liberation? This map is called the Noble Eightfold Path. Before we unfold this map, it is crucial to understand what it is not. It is not a rigid list of commandments to be followed out of fear or blind faith. It is not a linear, step-by-step program where you perfect one step before moving to the next. Rather, it is a holistic design for living. It is comprised of 8 interconnected factors that are to be cultivated simultaneously, each one supporting and deepening all the others, like the individual strands of a great rope that, when woven together, create an unbreakable strength. The path is best understood through our central metaphor. If our life is a river, and our goal is to allow it to flow with power, clarity, and grace, then the noble eightfold path is the practical art of carving the riverbed. A river without a well-defined bed becomes a destructive, chaotic swamp or flood. A well-carved bed allows the water's energy to be channeled purposefully and beautifully towards the sea. Each factor of the path is a tool for shaping this inner landscape, for creating a container in which a life of wisdom and compassion can flourish. For the sake of clarity, these 8 factors are traditionally grouped into 3 essential trainings: the training in ethical conduct, the training in mental discipline, and the training in wisdom. The foundation of the entire path is the training in ethical conduct, or sila. Before we can hope to calm the turbulent waters of the mind, we must first ensure that our outward actions are not continuously stirring them up. We cannot find inner peace if our speech and actions are causing harm and chaos in the world around us. Sila is about preparing the ground, creating a foundation of harmlessness and integrity from which all inner work can grow. The first factor here is right speech. This is so much more than simply not telling lies. It is a profound practice of using our words to heal rather than to wound. It means abstaining from false speech, from slanderous speech that turns one person against another, from harsh speech like insults or verbal abuse, and from idle chatter or gossip that wastes our energy and pollutes the minds of others. Positively, it is the commitment to speak what is true, what is kind, and what is beneficial at the appropriate time. In our modern world, this is a radical practice. It means pausing before we post a comment online, refraining from forwarding a rumor, choosing to speak words of encouragement instead of criticism, and learning the profound power of noble silence. Right speech carves the banks of the river, preventing our verbal energy from eroding trust and creating conflict. The next factor is right action. This involves our physical conduct in the world. At its core, it is the practice of non-harming. It is the commitment to abstain from taking life, from killing any living creature. It is the commitment to abstain from taking what is not given, which means not stealing, but also not exploiting others or engaging in dishonest business practices. And it is the commitment to abstain from sexual misconduct, which means acting with respect, honesty, and care within our relationships, avoiding exploitation and causing emotional harm. Right action is about cultivating a sphere of safety and trustworthiness around ourselves. It is about moving through the world in a way that all beings, human and animal, can feel secure in our presence. It ensures that the course of our river is not carving a path of destruction through the lives of others. The third pillar of ethical conduct is right livelihood. This asks us to look at how we spend the majority of our waking hours, our work, and to align it with our deepest values. It is the practice of earning a living in a way that does not bring harm to ourselves or to others. This means avoiding professions that are built on deception, exploitation, or dealing in weapons, intoxicants, or the trading of life. In a modern context, it challenges us to consider the ethical implications of our career. Does my work contribute to the well-being of the world, or does it perpetuate greed, confusion, and harm? This is not always easy in a complex global economy, but the principle is clear. The spring from which our river of livelihood flows should be pure. To engage in a harmful livelihood is to knowingly pour poison into our own river every single day. With this stable foundation of ethical living established, we can turn to the second training, mental discipline, or samadhi. Here we turn our attention inward to the direct work of taming and calming the wild waters of the mind. This begins with right effort. This is the art of skillful energy management. It is not a grim, white-knuckled effort, but a balanced and joyful persistence. It is a fourfold practice: the effort to prevent unwholesome, negative states of mind from arising, the effort to abandon such states if they have already arisen, the effort to cultivate wholesome, positive states of mind, and the effort to maintain and perfect those positive states. This is the gentle, consistent work of a wise gardener, tending the precious garden of the mind, skillfully removing the weeds of anger and jealousy, and diligently nurturing the flowers of kindness and clarity. It is the steady, patient work of directing the river's current away from stagnant pools and towards the open sea. This effort is guided by right mindfulness. As we have seen, mindfulness is the quality of clear, non-judgmental awareness. It is the lamp that illuminates our inner world, allowing us to see what is truly present in each moment. It is the sentinel at the gate of the mind, noticing what thoughts, feelings, and sensations are arising and passing away. Without right mindfulness, we cannot practice right effort, because we would not even be aware of the wholesome and unwholesome states as they arise. Mindfulness is the quality that allows us to see the second arrow before we fire it. It is the scientist of our own experience, observing the data of our inner life with calm, detached curiosity. It is what allows us to see the river's currents, eddies, and obstacles clearly, so that we can navigate them skillfully. The fruit of this sustained effort and mindfulness is right concentration. This is the ability to collect the scattered energies of the mind and unify them on a single object or point of focus. If mindfulness is like a lamp, shedding a broad, illuminating light, then concentration is like a laser beam, focusing that light into a powerful, penetrating point. This is the deep stillness and stability that arises in meditation, a mind that is not distracted or fragmented, but is calm, collected, and powerful. It is this concentrated, unified mind like the deep, still, powerful center of a mighty river that has the capacity to cut through the bedrock of delusion and see reality with profound clarity. This leads us directly to the final and highest training, the cultivation of wisdom, or panya. With a life grounded in ethical conduct and a mind made stable and clear through mental discipline, we are now able to see deeply. The first factor of wisdom is right understanding, sometimes translated as right view. This is the clear seeing of the nature of reality as it is. It begins with an intellectual understanding of the Four Noble Truths that there is suffering. It has a cause, it can be ended, and there is a path to that end. But it matures into a deep, direct, experiential insight. It is seeing for ourselves the truth of impermanence, the reality of suffering, and the illusion of a solid, separate self. Right understanding is the compass for the entire journey. It ensures that our efforts are directed toward liberation and not just some other subtle form of ego building. It is the understanding that the riverbed we are carving must lead to the ocean, not just a prettier looking swamp. Finally, all of this is guided and infused by right thought, which can also be translated as right intention. This is the quality and the flavor of our inner world. It is about consciously setting the rudder of our mind. The path speaks of three: right intentions, the intention of renunciation, which is the intention to let go of clinging and craving, the intention of loving, kindness, which is the intention to cultivate goodwill and friendliness towards all beings, and the intention of compassion, which is the intention of non-harming the wish for all beings, including ourselves, to be free from suffering. Right thought ensures that the energy we cultivate on the path is used for wholesome ends. It is the heart that guides the hand. It is the constant, gentle steering of our mental current towards kindness, clarity, and freedom. To understand the practical nature of this entire path, the Buddha offered a beautiful parable. A person finds themselves on the bank of a vast, dangerous river, the river of suffering. There is no bridge or ferry. The other shore, which is safe and beautiful, represents nirvana. The person, being wise, does not despair. They gather materials from their own shore branches, vines. Reed sand skillfully constructs a raft. This raft is the noble eightfold path. Using the raft, pushing with their hands and feet, they paddle safely across the dangerous waters and arrive on the far shore. Now, the Buddha asked, what would a wise person do? Would they, out of attachment to the raft that saved them, hoist it onto their shoulders and carry it with them on their land journey? Of course not. A wise person would express their gratitude, pull the raft ashore, and leave it there for others to use, continuing their journey unburdened. The path is a tool. It is supremely practical and utterly essential for the task of crossing from suffering to freedom. But it is not a dogma to be worshipped, not a set of beliefs to be clung to as an identity. It is a pragmatic, skillful means to a glorious end. It is the very art of carving the riverbed of our lives, transforming our existence from a chaotic, painful, and muddy flood into a deep, clear, powerful river, flowing with unstoppable grace towards the boundless ocean of peace. We have now been given the map, the Noble Eightfold Path, a comprehensive set of tools for carving a riverbed in our lives that will guide us toward peace. We have the tools for shaping our conduct, for disciplining our minds, and for cultivating wisdom. But as we begin this profound work of inner engineering, we inevitably encounter the single, largest, most stubborn, and most deeply embedded obstacle in the entire river. It is a vast and ancient boulder that our current has flowed around for our entire lives, a mass so familiar that we have mistaken it for the very source of the river itself. This boulder is our sense of self, our ego, our deeply ingrained conviction that inside this body and mind there resides a permanent, independent, and solid I. The most radical and liberating teaching of this path, the insight that the concentrated mind is designed to uncover, is that this boulder is an illusion. This is the teaching of anatta, or no self. Let us pause here, because for many, this is the most challenging and frightening concept in all of spiritual inquiry. The idea of no self can feel like a declaration of our own annihilation, a cold, nihilistic verdict that we do not exist. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta is not a metaphysical denial of your existence. You are clearly here, breathing, hearing these words, living a life. Anatta does not mean that you are nothing. It means that you are not a thing. The I that you believe yourself to be is not a static noun, but a dynamic, flowing verb. It is a process, a confluence of energies, a constantly changing pattern, much like a river. The teaching of no self is the ultimate invitation to stop identifying with the rigid, isolated boulder, and to finally recognize our true nature as the flowing, interconnected water. To grasp this, we must turn to one of the most famous dialogues in Buddhist literature, a conversation between the humble monk Nagasena and the powerful Indo-Greek king, Milinda. The king, a brilliant intellectual and a man accustomed to command, approached Nagasena and, after the customary greetings, asked the monk his name. Nagasena replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was merely a convenient designation, a name in common use, for no permanent, individual person could be found. King Milinda, a master of debate, saw a contradiction. He challenged the monk, Venerable Nagasena, if no person can be found, then who is it that wears these robes and accepts the food, shelter, and medicine you are given? Who is it that meditates or studies? If I were to kill you, there would be no murder. You have spoken falsely. The king then began to deconstruct the monk with relentless logic. Is your hair Nagasena? No. Your Maester. Are your nails, your teeth, your skin, your muscles, your bones Nagasena? To each question, the monk calmly replied, No, Your Majesty. The king pressed on. Is your body Nagasena? Are your feelings, your perceptions, your thoughts? Is your consciousness Nagasena? Again and again, the answer was, No, Your Majesty. The king, believing he had cornered the monk, declared victory. Nagasena does not seem to exist at all. But then, with quiet composure, Nagasena turned the tables. He asked the king how he had arrived. The king replied that he had come by chariot. Excellent, said Nagasena. Then please, Your Majesty, explain to me what a chariot is. He began to mirror the king's own line of questioning. Is the long pole of the chariot the chariot? No, Venerable Sir, the king replied. Is the axle the chariot? Number. Are the wheels, the frame, the ropes, the yoke, or the goad the chariot? To each question, the king had to answer, Number. Nagasena continued. Then is the chariot all of these parts put together in a heap? No, Venerable Sir. Then is the chariot something separate and apart from all of these parts? Again, the king had to concede. Number. Nagasena then delivered the profound insight. Your Majesty, you have said that you arrived by chariot, but when I ask you to explain it, you cannot find it. Chariot is simply a convenient name, a designation we give when the pole, the axle, the wheels, and all the other parts are assembled in a particular way. It has no separate, inherent existence of its own. When the parts are disassembled, the chariot vanishes, though the components remain. In just the same way, Nagasena concluded, what we call Nagasena is merely a convenient label for the temporary coming together of the body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness. In an ultimate sense, no permanent person can be found. This deconstruction of the chariot is a perfect map for deconstructing our own sense of self. The Buddha analyzed our being into 5 main components, known as the 5 aggregates or skandhas. These are the parts of our personal chariot. The first aggregate is form, or rupa. This is our physical body, the flesh, blood, and bone. It is the wheels, the frame, and the axle of the chariot. We often identify strongly with our bodies, yet it is obvious that they are in a constant state of flux. The body you have today is not the same body you had 7 years ago. Its cells have almost entirely been replaced. It gets sick, it gets injured, it ages, it changes from moment to moment. It is impermanent and dependent on food, water, and air. To claim this ever-changing collection of biological matter as a permanent, unchanging me is clearly a mistake. The second aggregate is feeling, or vedana. This refers to the raw sensations that arise whenever our senses make contact with the world. These are categorized as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. A gentle breeze is pleasant. A loud, sudden noise is unpleasant. The feeling of your clothes on your skin might be neutral. These feelings are like the bumps and smooth stretches of road the chariot travels over. They are fleeting, arising, and passing away in a fraction of a second. We spend our lives chasing the pleasant and fleeing the unpleasant. Yet to identify with these ephemeral sensations as me or mine is to build our house on shifting sand. The third aggregate is perception, or sanya. This is the mental faculty that recognizes, identifies, and labels our experience. It's the process that sees a collection of colors and shapes and says, that is a tree, or hears a particular vibration of sound and says, that is an insult. It is the chariot driver's function of recognizing the road signs. Our perceptions are deeply conditioned by our past experiences, our culture, and our language. They are not a pure window onto reality. Two people can perceive the exact same event in completely different ways. Perceptions are unreliable, conditioned, and constantly changing. They cannot be the core of a stable, permanent self. The fourth aggregate is the most complex: mental formations, or sankhara. This vast category includes all of our habits, biases, opinions, beliefs, memories, desires, aversions, and all our volitional impulses. These are all the habits and tendencies of the chariot driver, the way he tends to pull the reins to the left, his fear of certain roads, his preference for others. This is the home of the second arrow. Our personality, our character, our neuroses, they all reside here. But every single one of these mental formations is learned. They are conditioned patterns, created by our past actions and experiences. Since they are learned, they can be unlearned. They are malleable, not essential. To identify with our opinions or habits as a solid self is to mistake the driver's conditioned tendencies for his very being. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness, or vijnana. This is the fundamental capacity of awareness itself, the light that allows the entire scene to be known. It is the raw awareness of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. It may seem that this, surely, must be the real me, but consciousness, too, is shown to be dependent and impermanent. Seeing consciousness depends on having a functioning eye and an object to be seen. Hearing consciousness depends on an ear and a sound. Thinking consciousness depends on a brain and a thought. Each type of consciousness arises in dependence upon conditions, and when those conditions cease, it ceases. It is like the light of a lamp carried by the chariot driver. The light illuminates the path, but it is not a permanent entity. It is a process that depends on the lamp, the fuel, and the air. When we look deeply, using the tools of mindfulness and concentration, we see that we are just like King Milinda's chariot. We are a process, a convention, a useful name given to the dynamic interplay of these five changing aggregates. And the realization of this is not terrifying. It is the ultimate liberation. As long as we believe we are a solid, separate rock, we live in constant fear. We fear criticism because it chips away at our boulder. We fear failure because it cracks our boulder. We fear aging and sickness because they erode our boulder. And we fear death because it threatens to smash our boulder to pieces. We spend our entire lives anxiously defending and polishing this illusory rock. But when we see, in our own direct experience, that there is no rock to defend only, the flowing, changing river of the five aggregates, the fear, loses its power. What is there to defend? Who is it that is being threatened? Seeing our own nature as a process allows us to see others in the same way. Their anger is not them. It is a conditioned mental formation. Their ignorance is not them. It is a temporary cloud of perception. This insight is the very wellspring of compassion. It is the key that unlocks the prison of the ego, allowing us, finally, to stop being the rock and to embrace our true, magnificent, and fluid nature as the water itself. We have just undertaken a profound deconstruction, using the intellect to take apart the chariot of the self and see that it is made only of changing components. We have heard the argument that we are not a solid, permanent rock, but a flowing process of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. But an intellectual understanding, no matter how brilliant, is like reading a detailed menu instead of tasting the food. It is a map, not the territory itself. The question remains, how do we move from intellectually agreeing with this idea to experiencing its truth directly in the fabric of our own lives? How do we witness, in real time, the illusion of the solid self as it arises and passes away? The answer lies in the cultivation of the single most essential skill on this entire path. It is the seventh factor of the Eightfold Path, and it is the master tool for all inner transformation. It is the practice of right mindfulness, or sati. Mindfulness is a word that has become immensely popular, and with that popularity has come a great deal of confusion. So let us begin by being very clear about what mindfulness is and what it is not. The Pali word, sati, carries the meaning of to remember. This is a crucial clue. Mindfulness is the practice of remembering to return, remembering to come back to the present moment, again and again, whenever we have been carried away by the currents of thought. It is the gentle, sustained, and non-judgmental awareness of our experience, exactly as it is, right here, right now. It is not, as is so often assumed, a practice of emptying the mind or stopping our thoughts. To try and stop your thoughts is like trying to command the river to stop flowing. It is an act of violence against your own nature, and it only creates more tension, more friction. The river of the mind will always flow with thoughts, memories, and plans. That is its nature. Mindfulness does not ask you to stop the river. It simply invites you to change your relationship to it. For most of our lives, we are not just in the river, we are the river. We are swept away by every current, tossed about by every eddy. A thought of anger arises, and we are anger. A wave of anxiety crashes over us, and we are anxiety. A log of painful memory floats by, and we are clinging to it for dear life, being dragged downstream into old sorrows. We are so identified with the contents of our minds that we have no perspective, no freedom. We are perpetually soaked, disoriented, and at the mercy of the current. The practice of mindfulness is the simple, radical, and profoundly healing act of gently, intentionally, stepping out of the water and taking a seat on the riverbank. From this stable, grounded position on the bank, we can now, for the first time, simply watch the river of our experience flow by. We can observe the angry thought as a dark log floating past. We can feel the wave of anxiety rise, crest, and pass away. We can acknowledge the log of memory without having to grab onto it. We are the calm, curious, and compassionate observer of the river, not a helpless victim within it. This simple shift in perspective, from being in the river to watching it from the bank, is the birth of freedom. It creates a space, a sacred pause, between our awareness and our experience. And in that space, liberation is found. Another powerful way to understand this is to see your mind's true nature as a vast, open, and boundless blue sky. Your thoughts, feelings, and sensations are simply the weather. They are the clouds that drift through the sky. Some days, the clouds are white, light, and fluffy. These are our moments of joy, inspiration, and peace. On other days, the clouds are dark, heavy, and full of thunder, and lightning. These are our moments of rage, grief, and despair. Our habitual mistake is that we forget we are the sky and believe we are the weather. When a dark cloud appears, we think, "I am angry." We contract around the storm cloud, believing it is our entire identity. Mindfulness is the practice of remembering that we are the sky. It is learning to rest in our vast, sky-like awareness and to allow the clouds, light or dark, to simply pass through. No storm, no matter how violent, can ever stain or harm the sky itself. By learning to abide as the sky, we can experience the full range of life's weather with an unshakable equanimity. This may sound wonderful in theory, but how do we actually do it? The practice begins with an act of profound simplicity, paying attention to your own breath. The breath is the perfect anchor to the present moment. It is always with you, from the moment you are born to the moment you die. It is always happening right now. You cannot breathe in the past or in the future, and it is relatively neutral, a simple, rhythmic process. To begin, you find a comfortable and dignified posture, either sitting on a cushion, on the floor, or sitting upright in a chair. You don't need to be rigid like a soldier, but also not slumped over. The posture itself is an expression of wakefulness. You can gently close your eyes or leave them softly open with a downward gaze, and then you simply bring your attention to the physical sensations of breathing. You might choose to feel the air passing in and out of your nostrils, the coolness on the in-breath, the warmth on the out-breath, or you might rest your attention on the gentle rise and fall of your abdomen. You don't need to control the breath, or change it, or make it deeper. Just let the body breathe itself, and let your only job be to feel it. Now comes the most important instruction in all of meditation. Within a few seconds, or maybe a minute if you are lucky, your mind will wander. It will be carried away by a thought, a memory, a plan, a sound, a fantasy. This is not a mistake. This is not a sign that you are a bad meditator. This wandering is the natural, predictable activity of the mind. The moment you realize, "Oh, my mind has wandered," that moment of realization is the moment of mindfulness. That is the moment of waking up. And what do you do when you wake up and find yourself lost in thought? You don't scold yourself or get frustrated. You simply, gently, and kindly acknowledge where the mind went thinking, planning, and then you softly guide your attention back to the feeling of the breath, and you begin again. This process will repeat itself dozens, perhaps hundreds of times in a single sitting. The practice is not about staying on the breath perfectly. The practice is the gentle, patient, and compassionate act of returning over and over again. Each time you return to the breath, you are strengthening the muscle of attention. Each time you return with kindness instead of judgment, you are rewiring your brain for compassion. This is a bicep curl for the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focus and emotional regulation. As the practice develops, you can start to widen the scope of your awareness. You can open your attention to include all the sensations in your body, the feeling of pressure where you are sitting, an itch on your nose, a warmth in your hands. You can open your awareness to include sounds, simply letting them be sounds, without needing to label them or judge them as pleasant or unpleasant. Eventually, you can even begin to watch the thoughts and emotions themselves from the riverbank, seeing them as just another type of cloud passing through the sky of your mind. You see anger arise, you feel its heat in your body, you watch it intensify, and then, eventually, you watch it pass away, all without being swept away by it. The fruits of this seemingly simple practice are transformative. On a basic level, it dramatically reduces stress because you stop adding the second arrow of judgment and rumination to every painful experience. It powerfully increases your ability to focus and concentrate in all areas of your life. But its most profound benefit is the creation of what Viktor Frankl called the space between stimulus and response. In our normal, unmindful state, something happens, a stimulus, and we react instantly, automatically, out of our deep conditioning. Someone cuts us off in traffic, and rage is the instant response. We feel a flicker of anxiety, and our instant response is to grab our phone and start scrolling. There is no space, no freedom. Mindfulness creates that space. The stimulus happens, but because we are watching from the riverbank, we have a sacred pause. In that pause, we have a choice. We can see the anger arising and choose not to act on it. We can feel the anxiety and choose to meet it with a calming breath instead of a distraction. In that space lies all our power, all our growth, and all our freedom. It is how we stop being a puppet of our past and become the conscious author of our future. Mindfulness, then, is not another task to add to your to-do list. It is a radical act of love. It is the gentle, courageous art of showing up for your own life, moment by moment. It is the essential skill that makes the entire path possible, allowing us to see the truth of anatta, to catch dharma as it arises, and to live our days with increasing wisdom and compassion. It is the simple, profound act of sitting on the bank and finally getting to know the beautiful, wild, and sacred river of our own being. With the gentle art of mindfulness, we have learned to step out of the turbulent river of our thoughts and emotions and to take a seat on the bank as a calm and curious observer. We have found the freedom that comes from no longer being swept away by every current. This is a monumental first step, but as we sit on that bank and watch the water of our own mind flow by, we often notice something else. We notice that the water is not clear. It is murky, churned up with the sediment of our daily anxieties, our restless planning, our old resentments, and our habitual patterns of thinking. To see into the depths of the river, to understand its true nature, mere observation is not enough if the water itself is opaque. And so, the path now introduces a practice that works hand in hand with mindfulness. It is a practice designed to allow the water to become still, so that the mud can settle, revealing the profound clarity that lies beneath. This is the practice of concentration, of meditation, known as samadhi. It is essential to understand the beautiful, complementary relationship between mindfulness, sati, and concentration, samadhi. They are often spoken of as two wings of a bird. Both are necessary for flight. Mindfulness, as we've explored, is an open, receptive awareness. Its quality is like a wide-angle lens, taking in the whole landscape of the present moment without getting fixated on any one thing. Mindfulness is the wise gatekeeper of the mind who impartially notices everyone who comes and goes. Concentration, on the other hand, is a more focused, directed energy. Its quality is like a powerful zoom lens or even a laser beam. It is the skill of intentionally placing the mind on a single object and training it to remain there, stable and unwavering. While mindfulness is what notices that the mind has wandered away, concentration is the mental muscle, strengthened through practice, that gives us the ability to keep the mind where we want it. Mindfulness provides the wisdom to see what's happening, and concentration provides the stability and power to stay present with it, allowing us to see it more deeply. The most potent metaphor for the practice of samadhi is that of a glass of muddy water. Imagine you take a jar and fill it with water from a rushing, muddy river. The jar is your mind, the water is your awareness, and the mud, the silt, the sediment, is all the mental chatter, the agitation, the emotional turmoil that clouds your perception. As long as you keep shaking that jar, as we do in our normal, restless lives, the water will remain hopelessly brown and opaque. You cannot see through it. You cannot know its true, clear nature. Now, what is the most effective way to make the water clear? You do not try to reach in and force the particles of mud to the bottom. You do not try to invent some complex filter to strain them out. The method is exquisitely simple. You place the jar on a stable, level surface, and you let it be still. You protect it from being shaken. And then, through the simple, natural law of gravity, the heavy particles of sediment, of their own accord, begin to settle. Slowly, patiently, without any force on your part, the mud drifts to the bottom of the jar, leaving the water above it perfectly, brilliantly clear. This is the very essence of concentration practice. We are not fighting our minds. We are not suppressing our thoughts. We are simply creating the conditions of inner stillness. We choose a single, neutral object, like the physical sensation of the breath as our stable surface. We place the jar of our mind there, and we practice letting it rest. Each time we get caught up in a storm of thought, each time we start mentally shaking the jar, mindfulness notices it, and we gently, kindly, return the jar to its resting place. Over time, the coarse sediment of our most agitated thoughts begins to settle. Then, the finer silt of subtle restlessness begins to settle. What remains is the natural, intrinsic clarity of the mind itself. And what is the quality of this clear water, this state of samadhi? It is certainly not an empty, lifeless void. In fact, it is imbued with profoundly positive qualities. The first is a deep and abiding peace. The constant internal chatter that forms the background static of our lives begins to fade. The relentless voice of the inner critic grows quiet. There is a sense of coming home, of profound rest, a release from the exhausting work of constantly thinking, planning, and worrying. Arising from this peace, a subtle and nourishing joy, known in Pali as piti, can begin to permeate the mind. This is not the loud, excitable happiness that comes from getting something we want in the outer world. It is a quiet, inner effervescence, a sense of well-being that arises simply from the mind being unburdened and at ease with itself. The clear water is not empty. It is alive with a quiet, radiant stillness. And crucially, this clear, still mind is a powerful instrument. Just as clear water allows you to see the riverbed below, a clear mind allows you to see the nature of your own reality with unprecedented insight. It is this concentrated mind that has the power to penetrate the surface of things and directly experience the truths of impermanence and no-self that we have been exploring. Another classic story illustrates the process of cultivating samadhi. It is the parable of taming a wild elephant. In ancient India, a newly captured wild elephant represented the untamed human mind. Powerful, intelligent, but also chaotic, dangerous, and driven by fear and instinct. To tame this elephant, a trainer would use three things. The wild elephant is our mind. The second tool is a very strong rope. This rope is mindfulness, sati, the faculty that allows us to connect with our wild mind. The third tool is a large, sturdy post, driven deep into the ground. This post represents our object of meditation, our anchor, such as the breath. The trainer's first job is to tie the wild elephant to the sturdy post with the rope. At first, the elephant is furious. It trumpets with rage. It pulls and strains against the rope, trying with all its might to break free and run back to the jungle of its habitual thoughts. This is exactly like the beginning stages of meditation. The mind rebels. It feels constrained. It floods us with restlessness, boredom, and 1,000 reasons why we should stop. The elephant struggles for hours, or even days, until it is utterly exhausted. The wise trainer doesn't fight the elephant. He simply makes sure the rope is strong and the post is firm, and he waits. Eventually, the elephant realizes that its struggle is futile and only causes it more pain. It gives up the fight, and for the first time, it lies down to rest by the post. This is a breakthrough moment in our practice, when the mind finally relinquishes its resistance and begins to find a sense of ease in stillness. Over time, the elephant becomes so comfortable and familiar with the post that it feels completely safe there. Its trust in the trainer grows. At this point, the elephant is considered tamed, and its immense power and intelligence can be channeled for useful and noble work. Our mind, once tamed through the patient practice of concentration, ceases to be a source of destruction and becomes our greatest ally, a tool of incredible power for the work of insight and compassion. The practice of letting the mud settle, of taming the elephant, requires immense patience and a gentle, consistent touch. Each meditation session is an opportunity to place the jar down, to tie the elephant to the post. There will be days when the water is exceptionally muddy, when the elephant is particularly rebellious. On these days, our task is not to become frustrated or to judge ourselves as failures. To get angry at the mud is to shake the jar. To get angry at the elephant is to make it wilder. The practice is to meet the turmoil with an unwavering kindness, a compassionate acceptance, and to simply, gently, return again to the breath, return again to the post. This gentle returning is the path. It is the slow, steady cultivation of a mind that is both relaxed and vigilant, both peaceful and powerful. While mindfulness is the wise observer on the bank, concentration is the deep magic that allows the river's waters to become so clear and so still that they perfectly reflect the sky above and reveal the hidden treasures on the riverbed below. It is the essential preparation for the deep seeing that leads to final liberation. We have begun to assemble a powerful set of inner tools. With mindfulness, we have learned to sit on the riverbank and observe the flow of our experience. With concentration, we have learned to allow the muddy water of our mind to settle, revealing a new depth of clarity and stillness. Now, with these sharpened instruments of awareness in hand, we turn our attention from the general process of the mind to the specific, concrete challenges of our modern lives. We begin to apply this ancient wisdom to the great causes of suffering in our world today. And there is perhaps no greater or more pervasive source of dukkha in our culture than our deeply troubled and compulsive relationship with the material world. We will now turn the clear, focused light of our practice onto the vast, alluring, and ultimately hollow temple of materialism. Our society is built upon a single, foundational promise that happiness, fulfillment, and identity can be purchased. From the moment we are born, we are immersed in a sea of messages telling us that we are incomplete, that we are lacking, and that the cure for this fundamental unease is the next acquisition. The car will bring you freedom. The watch will bring you status. The new phone will bring you connection. The right clothes will bring you admiration. This is the engine of consumerism, and it is fueled by the very thirst, the tanha, that we have identified as the root of all our suffering. It is a system designed to constantly generate a sense of lack, a friction between who we are and who we could be, if only we owned the right things. It relentlessly stimulates both the thirst for sense pleasures, the endless chase for newer, shinier, more stimulating objects, and the thirst for becoming the deep craving to construct an identity as a successful, desirable, and enviable person through the things we display. We are taught to build the fortress of our ego, not with inner qualities, but with external possessions. The tragic irony is that this pursuit, far from leading to lasting happiness, becomes a source of profound and heavy burdens. Imagine you are setting out on a long and beautiful journey. You begin with your pockets empty, your spirit light, but along the way, you begin to pick up attractive-looking pebbles. Here is a pebble of status, a shiny new car. You put it in your pocket. Here is a pebble of entertainment, a large screen television. Into the pocket it goes. Here are pebbles of fashion, pebbles of technology, pebbles of home decor. Each one seems desirable on its own, a small and reasonable acquisition. But over the course of a lifetime, the pebbles accumulate. Your pockets begin to sag. Your shoulders begin to ache. Soon, you are carrying an immense weight, and the journey that was once joyful has become an exhausting, laborious haul. You spend more time worrying about your pebbles, polishing them, and comparing them to others' pebbles than you do enjoying the scenery of the journey itself. This is the reality of materialism. Each object that we grasp and cling to adds another pebble to our psychic burden. Let us examine the weight of these pebbles more closely. First, there is the weight of worry. The moment you declare something as mine, you introduce the fear of its loss. You worry about the new car getting scratched, the expensive phone being stolen, the beautiful house being damaged. The object that was meant to bring you pleasure now becomes a source of low-grade, persistent anxiety. You are no longer just a person. You are now the anxious guardian of your possessions. Second, there is the weight of comparison and discontent. The satisfaction of a new acquisition is fleeting. The moment you drive your new car off the lot, your mind is already being seeded with advertisements for next year's model, which has features yours lacks. The joy of ownership is quickly replaced by the dukkha of wanting the next, better thing. Your possession becomes a benchmark for a new level of desire, locking you into a perpetual cycle of striving and dissatisfaction. Third, there is the sheer weight of maintenance. Our possessions demand our time, our energy, and our money. They must be cleaned, repaired, insured, and organized. The large house requires endless upkeep. The dozens of outfits require washing and storing. The complex gadgets require updates and troubleshooting. We believe we are the masters of our things, but so often we become their servants. Our precious life energy diverted into the care and feeding of inanimate objects. And finally, there is the heaviest weight of all, the weight of a mistaken identity. When we fuse our sense of self with our possessions, we chain our well-being to things that are, by their very nature, impermanent. Everything you own will one day break, decay, or be lost. To build your identity on something that is guaranteed to disappear is to build your house on a crumbling cliff edge. It is to live in a state of profound insecurity. This is the deep truth in the saying, whatever you own also owns you. Your possessions own a piece of your peace of mind. They own a portion of your attention. They own a share of your freedom. The Buddhist path offers a radical alternative, but it is not what most people think. The path is not one of forced, grim asceticism. It does not demand that you get rid of all your possessions and live in a cave, unless you freely choose a monastic life. The path does not teach that material objects are evil. The problem is not the object. The problem is the clinging. The problem is the mistaken belief that these things can be a source of lasting happiness or a stable identity. The practice of letting go is not necessarily about letting go of the object itself. It is about letting go of the fist of attachment in your mind. It is about learning to hold things lightly. It is the shift from attached ownership to appreciative, non-attached use. We can enjoy a beautiful piece of art without needing to own it. We can use a helpful tool with gratitude, knowing that one day it will wear out. We can live in a comfortable home, appreciating the shelter it provides, without fusing our identity to it. It is the inner posture of non-clinging that brings freedom, not the outer condition of poverty. A powerful story illustrates this distinction between an external action and an internal burden. Two Zen monks, one senior and one junior, were traveling together. They came to a river where the bridge had washed away. A beautiful young woman in fine clothes stood there, afraid to cross the muddy, churning water. Without a word, the senior monk, a man who had taken strict vows never to touch a woman, walked over to her, lifted her into his arms, carried her across the river, and gently set her down on the other side. He then bowed and continued on his journey. The junior monk was utterly appalled. He was speechless, with shock and indignation. For the next several hours, he walked behind his master in fuming silence. He replayed the scene over and over in his mind. How could he do that? It is a serious violation of our precepts. What a terrible example. His mind was a storm of judgment and righteousness. Finally, as they neared their destination, the junior monk could contain himself no longer. He burst out, "Master, I cannot believe what you did back there. How could you, a monk, pick up and carry a woman like that? It is a gross violation of everything we stand for." The senior monk stopped, looked at his young companion with deep compassion, and said softly, "I left that woman on the riverbank hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" This story perfectly illuminates the nature of our attachment to material things. Most of us are like the junior monk. We pick things up in our minds: a desire for a new phone, a resentment over a perceived slight, a craving for a particular food, and we carry them for hours, days, or even years. We are crushed by the weight of these mental burdens. The senior monk represents the liberated mind. He was able to interact with the world even in a way that seemed to break the rule skillfully, compassionately, and appropriately for the situation. And then, crucially, he was able to let it go completely. His mind was free. Our practice of materialism is a practice of being the junior monk. All day, every day, we are carrying hundreds of beautiful women, shiny cars, and past grievances on our backs, and we wonder why we are so exhausted. To release materialism is to learn to be the senior monk. It is to cultivate the wisdom, to see that true wealth is not the accumulation of more and more pebbles in our pockets, but the lightness and freedom of having empty pockets. It is the peace of mind that cannot be bought, sold, or stolen. Using our mindfulness, we can begin to watch the grasping mind in action. When the desire for a new object arises, we can simply note it. Wanting. We can feel the pull, the thirst, without needing to act on it. We can ask ourselves, what is the real promise of this object? And can it truly deliver? What will be the true weight of this pebble? By creating this space for inquiry, we interrupt the automatic cycle of desire and consumption. We learn, with profound kindness and patience, to set down the pebbles we are already carrying and to stop picking up new ones. we begin to discover a deep contentment in simplicity, a rich and abiding peace that is our true nature, a wealth that has nothing to do with what we own and everything to do with the freedom of letting go. Having applied our tools of mindfulness and concentration to the external world of material possessions, we now turn that same focused and compassionate gaze inward to confront some of the most powerful and challenging forces in our inner landscape. We turn to face the storms of emotion. For many of us, strong emotions like anger and fear are the most terrifying and disruptive events in our lives. They are the sudden, violent squalls that churn the river of our mind into a chaotic, dangerous torrent, often leaving a wake of wreckage and regret. Our relationship with these powerful energies is typically one of fear and confusion. We either see them as enemies to be crushed and denied, or as irresistible forces that take us over completely. The Buddhist path offers a third way, a middle path of wisdom and skill that teaches us not how to eliminate the storms, but how to become masterful sailors on the waters of our own heart. The first and most radical step is to change our fundamental view of what an emotion is. We are taught to categorize our emotions into good ones, like joy and love, and bad ones, like anger, fear, and jealousy. We welcome the good ones and declare war on the bad ones. But this initial judgment is the first seed of our suffering. It is the second arrow we shoot into ourselves the moment a difficult emotion arises. A more skillful view is to see emotions not as good or bad, but simply as energy. They are like the weather of our inner world. A storm is not morally bad. It is simply a powerful, atmospheric event. In the same way, anger is a powerful, energetic event in the mind and body. Fear is a powerful, energetic event. They are natural, impersonal phenomena that arise due to causes and conditions. They are not you, and they are not your enemy. They are simply energy. And energy, if understood and channeled wisely, can be a source of great power and insight. Our usual, unskillful strategies for dealing with this energy fall into two camps, both of which are deeply flawed. The first is the strategy of suppression. When anger or fear arises, we do what we've been taught to do. We stuff it down, we clench our jaw, put on a brave face, and pretend it isn't there. We tell ourselves, I shouldn't be angry, or there's nothing to be afraid of. This is like trying to hold a large beach ball underwater. It requires an immense and constant expenditure of energy to keep it submerged, and it is a losing battle. The suppressed energy doesn't go away. It metastasizes. It turns into a cold, simmering resentment, a chronic, low-grade anxiety, a bitterness that poisons our relationships, or it can even manifest as physical illness, headaches, digestive issues, high blood pressure, and eventually, when we are tired or stressed, our grip weakens, and the beach ball erupts from the water with an explosive and uncontrollable force, often in a situation that has little to do with the original cause. Suppression is a pressure cooker with no release valve. The second failed strategy is the opposite, uncontrolled expression. This approach believes in letting it all out. When anger arises, we vent. We shout, we slam doors, we type furious emails. We lash out at the person we believe is the cause of our anger. This can feel momentarily satisfying, like a release of pressure. But it is like trying to put out a fire by pouring gasoline on it. Neuroscientifically, every time we act out an emotion, we strengthen the neural pathways associated with it. We are, quite literally, practicing being angry. We make it easier and more likely for anger to arise in the future. Furthermore, this strategy causes immense harm. We damage our relationships. We create an atmosphere of fear and distrust. and we sow the seeds of future suffering for ourselves and others through our harmful words and actions. It is a wildfire that may offer a moment of spectacular release, but leaves the entire forest of our life charred and barren. The middle path offered by this practice is one of brave and compassionate engagement. It is a third option that is neither suppression nor expression. It is a process of conscious, mindful containment and investigation. It begins the moment you feel the storm gathering. The first step is to simply acknowledge its presence, using the tool of mindfulness. Without judgment, you simply name what is present. Ah, this is anger, or fear is present in the mind right now. This simple act of naming creates a sliver of space. It shifts you from being completely identified with the emotion to being the one who is aware of the emotion. You are no longer the storm. You are the sky that holds the storm. The next and most crucial step is to move your attention out of the story in your head and into the physical reality of your body. The story, he wronged me, she insulted me. This is unfairies, the fuel that feeds the emotional fire. Instead of replaying the story, you ask a simple question. Where do I feel this emotion in my body? Right now, you drop your awareness inside yourself and scan. Is the anger a tightness in your chest, a burning heat in your face and neck, a clenching in your fists and jaw? Is the fear a hollow, cold feeling in your stomach, a frantic buzzing in your limbs, a constriction in your throat? By focusing on these raw physical sensations, you are disengaging from the narrative and connecting with the pure energy of the emotion itself. Now, having located the physical epicenter of the storm, you begin the practice of breathing with it. This is a technique of profound kindness. As you breathe in, you gently direct the breath towards the area of tightness or heat in your body. Imagine your breath as a soothing, spacious balm. As you breathe out, you imagine softening and releasing around the sensation, just by a small amount. You are not trying to breathe the feeling away. You are not trying to destroy it. You are doing something far more radical and healing. You are keeping it company. You are holding the raw energy of your own pain in a tender, compassionate embrace. You are letting the frightened, angry part of yourself know that it is safe to feel what it is feeling. You are being your own good friend in a moment of deep distress. You continue this, breath by breath. What you will find is that the energy, when met with this kind of spacious, non-judgmental awareness, begins to change. The tight knot begins to loosen. The burning heat begins to cool. The energy, having been acknowledged and allowed to be, naturally runs its course and dissipates. The great Thai meditation master, Ajahn Chah, told a story that beautifully illustrates this principle of wise relationship. One evening, while meditating in his small, rustic hut, he became aware that he was not alone. A large cobra had slithered in and was now coiled up just a few feet away. His mind immediately presented him with his options. The first was to find a stick and try to kill the cobra, or to chase it out. This is the path of aggression, of expression, but this was dangerous. The cobra could strike, and it violated his core vow of non-harming. The second option was to leap up and run out of the hut in terror, abandoning it to the snake. This is the path of aversion, of suppression. But then the cobra would own his home, and his fear would be in charge. He chose a third way. He remained seated. He acknowledged the reality of the situation. There is a cobra in this room. He acknowledged the fear in his own body, the pounding of his heart. He did not deny it, but he did not panic. He sat with a mind of stillness and respect, simply watching the cobra. He held the entire, dangerous situation in his calm, mindful awareness. He understood that the cobra, like him, just wanted to be safe and undisturbed. After a long time of this shared, silent stillness, the cobra, feeling no threat, slowly uncoiled and silently slithered back out into the jungle. Our strong emotions, our anger, our fear, our jealousy are the cobras in our hut. Our untrained instinct is to either try to kill them or to run away from them. The path of wisdom is to learn how to sit with them, to acknowledge their presence and their power with respect, but without panic, to hold them in the spacious, kind awareness of our mindfulness until they feel safe enough to uncoil and move on. Once the initial, raw energy of the emotion has subsided through this mindful, embodied practice, we can then engage our wisdom to look a little deeper. We can gently ask, what was that about? Anger, in particular, is often a secondary emotion. It is a hard, protective shell we create around a softer, more vulnerable feeling. Like a guard dog, it barks loudly to keep people away from a tender spot. We can ask our anger, what are you trying to protect? As you inquire gently, you will often find that beneath the anger lies unacknowledged hurt, deep sadness, or a profound sense of injustice. Very often, at the root of anger, you will find fear. The fear of not being respected, the fear of being abandoned, the fear of losing control, the fear of being seen as insignificant. By understanding this, we can stop reacting to the loud barking of the guard dog and start tending to the wounded part of ourselves that it is protecting. The emotion is no longer an enemy. It has become a wise messenger, a valuable guide pointing directly to the place that needs our love and compassion the most. Navigating the storms of our emotions is not about achieving a life free from turmoil. The weather of the heart will always be changeable. Rather, it is about developing an unshakable inner balance, a profound trust in our ability to handle whatever arises. It is the art of dropping the anchor of our mindfulness into the deep, calm ocean bed of our being, even while the surface waters are being thrashed by a hurricane. It is learning to respect the energy of the wind and the waves, and using them to learn, to grow, and to become a more courageous, resilient, and compassionate sailor on the great, wild, and beautiful river of our own life. Having learned to sit with the sudden hot storms of anger, we now turn our attention to one of the most pervasive and chilling weather patterns of the modern mind. If anger is a fiery thunderstorm, this next emotion is a cold, dense fog, a persistent and unnerving mist that can drain the color from our lives and leave us feeling perpetually on edge. We speak now of anxiety, more than just momentary fear in the face of real danger. Anxiety is a chronic state of unease, a free-floating apprehension that often has no specific cause. It is the eddy in the river. While the main current of life flows forward, a part of our mind gets snagged, breaking away from the present and spinning in a frantic, dizzying, and self-perpetuating whirlpool of worry. To find peace, we must learn how to skillfully navigate our way out of this exhausting eddy and rejoin the main flow of life. To do this, we must first understand the mechanism of the whirlpool itself. Anxiety, at its core, is a form of mental time travel. It is the act of the mind abandoning the present moment, which is the only place where life is actually happening, and projecting itself into an imagined future. And it is almost always a catastrophic future. The anxious mind is a masterful, though morbid, storyteller. It generates an endless stream of what-if scenarios. What if I fail the presentation? What if I get sick? What if they don't like me? What if I lose my job? What if something terrible happens to my loved ones? The mind creates these vivid, detailed fictions of future pain. And then, crucially, the body reacts to these fictions as if they were real, present moment threats. The heart begins to pound. The breath becomes shallow and rapid. The muscles tense up. The stomach churns. We are literally being frightened by our own imagination. We are suffering from events that have not happened and may never happen. The river of our being is trying to flow in a future landscape that does not yet exist, an act that is both impossible and profoundly turbulent. The primary fuel for this storytelling engine is an intolerance of uncertainty. The anxious mind craves guarantees. It wants a signed contract from the universe, stating that everything will be okay, that there will be no pain, no loss, and no failure. But life, in its very essence, is uncertain. The river does not know what lies around the next bend. To demand certainty from an inherently uncertain universe is the very definition of friction, the very source of dukkha. Anxiety is the static created by the gap between our demand for a predictable future and the fluid, unpredictable reality of life itself. The whirlpool spins faster and faster as we try to mentally plan and control for every possible negative outcome, an exhausting and utterly futile task. So, what is the antidote? If anxiety is a form of time travel into a non-existent future, the cure must be a radical and intentional return to the one place where anxiety cannot survive, the present moment, when your awareness is fully embodied, fully grounded in the here and now. The what-if stories of the future lose their power. They are seen for what they are: mere thoughts, phantoms, without substance. The most direct and powerful tool for this return journey is the one we have been cultivating all along: mindfulness, specifically mindfulness of the body and the senses. In a moment of rising panic or overwhelming anxiety, your breath is your most immediate and faithful first aid. When the mind is spinning in the whirlpool, the simple act of turning your attention to the physical sensation of breathing is like throwing a rope from the riverbank. You don't have to believe in anything or achieve anything. You just have to feel. Feel the coolness of the air entering your nostrils. Feel the gentle expansion of your chest or your belly. Feel the warmth of the air as you exhale. By focusing on this tangible, physical reality, you are gently pulling your awareness out of the imaginary world of future catastrophe and anchoring it in the simple, undeniable truth of the present moment. This practice also has a direct physiological effect. Consciously slowing and deepening the breath helps to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural relaxation response, acting as a direct countermeasure to the fight or flight response triggered by anxiety. To amplify this grounding effect, we can engage all of our senses in a powerful practice of re-inhabiting the present. When you feel yourself being pulled into the whirlpool, gently but firmly guide your mind through this simple exercise. First, name 5 things you can see. Don't just list them, notice them. Notice the deep green of a plant in the corner. Notice the precise shape of a crack in the ceiling. Notice the way the light reflects off a glass of water. Second, name 4 things you can feel. Bring your attention to the actual, physical sensations of your body. The solid pressure of the chair supporting you. The feeling of your feet flat on the floor. The texture of the fabric of your sleeve against your skin. The warmth of your own hands. Third, name 3 things you can hear. Listen past the loud noise of your anxious thoughts. What else is there? The distant hum of traffic, the ticking of a clock, the sound of your own breathing. Fourth, name 2 things you can smell. Does the room have a scent? Can you smell the faint aroma of old books or the fresh scent of rain outside? And finally, name 1 thing you can taste. The lingering taste of your morning coffee, or simply the neutral, familiar taste of your own mouth. This exercise is not a distraction. it is a reorientation. It forcefully yanks your consciousness out of the abstract, terrifying realm of future-oriented thought and anchors it firmly in the undeniable, non-threatening reality of your immediate sensory world. It stops the spin. The wisdom of this approach is beautifully captured in the parable of the tightrope walker. A great acrobat was famous for his ability to walk a rope stretched between two towering cliffs. One day, his young apprentice asked him for the secret. "Master, how do you do it? How do you face that terrifying drop without letting fear overwhelm you and cause you to lose your balance?" The master replied, "My secret is very simple. When I am on the rope, my entire world becomes the rope. When my left foot is moving forward, my mind is completely with my left foot. I feel the rope beneath my soul. I feel the shift in my weight. When my right foot moves forward, my entire universe is the experience of my right foot. I do not allow my mind to linger on the cliff I have just left behind. I do not allow my mind to race ahead to the cliff I am trying to reach. And I certainly do not allow my mind to look down into the abyss of what might happen if I fall. My whole being, my whole life, is focused into this single, present step. Balance is found not by worrying about the future, but by being completely present with the now. Our lives are that tightrope, stretched across the great, unavoidable chasm of uncertainty. Anxiety is the experience of looking down. It is the suffering of a mind that has abandoned the vital importance of the present step to worry about a future that has not yet arrived. Peace, balance, and skill are found by bringing our entire awareness back to the step we are taking, the breath we are breathing, right here, right now. Ultimately, the deepest freedom from anxiety comes not from gaining absolute certainty about the future, which is impossible, but from learning to become comfortable with uncertainty itself. It is about cultivating a deep and abiding trust in our own capacity to meet life as it unfolds. We return, once more, to the wisdom of water. The river does not fret about the bend up ahead. It does not know if it will meet a gentle meadow, a field of jagged rocks, or a glorious waterfall. It doesn't need to know. It holds its nature in each moment, and it meets the rocks with flexibility, the meadow with grace, and the waterfall with a powerful surrender. To be like water is to release the rigid demand that life be predictable. It is to trust that by honing our inner resources, our mindfulness, our compassion, our wisdom, we will have what we need to navigate whatever comes. We stop trying to force life to give us a detailed map of the entire journey, and instead, we focus on becoming a truly skillful navigator, ready and able to read the currents of each new moment. Anxiety is the cry of a mind that has forgotten where it lives. By gently, patiently, and compassionately training ourselves to come home to the body, to the senses, to this very breath, we step out of the frantic eddy of worry. We find the profound stillness that was always there, waiting for us, right in the quiet, calm center of the whirlpool. We have explored the inner landscapes of our lives, learning to navigate the rapids of our desires, the storms of our anger, and the chilling whirlpools of our anxiety. We have cultivated tools of mindfulness and concentration to bring a measure of peace and clarity to our inner world. But what happens when the challenge is not just a fleeting emotion or a misguided desire? What happens when the river of life carves a path through a landscape of genuine, unavoidable, and painful adversity? What do we do when we are faced with a serious illness, the loss of a loved one, a devastating failure, or a profound injustice? Our instinct, our deepest conditioning, is to see these events as terrible mistakes. We see them as aberrations, as catastrophic interruptions to the life we were supposed to have. We believe the path to peace lies in finding a way around these obstacles. The wisdom of this path, however, offers a perspective that is profoundly different and infinitely more powerful. It teaches us that the obstacle is not in the way of the path. The obstacle is the path. This is perhaps one of the most transformative insights we can cultivate. Life's challenges are not a deviation from our spiritual curriculum. They are the curriculum itself. The moments of difficulty, the periods of pain, the times when we are brought to our knees are not punishments for having done something wrong. They are our greatest opportunities for growth. They are the resistance that is necessary for a muscle to build strength. They are the immense pressure that transforms a lump of carbon into a brilliant diamond. They are the grit in the oyster that stimulates the creation of a luminous pearl. We tend to believe that we will cultivate wisdom and compassion when things are easy, when we have time and space. But in reality, true strength and deep wisdom are forged only in the fire of adversity. Let us return to our core image of the river and the stone. Picture a newly broken piece of rock, perhaps fallen from a cliff. Its edges are sharp, jagged, and brittle. It is rough and unrefined. Now, picture a river stone, one that you might find on a beach, washed smooth by the water. It is beautifully rounded. Its colors are deep and rich, and it feels wonderful and solid in your hand. What is the difference between these two stones? The answer is adversity. The river stone has been subjected to years, perhaps centuries, of being tumbled and tossed by the current. It has been scraped against the riverbed, knocked against thousands of other rocks, and relentlessly abraded by the constant flow of water and silt. The very forces that would seem to be destroying it were, in fact, forging it. The current did not break the stone. It perfected it. It smoothed its sharp, dangerous edges. It removed its brittle outer layers to reveal the deep, resilient beauty within. The process of erosion was, in fact, a process of creation. On an even grander scale, this is the story of how a soft, yielding element like water carves the Grand Canyon out of hard, solid rock. The river overcomes the stone not through a single act of brute force, but through a persistent, patient, and unrelenting flow. It yields to the shape of the rock, yet it is never defeated by it. Over millennia, this gentle persistence creates something of breathtaking majesty and beauty. Your life and your character are being shaped by the same forces. Your challenges, your heartbreaks, your failures, they are the current that is polishing the stone of your being. They are the force that is carving the unique and beautiful canyon of your soul. To resist this process, to fight it, is to wish to remain a sharp, jagged, and unrefined rock. To embrace it is to collaborate with the forces of life in the creation of your own deep and resilient character. This profound shift in perspective is catalyzed by a simple but powerful change in the questions we ask ourselves when hardship strikes. Our default question, born of pain and confusion, is almost always, "Why is this happening to me?" It is a question that drips with a sense of victimhood. It positions us as the passive, unfortunate recipient of a cruel and random universe. This question has no useful answer. It only leads down a dark road of self-pity, resentment, and despair. The path of wisdom invites us to replace this dead-end question with one that is alive with possibility. Instead of, "Why me?" we learn to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" Or, "What quality is this situation asking me to cultivate?" Or, "How can I use this as an opportunity to practice?" This simple change in inquiry is revolutionary. It transforms us from a passive victim into an active student. We are no longer a target of life's arrows. We are an alchemist, seeking to transform the lead of our suffering into the gold of wisdom. Suddenly, every difficulty becomes a lesson. A chronically difficult person at work is no longer just a source of irritation. They become our teacher in the art of patience and compassion. A sudden financial loss is no longer just a catastrophe. It is a profound opportunity to examine our clinging to security and to cultivate inner resilience. A frightening medical diagnosis is no longer just a tragedy. It becomes a powerful invitation to appreciate the gift of life, to practice compassion for our own body, and to connect with all other beings who are also sick and suffering. We stop seeing life's challenges as problems and start seeing them as assignments from a wise and compassionate, if sometimes strict, teacher. A classic parable illustrates the nature of the strength we are trying to cultivate. By a riverbank stood a mighty oak tree, a symbol of strength and rigidity. It was immensely proud of its thick trunk and powerful branches, which it held firm against the wind. Next to it grew a patch of slender, humble reeds. The oak often mocked the reeds for their weakness, for how they bowed and swayed with even the slightest breeze. One year, a ferocious storm, a great hurricane, tore through the valley. The wind howled with a power that no living thing could withstand directly. When the storm finally passed, the landscape was devastated. The mighty oak tree, which had resisted the wind with all its strength, had been ripped from the earth. Its trunk snapped, its great branches shattered. It lay defeated, but the slender reeds, which had seemed so weak, were standing tall and unharmed. The secret of their survival was in their flexibility. They did not fight the wind. They yielded to it. They bowed down to its immense power, letting it pass over them without resistance. And when the storm was gone, they simply rose up again. The lesson is profound. True resilience is not the hardness of the oak, which is ultimately brittle. True resilience is the flexibility of the reed. It is the ability to yield, to adapt, to bend under immense pressure without breaking. It is the very nature of water, which never fights a rock with hardness, but yields to its shape, flows around it, and ultimately overcomes it. When adversity strikes, our instinct is to be the oak, to brace ourselves, to resist, to be strong in a rigid way. This path teaches us to be the reed, to acknowledge the power of the storm, to soften our resistance, and to find a deep, yielding strength that allows us to survive and even thrive. This does not mean we engage in a toxic positivity or deny the very real pain of our situation. The pain of loss, of illness, of failure is real, and it must be honored, felt, and held with great compassion. But even in the midst of the darkest night, the practice of gratitude can keep a small candle lit. Even when everything seems to be falling apart, we can train our minds to notice what is still holding together. The kindness of a friend, the warmth of a blanket, the simple, loyal fact of our own breath, still flowing in and out, the strength of our heart for continuing to beat. This practice is not about pretending the darkness isn't there. It is about refusing to let the darkness be the only thing we see. The challenges of our lives, then, are not mistakes in the script. They are the most pivotal and important scenes. They are the sacred fire that forges our character. They are the divine current that polishes the stone of our being into something beautiful and resilient. By consciously shifting our view from resistance to studentship, from rigidity to flexibility, And from despair to a courageous and open-hearted curiosity, we learn to meet the whole of our life with a new kind of grace. We become alchemists, capable of transforming the very things that seemed meant to destroy us into the sources of our deepest strength, our most profound wisdom, and our most unshakable peace. We learn to find our strength not in the avoidance of hardship, but in the art of flowing with it, through it, and ultimately, because of it. Thus far, our journey has been a largely internal one. We have been sitting on the bank of our own river, learning the nature of its currents, calming its muddy waters, and navigating its storms. We have focused on cultivating a profound peace within ourselves. But we do not exist in a vacuum. We are not solitary islands. Our lives are woven into a vast and intricate web of relationships with other soul partners, our families, our friends, our colleagues. It is in the crucible of these relationships that our practice is truly tested. A life of solitary peace is one thing, but can we maintain that peace, that clarity, and that compassion when our river converges with another? A relationship is this very convergence. Two distinct streams of life, each with its own history, its own currents of joy, and its own undercurrents of pain, meeting and merging. All too often, this convergence results in a chaotic, turbulent collision. The wisdom of this path, however, teaches us how to transform this meeting point from a source of conflict into a sacred space of mutual healing and profound connection. To understand how to build compassionate relationships, we must first diagnose the root cause of relational suffering. The primary source of friction, argument, and pain between people is the collision of two egos, the grinding together of two seemingly solid selves. Each eye enters the relationship with a suitcase full of unspoken demands, unhealed wounds, and firm expectations. We look to the other person to be the source of our happiness, to fill our sense of lack, to validate our identity, and to soothe our fears. We see them not as a sovereign being on their own journey, but as a character in our story, tasked with fulfilling a specific role. This is a transactional model of relationship. I will love you, and you will make me happy. I will be there for you, and you will meet my needs. When the other person, being a flawed and struggling human just like us, inevitably fails to live up to our projected script, we react with disappointment, resentment, and blame. Our love becomes conditional, and the relationship becomes a battlefield where two egos vie for control and validation. The path of wisdom invites us to abandon this transactional model and embrace one that is transformational, one that sees relationship not as a means to get our needs met, but as a powerful practice for cultivating wisdom and compassion. This practice begins with the cultivation of two fundamental skills, two gifts we can offer in any interaction. The first skill is deep listening. This is a form of listening that is radically different from how we normally engage in conversation. We are not listening in order to reply, to formulate our counter-argument, to fix the other person's problem, or to insert our own story. We are listening with only one intention: to offer our full, non-judgmental presence, so that the other person might feel seen, heard, and can suffer less. To practice deep listening, we first use our mindfulness to quiet the loud committee meeting in our own head. We notice our own internal commentary or judgments, our opinions, our desire to interrupt, and we simply let those thoughts be clouds in the sky, without needing to act on them. We listen with our whole body, turning towards the person, maintaining gentle eye contact, showing them that for this moment, they are the most important person in our universe. Most importantly, we listen for the feeling beneath the words. We try to hear the dukkha, the suffering that is being expressed, often unconsciously. When a partner complains angrily about a trivial matter, a deep listener might hear the exhaustion or the feeling of being unappreciated that lies beneath the anger. When a friend boasts about an achievement, a deep listener might hear the subtle insecurity and the need for validation that lies beneath the pride. By listening in this way, we offer a space of profound safety, the simple, rare, and precious gift of being fully heard without judgment can be one of the most healing experiences a person can have. It allows the other person to untangle their own thoughts and feelings, and it communicates a powerful message of love and acceptance. The second skill, the natural companion to deep listening, is loving speech. This is the practical application of right speech from the Eightfold Path, a way of using our words not as weapons to win battles, but as instruments to heal wounds. Loving speech is, first and foremost, truthful, but it understands that truth without kindness can be a form of violence. Therefore, it is the art of speaking the truth in a way that is most likely to be heard and least likely to cause harm. It requires us to be mindful of our timing. A necessary truth spoken in a moment of anger will only add fuel to the fire. Loving speech waits for a moment of calmness and receptivity. It also requires us to take responsibility for our own feelings. Instead of using accusatory you statements like, "You always do this," or "You made me feel angry," which put the other person on the defensive, loving speech uses I statements. When this happens, "I feel hurt," or "I am struggling with feelings of anger, and I would like to understand things better." This communicates our own suffering without attacking the other person's character, inviting collaboration instead of conflict. These two skills are powerfully brought together in a beautiful teaching from the Zen master, Thich Nhat Hanh, the practice of watering the seeds. He taught that our consciousness is like a garden. In this garden, there are all kinds of seeds. There are wholesome seeds, seeds of joy, kindness, understanding, forgiveness, and compassion. And there are unwholesome seeds, seeds of anger, jealousy, fear, arrogance, and discrimination. The same is true for every person we are in a relationship with. Their mind is also a garden containing all these seeds. Now, whichever seeds get watered are the ones that will sprout and grow. In our relationships, we are constantly making a choice about which seeds to water in ourselves and in the other person. When we criticize, when we nag, when we bring up past mistakes, when we focus on their flaws, we are consciously choosing to pour water on the seeds of anger, resentment, and insecurity in their garden. Naturally, these are the qualities that will grow, and the garden of the relationship will become choked with these painful weeds. Conversely, we can choose to be a gardener of virtue. We can make a conscious effort to notice and water the wholesome seeds in the other person. When they show an act of kindness, we can acknowledge it and express our gratitude. When they achieve something, we can share in their joy. When they are struggling, we can listen deeply, which waters their seed of trust. By consciously watering the seeds of the good in them, we help those beautiful qualities to grow stronger, and the entire landscape of the relationship becomes more beautiful and nourishing. This is not about ignoring problems or pretending everything is perfect. It is about creating such a rich and healthy soil of positivity, trust, and mutual appreciation that when a weed does appear, it can be gently pulled and discussed, with the shared understanding that both partners are committed to the health of the garden. The ultimate foundation for all of these practices is the ability to see the other person's own struggle, their own dukkha. When your partner or friend or family member acts out of a place of anger, insecurity, or fear, the practice is to look past the hurtful action and see the suffering that is motivating it. This is the fruit of understanding anatta, or no self. We see that they are not a solid, malicious entity. They are a flowing process of the five aggregates, a chariot that is being pulled by the powerful, often unconscious, forces of their own conditioning and their own thirst. Their angry words are the cry of their own inner pain. Their defensiveness is a shield for their own fear. Seeing this does not mean we condone or accept harmful behavior. We can still set clear boundaries, but it completely changes our inner response. It depersonalizes the conflict. It is no longer a personal attack on me from you. It is the unfortunate manifestation of suffering in another being who is, in their deepest nature, just like us. This perspective makes genuine compassion, karuna, not just possible, but inevitable. Compassionate relationships, then, are not something we magically find. They are something we consciously and skillfully build, moment by moment, conversation by conversation. They are a living practice. By turning the lens of our mindfulness outward, by offering the gifts of deep listening and loving speech, by consciously watering the seeds of good in others, and by always endeavoring to see the suffering that drives their actions, we can transform the nature of our human connections. We cease to be two jagged rocks grinding against each other. We become two rivers converging, not in a chaotic flood, but in a graceful confluence, each helping to deepen and clarify the other, as we flow together towards the great, peaceful ocean of our shared human potential. As we learn to navigate our relationships with greater wisdom and compassion, we begin to notice a fundamental pattern in the world. We see that our kind words are often met with openness, while our harsh words are met with defensiveness. We see that our generous actions tend to create an atmosphere of trust, while our selfish actions breed suspicion. This is not a coincidence. It is the visible evidence of a deep and subtle law that governs the very fabric of our existence. Just as the physical world is governed by laws like gravity, the inner world of conscious experience is governed by its own natural law. This is the law of karma. Few concepts from Eastern philosophy have been as widely circulated and as profoundly misunderstood as karma. In the popular imagination, it is often viewed as a kind of cosmic justice system, a supernatural scoreboard in the sky, where a divine judge doles out rewards for good deeds and punishments for bad ones. Or it is mistaken for fate, a rigid, unchangeable destiny that was written for us long ago, which we are now forced to live out. The Buddhist understanding of karma is radically different from both of these ideas. It is far more subtle, more scientific, and ultimately, far more empowering. To understand karma is to understand the fundamental law of the river, the principle that governs every current and every ripple in the flow of our lives. Let us first be clear about what karma is not. Karma is not fate. It is not a predetermined script that robs you of your free will. In fact, it is the very opposite. It is the law that guarantees the power of your choices. Karma is also not a system of reward and punishment administered by an external being. There is no angry God punishing you for your mistakes. The process is entirely natural, impersonal, and impartial, much like the law of gravity. If you step off a cliff, gravity does not punish you for being foolish. You simply experience the natural, unavoidable consequences of your action. Karma operates with the same impersonal consistency. And finally, the workings of karma are not always simple, linear, or immediate. Planting a single seed of a good deed does not guarantee you will win the lottery tomorrow. The ripening of our actions is a complex process, like the growth of a mighty tree, influenced by countless other causes and conditions. So, what is karma? The The Sanskrit word karma, or kama, in Pali, literally means action or deed. The law of karma is simply the law of cause and effect as it applies to our intentional actions. It states that every volitional action we perform creates a corresponding result. Actions motivated by wholesome states of mind, by kindness, generosity, and wisdom will naturally lead to wholesome results, to experiences of happiness and peace. Actions motivated by unwholesome states of mind, by greed, hatred, and delusion, will naturally lead to unwholesome results, to experiences of pain and suffering. Every action we take is like dropping a stone into the river of consciousness. It creates ripples. Some actions are like tiny pebbles, creating small ripples that fade quickly. Other actions are like massive boulders, creating powerful waves that travel far, bounce off the distant banks of time, and eventually return to us in ways we may not even recognize. With every thought, every word, and every deed, we are constantly creating these ripples, shaping the present and future texture of our lives. The most profound and crucial aspect of this teaching, however, is the Buddha's clarification of what constitutes a karmic action. He said, "It is intention, monks, that I call karma. For having intended, one then acts through body, speech, or mind." This is a revolutionary statement. The moral and karmic weight of an action is determined not primarily by the external act itself, but by the intention, or cetana, in Pali, that motivates it. This places the entire creative force of our lives directly within our own minds. Consider the difference. A person driving a car might accidentally hit a small animal that ran into the road. A second person might intentionally swerve to hit the same animal. The external act is the same, but the inner intention is worlds apart. The first act creates very little negative karma because the intention was not to harm. The second act, born of a cruel intention, plants a deeply unwholesome seed in the mind of the driver. Similarly, one person might donate to a charity primarily to enhance their public reputation and feel superior to others. Another person might donate the same amount, anonymously, moved by a genuine feeling of compassion. The outer deed is identical, but the inner seeds being planted are entirely different. One seed is rooted in ego and greed. The other is rooted in love. This teaching empowers us completely. It means that the most important work we can ever do is the purification and cultivation of our own heart and mind. Our intentions are the very seeds of our destiny. The process is best understood through the simple, earthy metaphor of a farmer planting seeds. The field is your life. Your hands, your voice, and your mind are your capacity for action. The seeds are your intentions. The farmer goes to their seed bag each day, and they have a choice. In the bag are all kinds of seeds. There are precious seeds of corn, which represent intentions of kindness. There are seeds of beautiful flowers, which are intentions of generosity. There are seeds of healing herbs, which are intentions of forgiveness. But also, in the bag, are seeds of sharp thorns, which are intentions of anger. And there are seeds of poisonous weeds, which are intentions of hatred and ill will. The law of agriculture, like the law of karma, is simple and impersonal. If the farmer plants a seed of corn, they will, in due time, harvest corn. They cannot plant a corn seed and hope to harvest thorns. If they plant the seed of a poisonous weed, they cannot expect to harvest a beautiful flower. The fruit is always in accordance with the seed. There is no need for a farm god to punish the farmer for planting weeds. The tangled, painful, and poisonous weeds themselves are the natural result of the farmer's own choice. Furthermore, the harvest is not immediate. After planting a seed, it requires time. It requires other conditions, like sun, rain, and fertile soil. In the same way, the results of our karmic actions take time to ripen. Some ripen in this life, some in the near future, some in the distant future. This complexity explains why we sometimes see cruel people seeming to prosper and kind people seeming to suffer. We are only seeing a small snapshot in time, witnessing the ripening of countless seeds from a vast and complicated past. The most hopeful and empowering part of this metaphor is this: the farmer is always, in this present moment, completely free to choose which seeds to plant now. Their field may be overgrown with thorns and weeds from past seasons of carelessness and anger. They cannot change the seeds they planted yesterday. But today, right now, they can begin the work of planting corn and flowers. They are not defined or condemned by their past harvest. They are defined by the choices they make and the seeds they plant in this very moment. This is why karma is the absolute opposite of a fatalistic destiny. It is the law of radical freedom and responsibility. Understanding this law transforms how we relate to the difficulties in our lives. When we are faced with a painful situation, instead of falling into the victim trap of "why me?" we can learn to see it differently. We can reflect, this difficulty is the ripening of some past unwholesome seed, planted either by myself or by others in the great interconnected web of life. This is not about blaming ourselves. It is about seeing the impersonal, cause and effect nature of reality, which frees us from helpless rage. More importantly, we see the golden opportunity within the present moment. This difficulty is a past fruit, but my response to it is a new seed. Do I respond with anger, resentment, and self-pity, thereby planting more seeds of thorns and weeds? Or do I respond with patience, forbearance, and a compassionate heart, thereby planting new seeds of flowers and healing herbs? The present moment becomes the sacred field where we actively participate in the creation of our own future happiness. The law of karma is not a mystical doctrine to be feared, but a liberating truth to be understood and lived. It reveals that the universe is not a cold, random, and meaningless place. It is a deeply responsive and ordered system. It assures us that our efforts matter, that our kindness is never wasted, that our intentions are the most powerful, creative force we possess. We are not helpless passengers on a river of fate. We are the creators of the current. Every kind thought, every patient word, every generous act is a beautiful, life-affirming seed planted in the garden of our existence. By understanding this profound and simple law, we take full responsibility for our lives, and in doing so, we claim our ultimate power to cultivate a future filled with goodness, peace, and boundless compassion. The chisel for shaping our destiny is, and always has been, right in our own hands. We have explored the law of karma, the principle of cause and effect that governs the flow of our lives. We have learned that our intentional actions are seeds that ripen into our future. Now, we must turn our attention to the very soil in which these seeds are planted, the fundamental context for all of life. We must investigate the nature of the riverbanks themselves, the ground upon which we stand. When we look deeply, with a clear and steady mind, we discover that this ground is not solid at all. It is constantly shifting, eroding, and reforming. This is the great, universal, and non-negotiable truth of impermanence, or anicca, along with dukkha, unsatisfactoriness, and anatta, no self. Anicca is one of the three fundamental marks of all existence. To understand it deeply is to unlock one of the most profound secrets to living with grace and peace. The teaching of impermanence is not merely the simple observation that things eventually end. It is not just that we are born and one day we will die, or that a relationship begins and one day will end. The truth of anicca is far more radical and immediate. It states that everything in the conditioned universe is in a state of constant, uninterrupted flux in every single moment. Nothing is static. The great mountain that appears to be the very symbol of permanence is, in reality, being relentlessly worn down by wind and water and pushed up by tectonic forces. The chair you are sitting on is slowly decaying at a molecular level. Our own bodies are a torrent of change, with millions of cells dying and being born in the time it takes to draw a single breath. Our minds are even more volatile. A thought arises, flickers for an instant, and is gone. A feeling of joy is replaced by a feeling of boredom, which is replaced by a feeling of irritation. The river of our experience never, for even a fraction of a second, stops flowing. You can never step into the same river twice, for both you and the river are ceaselessly changing. The vast majority of our human suffering arises from a single, tragic conflict, the collision between our deep-seated psychological craving for permanence and the universe's absolute law of impermanence. We are creatures who desperately want to build a solid, permanent home on ground. That is, by its very nature, a constantly shifting riverbank. We try to grasp and hold on to the pleasant. We try to violently push away the unpleasant, and we try to construct a solid, unchanging sense of self, all in defiance of the universal flow. This struggle against the unchangeable nature of reality is the very definition of futility, and it is the primary source of our anxiety, grief, and despair. Consider how this manifests. We experience a moment of sublime happiness, a perfect sunset, the intoxicating feeling of falling in love, the pride of a great achievement. Our immediate, instinctive reaction is to grasp it. We think, this is it. I want to feel like this forever. We take a picture. We try to recreate the experience. We cling to the memory. But this very act of clinging poisons the moment. It introduces a subtle fear of its ending, preventing us from relaxing into it and enjoying it for the fleeting, precious gift that it is. And when the moment inevitably passes, as it must, we are left with a sharp sense of loss, a grief for what is gone, and a craving for its return. We suffer not because the happy moment ended, but because we tried to make it permanent. Similarly, we resist painful experiences with all our might. When we feel physical pain, emotional hurt, or deep sadness, our reaction is aversion. I want this to stop. I can't stand this. This resistance, this mental pushing away, is the second arrow. It adds a thick layer of psychological suffering on top of the original, unavoidable pain. We are not just in pain, we are now at war with our own reality, an exhausting and painful battle that we can never win. We fail to see that the painful feeling, just like the pleasant one, is also an impermanent cloud passing through the sky of our awareness. Nowhere is this clinging to permanence more painful than in our relationship with loss. The story of a woman named Kisa Gotami illustrates this with heartbreaking clarity. Kisa Gotami was a young mother whose first and only child, an infant son, fell ill and died. Consumed by a grief so profound that it bordered on madness, she refused to accept his death. She picked up his small, lifeless body and wandered through her village, going from house to house, desperately begging for medicine that could bring him back. Some people mocked her, others pitied her, but no one could help. Finally, a wise man saw her immense suffering and directed her to the one person who might have a cure, the Buddha. She ran to the Buddha, laid her son at his feet, and pleaded for his help. The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion. He did not dismiss her or tell her that her wish was impossible. Instead, he said, "I can help you, but to make the medicine, I require a special ingredient. I need you to bring me a single mustard seed from a house in this village where no one has ever lost a child, a spouse, a parent, or a friend." Filled with a sudden surge of hope, Kisa Gautami began her quest. She went to the first house, and the people there were happy to give her a mustard seed. But when she asked if they had ever known death in their home, they looked at her sadly and said, "We have lost many. The living are few, but the dead are many." She went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was the same everywhere. Every single family, no matter how rich or poor, had been touched by loss. As she walked from door to door, a profound transformation began to take place within her. She began to see that her own private, unbearable agony was not, in fact, private at all. It was a universal truth. The pain she felt was the shared inheritance of all human beings. Her grief was not a unique curse that had befallen only her. It was the price of love in an impermanent world. The sharp, isolating edges of her personal suffering began to soften as she connected with the vast, shared ocean of human sorrow. She realized that the Buddha had sent her not on a quest for a magic seed, but on a journey to discover the nature of reality itself. Her personal tragedy had become a doorway to universal truth. She returned to the Buddha, no longer seeking a cure for her son, but seeking understanding for herself. And she became one of his devoted disciples. The Buddha's skillful compassion did not remove Kisa Gautami's pain, but it transformed her suffering into wisdom. This is the great gift of understanding anicca. When we see that everything changes, we stop taking it so personally. We realize we are not being punished. We are simply participating in the fundamental nature of the cosmos. And this realization is not just a grim resignation to fate. It is, in fact, profoundly liberating and hopeful. If everything is impermanent, then our suffering or sadness, our anxiety, our pain is also impermanent. No matter how dark the storm, the law of anicca guarantees that it will pass. No state is final. This is the promise of hope, the certainty that change for the better is always possible. When we are stuck in a difficult situation, the knowledge of impermanence is the light that assures us that this is not the end of the story. Furthermore, a deep appreciation of impermanence is the secret to a life of joy and gratitude. When you truly know that this very moment will never, ever come again, it becomes infinitely precious. You stop taking your life for granted. You listen more deeply to your loved ones, knowing that they will not be with you forever. You savor the taste of your food. You appreciate the beauty of a simple flower. You feel the warmth of the sun on your skin with a newfound poignancy. Impermanence is the dark velvet background upon which the diamond of the present moment is revealed in all its brilliance. It is the secret ingredient that makes life truly sweet. We do not need to take this truth on faith. We can observe anicca directly in our own meditation practice. As we sit, we can watch the breath and see how each inhalation is a birth and each exhalation is a death, a constant cycle of arising and passing away. We can feel the endless cascade of sensations in the body, an itch, a warmth, a coolness, a pressure, none of them lasting for more than a few moments. We can watch the circus of the mind, seeing thoughts and emotions appear from nowhere, dance on the stage for a moment, and then vanish just as quickly. Our own mind-body process is a living laboratory for verifying the truth of impermanence. Ultimately, anicca is not a depressing philosophy. It is a call to awaken. It tells us that our suffering does not come from the fact that things change, but from our exhausting and futile war against the law of change. To make peace with impermanence is to align ourselves with the flow of life itself. It allows us to hold our joys with gratitude, not grasping. It allows us to meet our sorrows with resilience, not resistance. It allows us to forgive others and ourselves, knowing that we are all unfinished, evolving processes. By internalizing this profound truth, we can finally stop trying to build a fortress on the ever-changing riverbank and instead learn to build a raft, becoming skillful, courageous, and joyful navigators on the great, awesome, and ever-changing river of life. Our journey into the nature of reality has brought us to progressively deeper insights. We began by seeing the truth of impermanence, anicca, realizing that everything in our world and within ourselves is in a constant state of flux. Building on this, we investigated the nature of the self and discovered the truth of anatta, seeing that there is no solid, separate, unchanging entity called me, but rather a dynamic, flowing process of mind and body. Now, we arrive at the third, and perhaps most mind-altering insight, one that flows directly from the first two. If everything is constantly changing, and nothing has a solid, independent self, then what does that say about the relationship between things? The inescapable conclusion is that nothing can exist in isolation. Everything is radically and profoundly interconnected. This is the teaching of non-duality, or as the Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh has beautifully termed it, the teaching of interbeing. Since birth, our primary mode of perception has been built upon a fundamental illusion, a deep and unquestioned duality. We experience ourselves as a subject, a separate I located somewhere behind our eyes, looking out at a world that is not me. There is me in here, and there is the vast, external universe out there. This subject-object split is the root of our deepest sense of loneliness and alienation. It makes us feel like a small, fragile fragment, a cosmic orphan in a universe that is foreign and indifferent to us. This perceived separation is what allows us to exploit the environment as if it were a mere collection of resources for our use. It is what allows us to harm other beings because we see them as fundamentally other, separate from our own sphere of being. The teaching of non-duality is a direct challenge to this fundamental misperception. It is not a philosophical argument to be won, but a reality to be directly perceived. A reality that can dissolve our deepest fears and awaken our boundless compassion. To understand this concept of interbeing, let us engage in a simple but profound contemplation. Look at a simple sheet of paper. We perceive it as a single, separate object. But let us look more deeply. Where did this paper come from? We know it came from a tree, but the tree cannot exist without things that are not the tree. The tree needs sunshine to power its photosynthesis. So the sun is in the paper. The tree needs rain to nourish its roots. So the clouds and the sky are in the paper. The tree needs soil and all its nutrients to grow. So the earth itself is in the paper. Now, look further. A logger was needed to cut down the tree. The logger needed parents to be born. The logger needed food to eat, which means a farmer, a field of wheat. And the rain and sun that grew the wheat are all, in a very real way, present in this sheet of paper. Then there was the person who drove the truck, the workers in the paper mill, the people who designed and built the factory machinery, the iron ore that was mined to create the steel for the machines, is in this paper. The electricity that powered the mill is in this paper. The thoughts and ideas of the inventor of the paper-making process are in this paper. If we were to remove any one of these non-paper elements, if we take away the sun, the cloud, the logger, the farmer, the sheet of paper could not exist. It is empty of a separate, independent self. Its entire existence is made possible only by the coming together of countless elements that we do not call paper. The paper inter is with the entire cosmos. Now, turn that same deep looking upon yourself. What you call me is also entirely composed of non-me elements. Your parents and all your ancestors are flowing in your DNA. The food you ate for breakfast, the sun, the earth, the rain, the pharmaceutics, literally becoming the cells of your body right now. The air you are breathing is a gift from the trees and the phytoplankton in the ocean. The language you speak, the ideas you have, the culture that shaped you, all of these came from outside of you. If you were to remove all these non-you elements, what would be left? Nothing. Just like the sheet of paper, you are empty of a separate self. You are with the entire universe. The dividing line between self and other, between you and the world, is a fiction created by a limited mode of perception. Another ancient and beautiful metaphor to illustrate this reality is that of Indra's net. This image comes from the Avatamsaka Sutra, a foundational Mahayana text. It describes the cosmos as a vast, infinite net that stretches out in all directions. At every single node where the threads of the net cross, there hangs a single, brilliant, multifaceted jewel. The miraculous nature of this net is that if you were to look deeply into the polished surface of any one jewel, you would see reflected in it every other jewel in the entire, infinite net. Not only that, but each reflection within that jewel also contains the reflection of all the other jewels, and so on, in an endless, holographic cascade of interreflection. Each jewel represents a single being, a single event, a single particle in the universe. Each jewel is distinct and has its own location, yet at the same time, it contains and is contained by the whole. The separation is an illusion of perspective. The reality is one of total, luminous interpenetration. This metaphor tells us that what happens to one jewel affects the entire net. To touch one jewel is to make the whole net shimmer. The well-being of the individual is utterly inseparable from the well-being of the whole. This is the very structure of reality. When this insight moves from being an intellectual concept to a felt, lived experience, it has profound and transformative consequences for our lives. Firstly, the painful illusion of loneliness begins to dissolve. The feeling of being a small, isolated fragment, a lonely drop of water in a vast and intimidating ocean, is revealed to be a mistake. We realize that we are not separate from the world, but a vital and inseparable expression of the world. We are not a stranger here. We belong to the universe, and the universe belongs to us. This is the feeling of coming home, a profound sense of at one meant that is the ultimate antidote to alienation. Secondly, compassion ceases to be a moral duty and becomes a spontaneous and logical response to seeing things as they are. If you and I are, if your existence is contained within mine, and my existence is contained within yours, then your suffering is not separate from my suffering. To cause you harm is, on a deep level, to cause harm to myself. To pollute the river is to poison the water that I will eventually drink. To cut down the forest is to damage the lungs of the world that I depend upon for my own breath. Ecological responsibility and social justice are no longer shoulds imposed from the outside. they become the natural expression of wisdom. It is the simple, self-evident wisdom of not wanting to injure your own body. The famous line, often attributed to the poet Rumi, captures this shift in identity perfectly. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. We are accustomed to the fear and vulnerability of being the single drop. The insight of non-duality flips this perspective completely. It reveals that the entire ocean, all of its power, all of its history, all of its depth and mysterious, holographically present within the constitution of each and every individual drop. We are not just a tiny part of the whole. We are a perfect reflection of the whole. This truth of interbeing is the ultimate flowering of the insights into impermanence and no self. It is because things are impermanent and have no solid, separate self that they must be, by definition, interconnected. Everything leans on everything else. Nothing stands on its own. To see this is to finally dissolve the artificial barrier our minds have erected between ourself and the world. We see that the river of our individual life is not, and never has been, separate from the great, unified ocean of being. To realize this is to find a peace that is boundless, for we are no longer defending a small, fragile territory. It is to find a compassion that is effortless, for we see our own face in the face of all others. We finally understand that we are not just a temporary visitor in the universe. We are the universe itself, waking up to and experiencing its own magnificent, interconnected, and indivisible reality. We have journeyed far into the inner landscape, progressively deepening our understanding of reality. We have witnessed the relentless flow of impermanence, anicca. We have deconstructed the illusion of the solid self, seeing the truth of anatta, and we have marveled at the profound web of connection that is interbeing. We now arrive at the very heart of this wisdom tradition, the central insight upon which all the others rest. It is a concept so profound that it can feel daunting, and a word so easily misunderstood that it has caused centuries of confusion. We arrive now at the teaching of emptiness, or in Sanskrit, shunyata. To approach this teaching, we must first set aside our preconceived notions. The word emptiness strikes our Western ears with a sense of nihilism and despair. It conjures images of a cold, meaningless void, a black hole where nothing matters. The Buddhist understanding of emptiness is the precise opposite of this. It is not a denial of life, but the ultimate affirmation of its vibrant, dynamic, and miraculous nature. It is the key that unlocks the deepest freedom imaginable. Let us begin by stating clearly what emptiness is not. It does not mean that nothing exists. It is not a declaration that you, this world, and this universe are a mere figment of imagination. When you stub your toe on a rock, the pain is very real. The teaching of emptiness does not deny this lived reality. The critical point is that emptiness is not a noun describing a place or a void. It is an adjective, a quality describing the nature of all phenomena. Things are empty, but empty of what? They are empty of any separate, independent, intrinsic, or permanent self-existence. This is the crucial phrase to remember. Empty of a separate self. This insight is simply the other side of the coin of interbeing and dependent origination. The logic is simple, direct, and inescapable, as we saw with the sheet of paper. Because all things arise in dependence upon other conditions, no single thing can be said to have its own inherent, standalone existence. The paper is made entirely of non-paper elements. Therefore, it is empty of a separate paper self. The same is true for everything. Your body is empty of a separate self because it depends on air, water, food, and your parents. A feeling is empty of a separate self because it depends on a sense organ, a sense object, and consciousness. Everything is empty of self-existence because everything is interconnected. Emptiness and interconnectedness are two ways of saying the exact same thing. Let us use the simple metaphor of a cup. We see a ceramic cup on a table, and our ordinary perception registers it as a single, self-contained object. But when we look with the eyes of wisdom, we see what it is truly made of. We see the clay, drawn from the earth. We see the water that was mixed with the clay to make it pliable. We see the fire in the kiln that made it hard and durable. We see the skill and intention of the potter who shaped it on a wheel. We see the generations of knowledge that led to the invention of the wheel and the kiln. We see the sun and rain that allowed the potter to live and thrive. The cup is entirely composed of non-cup elements. It is utterly dependent on the rest of the universe for its existence. It is, therefore, empty of any inherent, independent cupness. But there is an even more beautiful dimension to a cup's emptiness. What makes a cup useful? What allows it to fulfill its function as a cup? It is precisely its emptiness, the empty space within its walls. That empty space is what allows it to hold tea, or water, or wine. If the cup were a solid block of clay, it would be useless as a cup. Its function, its potential, its very cupness is defined by its emptiness. In this sense, emptiness is not a lack, but a boundless potential. It is the space that allows function and form to arise. This leads us to the most famous and profound distillation of this teaching, a single line from the ancient Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Let us unpack this koan-like statement. The first part, form is emptiness, is what we have just explored. Any form that we can perceive, whether it is a star, a tree, our own body, or even a fleeting thought, when we investigate it deeply, we discover that it has no solid, independent existence. It is a temporary coming together of conditions, and is therefore empty of a separate self. This is the deconstructive side of the teaching. It dissolves our attachments to the solidity of things. The second part, emptiness, is form, is even more wondrous. It means that precisely because reality is empty of fixed, rigid, permanent, and independent essences, it is able to give rise to the infinite, vibrant, and ever-changing display of forms that we call life. Emptiness is not a static void. It is the dynamic, fertile, and creative ground of all being. It is the ultimate potential from which all possibilities can emerge. If reality were not empty, if things were solid, fixed, and permanent, then nothing could change, nothing could be born, nothing could grow, and nothing could die. Life would be impossible. Emptiness is the very condition that allows for the fluid, sacred dance of existence. Think of a movie screen. The screen itself must be empty or blank, white space in order for the moving images of the film to appear on it. If the screen already had a permanent, fixed image painted on it, no movie would be possible. The emptiness of the screen is the very potential that allows all the forms of the story, the heroes, the villains, the tragedies, the commediesto manifest. Reality is like this. Shunyata is the great empty screen of pure potential, and all of life is the luminous, ever-changing movie being projected upon it. Understanding this has a profoundly liberating effect on our minds. Our minds love to create solid concepts and then mistake them for reality. We create rigid categories of good and bad, right and wrong, success and failure, self and other. We then cling to these concepts, fight for them, and suffer when reality doesn't conform to our fixed ideas. The wisdom of emptiness allows us to see that all these concepts are just mental constructs, labels we have placed on a fluid, ungraspable reality. They are empty of any ultimate, inherent truth. This doesn't mean we can't use concepts like good and bad in a conventional way, but we hold them lightly. We understand they are tools, not absolute truths. This frees us from the prison of our own ideologies, from fanaticism, from the rigid need to always be right. It dissolves the bedrock of our prejudices and opens the mind to a new level of flexibility, humility, and open-hearted curiosity. Bringing this back to our river, we can now see that the very possibility of the river's flow is its emptiness. If water had a permanent, solid, inherent form, it would be a block of ice. It could not flow, it could not yield, it could not adapt. The river would not exist. The emptiness of the water, its lack of a fixed, intrinsic shape, is the very quality that gives it its freedom and its power, our own consciousness. When we realize its fundamentally empty, open, and non-fixed nature gains this same fluidity, we stop identifying with the solid, suffering, and defensive rock of the ego, and we awaken to our true nature as the open, flowing, and boundless potential of the water itself. To see emptiness is not to see nothing. It is to see things as they truly are, miraculous, transient, and luminous displays of interconnected energy. It is to see the form of the wave while simultaneously understanding the reality of the water. It is to see the dance of the flame while understanding that it has no fixed existence apart from the fuel and the oxygen. To understand emptiness is to lose nothing but our the chains of our rigid concepts, our fixed identity, and our fearful clinging. In their place, we gain the freedom to flow with life, the courage to embrace change, and the wisdom to see the sacred, ungraspable, and beautiful dance of form, arising from and returning to the boundless, creative potential that is the very heart of reality. We have journeyed to the furthest reaches of philosophical inquiry, exploring the profound and sometimes daunting truths of no self, interconnectedness, and the vibrant emptiness that is the very ground of being. We have looked at the cosmos through the lens of Indra's net and seen the universe in a sheet of paper. These vast, expansive views are essential for loosening the grip of our limited and egoic worldview. But there is a danger that such profound ideas can remain as mere concepts, as beautiful but abstract theories that feel disconnected from the grit and texture of our daily lives. So now, we must come full circle. We must bring this entire, vast understanding home to the only place it can ever be truly realized, the only time it can ever be truly experienced. We must return to the simple, profound, and all-powerful gift of the present moment, for the now is the single, sacred portal through which all these truths can be directly known. Our ordinary mind is a master of time travel, but it is a deeply troubled and inefficient time traveler. It spends almost all of its energy shuttling between two realms that do not, in any real sense, exist: the past and the future. Let us first look at the past. The past is not a real place. You cannot go there. It exists only as a collection of memory traces, like ghostly photographs stored in the archive of your brain. It is a story we tell ourselves. Yet, we spend an incredible amount of our life energy living in this ghostly archive. We wander through the halls of regret, endlessly replaying our mistakes. We linger in the rooms of resentment, refeeling old wounds and nursing ancient grievances. We cling to the faded photographs of past glories, comparing their brightness to the perceived dullness of our present. This is a recipe for suffering. To live in the past is to be haunted by phantoms, to allow the dead weight of what has already happened to poison the vitality of the only moment that is actually alive. The great river of life has already flowed past that point. To mentally remain there is to choose to be stranded in a dry and dusty riverbed. Then there is the future. The future is an even greater illusion. It is a realm of pure imagination, a mental projection, a series of phantoms we create. It has absolutely no reality whatsoever, yet we treat it as if it were more real and more important than the present moment. We live in a state of constant rehearsal and anticipation. We are so focused on getting to the next moment, the next achievement, the next goal, that we completely miss the life that is unfolding right in front of us. And more often than not, our projections of the future are filled with fear. This is the realm of anxiety. We are tormented by phantoms of our own making, suffering from catastrophes that have not occurred and may never occur. To live in the future is to sacrifice the concrete reality of the now for a world of insubstantial fantasy. The river has not yet reached that destination. To try and live there is to be lost in a confusing and terrifying mist. The inescapable truth is this: the only time you have ever been alive is now. The present moment is the only reality you will ever experience. It is the razor's edge, where the past is shed and the future is born. It is the point of direct contact between your consciousness and the universe. All of your power, all of your freedom, all of your capacity to love, to act, to learn, and to experience joy is located exclusively in this moment. Peace is not found by resolving the past or securing the future. Peace is found by learning to fully inhabit the present. So why is this so difficult? Why does the mind resist the now so fiercely? It is because the ego, the sense of a separate, solid self, is largely constructed from the past memories, our conditioning, our story, and the future, our ambitions, our hopes, and our fears. The simple, spacious, and unadorned present moment is a threat to the ego. In pure presence, the egoic self, with its constant chatter and demands, tends to dissolve. The mind, addicted to the drama of past grievances and future anxieties, finds the simplicity of the now to be boring. Our addiction to thinking is, in essence, an addiction to not being here. There is a powerful Zen story that illustrates the profound wisdom of returning to the now, especially in the face of life's greatest difficulties. A person is walking through the mountains and is suddenly charged by a huge, ferocious tiger. Running for their life, they come to the edge of a sheer cliff. With no other choice, they grab onto a thick vine hanging from the cliff edge and swing themselves over the side. Just as the tiger snaps its jaws where they had been standing, clinging to the vine, they look down and see, to their horror, another hungry tiger pacing on the ground below, waiting for them to fall. Their situation seems hopeless, caught between the tiger of the past and the tiger of the future. As they hang there, contemplating their predicament, they notice that two small mice, one white and one black, have scurried out of a crevice and have begun to gnaw on the very vine to which they are clinging. The symbolism is stark and powerful. The tiger above is the past that is chasing user regrets, our traumas, our history. The tiger below is the future that we fear, our anxieties, our death, our unknown fate. The vine is our fragile lifeline, and the two mice, one white for the day and one black for the night are the relentless passage of time, steadily eating away at the moments of our life. This is the ultimate human condition, suspended between a past we cannot escape and a future we cannot control, with time constantly running out. In this moment of utter peril and hopelessness, the person looks to the side and sees, growing from the cliff face, a single, wild strawberry. It is plump, red, and perfectly ripe. Reaching out with their one free hand, they carefully pick the strawberry, put it in their mouth, and savor it completely. The story ends with a single reflection: how sweet it tasted. This is a radical teaching about where life is truly found, even when pursued by the past and threatened by the future. Even when our life is literally hanging by a thread, the present moment still offers a strawberry. It still offers a moment of potential sweetness, a flash of sensory reality, a taste of pure life that is independent of our terrifying predicament. The story does not say that eating the strawberry solved the person's problems. It did not make the tigers go away. What it did was anchor them in the only reality they had, allowing them to experience a moment of pure, unadulterated life in the very midst of their crisis. The practice of presence is the practice of finding and savoring the strawberry in our own lives, right now. So how do we do this? How do we find the strawberry? We do it by treating every mundane, everyday action as a gateway to the now, as a sacred practice. When you drink a cup of tea, you don't need to be drinking your worries along with it. Just drink the tea. Feel the warmth of the cup in your hands. See the steam rising from the surface. Smell its fragrant aroma. Taste it fully as it touches your tongue. In that moment, there is no past, no future, only the simple, profound reality of drinking tea. When you are walking, just walk. Instead of being lost in thought, bring your attention to the physical sensations. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. Feel the rhythm of your legs, the movement of the air on your skin. This is walking meditation. When you are washing the dishes, you can be resentful about the past meal or anxious about the next task, or you can be fully present. You can feel the sensation of the warm water on your hands. See the beautiful iridescence of the soap bubbles. Hear the satisfying clink of clean plates being stacked. Your entire life consists of these simple moments. They are not obstacles to be rushed through in order to get to some more important future moment. They are your life. The quality of your life is nothing more or less than the quality of attention you bring to the present moment. The profound truths of emptiness, no self, and interconnectedness are not destinations we arrive at in the future. They are realities to be tasted in the strawberry of the now. The present moment is the only portal we have. To be lost in the past is to live as a ghost. To be lost in the future is to live as a phantom. To be fully present is to finally, truly be alive. The great gift of this path is not the promise of a perfect, problem-free future. It is the infinitely more precious skill of learning how to fully inhabit the life you have right now. It is the art of noticing the strawberry, growing defiantly on the cliff, face of your own existence, and having the presence of mind to reach out, to taste it, and to realize that its sweetness is the only true and lasting nourishment you will ever find. We have arrived at a pivotal place on our journey. We have gathered the tools to find peace in the present moment, to navigate our inner storms, and to see through the illusions that cause our suffering. We have learned how to find the sweet strawberry on the cliff face of our lives. For many spiritual paths, this would be the destination, a state of personal peace, an individual liberation from the turmoil of the mind. And this is a profound and worthy achievement. But the great vehicle tradition of Buddhism, the Mahayana path, suggests that this is not the final destination, but merely a beautiful and necessary base camp. From this place of personal clarity, a new, vaster, and more compassionate vista opens up before us. Once our own river begins to run clear, we look around and see that we are part of a vast and interconnected watershed, and that countless other streams are still running thick with the mud of suffering. A deep, natural empathy arises, and we begin to realize that our own peace feels somehow incomplete as long as others are not also free. This is the moment when the path turns from a journey for the self to a journey for all. It is the dawning of what is known as bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is a Sanskrit term that lies at the very heart of this path, and it translates as the mind of awakening, or, more evocatively, the awakened heart. It is one of the most precious and powerful states of mind a human being can cultivate. Bodhicitta is a twofold aspiration. The first aspiration is the wish to attain full and perfect enlightenment, to completely awaken and free oneself from all suffering and its causes. The second aspiration, which gives the first its boundless power and meaning, is the wish to do so for the sole purpose of being able to liberate all other living beings from their suffering. The motivation completely shifts. The goal is no longer, may I be free from suffering. It becomes, may I achieve perfect freedom and wisdom so that I may have the boundless skill, compassion, and power to help every single being become free from suffering. This is a profound evolution from ordinary compassion. Ordinary compassion sees suffering and wishes it would end. Bodhicitta sees suffering, wishes it would end, and then makes a heroic and unwavering vow to dedicate one's entire existence, across lifetimes, if necessary, to bringing about that end. It is the ultimate alignment of our personal journey with a universal purpose. It is the recognition that my own liberation and the liberation of all others are not two separate things, but are inextricably intertwined. This radical shift in perspective is the natural, logical, and emotional culmination of the insights we have been exploring. The teachings of no-self, anatta, and interconnectedness, interbeing, are the rational foundation for bodhicitta. If there is, in an ultimate sense, no solid, separate me, and if all beings interrate, are as part of a single, indivisible web of life, then the very distinction between my happiness and your happiness becomes transparent and artificial. Harming you is harming myself. Helping you is helping myself. To seek liberation only for this temporary collection of aggregates called me, while ignoring the suffering of all the other interconnected aggregates, is seen as a subtle and profound form of selfishness. It is an attempt to wall off our own little section of the river and make it pure, while ignoring the pollution in the rest of the great watershed. Bodhicitta understands that the only way to truly purify the water is to work for the health of the entire river system. Furthermore, bodhicitta is the ultimate antidote to the last and most subtle trap of the ego on the spiritual path. It is very easy for the quest for enlightenment to become the ego's final and grandest project. The desire, I want to be enlightened, I want to be special, I want to attain a high spiritual state, can still be a form of grasping, a form of bhavatanha, the thirst for becoming. Bodhicitta shatters this last stronghold of the self by completely reorienting the goal. The focus is no longer on my attainment, but on my capacity to serve. The self becomes not the hero of the story, but the humble instrument of a universal compassion. This shift provides an inexhaustible source of energy and resilience for the path. When our motivation is only our own personal peace, it is easy to become discouraged. We might have a bad meditation session, get caught in a storm of anger, and think, "This is too hard. I give up." But when our motivation is bodhicitta, our perspective changes entirely. We see our own struggles as part of the training. We think, "I must learn to work with this anger, because if I cannot handle my own, how can I possibly help others with theirs? I must develop patience through this difficulty, so that I can have limitless patience for all beings." Our personal problems become our training ground for developing the qualities we will need to fulfill our great vow. Our journey is no longer fueled by the small, sputtering engine of personal ambition, but by the vast, nuclear reactor of a universal, compassionate purpose. The embodiment of this heroic ideal is the figure of the bodhisattva, the awakened being. A bodhisattva is one who has cultivated so much wisdom and merit that they stand at the very threshold of nirvana, ready to enter that final, unshakable peace. But then, looking back over their shoulder, they hear the cries of the suffering world. Moved by a compassion so immense that it is incomprehensible to an ordinary mind, they make a conscious choice. They turn back from the gates of their own final peace and vow to remain in the messy, difficult, and painful world of birth and death, again and again, until every last being, down to the last blade of grass, has been brought to enlightenment. The most beloved archetype of this ideal is the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, whose name means the one who hears the cries of the world. Avalokiteshvara is often depicted with 1,000 arms, and in the palm of each hand is an open eye. The 1,000 arms represent the boundless capacity for skillful, compassionate action, with each hand holding a different tool to help beings in their specific situations. The 1,000 eyes represent a panoramic, all-seeing wisdom that is aware of the suffering in every corner of the universe. This is not a deity to be worshipped in a passive way. This is a profound psychological and spiritual archetype of the potential that lies dormant in our own heart. To cultivate bodhicitta is to begin to grow our own 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes of wisdom and compassion. But how do we cultivate something so vast? We begin where we are, with simple, practical techniques. The primary method is the expansion of our love and goodwill through the practice of metta, or loving-kindness meditation. We begin, as we must, with ourselves, learning to offer ourselves the same kindness we would offer a dear friend. Then, we systematically extend that wish for well-being outward, to a loved one, then to a neutral person, then to a difficult person, and finally, we radiate it out to encompass all beings, in all directions, without exception and without discrimination. This practice systematically dismantles the walls our ego has built between us and them, expanding our circle of care until it is boundless. Another powerful technique is to actively contemplate our interconnectedness. Before a meal, we can reflect on the hundreds of beings involved in bringing that food to our plate. The farmers, the truck drivers, the grocery store clerks, not to mention the sun, the rain, and the earth itself. This fosters a natural sense of gratitude and a feeling of responsibility. We see that we are not self-sufficient, but are constantly being supported by a vast web of life. Now we can see the full meaning of our river. If our personal spiritual journey is our river, bodhicitta is its ultimate, inexhaustible source. A river that is fed only by our personal desire for happiness may be lovely, but it can be small. It might even run dry during the inevitable droughts of doubt, laziness, or despair. But a river that is connected to the vast, underground aquifer of bodhicitta can never run dry. It taps into a source of motivation and meaning that is as large as the universe itself. This river becomes a mighty, life-giving force, a great torrent of compassion that not only finds its own way to the ocean of peace, but also irrigates, nourishes, and brings life to the entire landscape through which it passes. Bodhicitta is the radiant, beating heart of the great vehicle path. It is the marriage of profound wisdom and limitless compassion. It takes the cold, clear, and spacious insight of emptiness and fills it with the warmth and purpose of boundless love. It provides the final and most beautiful answer to the question, why should I seek enlightenment? The answer now becomes, I seek enlightenment not as a personal escape, but as a universal service, so that I may become a perfect and inexhaustible resource for the well-being of all. This supreme shift, from me to all of us, is the most liberating journey of all, transforming a private quest for peace into a heroic, joyful, and deeply meaningful collaboration with all of life. We have walked a long and demanding path together. We have committed to ethical conduct. We have undertaken the rigorous training of the mind through mindfulness and concentration, and we have cultivated the profound, world-altering insights of wisdom and compassion. We have engaged in the diligent work of carving the riverbed, shaping our thoughts, words, and deeds to create a clear and purposeful channel for our lives. This journey has, at times, required immense effort, patience, and resolve. But now, as we approach the farther shores of this practice, we encounter a beautiful and liberating paradox. The ultimate purpose of all this effort is to arrive at a state of profound effortlessness. The goal of all this doing is to perfect the art of non-doing. This is the wisdom of trusting the unseen current, the state of graceful, spontaneous, and effective action that is free from all inner struggle. In the ancient tradition of Taoism, this state is known as Wu Wei, while from a different philosophical stream, this term perfectly captures a quality that is the supreme fruition of the Buddhist path. Wu can be translated as not or non. Wei can be translated as action, striving, making, or effort. So, Wu Wei does not mean not doing anything or passivity. It means non-striving action, effortless action, or action that flows without internal resistance. It is the opposite of our usual mode of operation. We live our lives driven by the force of the ego, which is always striving. We try hard to succeed. We force ourselves to get things done. We make things happen through sheer willpower and exertion. This way of being is filled with tension, self-consciousness, and a feeling of swimming upstream. Wu Wei, in contrast, is the state of action that arises spontaneously when we are in deep, harmonious alignment with the present moment and the natural way of things. To understand this, imagine a novice learning to sail a boat on a great river. The novice, full of anxiety and a need to control, fights the river at every turn. They row frantically against a current they don't understand. They get their oars tangled. They get caught in eddies, spinning in circles. They try to impose their will directly upon the water, and in doing so, they exhaust themselves, make very little progress, and may even capsize the boat. This is our life when it is driven by the fearful, striving ego. Now, picture the master boatman. Having spent a lifetime on the river, they don't see it as an adversary. They see it as a powerful partner. They have a deep, intuitive, and embodied understanding of its currents, its depths, and its moods. They do not fight the current. They use it. With a small, subtle adjustment of the rudder here, a slight unfurling of the sail there, they harness the river's own energy to carry them swiftly and gracefully to their destination. To an outside observer, their actions seem minimal, almost magical. They are in such perfect harmony with the flow that their doing has become a kind of non-doing. This is the state of Wu Wei. It is not the result of laziness, but the fruit of immense practice that has ripened into intuitive, effortless mastery. It is crucial to understand that this state of non-striving is the polar opposite of passivity or indifference. Apathy is a state of dullness and aversion, a refusal to engage with life. It is like refusing to even get in the boat. Wu Wei is a state of supreme alertness, heightened sensitivity, and profound effectiveness. The master boatman is exquisitely aware of the wind, the water, and the destination, but their actions are so perfectly attuned to the reality of the moment that they are completely free from the internal friction of the egoic self that is always wondering, am I doing this right? What if I fail? The self-conscious doer has disappeared, and what remains is simply the seamless, flowing dance of action itself. A classic story from the Taoist sage Zhuangzi tells of a butcher named Ding, who was carving up an ox for a great lord. The lord watched, mesmerized, as Cook Ding worked. His knife seemed to dance. Every touch, every slice, every separation of flesh from bone was perfectly graceful and fluid. He moved with the rhythm of a sacred dance, and the ox fell apart with seemingly no effort at all. The Lord was astounded and said, "This is incredible. How have you achieved such a sublime level of skill?" Cook Ding put down his knife and replied, "What I love is the way, which goes beyond mere skill. When I first began to cut up oxen, all I could see was the ox itself. It was a problem, a mass of flesh and bone. After 3 years, I no longer saw the whole ox. I only saw the divisions. But now, I see with my spirit, not with my eyes. My senses stop, and my spirit moves where it wants. I follow the natural grain. I glide through the big hollows. I guide the knife through the great openings, and I never touch a ligament or a tendon, let alone a major bone." He explained that his knife had not needed sharpening in 19 years, because instead of cutting and chopping, it simply found the empty spaces that were already there. He was not imposing his will upon the ox. He was yielding to its inherent nature. This is a perfect description of the fruition of our path. The years of diligent practice of mindfulness, of ethics, of concentration are, like Cook Ding's initial years of struggle. We are learning the anatomy of our own mind, the nature of reality. At first, it feels like hard work. We have to consciously remember to be mindful, to practice kindness, to let go of anger. We are seeing the whole ox of our conditioned self, and it seems like an intractable problem. But after years of practice, something begins to shift. We no longer have to try so hard. Right action, loving speech, and wise understanding begin to flow more naturally. We have developed an intuitive feel for the grain of reality. We see where to apply effort and where to yield. Like Cook Ding, we learn to move through life's challenges by finding the empty spaces, the path of least resistance, not through force, but through wisdom and sensitivity. The self-conscious, striving I who is practicing Buddhism begins to recede, and what emerges is a spontaneous, graceful expression of the Dharma itself. To arrive at this state requires the cultivation of a profound and radical trust. It is the willingness to let go of our ego's obsessive need to be in control of everything. The thinking mind, the part of us that plans and strategizes and worries, has to learn to step aside and trust the deeper wisdom that has been cultivated through our practice. It is trusting the body to know how to move. It is trusting the heart to know how to respond with compassion. It is trusting the deep, quiet mind, the mind that has been made clear and spacious through meditation, to navigate a complex situation more skillfully than the frantic, anxious ego ever could. This is what it means to trust the unseen current. We stop trying to frantically row our boat, and we learn to feel the deep, silent, powerful current of the Tao, the Dharma, the natural unfolding of reality that is always moving towards wholeness and balance. We realize that the river itself knows the way to the sea. Our job is not to force the river, but to align ourselves with its flow. This requires the ultimate surrender of the small self and its plans, and a complete faith in the wisdom of the great flow itself. This is not a blind faith, but a confident trust born from the direct experience that when we get out of our own way, life unfolds with a grace and intelligence that our egoic minds could never orchestrate. The long and sometimes arduous journey of spiritual practice, then, leads us to a place of profound rest, a dynamic stillness where our actions become as natural and effortless as the clouds drifting across the sky. The self-conscious striver, the anxious meditator, the worried practitioner, all these identities dissolve, and what remains is simply a human being moving through the world with ease, grace, and an unshakable peace. The boundary between the doer and the deed melts away. In carving the riverbed of our being with such care and diligence, we reach a point where we no longer need to consciously steer. We can finally ship our oars, lift our gaze, and trust the great, unseen current of life to carry us home. This is the final, beautiful expression of what it means to be like water. Our long river has journeyed through many landscapes. It has flowed through the dark canyons of suffering, navigated the sharp rocks of adversity, and learned to trust its own unseen current in a state of graceful, effortless action. We now arrive at the estuary, the place where the river, after its long and winding journey, finally prepares to meet its ultimate destination and its original source. We arrive at the great, boundless ocean. This is the final teaching of the path, the description of the ultimate freedom that has been the goal and the promise from the very beginning. This is the state known as nirvana. As with all the profound concepts on this path, we must begin by clearing away the thicket of misconceptions that surrounds this word. Nirvana is not a place. It is not a heavenly paradise you go to after you die, filled with eternal pleasures. Such a place, being dependent on conditions, would itself be impermanent and ultimately unsatisfactory. Nor is nirvana a state of annihilation, a blank, empty void where the self is snuffed out into nothingness. This is a nihilistic view that the Buddha explicitly rejected. The truth is far more subtle, more beautiful, and more real. Nirvana is not a destination you travel to. It is a reality you awaken to. It is the final, unshakable freedom that occurs when the mind is completely liberated from its delusions and attachments. The word itself, as we have learned, means to extinguish, and what is extinguished are the three fires that have caused all our suffering: the fire of greed and grasping, the fire of hatred and aversion, and the fire of ignorance and delusion. Nirvana is the cool, luminous, and profoundly peaceful state that is revealed when these fires have completely burned out for lack of fuel. The most powerful metaphor for understanding this transition is the one we have followed all along: the river meeting the ocean. Our individual life, our stream of consciousness, begins as a small trickle, carving its path through the landscape of our karma. It grows and gathers strength, shaped by the eightfold path, learning to flow with clarity and purpose. Its entire journey has been directed towards the sea. Now, imagine the moment of arrival. The river flows into the vast, open expanse of the ocean. In that moment, where does the river end and the ocean begin? The boundary dissolves. The separation disappears. The river does not die or get annihilated. It merges with and becomes indistinguishable from the boundless body of water from which it originally came as rain, and to which it was always destined to return. The small, individual drop of water, which for its entire journey was defined by its banks, the banks of the ego, the sense of being a separate me, finally realizes its true nature. It was never just a drop. It was always, in its essence, ocean. It was always made of the same water, the same fundamental substance as the whole. The feeling of being small, separate, and vulnerable, which was the source of all its striving and fear, vanishes completely in this homecoming. This is the state of nirvana. The ups and downs of life, the waves on the surface of the ocean, continue to rise and fall. The winds of change still blow, but the liberated being is no longer identified with the fleeting, fragile wave. Their identity has shifted to the vast, deep, and imperturbable body of the ocean itself. They feel the waves rise and fall, but they are not disturbed, for they know their true nature is the unfathomable depth that remains perfectly still, even in the midst of the most violent hurricane. This oceanic consciousness is characterized by qualities that seem almost superhuman from our ordinary perspective, yet they are the natural expression of a mind freed from delusion. The first quality is an unshakable peace. This is not the fragile happiness that depends on getting what we want or on conditions being pleasant. It is a peace that lies deeper than the duality of pleasure and pain. It is a profound equanimity that remains untouched by praise or blame, gain or loss, success or failure. It is the stillness of the ocean depths, a peace that cannot be disturbed by the weather on the surface. From this peace flows a boundless and spontaneous compassion. With the artificial barrier between self and other having completely dissolved, the distinction between my suffering and your suffering becomes meaningless. The joys and sorrows of other beings are experienced as intimately as one's own. Compassion is no longer a deliberate practice one has to cultivate. It becomes as natural and unstoppable as the radiation of light from the sun. The response to suffering is immediate, wise, and effortless, because there is no longer a self getting in the way, calculating what's in it for me. This state is also one of absolute fearlessness. All of our fears are rooted in the defense of a small, vulnerable, and separate self. We fear failure because it threatens our egoic identity. We fear loss because it diminishes our sense of self. And we fear death because we believe it is the annihilation of this precious me. But when you realize that your true nature is not the small separate wave, but the entire timeless ocean of being, what is there left to fear? The concept of personal death becomes meaningless when you have awakened to a reality that was never born and can never die. Another powerful metaphor for understanding this unshakable nature of the liberated mind is the metaphor of space. Think of the space in the room where you are right now. Within this space, all manner of events can occur. There can be a beautiful symphony or a loud and angry argument. There can be a joyful celebration or a moment of deep grief. The space itself is never improved by the beautiful music, nor is it harmed or stained by the angry words. The space does not get sad or happy. It simply, unconditionally, allows all of these events to arise, to exist, and to pass away, while its own fundamental nature remains open, clear, and untouched. The liberated mind is like space. Thoughts, emotions, sensations, and world events, the entire pageant of life. Both beautiful and terrible flow through it, but the core of awareness remains pristine and undisturbed. It has realized a freedom that is beyond all vulnerability. It is crucial to understand this final, vital point. Nirvana is not a goal that we achieve or a new state that we create through our effort. It is a return to what we have always been. The entire path, with all its diligence and practice, has not been a process of building something new. It has been a process of demolition. It has been the systematic dismantling of the walls of ignorance. It has been the patient work of clearing away the clouds of greed and hatred that have obscured the ever-present blue sky of our true nature. It has been the quiet allowing of the mud of confusion to settle, revealing the crystal-clear water that was there from the very beginning. The journey is not one of becoming a Buddha. It is one of ceasing to be anything else. It is a journey of unlearning, of letting go, of remembering. The ocean of being, then, is both the ultimate destination and the ever-present source of the river of our lives. It is the final, joyful release from the exhausting, lifelong project of constructing and defending a separate self. It is the peace that, as the scriptures say, surpasses all understanding, because it does not depend on anything for its existence. It is the end of our desperate search for a home, because we awaken to the stunning realization that we have been home all along. To be like water is to make this final, complete return to our own oceanic nature. It is to joyfully dissolve the illusion of our separateness, to rest in the vast, silent, and luminous reality of what we have always been, and to begin a new life, not as a struggling individual, but as a boundless expression of wisdom and compassion, acting spontaneously for the benefit of all. This is the ultimate freedom. This is the final peace. And this is the true beginning. We began this journey together with the image of a great solitary rock bracing itself against the relentless, churning river of life. We recognized ourselves in that rock, in its rigidity, its tension, and in the slow, weary erosion caused by its constant resistance. From that starting point of suffering, we have traveled far. We followed the river to its source, identifying the deep thirst that freezes our fluid nature into a solid state of ego and attachment. We were given a map, the Noble Eightfold Path, that showed us how to carve a new, more skillful channel for our lives. We took apart the very idea of the rock, seeing through the illusion of a solid self and a solid world, and discovering the profound, flowing truths of impermanence, interconnectedness, and the vibrant emptiness that is the ground of all being. And finally, we followed that river all the way to the sea, realizing that our true nature was never that of the separate, suffering rock, but of the vast, boundless, and peaceful ocean itself. If there is a single, core message to be taken from this entire journey, it is this: peace is not a destination you arrive at by manipulating the world around you. It is not found in a life free from problems, challenges, or pain, for such a life does not exist. The river will always have its currents. Peace is an inner quality, a profound shift in your relationship to the river itself. It is the art of meeting the totality of your life with a wise, compassionate, and flexible heart. The invitation, then, is simple and profound. Be like water. Be adaptable, yielding to the shape of the present moment without resistance. Be clear, allowing the mud of your confusion to settle so that you can see things as they truly are. Be resilient, possessing the soft, persistent strength that can, over time, wear away the hardest obstacles. Be flowing, letting go of the past, and not fretting about the future, content to be fully alive in the only moment there is. This may seem like a grand and distant goal, but the entire journey begins with a single, simple step. It does not require you to change your life overnight. It only asks that you begin to pay attention. So, the next time you feel the pressure of the world mounting, the next time you feel yourself hardening into a rock of anger, anxiety, or resentment, simply remember the possibility of flow. In that moment, take one conscious breath, and in the sacred pause that breath creates, you can make a choice. You can choose to soften, to yield, to allow the river of life to flow around you and through you without needing to fight it. Peace is not something you must go out and find. It is your most fundamental nature, waiting patiently beneath the turbulence of the untrained mind. The path is not about becoming someone new. It is simply about remembering who you have always been, and the power to begin that journey home, to taste the sweetness of your own being, lies within you, right now. The room is dark, but it is not truly dark. There is a cold blue light that flickers in the space between the pillow and the ceiling, a light that comes from a small, glowing screen. Beneath it, a person lies awake. Their body is tired, craving the release of sleep, but their mind is a turbulent ocean. The light from the screen is not a beacon of comfort, but a portal, pulling them back into the anxieties of the day that has passed and the worries of the day yet to come. The unanswered email, the conversation that ended poorly, the endless list of tasks that awaits at dawn. This is a silent prison, built by our own hands and furnished with our own worries. Sleep does not come, only a deeper exhaustion, a sense of being trapped in the relentless cycle of thought. If this scene feels familiar, know that you are not alone. This is not a personal failure, but a symptom of our time. We live in an age that worships busyness, an age that demands we are always connected, always available, always on. Our minds, like a computer that is never allowed to shut down, become overloaded, fragmented, and exhausted. We seek rest, we crave it, but our own minds have forgotten how to grant it. The quiet of the night, which should be a blanket of comfort, instead becomes an amplifier for the noise within. The silence makes the inner chaos even louder, leaving us feeling adrift and overwhelmed. But there is another way, a path that does not ask you to run away from the pressures of your life, but instead teaches you how to transform your relationship with them. This path is found in the timeless wisdom of Zen Buddhism, presented here not as a complex religion to be adopted, but as a practical set of spiritual tools, an art of living that has been refined for thousands of years. The core teaching is this: the precious time, just before you fall asleep, is not a moment to surrender to chaos. It is a sacred opportunity. It is a time to perform a quiet ritual, to prepare the mind for a gentle return to peace. This journey does not require a temple or a dramatic change in your life. It begins with 10 habits, 10 steps on a path, 10 gifts you give to yourself each night. They are a bridge, leading you from the shore of a troubled day to the quiet harbor of a truly restful night, guiding you toward a mind that is not at war, but finally at peace. We begin our journey not with a complex meditation technique, nor with a difficult philosophical concept, but with something far more immediate and tangible. We begin with the very space in which you will lay your head to rest. In our modern world, the boundaries have blurred. The bedroom is no longer just a bedroom. For many, it has become an extension of the office, a late-night cinema, a dining room, and a digital town square where the arguments of the world echo long into the night. We scroll through our emails from the same pillow where we hope to find peace. We watch jarring news reports from the same mattress where we seek gentle dreams. We have, without realizing it, invited the chaos of the world into our most intimate sanctuary. The first habit of Zen practice for a peaceful mind is to reclaim this space, to understand a fundamental truth. The outer world is but a mirror, reflecting the state of the inner world. To cultivate a peaceful mind, we must first cultivate a peaceful environment. This is not about interior design. This is about spiritual hygiene. Take a gentle, honest look around your bedroom. What do you see? Do not look with the eyes of judgment, but with the eyes of a curious observer. See the pile of clothes, perhaps clean, but not yet put away. This is not merely laundry. This is a collection of small, postponed decisions. See the stack of papers, the bills to be paid, the reports to be read. This is not just paper. This is a physical manifestation of lingering obligations, a silent hum of unfinished business. See the glass on the nightstand from 2 nights ago, the book lying face down on the floor, the layer of dust gathering on a surface. These are not signs of failure. They are simply evidence of a mind that has been pulled in too many directions, a mind too preoccupied with the grand battles of life to attend to the small, quiet details of its immediate surroundings. The Zen perspective teaches us that there is no separation. The state of your room is the state of your mind. A cluttered, chaotic space does not simply exist alongside a cluttered, chaotic mind. It actively feeds it, perpetuates it, and validates its frantic energy. Every object out of place is a small, visual distraction that pulls at your attention. Every unfinished task that you see before closing your eyes is a tiny anchor, holding your mind to the world of doing, rather than allowing it to drift into the world of being. To change this is not a chore, it is a practice. It is, in fact, a profound form of moving meditation. There is a classic Zen story about a young, eager student who sought out a great master. He was full of questions about enlightenment, the nature of reality, and the path to liberation. When he arrived at the temple, he found the old master meticulously, slowly, sweeping the fallen leaves in the temple courtyard. The student waited, then bowed, and began to ask his complex questions. The master did not stop sweeping. He simply continued his slow, rhythmic motion. After a long silence, the student, slightly frustrated, asked, "Master, I have come all this way to learn the deepest truths of Zen. Why do you continue to just sweep the leaves?" The master paused, leaned on his simple bamboo broom, and looked at the young man with deep compassion. He said, "I am not just sweeping leaves. I am sweeping the dust from my mind." This story holds the key to our first habit. The master was not engaged in a mundane task to be rushed through, so that the real spiritual work could begin. The sweeping was the spiritual work, the gentle, repetitive motion, the single-pointed focus on the task at hand, the act of bringing order and cleanliness to a small patch of the universe. This was his practice. In that moment, he was not thinking about yesterday's sermon or tomorrow's meal. He was fully present with the broom, the leaves, the stone path, and in that presence, the mind, which is so often a storm of thoughts, becomes as calm and clear as the swept courtyard itself. We must learn to see our own spaces in this light. You are not just tidying up, you are performing a sacred ritual. As you pick up a piece of clothing from the floor, you are not just hanging it in a closet. You are making a decision, completing a cycle, and bringing a small piece of your world into order. As you wipe the dust from your nightstand, you are not just cleaning, you are consciously and deliberately clearing your space of the old, the stagnant, the neglected. You are sweeping the dust from your own mind. When you approach these simple actions with this level of mindfulness, with this intention, they cease to be burdens. They become opportunities. They are moments in your day where you can practice being fully present, fully engaged, and fully at peace with a simple, tangible task. The external action of creating order directly cultivates an internal state of order. The two are inseparable. This leads us to the crucial idea of the bedroom as a sanctuary, and the importance of establishing a sacred boundary at its door. Your brain is a powerful association machine. It learns from repetition and context. If you consistently work on your laptop in bed, your brain creates a strong neural pathway that associates your bed with alertness, problem solving, stress, and the pressure of deadlines. It is no wonder then that when you try to sleep in that same spot, your brain refuses to switch off. It is simply following its training. It believes the bed is a place for work. To undo this programming, we must create a clear, unambiguous boundary. The bedroom should be consecrated for only two purposes: rest and intimacy, nothing else. This is an act of profound self-respect. It is telling yourself and the world that your rest is non-negotiable. When you physically remove the laptop, the work documents, the reminders of your professional obligations from your bedroom, you are creating a vacuum, and you must consciously choose to fill that vacuum, not with other distractions, but with the intention of peace. The doorway to your bedroom should become, in your mind, the threshold to a different kind of world. When you cross it at the end of the day, you are making a silent agreement to leave the world of demands, expectations, and anxieties behind you. They can wait. They will be there in the morning. But this space and this time is yours. It is sacred. Finally, we must consider the discipline of the senses. Our nervous system is in constant conversation with our environment through our senses. To create a sanctuary, we must curate what our senses are experiencing. Consider sight. The harsh blue-toned light from our screens, our televisions, and many modern light bulbs is a signal to the brain that it is daytime. It actively suppresses the production of melatonin, the hormone of sleep. The simple act of turning off these lights and using only a small lamp with a warm, soft, amber-toned light is one of the most powerful signals you can send to your body that the day is over. Darkness is not an absence of light. It is a presence of calm. It is a biological invitation to rest. Consider sound. We are bombarded by noise, and even in a quiet home, the sudden sound of a passing car or a humming appliance can be jarring. While some prefer total silence, others find that a gentle, consistent, ambient sound like soft rain or a simple, low hum can act as a sonic blanket, masking sudden noises and giving the listening mind something simple and non-threatening to hold on to. The key is to move from distracting noise to intentional, calming sound. And consider smell. The sense of smell is wired directly to the limbic system, the most ancient part of our brain, which governs emotion and memory. A scent can trigger a state of mind faster than a thought. Using a calming scent, like a single drop of lavender oil on a tissue by your pillow, or the gentle aroma of sandalwood incense, burned an hour before sleep, can become a powerful ritualistic anchor. Over time, your brain will build a strong association. This scent means safety, release, and the permission to let go. Creating a sacred space is the foundation upon which all other habits are built. It is the external expression of an internal commitment. It is the act of declaring that your peace matters, that your rest is vital, and that you are willing to take simple, concrete steps to protect it. Your bedroom is not just a room. It is the dojo where you will practice the art of letting go. It is the garden where you will cultivate the seeds of a quiet mind. It is the temple you build for yourself each and every night. Now that we have explored the profound philosophy of why our environment shapes our inner state, let us move from understanding to action. In our next step, we will walk through the gentle, mindful process of actually performing this ritual, transforming our physical space into a true sanctuary for the soul. In the space of understanding, we have seen how the world around us is a faultless mirror, reflecting the world within. We have touched upon the Zen wisdom that sees no difference between the sweeping of a floor and the clearing of a mind. Now, we must move from the realm of knowing to the realm of doing. For wisdom that is not embodied in action is like a seed that is never planted. This part of our journey is not a lecture, it is an invitation. It is a guided practice, a slow, deliberate dance of mindfulness that will transform your physical space from a mere room into a consecrated sanctuary. I invite you now to join me in this ritual. Do not rush. There is no destination to reach other than the stillness of this present moment. This is not a race to tidiness. It is a slow walk into tranquility. Every movement is a prayer, every action, an affirmation of your deep commitment to your own peace. Let us begin. Stand for a moment in the center of your room or near the doorway. Simply stand and let your eyes gently scan the space without the harsh glare of judgment. See it for what it is. It is a space that has held you, a space that has contained the energy of your day. Now, we will help it release that energy, just as we will help ourselves release it. Our first step is the act of clearing. Do not be overwhelmed by the entirety of the room. That is the mind's old habit, to see a mountain where there is only a single stone to be moved. We will not climb the whole mountain tonight. We will simply move one stone. Let your gaze settle upon one small area. Perhaps it is your nightstand. Perhaps it is the chair in the corner. Choose one single zone. This will be our focus. Let us imagine, together, that you have chosen your nightstand. Walk toward it slowly, with intention. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel the air moving around you. You are not just walking across a room. You are approaching an altar you are about to prepare. Now, look closely at this small space. Let us begin with the first object your eye is drawn to. Perhaps it is a water glass, half empty. Reach for it slowly. Feel the cool, smooth surface under your fingertips. Hold it in your hands. For a moment, this glass is the entire universe. It represents something that has been consumed, something from the past. It served its purpose. Now, its presence here is simply a lingering echo. As you hold it, acknowledge its service. Then, with that same slowness, carry it out of the room. Take it to the kitchen. As you place it by the sink, perform this action with a sense of completion. You are not just putting down a glass. You are consciously removing a piece of the finished day from your space of rest. You are letting go. As you walk back to your room, feel the lightness in your hands. One echo has been silenced. Let us return to the nightstand. What is next? Perhaps a book, lying face down, its spine bent. Pick it up with care. Feel its weight, the texture of its cover. This book represents a story, a world of ideas, a journey for the mind. It is a wonderful thing, but its journey is for the daytime. The night is a time for your own story to unfold in dreams. Ask yourself, does the presence of this open book invite your mind to engage, to analyze, to travel elsewhere? If so, it does not serve your rest. Take a bookmark and gently mark the page. Close the cover with a soft, final sound. Place the book neatly on its shelf or in a drawer. You are not abandoning the story. You are simply telling your mind that this particular journey is paused. Tonight, you will embark upon a different kind of journey, an inner one. Now, your eyes may fall upon a piece of mail, a bill, a reminder of the world's demands. This object may carry the heaviest energy of all. Pick it up. Do not read it. Simply feel the paper. This is a direct link to the world of obligation, of finance, of external pressures. It has no place in the sanctuary of your sleep. Its very presence is a quiet hum of anxiety. Hold it. Acknowledge its message without needing to engage with it, and make a conscious decision. This belongs to the world of doing. It belongs to the light of day. Carry this piece of paper out of the room. Place it on your desk or in a designated spot for tomorrow's attention. As you let it go, feel the subtle release in your shoulders. You have just drawn a powerful boundary. You have declared that the demands of the world can wait until the sun rises. They are not permitted to enter the sacred hours of the night. Look now at the surface of the nightstand itself. It may be clear of objects, but it may hold a fine layer of dust, the settled sediment of days past. Take a soft cloth, slowly, mindfully, wipe the surface. This is the heart of the sweeping monk's practice. As the cloth glides across the wood or metal, imagine you are wiping away not just dust, but the invisible residue of stress, the fingerprints of anxiety, the remnants of any troubled thoughts that have lingered in this space. Watch as the surface is transformed. It becomes clear, open, and receptive. It reflects the light with a quiet sheen. This is what you are cultivating in your mind. Clarity, openness, a space free from the clutter of the past. Take a deep breath and appreciate this small zone of perfect order you have created. You have moved your stone. Now, expand this principle to the rest of the room, but only as much as feels gentle and right for you. Perhaps there is a pile of clothes. Do not see it as a monstrous chore. See it as an invitation. Pick up one single item, a shirt. Hold it. Feel the fabric. Remember the day you wore it. Thank it for its service. Then, fold it. Pay attention to the simple geometry of the action, the folding of a sleeve, the smoothing of a crease, the creation of a neat, contained shape. Each fold is a moment of mindfulness. Place it in its drawer. You have just transformed a small piece of chaos into a small piece of order. If you have the energy for another, do so. If not, that is perfectly fine. One is infinitely more than none. The goal is the intention, not the flawless completion. Our physical space begins to breathe. The clearing is done. Now, we turn to the senses, starting with the discipline of light. Most of our rooms are illuminated by a harsh, central light, an overhead fixture that floods the space with a bright, analytical glare. This is the light of daytime, the light of work and activity. It keeps our minds alert and our bodies tense. Go to the switch, place your hand upon it, and with a clear intention to change the world you inhabit, turn it off. And in that instant, everything changes. The room is plunged into a softer reality. The sharp edges blur. The corners retreat into gentle shadow. The world is suddenly less demanding, less exposed. Feel the immediate shift in your own body. A subtle release. A signal to your nervous system that the day is truly ending. Now, in this new, gentle darkness, let us invite a different kind of light. Move to a small lamp, one with a warm-toned bulb. Switch it on and watch. Watch as a pool of soft, honeyed, amber light spreads across a small part of the room. This is not the light of interrogation. This is the light of the hearth, the light of the candle, the light of the sunset. It is an ancient light. It speaks to the oldest parts of our brain, telling us that the time for hunting and gathering is over. The time for storytelling and resting has begun. Let your eyes adjust to this gentle, forgiving illumination. This is the only light you will need from now until morning. The final act of managing light is to create your cocoon. Move to your windows. If you have curtains or blinds, gently draw them closed. This is a beautiful and symbolic act. You are drawing a veil between your private world and the public world outside. You are creating a sense of safety, of enclosure. You are no longer on display. You are hidden, protected, and free. The darkness you create is not empty. It is rich and full. It is a comforting blanket, a deep and quiet ocean in which you can finally allow yourself to float. With the light now tamed, we must address the most powerful portal of all, the glowing screen, your phone, your tablet, your laptop. It sits there, humming with a silent, magnetic energy. It promises connection, entertainment, information. But tonight, we recognize it for what it is, the primary gateway through which the chaos of the world pours into our sanctuary. Pick it up one last time. Its screen may light up, showing you notifications, messages, temptations. Look at them and see them for what they are. Hooks, designed to catch your attention and pull you back into the stream of endless doing. Hold the device in your hands, and in the quiet of your mind, or even in a soft whisper, speak to it. Say, "Thank you for your service today. Your work is done. My time for peace has now begun." This is an act of reclaiming your power. You are the master, not the machine. Now, take its charging cable, plug it in, but do not place it on your nightstand. This is crucial. Place it across the room, as far away as is practical, so that you cannot reach for it from your bed. This physical distance creates a powerful, energetic distance. Now, turn and walk away from it. Feel what it is like to put your back to the portal. There is a finality to it, a declaration of your own freedom. In the silence that follows, you may feel a strange pull. Your mind, addicted to the constant stimulation, may start to scream for its distraction. It may generate anxieties or urges to go back and check one last time. Let these feelings arise. See them, but know that you are not obligated to obey them. You have made your choice. You have chosen peace. Our sanctuary is now ordered. Our light is soft. Our connection to the digital storm has been severed. There is one final layer we can add, a beautiful offering of scent. This is optional, but it can become a profound part of your ritual. Choose a calming aroma. Perhaps it is the pure, floral scent of lavender oil, or the deep, woody, grounding scent of sandalwood or cedar. It could be a stick of fine incense, or a diffuser. Let us imagine you choose a small bottle of oil. Unscrew the cap and inhale the fragrance directly from the bottle. Let it be a premonition of the calm to come. Then, tip a single drop onto a cloth or a piece of tissue. Place it beside your pillow. As you perform this simple act, you are anointing your space. You are giving it a signature scent, an aromatic signal that this place is for rest. Over time, your brain will build a powerful association. The moment you smell this scent, your body will already begin to relax. Your mind will already begin to soften. It is the final key, turning the last lock on the door to your peaceful inner world. Now, the ritual is complete. Stand once more in the middle of your room, or perhaps sit on the edge of your bed and just be. Do not do anything. Simply notice the difference. Notice the quiet. Notice the soft light. Notice the clean surfaces. Notice the absence of digital humming. Notice the gentle fragrance in the air. This space is now ready for you. It has been cleared, consecrated, and prepared with love. It is a perfect reflection of your intention, It is an empty vessel, waiting to be filled with a deep and restorative peace. This outer temple has been prepared, and now, with our outer temple prepared and purified, we can finally turn our full attention inward. We can begin to tend to the inner temple, starting with the most profound, most immediate connection we have to life itself, the breath. We have prepared our outer temple. The space around us is now quiet, ordered, and calm, a physical reflection of the peace we wish to cultivate within. We have closed the door to the world's demands, and in this newly created stillness, we now turn our attention from the world that is seen to the world that is felt. We begin the inner work, and the gateway to this inner world, the first and most faithful guide on this journey, is the breath. It is the most constant and intimate companion of our lives, an ever-present rhythm that has been with us from our very first moment until our very last. Yet, for all its constancy, it remains almost entirely unnoticed. The silent, faithful engine of our existence. Think for a moment. When was the last time you truly felt the simple, profound miracle of your own breathing? When did you last pay attention to the gentle rise and fall of your own chest, the cool air entering your nostrils, the warm air leaving? In our frantic rush through life, we have forgotten our oldest friend. The Zen path invites us to reacquaint ourselves with this friend, to discover that this simple, automatic process holds the key not just to life, but to the mastery of the mind. The breath is the bridge. It is the sacred link between the body and the mind, between the conscious and the unconscious, and most importantly, between the turbulent past and the anxious future, connecting them to the only point of true power we ever possess, the present moment. The human mind, in its untrained state, is a masterful time traveler. We call it the monkey mind, for it swings restlessly from branch to branch, never staying still. But if we look closer, we see it only ever travels to two destinations. The first is the past. It swings back to conversations we wish we could redo, to mistakes that make us cringe, to wounds that have never quite healed, to moments of lost happiness that we cling to with a sorrowful grip. It replays these scenes endlessly, analyzing, regretting, judging. The second destination is the future. It swings forward into a landscape of anxieties, of what-ifs, of elaborate plans, and catastrophic fears. It rehearses arguments that may never happen, worries about challenges that may never materialize, and strives for goals that keep it in a constant state of tension and striving. This ceaseless swinging, this relentless time travel, is the very source of our exhaustion. We are never truly where we are. Our bodies are here, in our beds, but our minds are lost in the phantom worlds of yesterday and tomorrow. And here lies the simple, breathtaking genius of using the breath as our focus. The breath, unlike our thoughts, cannot time travel. It is radically, uncompromisingly, and perfectly present. You cannot take yesterday's breath. It is gone forever. You cannot take a breath that belongs to tomorrow. It has not yet arrived. You can only take this breath, the one that is happening right now. It is a physical, tangible, undeniable anchor in the present moment. Imagine your mind is a small boat, tossed about on a stormy sea. The waves of the past crash over the side, filled with regret. The winds of the future blow with hurricane force, filled with anxiety. The little boat is thrown about, helpless, with no control over the vast, violent ocean of time. To try and stop the waves, to calm the wind, is an impossible, exhausting task. But we don't have to stop the storm. We only need to drop an anchor. The breath is that anchor. When we place our full attention on the simple, physical sensation of this one inhalation and this one exhalation, we have dropped the anchor. The storm may still rage around us. Thoughts of the past and future may still howl, but our boat is no longer lost and adrift. It is held fast. It is secure in the harbor of the here and now. With each conscious breath, we say to our minds, I know you want to swing, but for this moment, we are staying right here. We are safe. We are home. This connection is not just a beautiful metaphor. It is a profound biological reality. The breath is the primary language of your nervous system. It is the main channel through which your mind and body communicate their state to one another. When your mind perceives a threat, a real physical danger, or an imagined social anxiety, it sends an immediate signal to the body: prepare for battle. The body responds instantly by activating the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight response. Your heart rate increases, your muscles tense, and your breath becomes rapid, shallow, and constrained to the upper chest. This is the breath of anxiety. It is efficient for a short burst of survival, but when we live in this state for hours on end, it becomes a chronic, draining poison. But here is the secret that ancient wisdom has always known, and modern science is now confirming. This is not a one-way street. While the mind can change the breath can also change the mind. By consciously and deliberately altering our breathing pattern, we can send a new message back to the brain. When we intentionally slow our breathing down, when we allow it to become deep, rhythmic, and centered in the belly, a practice known as diaphragmatic breathing, we are sending a powerful signal up the vagus nerve directly to our brainstem. The signal says, the threat is over. You can stand down. We are safe. This action manually activates the parasympathetic nervous system, our rest and digest and tend and befriend system. The results are immediate and profound. The heart rate slows, the blood pressure drops, the muscles begin to release their chronic tension. The mind, receiving this undeniable physical evidence of safety, begins to exit its state of high alert. It is like finding a manual override switch for the anxiety alarm that has been ringing all day. The breath is that switch. It is the remote control for your own biology, allowing you to guide your body out of a state of stress and into a state of deep, restorative calm. This practice of mindful breathing is one of the oldest and most central teachings of the Buddha. It is called anapanasati, which simply means mindfulness of breathing. At its heart is a very subtle, yet critical distinction. The ultimate goal is not necessarily to control the breath, but to simply be aware of it. It is the quality of our attention that works the magic. In the beginning, we use conscious control, like slowing the breath, to calm the body. But the deeper practice is one of pure, non-judgmental observation. To watch the breath as it is, without trying to fix or change it. Is your breath shallow and quick right now? The instruction is not to immediately force it to be deep. The instruction is to simply notice, with a kind and curious attention, right now, the breath is shallow. Interesting. Is it deep and slow? The breath is deep. We become a scientist of our own inner world, observing the data without interfering with it. It is in this act of pure, accepting observation that the mind begins to untangle itself. By refusing to judge or struggle with our present state, we rob it of its power over us. The breath becomes a mirror. By watching it without judgment, we learn to watch our thoughts and feelings without judgment. And in that space of acceptance, calm naturally arises. There is a story of a man who found himself lost in a vast, dark forest as night began to fall. Panic seized him. His heart hammered in his chest. His breath came in ragged gasps. He ran, blindly, crashing through undergrowth. getting more and more lost with every frantic step. Briars tore at his clothes. Fear tore at his mind. Finally, utterly exhausted, he collapsed at the base of a great tree. He knew that to run any more would be useless. He had nothing left. In that moment of complete surrender, he decided to focus on the only thing he had any control over, the one thing that was still his. The simple act of breathing. He closed his eyes and just felt the air moving in and out of his body. He didn't try to solve his problem. He didn't try to make a plan. He just focused entirely on the feeling of this breath, and the next, and the next. As he did this, a strange thing happened. The hammering of his heart began to slow. The terror in his mind began to recede. The forest no longer seemed like a monster, but just a collection of trees. And as the inner storm of his panic quieted, he began to hear something he couldn't hear before. A faint, distant sound. The gentle murmur of moving water. A stream. He opened his eyes, and with a newfound calm, he walked toward the sound and found the stream that led him out of the forest. The breath did not magically show him the way. It calmed his mind so that he could hear the wisdom that was already there. Our own inner wisdom is that stream, and it can only be heard when we use the anchor of the breath to quiet the panic of the mind. This is the philosophy of the breath. It is our anchor to the only moment that exists. It is the language that speaks directly to our nervous system, capable of transforming fear into safety. And it is the ultimate teacher of non-judgmental awareness. It is a tool that is always with us, costs nothing, and is available in every single moment. It is the foundation upon which a calm and resilient mind is built. We have now explored the profound theory, the why behind this foundational practice. We have seen that our breath is a key, a map, and an anchor. It is time to move from the map to the territory itself. In our next step, I will guide you, moment by moment, through the direct experience of this practice, as we learn to ride the waves of the breath into the shores of deep and lasting calm. The words are behind us now. The theories and philosophies have served their purpose. They have brought us to this very moment, to the threshold of direct experience. There is nothing left to understand with the intellect. There is only the truth of this moment, waiting to be felt. I invite you now, in the quiet sanctuary you have prepared, to put the map aside and to begin the journey into the territory of your own inner world. There is nothing to achieve here, no goal to strive for. There is only the simple, profound act of being, of returning home to yourself. Begin by finding your posture of rest. Allow your body to settle onto your bed. Perhaps you are lying on your back, your arms resting gently by your sides, palms facing up in a gesture of receptivity. Or perhaps you're on your side, nestled into your pillows. It does not matter. What matters is that you feel supported, comfortable, and at ease. Take a moment to make any small adjustments that your body asks for. A slight shift of the hips, a repositioning of your head on the pillow, a relaxing of your shoulders away from your ears. Give your body this gift of attention. Feel the points of contact between your body and the surface beneath you. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow, the gentle pressure along your shoulders and back, the heaviness of your legs, and the grounding of your heels. Acknowledge the unwavering support of the bed beneath you. It is holding you completely. You do not need to hold yourself up. For these next few moments, you can surrender the work of holding and simply allow yourself to be held. Let go. Let us begin with a gentle scan, releasing the lingering tensions of the day. Bring your awareness to your jaw. Without judgment, simply notice if there is any tightness here, any clenching. And on your next exhale, Consciously invite the muscles in your jaw to soften, to let go. Allow your teeth to part slightly. Now, bring your awareness to the small muscles around your eyes and to your forehead. Invite them to smooth out, to release any furrows of worry. Let this softness spread down to your neck and your shoulders. On an exhale, allow your shoulders to feel heavy, to melt down and away from your ears, releasing the burdens they have carried all day. Finally, bring your awareness to your hands. Are they clenched into fists? Gently, slowly, allow your fingers to unfurl. Let your hands rest open, soft and relaxed. Your body is now prepared. It has arrived in this moment. And now, we turn to the breath. Do not try to change it. Do not try to control it in any way. Simply let your attention become a soft, gentle spotlight and shine that light on the place in your body where you feel the breath most distinctly. For some, this is at the entrance to the nostrils. You might feel the subtle coolness of the air as you inhale, and the gentle, corresponding warmth of the air as you exhale. It is a very fine, very delicate sensation. If this is where you feel the breath, allow your attention to rest there, like a feather floating on the air current of your breathing, just noticing the coolness of the in-breath and the warmth of the out-breath. For others, the sensation is felt more strongly in the body. Perhaps you feel it in the rise and fall of your chest, or, even more deeply, in the gentle expansion and contraction of your belly. If you choose this spot, you can, if you wish, place a hand gently on your lower abdomen. This is your anchor point. As you inhale, feel your belly rise gently, softly pressing into your hand. And as you exhale, feel your belly fall, a quiet release. There is no effort needed. The body knows how to do this perfectly. Your only task is to rest your attention here, feeling the gentle rhythm, like the quiet tide of an ancient ocean, the slow rise of the inhale, and the complete release of the exhale. Choose your anchor point now, the nostrils or the belly, and for a few moments, let us simply rest here together, in silence, with our attention placed gently on this living rhythm. There is nowhere else to be. There is nothing else to do. Simply this breath. And now, this one. And now, this one. The mind may be busy, and that is all right. Just keep a small part of your awareness dedicated to feeling this simple, physical sensation. Inhale and exhale. You are breathing. You are alive. And in this moment, all is well. Now that we have made contact with the natural breath, let us begin to gently shape it, to use it as a tool to guide the body into an even deeper state of calm. We will use a simple, soothing rhythm. We will breathe in for a count of 4, and we will breathe out for a longer count of 6. The extended exhale is a powerful signal to the nervous system, a direct message that says, it is safe to relax. Do not strain. Let the count be easy and natural. Let us begin together. Gently exhale all the air from your lungs. And now, a slow, quiet inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a long, slow exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. Let's continue. Inhaling. 1, 2, 3, 4. And exhaling, letting go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you inhale, feel your belly expanding, your lungs filling with fresh, calm energy. Inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4. And as you exhale, feel a wave of relaxation spreading through your entire body. Exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With every long exhale, you are giving your body explicit permission to let go just a little bit more. You are releasing what you no longer need to carry from the day. Let's do that again. A quiet inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a complete, releasing exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feel the heaviness in your limbs, a pleasant, warm, settled feeling. Your body is responding to your gentle guidance. It is remembering its natural state of peace. At some point in this process, something inevitable will happen. Your mind will wander. You will be following the breath, and then suddenly you will find yourself thinking about something you need to do tomorrow, or replaying a conversation from yesterday, or simply lost in a random train of thought. This is the moment where most people become frustrated. This is the moment where most people believe they have failed at meditation. I want you to know, with absolute certainty, that this is not a failure. It is not a mistake. It is simply what minds do. The wandering of the mind is a natural part of this practice. It is not an obstacle to the practice. It is the practice. So, when you notice that your mind has wandered and you will, again and again, the instruction is to follow 3 gentle steps. First, simply acknowledge where you have been, silently, in your mind. You can just say, thinking, or worrying, or planning. You label it gently, without any judgment at all. Second, offer yourself a moment of quiet congratulations. You woke up, you noticed you were lost, and now you are found. This moment of noticing is a moment of mindfulness itself, and it is precious. And third, with the same gentleness you would use to guide a lost child by the hand, gently and lovingly escort your attention right back to your anchor point, back to the feeling of the breath, back to the counting. You do not need to be angry or forceful. Imagine you are training a small beloved puppy to sit. The puppy will wander off 100 times. You do not scold the puppy. You just smile and patiently, kindly lead it back to its spot, over and over and over again. This patient, kind, repeated, returning, this is the very heart of meditation. This is how we build the muscle of mindfulness. So let us continue our rhythm, and now we will practice this gentle returning back to the breath. A soft inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a long, slow exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perhaps your mind is quiet. Perhaps it is busy. It does not matter. Your only task is to ride the waves of your own breath, inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, softening, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you get lost in thought, the moment you notice, you are already back. Gently return your focus. The breath is always here, waiting for you. It never gets frustrated. It is the most patient teacher. It is your anchor in the endless ocean of the mind. Let's rest with it for a few more cycles. Inhale, exhale. Now, in these final moments of our practice, you can let go of the counting. Let go of any technique. Let go of any effort to control or guide the breath at all. Allow your breath to return to its own natural, easy rhythm. You do not need to manage it anymore. Simply rest. Rest as the witness. Feel the body breathing on its own. Feel the state of calm that you have so carefully and lovingly cultivated. Feel the quietness in your limbs, the softness in your belly, the stillness in your mind. This peace is not something that has been given to you from the outside. It is something you have uncovered within yourself. It was here all along. You have simply cleared the way for it to be felt. Rest in this feeling. Bathe in this inner quiet. This is your true nature. As your body rests in this quiet rhythm, you may become more aware of the silent traffic of the mind, the thoughts that continue to drift by like clouds in the sky. They may be less forceful now, less demanding. Our next step is to learn how to relate to this inner traffic with the same gentleness and wisdom we have just applied to the breath, allowing them to come and go without disturbing the deep peace we have found. We have found a momentary stillness, a quiet harbor, by anchoring ourselves to the gentle rhythm of the breath. In this newfound quiet, we begin to perceive something else, a subtle, persistent, and endless procession, the silent traffic of the mind. A memory surfaces, unbidden. A snippet of a song plays on a loop. A worry about tomorrow quietly announces its presence. An old judgment about ourselves whispers from the shadows. This is the stream of consciousness, the unseen architect of our entire emotional world. We so often believe that our moods, our joys, and our sorrows are caused by external events. But this is only a partial truth. The full truth is that our experience of life is not shaped by events themselves, but by the thoughts we have about those events. Our thoughts are the invisible lenses through which we view all of reality, coloring every perception, dictating every reaction, and building, piece by piece, the very story of who we believe we are. But what, truly, is a thought? And more importantly, who is the one who is aware of that thought? This question is the gateway to a profound and liberating truth. In the Zen tradition, the untrained mind is often called the monkey mind. This is a wonderfully apt description. Picture a restless monkey in a vast jungle, swinging wildly from one branch to the next. It grabs a fruit here, screeches at a shadow there, becomes distracted by a passing insect, and then swings to another branch to repeat the cycle. It never stays still. It is impulsive, reactive, and lives in a state of constant, low-grade agitation. This is a perfect portrait of our own minds. A thought about work triggers a feeling of anxiety, which then reminds us of a past failure, which then makes us worry about a future project, which then gets interrupted by the thought that we are hungry. There is no peace, no center, just an endless, frantic swinging from the past to the future, from desire to aversion. For most of our lives, we make a fundamental error, a case of mistaken identity that is the root of almost all our suffering. We believe that we are the monkey. We believe that its frantic, chaotic energy is our own. We identify with its every swing and screech. When an anxious thought appears, we do not simply observe it, we become it. The thought, "I might fail," transforms instantly into the deeply held belief, "I am a failure." When an angry thought arises, we do not see it as a passing burst of energy. We fuse with it and declare, "I am an angry person." We become completely entangled with the content of our minds. We are like a person watching a movie in a dark theater who becomes so engrossed that they forget they are the audience and believe they are the character on the screen, feeling every blow, every loss, every moment of terror as if it were their own. This fusion, this entanglement, is a prison. When we are fused with our thoughts, we are at their mercy, tossed about by every passing mental event. But what if this is all a misunderstanding? What if you are not the monkey, but the jungle in which the monkey swings? What if you are not the character on the screen, but the silent, watching presence of the audience? This is the great secret, the liberating insight that sits at the heart of this practice. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which your thoughts arise. Let us explore this with a different metaphor, perhaps the most powerful one for this teaching. Imagine that your mind is a vast, open sky. It is limitless, spacious, and inherently peaceful. Your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, these are the weather. They are the clouds that drift through the sky. Some days, the clouds are white, fluffy, and pleasant. These are your happy thoughts, your moments of joy and contentment. They drift by, and the sky is beautiful. On other days, dark, heavy storm clouds gather. These are your thoughts of anger, sadness, grief, or fear. The sky grows dark. The wind howls, the rain pours, lightning flashes. From the ground, it might look like the entire sky is the storm. It seems all-encompassing, violent, and permanent. But is the sky itself ever truly harmed by the storm? Does the lightning scar it? Does the rain stain it? Does the wind tear it? The storm is simply a temporary event, passing through the vast, unchanging space of the sky. The sky allows the storm to be there. It holds the storm within its embrace, but it does not become the storm. Its fundamental nature remains open, clear, and peaceful. Behind the darkest cloud, the blue sky is still there, untouched, waiting. This is who you truly are. You are the sky. Your thoughts of anxiety are just dark clouds. They can be intense, they can be terrifying, but they are not you. They are temporary weather patterns passing through the vastness of your awareness. The deep sadness you feel is a heavy rain cloud. It is real, it deserves to be felt, but it is not the entirety of who you are. It is a cloud, and you are the sky that holds it with compassionate space. This shift in identity is the most radical and empowering gift you can give yourself. To cease identifying with the fleeting weather of your mind, and to begin identifying with the vast, stable, ever-present sky of your own awareness. To know that your core being, your true self, is already whole, peaceful, and free, regardless of what clouds are passing through at any given moment. There is a famous Zen story that illustrates this principle perfectly. Two monks were traveling together on a pilgrimage that had taken them many miles. They came to a river that was swollen from recent rains, the current fast and dangerous. On the bank stood a young, beautifully dressed woman who was afraid to cross. The two monks had taken strict vows, one of which was to never touch a woman. They were to maintain a pure and disciplined distance. The younger of the two monks stood back, unsure of what to do, his mind already beginning to spin with the conflict between his vow and the woman's clear distress. The older monk, however, simply walked up to the woman. He smiled, and without a word, he lifted her into his arms, waded carefully through the powerful current, and set her down gently on the other side. She thanked him profusely, and he simply bowed and continued on his way. The younger monk, after splashing his own way across the river, hurried to catch up. He was aghast. His mind was a raging storm. He could not believe what he had just seen. His senior, a man he respected, had flagrantly broken a sacred vow. For the next several hours, the two monks walked in silence. But for the younger monk, it was not silent at all. His mind was screaming. He replayed the scene over and over. He judged his companion. He imagined what their master would say. He felt righteous indignation, confusion, and disappointment. He was carrying the event with him like a heavy sack of stones. Finally, as evening approached, he could bear it no longer. He burst out, "Brother, how could you do that? You know we have taken a vow never to touch a woman. How could you so easily break your precepts by carrying her across that river?" The older monk looked at his companion. His expression, one of deep peace and compassion. He replied softly, "Brother, I left that woman by the riverbank hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This story perfectly illuminates our own predicament. We are all the younger monk. An event happened, sir. Difficult conversation, a mistake at work, an unkind word from a stranger. The event itself is over in minutes. It is finished, left on the riverbank of the past. But we pick up the thought of the event. We pick up the judgment, the anger, the worry, the shame, and we carry it. We carry it for hours, for days, for years. We allow these thoughts, these mental ghosts of past events, to weigh us down and poison our present moment. The first monk experienced the event and let it go. He was the sky. The second monk became fused with his thoughts about the event. He was the storm cloud. The great freedom comes from realizing you have a choice. You do not have to carry the woman. You do not have to become the storm cloud. This is not a practice of stopping your thoughts. That is as impossible as trying to stop the weather. It is a practice of changing your relationship to your thoughts. It is the practice of learning to let them be, to let them pass, without grabbing onto them, without identifying with them, and without being swept away by them. It is the art of becoming the sky. We have now explored the profound philosophy of disidentification, the understanding that we are the space in which thoughts occur. Now, let us learn the practical art of becoming the sky. In our next step, I will guide you through the direct practice of observing your thoughts, allowing them to arise and pass without being swept away by them. We have explored the profound, liberating truth that you are not the fleeting weather of your mind, but the vast open sky that holds it. We have understood, with the intellect, that we do not have to be the frantic monkey, swinging from branch to branch. Now, we will move from this intellectual knowing into the quiet courage of direct experience. We will learn the gentle art of becoming the sky. This practice is an invitation to sit peacefully with your own mind, perhaps for the first time, not as an enemy to be conquered, nor as a problem to be solved, but as a natural phenomenon to be observed with curiosity, kindness, and a spacious heart. Let us begin by returning to our foundation, to our home base. Settle once more into your comfortable position of rest. Feel the weight of your body being held, completely supported, and bring your awareness back to your anchor, back to the simple, faithful rhythm of your breath. Take a few moments here, just to re-establish this connection. Feel the gentle rise of the inhale and the complete release of the exhale. The breath is your safe harbor. It is the one place you can always return to when the seas of the mind become stormy. Our intention here is not to force the mind to be empty or silent. That is an act of struggle, and we are here to learn the art of surrender. Our intention is simply to sit peacefully and to watch the natural flow of our inner world without being carried away by it. Now, I invite you to create a scene in your mind's eye, a gentle visualization. Imagine that you are sitting on the soft, mossy bank of a slowly flowing river. Take a moment to truly build this place. It is a beautiful day. The sunlight is warm on your skin. You can see how the light dapples through the leaves of the great, wise trees that line the riverbank, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ground. You can hear the gentle, murmuring sound of the water as it glides past you. It is a soothing, constant sound. You can feel the solid, stable earth beneath you, supporting you completely. You are safe here. You are at peace. Look at the river itself. The water is clear, and you can see the smooth, colorful stones that lie on the riverbed. This river is the river of your own mind, the endless stream of consciousness. And your task for this practice is very simple. Your task is to remain sitting peacefully on this bank. You are the observer. You are not the river. As you sit here, you will notice things beginning to float down the river. These are your thoughts. Each thought, each memory, each image, each worry, each fragment of a song that arises in your mind can be imagined as a leaf floating on the surface of the water. Your practice is simply to watch these leaves. You do not have to do anything about them. You do not have to change them, or judge them, or fish them out of the water. You simply notice them as they emerge from upstream. Watch them as they float past you, and continue to watch as they drift away downstream, eventually disappearing from sight. Let us sit here together for a moment and watch what appears. Perhaps the first leaf that floats by carries a memory from your day. You see it clearly. A conversation you had, a task you completed. Place that memory gently on its leaf. See the leaf appearing in your field of vision, and then watch as the current takes it, and it drifts away. And then you return your gaze to the open space of the river, waiting to see what comes next. Perhaps the next leaf is a thought about the future, a worry about a meeting tomorrow, a plan for the weekend. See this planning thought, this worrying thought, and place it on its own leaf. You do not need to engage with the plan or solve the worry. You simply acknowledge its presence. Ah, a planning leaf. And then you watch it float by, held by the gentle current, moving past you and away. You remain on the bank. You are the still, watching presence. A sound in the room might catch your attention. The hum of a machine, a distant siren. This too is a thought, a sensory thought. Place the sound on a leaf and watch it float down the river of your mind. A feeling might arise in your body, an itch, a warmth, a slight ache. Place that sensation on a leaf and let it float by. A judgment might arise. Am I doing this right? My mind is too busy. This too is just another thought, a very common and interesting thought. Place this judging thought on its own leaf, and with a sense of gentle amusement, watch it float by, just like all the others. The river carries everything impartially. If it feels helpful to you, you can practice a gentle form of mental labeling. As a leaf appears, you can give it a soft, one-word name. This is not for analysis, but simply to help you maintain your position as the observer. As a memory floats by, you can whisper in your mind, remembering. As a worry appears, worrying. As a to-do list item floats past, planning. As the thought about the practice itself appears, thinking. The label is like gently touching the leaf with a long reed from the riverbank. It acknowledges its existence without requiring you to jump into the water. Label it and let it go. And always, you return to your primary role, sitting on the bank, watching the river flow. Now, it is important to acknowledge that not all thoughts are like small, light leaves. Some thoughts are heavier. They are like big, waterlogged branches or heavy stones that sink to the bottom and get stuck. These are our sticky thoughts, our deep-seated worries, our recurring anxieties, our painful memories, our strong emotional triggers. You may notice that you are watching the river, and then suddenly, without realizing it, you are no longer on the bank. One of these heavy thoughts has snagged your attention, and it has pulled you into the water. You find you are no longer observing the thought. You are in the thought, churning in the current, caught in the story, feeling the full emotional weight of it. The moment you notice this has happened, the moment you realize, I am wet, I am in the river, this is a moment of victory. It is a golden moment of mindfulness. In that instant of recognition, you are already back on the bank. So, what do you do when you find you've been pulled in? First, There is no need for frustration or self-criticism. This is perfectly normal. It will happen again and again. It is how the mind works. So, the first step is to offer yourself some kindness. I was carried away for a moment. That's okay. The second step is to use your anchor. If a thought is particularly strong, painful, or sticky, release your attention from the river visualization altogether. Let the river fade from your mind and bring your full, undivided, compassionate attention right back to the physical sensation of your breath. Return to your safe harbor. Feel the rise of the inhale and the fall of the exhale. Stay with this simple, solid, physical reality for 5, 10, or as many breaths as you need, until you feel your footing on the solid ground once more. The breath is your tool for climbing back onto the riverbank. When you feel settled again, you can gently return to the visualization of the river and resume your patient watch. This is the rhythm of the practice. Watching the river, noticing you are in the water, and gently, kindly, using the breath to guide yourself back to the bank. Let us rest here for a few more moments. Just sitting, just watching, noticing each thought leaf as it arises, acknowledging its presence, and letting the natural current of the mind carry it away. You are the silent, spacious, unmoving witness. You are the sky, allowing the clouds to pass. You are the deep ocean, unstirred by the waves on the surface. You are the quiet awareness that is older and deeper than any single thought. Rest in this awareness. It is your true home. Now, as our practice comes to a close, gently allow the image of the river to dissolve. Let the sounds and the sunlight of your imagined scene fade away. Bring your awareness back more fully to the physical reality of your body. Resting here in your bed, feel the contact points, the weight of your blankets, the temperature of the air on your skin, and return your full attention, once more, to the simple, natural rhythm of your breathing, which has been your faithful anchor throughout this entire inner journey. Notice the quality of your mind now. You have not silenced it, but perhaps you have created some space within it. Perhaps the traffic is a little quieter, a little slower. Perhaps there is a new sense of distance between you, the observer, and the thoughts that are being observed. This spaciousness, this newfound peace, is a gift. It is a state of quiet abundance. And it is from this place of inner stillness that we can most authentically begin to practice our next habit, the art of recognizing and appreciating the good that already exists in our lives. We have sat by the river of the mind, and in the quiet spaciousness that follows such a practice, a new question arises. We have learned to create a space between ourselves and the endless stream of our thoughts. Now, what shall we choose to cultivate in this newfound inner ground? If we leave this inner garden untended, the old weeds of worry and dissatisfaction will inevitably grow back, for that is the mind's default nature. Our next habit, then, is an act of conscious and deliberate cultivation. It is the practice of planting and watering the most beautiful flowers in the garden of the mind. This is the practice of gratitude. To understand the profound power of gratitude, we must first understand the default architecture of the mind we have inherited. The human mind, for all its brilliance, is not designed for happiness. It is designed for survival. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors lived in a world filled with genuine, life-threatening dangers. The rustle in the grass could be a predator. A strange-smelling fruit could be poison. Being ostracized from the tribe meant certain death. In that environment, the individuals who survived and passed on their genes were the ones whose brains were exceptionally good at noticing, remembering, and worrying about threats. They developed what psychologists today call a negativity bias. Their brains were like Velcro for bad experiences. and Teflon for good ones. A single dangerous encounter was burned into their memory forever, while 100 beautiful sunsets were pleasant but ultimately forgettable from a survival standpoint. This ancient threat detection operating system is still running in our heads today. The problem is, we no longer live in that same world. The predators we now face are a critical email from our boss, a passive-aggressive comment from a family member, or the stress of being stuck in traffic. Yet our brain reacts with the same ancient alarm, the same outsized sense of threat and negativity. It scans our day and magnifies the one thing that went wrong, while almost completely ignoring the 99 things that went right. The car started. The water was hot for our shower. A stranger held a door open for us. We had food to eat. The sun rose. Our hearts continued to beat without any conscious effort from us. These are minor miracles, a constant cascade of grace that upholds our very existence. Yet, the mind, with its negativity bias, glosses over all of it, choosing instead to ruminate on the one difficult conversation, the one moment of frustration. This is why, for so many of us, a baseline of quiet dissatisfaction hums beneath the surface of our lives. It is a feeling that something is always slightly wrong, that we are always lacking something, that true contentment is just around the corner, if only we could fix this one problem or achieve that one goal. This is the state of the hungry ghost, a concept from Buddhist cosmology describing a being with a tiny throat and a massive stomach who can never, ever get enough to feel full. It is constantly craving, constantly seeking, constantly feeling the ache of its own emptiness. This is the natural state of the untrained mind. The practice of gratitude, then, is a conscious and gentle rebellion against this default programming. It is not a passive feeling that we wait for, like a sunny day. It is an active skill that we cultivate. It is the spiritual equivalent of weight training for the mind. If our attention is a spotlight, and our natural bias is to shine that light only on the dark, broken, and missing parts of our lives, then gratitude is the act of deliberately taking hold of that spotlight and consciously swiveling it around. It is the choice to shine its beam, even for just a few moments, onto that which is whole, that which is good, that which is already present. It is crucial to understand what gratitude is not. It is not a form of toxic positivity. It is not about pretending that pain, suffering, and injustice do not exist. It is not about putting on a fake smile when you are feeling heartbroken or overwhelmed. That would be an act of self-deception, a denial of reality. True gratitude is far more robust and courageous than that. It is the capacity to hold the paradox of life in an open hand. It is the ability to say, yes, this part of my life is filled with pain and difficulty, and I can still be grateful for the steadfast love of my friend. It is the wisdom to acknowledge, yes, I am deeply anxious about the state of the world, and I am simultaneously grateful for the simple, profound beauty of the tree outside my window. Gratitude does not erase the darkness, but it ensures that we do not forget the light. It allows the goodness that coexists with our struggles to come forward and be recognized. Without this conscious practice, the negativity bias acts like a total eclipse, allowing the shadow of our problems to block out everything else. Gratitude is the act of stepping to the side, allowing the light that was always there to stream in again, reminding us that the picture is always larger and more complex than our worried mind would have us believe. It is a shift from a mindset of scarcity, focusing on what is missing, to a mindset of abundance, recognizing the immense richness that is already here. There is a beautiful Sufi story that speaks to this truth. An old beggar sat by the side of the road every day. When people gave him money or food, he was filled with thanks. But even on days when no one gave him anything, he would sit peacefully, holding his empty wooden bowl, and give thanks for the bowl itself, for the air he was breathing, for the warmth of the sun on his face, and for the simple fact of his own existence. A rich king, passing by in his carriage, saw the beggar and was filled with a mixture of pity and annoyance. He decided he would solve this man's problem and bring him true happiness. He ordered his treasurer to fill the beggar's bowl to the brim with gold coins. The king expected to see ecstatic joy on the beggar's face. Instead, he saw a look of profound sadness. Confused, the king asked, "Old man, I have given you more wealth than you could have dreamed of. Why do you look so sorrowful?" The beggar looked down at the gleaming gold in his bowl, and then back up at the king. "For years," he said softly, "my happiness depended on nothing that could be taken from me. I was grateful for my empty bowl, which was always full of the grace of the present moment. Now, you have given me a bowl full of gold, and my mind is already filled with the fear of losing it. You have taken my true wealthy sense of sufficiency and replaced it with a treasure that has only made me poor in spirit." This parable is a powerful lesson in the Zen art of sufficiency. It teaches us that true abundance is not found in getting more, but in needing less. Gratitude is the practice of discovering the profound wealth that already exists in our empty bowl, the simple, unadorned facts of our life. The fact that we have a body that breathes for us, a heart that beats for us, the fact that we can see color, hear music, taste food, the fact that we have a bed to sleep in, a roof over our head. These are not small things. They are the foundational pillars of our entire existence, yet our minds, in their endless search for more, dismiss them as unimportant. Gratitude is the alchemy that transforms these common, leaden facts of life into the shining gold of felt experience. It re-enchants the world. To practice gratitude before sleep is a particularly potent medicine. It is a way of consciously choosing the final emotional flavor of your day. Instead of allowing your mind to marinate in the day's frustrations and worries as you drift off, you deliberately steep it in the recognition of goodness. This changes the entire trajectory of your inner world as you enter the vulnerable states of sleep and dreaming. It is an act of deep kindness to yourself, a way of whispering to your own soul, "Despite the challenges, we were held, we were supported, there was goodness here." It is a way to fall asleep with a heart that is not aching with lack, but humming with the quiet fullness of a life that is, in this very moment, enough. We have now understood the profound why behind this gentle practice, its power to rewire our very perception of reality. Now, let us move from this understanding into the direct, heartfelt experience. In our next step, I will guide you in a simple ritual to uncover the hidden gems of goodness within your own day, and to fall asleep with a heart that is not empty, but full. We have explored the profound truth that gratitude is not a passive emotion, but an active practice, a conscious rebellion against the mind's inherited tendency to focus on what is wrong, what is broken, and what is missing. It is the art of taking control of the spotlight of our attention and shining it with intention upon the good that already exists, however small or overlooked it may be. Now, let us move from the why to the how. Let us engage in a simple, yet deeply transformative ritual to uncover the hidden treasures of the day that has just passed. This is not a test, nor a search for grand moments of triumph. It is a quiet, gentle excavation of the ordinary good. Begin by settling once more into your posture of rest. Allow your body to feel heavy, supported, and safe. Let your hands rest open at your sides, palms facing upward, a physical gesture of receptivity. This posture is an invitation. It signals to your mind and body that you are ready to receive, ready to acknowledge, ready to be filled. Our intention for this practice is simple: to find 3 things from your day, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, for which you can feel a genuine sense of gratitude. There is no pressure to feel an overwhelming wave of emotion. A quiet, simple nod of thanks in your heart is more than enough. Be patient with yourself. We are detectives of the good, and we will conduct our search with kindness. Let us begin by unspooling the thread of your day. In your mind's eye, travel back to the moment you first woke up this morning. Imagine the entire day, from that first moment of consciousness until this very moment, right now, as a long, continuous film. We are going to watch this film together, but we will watch it with a specific purpose. We are not watching to critique our performance, to judge our actions, or to relive our mistakes. We are watching with the soft focus of a loving friend, scanning the scenes for moments of ease, of connection, of simple, sensory pleasure. Let the film of your morning begin to play. The first few hours, waking up, the feeling of the blankets, the first light entering the room. Was there a moment of quiet peace before the day's demands began? Perhaps. Think of your morning routine. Was the water in your shower warm and comforting? Did you enjoy the taste of your first cup of coffee or tea? Perhaps a pet greeted you with simple, uncomplicated affection. Perhaps you heard a bird singing outside your window. Let the scenes drift by and just remain open, looking for a flicker of goodness. Now, let the film continue to the middle part of your day, the hours of work, or chores, or daily activities. This part may have been filled with challenges. That is okay. We are not denying the challenges. We are simply looking for the light that existed alongside them. Did a colleague offer a helpful suggestion? Did you have a brief, pleasant exchange with a cashier at a store? Did you solve a small problem that brought a flicker of satisfaction? Did you take a moment to stretch and feel a sense of release in your body? Did you eat a meal that nourished you? Look for the small interactions, the moments of competence, the simple pleasures that are so often buried beneath the weight of our larger struggles. Continue to let the film roll into the afternoon and evening. The light begins to change. The energy of the day begins to shift. Was there a moment when you looked out a window and noticed the color of the sky? Did you listen to a piece of music that moved you? Did a friend send you a message that made you smile? Perhaps you accomplished a task you had been putting off and felt a quiet sense of relief. Think of the journey home, the feeling of walking through your own front door, the simple act of taking off your shoes, the transition from the outer world to your inner sanctuary. Now, from this gentle review of your entire day, let us allow one thing to surface. The first of our 3 good things. Do not force it. Just let an image, a memory, a feeling present itself. It may be profoundly simple. Let us say, for a moment, that what comes to mind is the taste of your morning coffee. Now, our practice truly begins. Do not just think the words, "my morning coffee." Let us use our senses to travel back to that exact moment. In your mind's eye, see the cup. What color is it? How did it feel? In your hands, can you remember the feeling of its warmth spreading into your palms? Can you remember the aroma that rose from the steam? Inhale, and imagine you can smell that rich, comforting scent right now. And now, remember the taste, the first sip, the warmth spreading through your body, the gentle wave of alertness and comfort it provided. For that 1 minute, In the midst of your morning, this simple pleasure was a reality. It was a moment of goodness. As you relive it with your senses, notice where you feel the echo of that goodness in your body right now. Is it a subtle warmth in your chest, a softening in your belly, a faint, unconscious smile on your lips? Find the physical trace of this simple, good thing, and as you feel it, offer a quiet, sincere whisper of thanks in your heart. Thank you for this simple, warm, nourishing moment. Let the feeling of that gratitude settle within you. That is the first gem. Now, let us return to the gentle stream of our day's memories. Let a second good thing emerge. It might be something different. Perhaps it involves another person, a brief phone call with a loved one, a moment when your child or your partner made you laugh, a moment when a coworker showed you kindness or understanding. Let one such moment come into focus. Do not just remember that it happened. Re-enter the scene. See the person's face. See their smile. Hear the sound of their voice or their laughter. Remember the words that were exchanged. And most importantly, try to reconnect with the feeling that moment gave you. A feeling of connection, of being seen, of shared joy, of being supported. Let that feeling, the emotional resonance of that interaction, fill you for a moment. Locate it in your body. Perhaps it feels like an opening in your heart, a sense of lightness. This connection with another soul was a gift in your day. It was real. Let the warmth of that memory permeate your being, and as it does, offer your silent thanks. Thank you for this moment of connection. Thank you for this person in my life. Feel the sincerity of that thanks. This is the second gem. And now, for the third time, we scan our day. Perhaps this time, we look for a moment of beauty, something you saw or heard that touched you in some way. Did you see the moon in the evening sky? Did you notice the intricate pattern of a leaf? Did you see a powerful image in a film or a piece of art? Did you hear a piece of music that gave you goosebumps? Our world is saturated with beauty, but our busy minds rarely pause to truly let it in. Choose one such moment of beauty that you encountered today. Recreate it in your mind. If it was a visual, see the colors, the shapes, the light. If it was a sound, hear the melody, the harmonies, the rhythm. Let the aesthetic pleasure of that moment wash over you again. It asked nothing of you. It simply offered itself to your senses. It was a moment of pure, unearned grace. Feel the sense of wonder, or peace, or inspiration that it gave you. And as you connect with that feeling, offer your thanks. Thank you for this moment of beauty. Thank you for this reminder of the grace that exists in the world. This is our third gem. Now, in the quiet of your heart, gather these three gems together. The simple sensory pleasure, the moment of human connection, the encounter with beauty. See them shining together. They may be small, but they are real, and they are yours. They were true parts of your day. Hold the collective warmth of these three moments within you. Feel how they begin to create a quiet sense of fullness, a gentle inner glow. This is the truth of your day. Alongside any difficulties, alongside any struggles, this goodness was also present. This warmth is also real. This fullness is available to you. Take one last, deep, conscious breath. As you inhale, imagine you are breathing in the very essence of this gratitude, drawing this golden light deep into your body. And as you exhale, let go of any final remnants of the day's tension, knowing that you have acknowledged the good. Let this feeling of quiet fullness be the soft soil in which your sleep can take root and grow peacefully throughout the night. As we rest in this feeling of inner abundance, our senses can begin to soften, and open in a new way. We have looked for the good. Now, let us learn to listen to the world and to our own inner silence with this same open and receptive heart. We rest now in a state of quiet fullness, our hearts warmed by the gentle embers of gratitude. We have looked at our day through a lens of appreciation, and in doing so, we have subtly altered the chemistry of our inner world, shifting from a sense of lack to a sense of sufficiency. From this new ground of inner abundance, we can now begin to open our senses to the world in a new way. Our next practice concerns the faculty of hearing, a sense that, perhaps more than any other, connects us to the ceaseless activity of the world. And our aim is to learn to listen, not with an ear of judgment or resistance, but with a heart of wide open, peaceful acceptance. We live our lives submerged in a vast, invisible ocean of sound. From the moment we wake to the moment we sleep, we are bombarded by a relentless symphony of noise. The digital chime of a notification, the drone of traffic, the murmur of distant conversations, the hum of household appliances. We have become so accustomed to this constant sonic pollution that we rarely even notice it, yet our nervous systems do. On a deep, primal level, this unceasing barrage of auditory information keeps our bodies in a subtle, yet chronic, state of alert. Every unexpected sound is a potential threat to be analyzed. Every digital ping, a demand to be met. We become victims of the soundscape, our inner peace constantly disturbed by a world that has forgotten the value of silence. But what if we could radically transform our relationship to sound? What if, instead of being a source of irritation and distraction, sound itself could become our teacher, our guide, and even our gateway to a deeper peace? This is the promise of mindful listening. It is the art of learning to hear the world, not with the reactive ear of the mind, but with the receptive ear of a silent witness. To understand this, we must first draw a crucial distinction between the act of hearing and the art of listening. Hearing is a biological process. It is automatic, involuntary, and fundamentally rooted in survival. Sound waves enter the ear, are translated into electrical signals, and are sent to the brain for immediate evaluation. The brain's first question is always, what does this mean for me? Is it a threat? Is it a pleasure? Is it something I need to act on, or something I can ignore? This is the ear of the ego, the ear of the monkey mind. It is constantly judging, categorizing, and reacting. It hears a siren and thinks, I hope there isn't a traffic jam. It hears a dog bark and thinks, I wish that dog would be quiet. It hears music. It dislikes and thinks, I need to turn this off. This reactive mode of hearing is what we engage in 99% of the time. It is useful for navigating the world, but it offers no peace. Mindful listening, however, is something entirely different. It is a conscious and intentional act. It is an act of awareness. It does not ask what a sound means. It simply asks, what is the nature of this sound itself? It is the practice of receiving sound as pure sensory data, as raw vibration, before the mind has a chance to wrap it in a story or a judgment. Imagine your ear is a sensitive scientific instrument, simply registering the pitch, the timbre, the duration, and the volume of a sound wave. It is an act of radical acceptance. A car passes by. Instead of reacting with the thought, there goes a car, we can learn to listen to the pure sound, the low rumble of the engine, the hiss of the tires on the pavement, the way the sound rises in volume as it approaches and fades as it recedes. We listen to it as if we have never heard such a sound before, with the open curiosity of a child. To practice this is to wage a gentle war against one of the mind's most powerful and instantaneous habits, the tyranny of the label. The moment a sound enters our field of awareness, the brain, in its relentless quest for efficiency, slaps a label on it. Dog, clock, rain, neighbor. The instant that label is applied, we believe we know the sound, and so we stop listening. The rich, complex, and unique sensory experience of that particular sound in that particular moment is replaced by a blunt, one-word concept. The concept becomes a wall between us and reality. Worse still, we then immediately attach a story to the label. The label dog instantly triggers a story. That's Mr. Smith's annoying poodle again. It always barks at this time of night. He should really train it better. I'm never going to get to sleep. And suddenly, we are no longer listening to a sound. We are lost in a mental movie of our own creation, a drama filled with irritation, judgment, and anxiety. The original sound, the pure vibration that entered our ear, is long forgotten, buried under layers and layers of our own mental commentary. Mindful listening is the art of stopping this process. It is the choice to stay with the raw data, the pure sensation of the sound, and to let it be just what it is, without adding the second arrow of our own story. It is the practice of naked listening, hearing the world without the filter of our conceptual minds. This practice ultimately leads us to a profound discovery. Peace is not found in the absence of noise, but in our ability to find the silence that holds all noise. A powerful Zen story illustrates this. A great general, a man who had spent his life on noisy battlefields and in chaotic war rooms, came to a Zen master. "Master," he said, "I wish to learn meditation, but it is impossible for me. My mind is too loud. It is filled with the clamor of war, the shouts of men, the clang of steel. I can find no silence." The Zen master listened patiently. He did not offer the general a technique for blocking out the noise. Instead, he led him out of the temple and up a mountain path until they stood at the base of a tremendous, roaring waterfall. The sound was deafening, a relentless, powerful roar of water crashing onto rock. It was 1,000 times louder than the noise in the general's mind. The master pointed to a flat rock near the spray. "Sit here," he instructed the general. "Your task is not to ignore the sound of the waterfall. That is impossible. Your task is to listen with all of your being for the silence that is behind it and within it." The general was skeptical, but he obeyed. For hours, and then for days, he sat before the deafening roar. At first, all he could hear was the overwhelming noise, and his frustration grew. He felt it was a fool's errand, but he persisted. He stopped fighting the sound. He surrendered to it, allowing the roar to wash over him, through him. He let his entire awareness merge with the sound of the waterfall, and then a strange thing began to happen. By accepting the sound so completely, by listening to it so deeply, he began to perceive something else. A vast, deep, unmoving stillness that was somehow containing the roar. He realized the roar was not the opposite of silence. The roar was happening inside of an infinite silence. The sound was a temporary event, arising out of this deep, eternal quiet and returning to it. He had found the silence not by escaping the noise, but by going to the very heart of it. He realized the noise in his own mind was never the problem. The problem was his resistance to it, his struggle against it. This is the ultimate secret of mindful listening. All sounds, from the most jarring alarm to the most beautiful melody, arise out of silence and inevitably fade back into silence. Silence is the background, the canvas upon which all sounds are painted. By practicing listening to the sounds themselves with non-judgmental awareness, we are paradoxically training ourselves to hear the canvas. We learn that peace is not a fragile state that is shattered by the first noise. Peace is the resilient, ever-present foundation of all experience. We can learn to rest in that background stillness, even while the symphony of life, with all its pleasant and unpleasant sounds, continues to play. An annoying sound then ceases to be an enemy. It becomes an opportunity. It becomes a bell of mindfulness, reminding us to listen more deeply, to relax our resistance, and to touch the profound silence from which it came. We have now explored the philosophy of hearing the world with a new kind of ear that listens for peace even within noise. Now, let us put this profound idea into practice. In our next step, I will guide you on a sonic journey, an exploration of the sounds around you and the deep silence from which they emerge. We have explored the profound idea that true peace is not found in the absence of noise, but in our ability to find the vast, deep silence that holds all noise. We have understood that we do not have to be the victim of the sounds of the world, but can instead become a wise and open listener, using sound itself as a path to stillness. The story of the general at the waterfall is no longer just a story. It is now our instruction manual. Let us begin the practice. Let us become the general, and let the world of sound be our waterfall. Let us learn to listen for the silence. Settle again into your posture of complete rest. Let your body be heavy and soft. There is no tension required for this practice. In fact, it requires the opposite. It requires a deep and willing surrender. Let your attention come to rest in your body, and specifically, bring your awareness to your ears. Imagine that your ears are not just biological instruments, but are like two large, open, receptive bowls, ready to receive whatever the world offers them. There is no need to strain to hear. There is no need to search for sound. Your only task is to relax and to allow the sounds of this moment to come to you. Our intention is not to judge, not to analyze, and not to resist. Our intention is simply to receive, with open and impartial awareness, the symphony of this present moment. For the first part of our journey, we will turn our listening attention not outward, but inward. We will begin with the most intimate and subtle soundscape there is, the soundscape of your own body. Become as still as you possibly can. Let the world outside fade for a moment, and bring the focus of your listening to the space within your own skin. The first sound you might notice is the sound of your own breath. Listen closely. Can you hear the faint, whispery sound as the air passes through your nostrils or the back of your throat? It may be almost imperceptible, a sound that is more felt than heard. Do not try to change it. Simply notice it. It is the sound of life, moving through you, a gentle, rhythmic whisper. Listen to it for a few moments. Now, become even more still, even more quiet, and see if you can begin to perceive an even deeper rhythm, the sound or the feeling of your own heartbeat. You may not hear it with your ears in the conventional sense. You may feel it more as a gentle, pulsing vibration in your chest, or your neck, or even your fingertips. This is the faithful drum of your own heart, a rhythm that has been with you since before you were born, beating steadily, tirelessly, without any conscious command from you. It is the baseline rhythm of your life. Rest your attention on this deep, steady pulse. It is a sound of profound reassurance. It is the sound of your own being. Let your listening be exquisitely sensitive now. What other sounds of the body are present? Perhaps you can hear a faint, high-pitched ringing or humming in your ears. This is a very common experience, especially in a quiet room. Our usual habit is to label this sound tinnitus, and to find it annoying, a problem to be fixed. For this practice, however, let us try something different. Let us receive this sound with the same open curiosity as any other. Can you listen to it not as an annoyance, but as pure vibration? Can you notice its pitch? Is it a high tone or a low tone? Is it steady, or does it waver? Do not push it away. Do not wish it was gone. Simply allow it to be there, another instrument in the orchestra of your inner world. By receiving it with this neutral, kind awareness, you can strip it of its power to disturb you. It becomes just another sensation, floating in the vast space of your awareness. Listen for any other subtle sounds, the gurgle and shift of digestion, the soft sound of yourself swallowing. Your body is a living, breathing, sounding organism. For these moments, be intimately acquainted with its quiet, secret music. Now, let us slowly begin to expand the circle of our listening, keeping that same quality of gentle, receptive awareness. Allow your attention to move beyond the boundaries of your skin and out into the room in which you are resting. Without moving your head or opening your eyes, let your ears open up to the sounds present right here, in this space with you. Perhaps there is the low, steady hum of an electronic device, a refrigerator, a computer, a heating or cooling system. Try to hear it not as its label, refrigerator, but as a pure tone, a long, sustained vibration in the air. Can you notice its pitch? Does it have layers? A low hum with a higher overtone. Let your ear be a scientist, impartially investigating the qualities of the sound. What else is here? Perhaps there is a clock. If so, listen not just to the tick, but to the space of silence between each tick. Listen to the rhythm. Tick, silence, tick, silence. The silence is just as much a part of the sound as the tick itself. Perhaps you can hear the faint creak of the house settling, the rustle of your own blankets as your chest rises and falls. Each of these sounds is a small, temporary event in the stillness of the room. Receive each one as it comes. Let it be, just as it is, and then let it go, returning your ear to a state of open readiness for the next sound to arise. There is no need to name them. There is no need to tell their story. Just hear the sound as raw data, as pure energy. Now, let us expand the circle of our awareness once more. Let your listening travel beyond the walls of this room. Let it pass through the windows and the doors and open up to the soundscape of the world outside. What can you hear? Perhaps you can hear the distant drone of traffic, a low, continuous rumble. Hear it not as a source of stress, but as the sound of a river, the sound of the city breathing. A single car may pass by. Listen to the arc of its sound, the way it grows in volume as it approaches, the brief moment it is at its loudest, and the long, slow fading as it recedes into the distance. It is a wave of sound, rising and falling in the ocean of the night. Perhaps you hear a dog barking in the distance. Instead of falling into the story of that annoying dog, can you listen to the sound itself? Notice its sharp, staccato quality, the texture of the bark, the space of silence before it barks again. It is simply a burst of sonic energy, arising and fading in the vastness of the night. Perhaps you hear the faint wail of a distant siren. It is a sound we often associate with emergency and alarm. But for this moment, can you set that story aside? Can you listen to it as a pure, rising and falling tone, a long wave of sound traveling through the air? All of these sounds, the ones we label pleasant and the ones we label unpleasant, are part of the symphony of this moment. They are all welcome in the vast open space of your awareness. For these few moments, nothing is a disturbance. Everything is simply part of the orchestra. And now, for the final and most profound stage of our practice. Having listened to the sounds of the body, the sounds of the room, and the sounds of the world, let us now listen for that which holds them all. Let us listen for the silence. First, listen for the small pockets of silence between the sounds, the pause between the rustle of leaves, the quiet gap between the distant bark and the passing car. Notice these small moments of quiet. They are always here. And now, try to sense something even deeper. Can you sense the vast, boundless background silence from which all of these sounds are arising, like the deep, black, infinite space of the universe? And the sounds are just the temporary stars and planets that appear within it. This silence is not empty. It is full. It is alive. It is the canvas upon which the entire symphony of your life is painted. The sounds are temporary. The silence is permanent. It was here before the first sound, and it will be here after the last one. It is the peace the general found at the waterfall. It is not something you have to create. You only have to recognize it. It is your own fundamental nature. Rest here, in this deep, aware, and living silence. This profound acceptance of the world as it is, which we have just practiced with sound, is a skill we can now apply to our own memories and emotions. Having accepted the sounds of the day, let us now turn to the events of the day and learn the gentle art of letting them go. We have sat in the vast, open field of our own awareness, learning to listen to the symphony of the world with a new and accepting ear. We have practiced allowing the sounds of the moment to arise and pass away without resistance. This skill of profound acceptance is the foundation for our next, and perhaps most vital, habit for a peaceful night. The conscious and sacred ritual of releasing the day. For most of us, the day does not truly end. It simply collapses into the night. We fall into sleep as if falling from a cliff, exhausted and overwhelmed, still tightly clutching all the baggage from the hours that have passed. The ghosts of difficult conversations haunt us. The stain of a foolish mistake we made replays itself in our minds. The heavy chains of a resentment we feel toward another person are dragged with us into our beds. Our body may be lying still, but our mind is still at war, fighting yesterday's battles, rehearsing tomorrow's anxieties. And so, our sleep, which should be a deep ocean of restoration, becomes a shallow, troubled pool, unable to truly cleanse or renew us. The Zen perspective offers a radically different way to approach the rhythm of our lives. It invites us to see each day not as a single, indistinguishable link in an endless chain of time, but as a complete and whole lifetime in miniature. Your waking in the morning is a birth. You emerge from the void of sleep, fresh and new, into a world brimming with unknown potential. The hours of your day, with their work, their joys, their challenges, their meals, their conversations, are the living of this one short life. And the act of going to sleep at night is a small, sacred death. It is the natural, peaceful end of this particular life. It is a letting go of the person you were today, with all of their specific triumphs and failures, so that a new person may be born tomorrow. This view contrasts sharply with our typical linear understanding of time, where yesterday, today, and tomorrow are a relentless, unbroken line. In the linear view, the mistakes of today inevitably contaminate tomorrow. The anxieties of today are simply a down payment on the worries of the next. There are no clean breaks, no true endings, only a perpetual, exhausting continuation. But the cyclical view of one day, one life, is an act of profound liberation. It gives us the gift of closure. It means that the you who felt clumsy or unheard or unproductive today can be allowed to peacefully pass away tonight. The you who felt overwhelmed can be compassionately laid to rest. This is not some morbid fantasy. It is a powerful psychological reset. It is the understanding that our identity is not a fixed, solid thing. It is a fluid process. By consciously ending the day, we are releasing our attachment to that day's particular story, that day's temporary identity. We create the space for a genuinely fresh start when the sun rises. We allow ourselves to be reborn. But how do we practice this? How do we allow the day to truly die? The essential tool for this sacred act is the practical magic of forgiveness. When we think of forgiveness, we often think of it as a heavy moral duty, something we do for the benefit of another person, an act of magnanimous grace. But in this context, it is far more useful to view forgiveness as a deeply practical, even selfish, act of personal liberation. Holding on to resentment, anger, or a grudge is like drinking a cup of poison and waiting for the other person to die. It is like holding a hot coal in your hand with the intention of throwing it at someone. In the end, you are the one who gets burned. The bitterness, the tension, the endless replaying of the perceived injustice in our minds. These things poison our own peace. They burn our own hands. They tether us to the past and prevent us from being free in the present. To forgive another person is not necessarily to condone their actions. It does not mean you have to forget what happened or that you must allow them to harm you again. It is simply the decision to no longer carry the emotional weight of their mistake in your own heart. It is a declaration of inner freedom. It is saying, your actions caused pain, and I acknowledge that pain, but I will no longer allow the memory of your actions to occupy the sacred space of my mind tonight. I will no longer drink this poison. I release you from the prison of my anger, not for your sake, but for mine. I set you free from my inner world so that I may be free. This is an act of profound self-care. It is the unburdening of a weight you were never meant to carry. Even more challenging, perhaps, is the art of forgiving ourselves. We are, so often, our own most merciless judges. We can be far more compassionate to a friend who has made a mistake than we are to ourselves. We lie awake and our minds become a courtroom where we are simultaneously the prosecutor, the judge, and the defendant, endlessly replaying our own blunders, the foolish word we spoke, the task we forgot, the moment we lost our patience. We sentence ourselves to a long night of shame and regret. Self-forgiveness is the practice of bringing that same kindness that we might offer a friend to our own heart. It is the ability to look at our own imperfections with compassion. It is the wisdom to acknowledge, yes, I made a mistake today. I was not perfect. I am an imperfect, learning, growing human being. In that moment, with the awareness and the resources I had, I did what I did. I cannot change the past. To forgive yourself is to say, I release the need to keep punishing myself for being human. I accept my imperfection. I will learn from this, and now I will let it go. This act of gentle self-acceptance is the key that unlocks the door to a peaceful mind. It allows the you of today to rest without being tormented by a relentless inner critic. We can think of this entire process with a simple metaphor. Imagine that your consciousness is a ship, and the day has been your time at a busy, noisy port. All day long, you have been engaged in the world's commerce. You have been loading and unloading cargo, negotiating with other captains, taking on supplies, and weathering the occasional storm in the harbor. Now, the night has come, and it is time to set sail into the vast, deep, mysterious ocean of sleep. But your ship is not free to sail. It is tied to the dock by a dozen thick ropes. Each rope is an attachment to the day that has passed. One rope is a regret. Another is a resentment. A third is an unfinished task you are worrying about. A fourth is a conversation that ended badly. A wise captain knows that they cannot sail into the open sea while still tied to the dock. To do so would be futile. The engines would strain, the ship would groan, but it would go nowhere, held fast by the ropes. Yet, this is precisely what we attempt to do every single night. We try to sail into the deep, restorative waters of sleep, while still firmly tethered to the dramas and anxieties of the port of yesterday. We wonder why our sleep is so troubled, so shallow, why we feel like we are straining all night and getting nowhere. It is because we have not untied the ropes. The ritual of releasing the day is the wise captain's final and most important duty before the night's voyage. It is the act of walking the length of the dock in the quiet of the evening and visiting each mooring post. It is looking at each rope, each attachment, acknowledging what it is, and then deliberately, consciously untying the knot and letting it fall away. It is an act of declaring the day's business complete. This is not an act of carelessness, but an act of profound trust. It is trusting that the ocean of sleep will provide the restoration you need. It is trusting that the port will still be there in the morning, and you, as a rested and renewed captain, will be far better equipped to handle its business. By releasing today, you are not abdicating responsibility for tomorrow. You are preparing for it in the most effective way possible. You are ensuring that you will meet the new day not as a weary, beaten-down sailor who has been struggling against his own ropes all night, but as a clear-eyed, well-rested captain, ready for a new voyage. We have now understood the profound importance of this daily closure, the why behind the art of letting go. This is not merely a nice idea, but a skill that can be learned. In our next step, I will guide you, moment by moment, through a simple yet powerful ritual to review and release the day that has passed, untying the ropes so that you may sail freely into the peace of the night. We have explored the profound philosophy of release. We have come to understand the day as a miniature lifetime, and the act of sleeping as a sacred death that allows for a rebirth each morning. We have seen the wisdom in the metaphor of the ship and the dock, recognizing that we cannot sail into the peaceful ocean of night while still tethered by the ropes of the day's unresolved business. Now, let us move from the philosophy to the practice. Let us, together, become the wise captain of our own vessel. Let us walk the quiet dock of the day that has just passed, and with great gentleness and intention, let us untie the ropes. Settle into your posture of rest, and let us first create a space of absolute safety for this practice. Before we look at any difficulties or regrets from the day, we must first arm ourselves with unconditional kindness. I invite you to place a hand gently on your heart. Feel the warmth of your own touch. It is the touch of a dear friend. Take a slow breath in and a slow breath out. And in the quiet of your mind, make a promise to yourself. A simple promise. Whatever I find as I review this day, I will meet it with compassion. I will not judge. I will not condemn. I will only acknowledge and gently release. Let this feeling of self-compassion be a soft, warm blanket that you wrap around yourself. It is from within this sanctuary of kindness that we can have the courage to look honestly at our day. With this blanket of compassion held firmly around you, let us now gently review the day that has been. As we did before, let the film of the day unspool in your mind, from the moment of waking until now. But this time, We are looking for something specific. We are not looking for what was good or what was bad. We are simply noticing where there is a lingering feeling of tension. Where is there a stickiness in your memory? Where is there an energetic charge? As the scenes float by, gently ask yourself, was there a conversation that ended poorly, that left a sour taste in your mouth? Was there a moment of frustration, either with a situation or with another person? Was there a mistake you made, large or small, that you are still subtly punishing yourself for? Is there a resentment you are holding towards someone, a small, hot coal of anger you are still clutching? Is there a task left undone, a worry about tomorrow that is pulling at the edge of your awareness? Do not force yourself to analyze everything. Just notice what feeling, what memory, what rope feels most present for you right now. Perhaps several come to mind. That is all right. For tonight's practice, we do not need to untie every single rope. To learn the art, we only need to practice with one or two. So, let one particular memory, one particular feeling of unresolvedness, come gently to the forefront of your mind. Trust your intuition. Which rope is asking for your attention tonight? Let us now begin the ritual of untying. We will start with the rope that binds so many of us, night after night, the heavy rope of regret. Bring to your mind a moment from today where you wish you had acted differently. Perhaps you spoke a sharp word. Perhaps you were impatient. Perhaps you neglected something you should have done. Do not shy away from it. See the scene clearly, but see it through the lens of your compassion. You are not seeing it to condemn yourself, but to free yourself. As you see this memory, notice the feeling that arises with it. Is it shame, guilt, embarrassment? Where do you feel this emotion in your body? Is it a tightness in your throat? A hollow feeling in your stomach? A heat in your face? For a moment, just allow this feeling to be here, without trying to fix it or push it away. This is the feeling of the knot. Now, we will use the breath to untie it. Take a slow, deep breath in, and as you inhale, I invite you to acknowledge the complete truth of the situation. You can say to yourself, yes, this happened. I did this. I am an imperfect human being, and in that moment, I made a mistake. Hold that clear, honest acknowledgement at the top of the breath. And now, on a long, slow, complete exhalation, I invite you to offer yourself the gift of forgiveness. As you breathe out, you can whisper in your mind, and I release the need to keep punishing myself for it. I let it go. Let's do this again. A deep breath in, acknowledging the reality of the mistake with courage and honesty. I see this. I accept that it happened. And a long, slow breath out, a breath of profound release and self-compassion. I forgive myself for being human. I let the story end here. As you do this, visualize the thick, heavy rope of regret. See the tight, complex knot. And with each exhale, see that knot begin to loosen. The fibers soften, the tension releases, and on a final, deep exhalation, see the rope fall away from your ship completely, splashing softly into the dark water of the past. It no longer holds you. You are free from it. Next, let us turn our attention to another common rope, the rope of resentment. Bring to mind an interaction from your day where you felt hurt, angered, or frustrated by another person's actions or words. See their face in your mind. See the situation as it happened. And just as before, acknowledge the feeling that arises in you. Is it anger? Is it hurt? Is it a feeling of injustice? Notice this energy in your body. It may feel like a fire, a hot coal that you are holding in your hand. You may feel a powerful sense of justification, a desire to hold on to it, because you feel you are right and they are wrong. Acknowledge this. 2. Now, we will use the breath to drop this hot coal. Take a deep breath in, and as you do, acknowledge the truth of your pain. Yes, this happened. This hurt me. My feeling is valid. Acknowledge the ouch of the moment without judgment. And now, on the long, slow exhale, make a conscious choice for your own freedom. As you breathe out, say in your mind, "For the sake of my own peace tonight, I release you. I will not carry the weight of your actions into my rest. I drop this hot coal. I untie this rope." Let's repeat that. A deep breath in, honoring your own feeling, your own pain. I acknowledge this hurt. And a long, slow, powerful exhalation, choosing your own liberation. And for my own sake, I let you go from my mind. This is not about them. This is about you. You are refusing to drink the poison. You are refusing to let their actions dictate your inner peace. Visualize the rope that connects your ship to their story. See it fraying, and with a final, decisive exhale, see it snap and fall away. Your ship is no longer bound to the drama of that interaction. Finally, let us address the buzzing, anxious rope of worry, the rope of unfinished business. Bring to mind one task you did not complete, or one problem you are worried about for tomorrow. Feel the nagging pressure it creates, the low-grade anxiety, the feeling of "I should have," or "what if." It is a rope that tries to pull your ship into the future, preventing it from resting in the present. Let us use the breath to release this too. Take a deep breath in and clearly acknowledge the task or the worry. Yes, this exists. This needs attention. Do not deny it. See it clearly. And now, on the long, slow exhale, I invite you to consciously and lovingly entrust this task to the person you will be tomorrow. As you breathe out, say to yourself, "I trust that the rested, restored, and clear-headed version of me is far more capable of handling this than the tired version of me is right now." This is a task for the captain of tomorrow's ship. It is not a task for tonight's voyager. For tonight, I release it. Do it again. Inhale, acknowledging the worry. Exhale, consciously handing it over to your future self. With trust, visualize this rope of worry, not snapping, but being gently untied and coiled neatly on the dock. It is there, waiting, safe and sound, ready to be picked up in the morning if it is needed. But it is not attached to your ship. It has no power over your journey tonight. And now, take a moment. Be the captain, standing on the deck of your vessel. All the ropes you have chosen to work with tonight have been released. Feel the shift in your own being. Feel the new lightness, the absence of the straining, the pulling, the tension. Your ship is no longer held fast to the dock of the day that has passed. It is free. Feel the gentle, almost imperceptible drift as your vessel moves away from the shore, away from the harbor lights, away from the noise and the business of the port. You are now floating freely on the vast, dark, quiet, and peaceful ocean of the night. There is nothing pulling on you. There is nowhere to go. There is nothing to do. There is only this gentle, silent, peaceful floating. This is the feeling of true release. This is the peace of a completed chapter. You have died to the day that has been, and you are now truly ready for the deep, restorative voyage of the night. As we float here, on this vast ocean, free from the tethers of a single day, we can begin to appreciate an even deeper truth about the nature of all things. we can see that not only the day, but everything in life, every joy, every sorrow, every thought, every feeling is in a constant state of flux, of change, of flowing by. This is the great wisdom of impermanence. We are floating now, untethered from the busy dock of the day that has passed. We have released our grip on the regrets and resentments, and in doing so, we have found a new lightness, a new freedom. We are adrift on the vast, quiet ocean of the night. This feeling of floating, of being untethered, is the perfect gateway to our next habit, which explores a truth so profound and so fundamental that it underlies every other practice we have discussed. It is the wisdom of impermanence. At the very heart of the human condition lies a deep and persistent paradox. We crave certainty. We build our lives in search of solid ground. We yearn for things to last, a happiness, our relationships, our youth, our very lives. Yet, we live in a universe that is defined by the exact opposite. The fundamental law of existence, the very pulse of reality, is change. Everything is in a constant state of flux. We spend our lives trying to build a permanent home on the surface of a relentlessly flowing river. This deep truth, known in the Buddhist tradition as anicca, is the first great mark of all existence. It is not a belief to be adopted, but an observable, undeniable fact. To understand impermanence is to understand the nature of reality itself, and in that understanding lies the key to profound peace. Let us cast our awareness wide for a moment and observe this universal law in action. On the grandest cosmic scale, nothing is permanent. Stars, which seem like eternal beacons in our night sky, are born from clouds of gas, burn for billions of years, and then die in spectacular explosions, seeding the universe with the very elements that make up our bodies. Galaxies collide and merge. The universe itself is in a state of constant, accelerating expansion. Nothing is static. On the scale of our own planet, this dance of change is the very author of its beauty. The great mountains that seem like symbols of eternity are being constantly, imperceptibly, worn down by wind and rain. The coastlines are redrawn by the patient work of the tides. The river we see today is not the same river that was here yesterday. Its water is new. Its banks have shifted. Even the mighty oak tree, a symbol of strength and endurance, was once a tiny, vulnerable acorn and will one day fall and become soil again, giving its life back to the forest. The seasons themselves are our most obvious teachers of this rhythm. The vibrant birth of spring, the full bloom of summer, the graceful letting go of autumn, and the deep, dormant rest of winter. Life is not a state of being. It is a process of becoming and unbecoming. And of course, this law applies most intimately to our own lives. Our bodies are not solid, fixed entities. They are rivers of change. Millions of our cells are dying and being replaced at this very moment. The face you see in the mirror today is subtly different from the one you saw a year ago. We age, we grow, we get sick, we heal. Our relationships, too, are in constant flow. They deepen, they change, they encounter challenges, and sometimes they end. Our careers, our homes, our financial situations all are subject to the ceaseless current of change, and most fleeting of all are the contents of our own minds. A thought arises, and in the next instant, it is gone. An emotion of joy fills our heart, and then gives way to a feeling of contentment, or boredom, or sadness. Our inner world is a kaleidoscope of shifting patterns. Nothing, absolutely nothing can be held onto. If this universal law of change is so natural, so complete, then where does our suffering come from? If the flowing of the river is simply the nature of reality, why do we experience so much pain? The Buddhist answer is elegantly simple. The suffering does not come from the fact of impermanence itself. The suffering comes from our resistance to it. It comes from our desperate, futile attempt to grasp the water of the river, to freeze a particular beautiful wave in time, to build a dam and stop the flow altogether. This grasping, this clinging, is known as upadana, and it is the direct cause of our deepest anxieties. We do this in two primary ways. The first is by clinging to pleasure. When we experience a moment of happiness, a beautiful vacation, a professional success, the intoxicating feeling of falling in love, the mind immediately attaches to it. It says, "This is good. I want more of this. I don't want this to ever end." And in that very moment of clinging, a subtle poison enters the experience. The fear of its ending is born. We can no longer fully enjoy the vacation because a part of our mind is already mourning its conclusion. We cannot fully savor the success because we are already anxious about maintaining it. Our desperate attempt to make the pleasant permanent is what robs it of its pure joy. The second way we suffer is by pushing away pain. This is the other side of the same coin. Aversion. When we experience something difficult, a physical pain, a financial loss, a rejection, a feeling of sadness, the mind immediately resists. It says, "This is bad. I hate this feeling. I must get rid of it right now." We struggle against the reality of the moment. We tense our bodies and minds against the unwanted experience. But this resistance is like struggling in quicksand. It only makes us sink deeper. Often, the suffering we create through our desperate, frantic struggle against pain is far greater than the original pain itself. The deepest form of clinging is our attachment to our own identity, our sense of self. We build a story of who we are. I am young, I am healthy, I am a successful person, I am a calm person. We cling to these labels, these snapshots, as if they were a permanent reality. Then, when life's river inevitably flows, when we get older, when our health falters, when we lose a job, when we feel anxious, we suffer immensely. We feel that our very self is under attack, that we are being annihilated. But it is not our true self that is dissolving. It is only a temporary, cherished story. By clinging to a fixed idea of who we are, we set ourselves up for suffering every time the current of life reveals a new facet of our being. There is a timeless story of a powerful king who was plagued by these very human struggles. His mood swung wildly between elation in times of victory and despair in times of defeat. He summoned the wisest sages in his kingdom and gave them a challenge. "Create for me a ring," he commanded, "with a magic inscription. It must have the power to bring me solace and humility. When I am crushed by defeat, it must lift my spirits. And when I am blinded by victory, it must bring me back to earth." The sages conferred for a long time, and finally, they returned to the king with a simple gold ring. The king looked at it. Engraved on the surface were 4 simple words: "This, too, shall pass." The king was astounded by its simple wisdom. In his next great battle, when his army was on the verge of collapse, he looked at the ring. "This, too, shall pass." The words did not erase his danger, but they gave him a sense of perspective and courage, reminding him that this moment of despair was not his final destination. And later, when he had won a glorious victory and was being celebrated in a grand parade, feeling invincible, he glanced at his ring. "This, too, shall pass." The words did not diminish his joy, but they tempered it with humility, reminding him not to become arrogant or attached to this fleeting moment of glory. This inscription is the great wisdom we can carry in our own hearts. It is a universal mantra, a key that unlocks a state of equanimity. When you are caught in the grip of a powerful anxiety before sleep, you can whisper to that feeling, "This, too, shall pass." It reminds you that this feeling is a temporary weather cloud, not the eternal sky. When you are feeling a deep sadness, this, too, shall pass. When you are experiencing a moment of pure joy or connection, this wisdom allows you to savor it even more fully, not by clinging, but by appreciating its precious, fleeting beauty. This too shall pass. And how wonderful it is that it is here right now. Contemplating impermanence is therefore a double-edged sword of liberation. It soothes our pain by reminding us that no struggle is forever, and it hallows our joy by reminding us that no pleasure is forever, making us more present, more attentive, and more grateful for the good moments while they last. Embracing this truth is the ultimate act of alignment with reality. It is the act of learning to surf the waves of life, rather than being crushed by them. It is to finally stop trying to build a house on the river, and instead to learn the joy of floating. We have now explored the profound philosophy of impermanence, seeing it not as a source of despair, but as a key to profound freedom and appreciation. Now, let us move from the intellectual understanding to the felt sense of this truth. In our next step, I will guide you in a gentle contemplation, allowing this wisdom to permeate your being and bring peace to your mind. We have explored the profound philosophy of impermanence. We have held in our minds the wisdom of the King's Ring, the simple, powerful truth that this, too, shall pass. We have seen that this is not a morbid or nihilistic idea, but a key that unlocks a deep and abiding peace, a key that soothes our sorrows and sanctifies our joys. But to understand a truth with the intellect is one thing. To feel it in the very fabric of our being is another. An idea can be comforting, but a direct experience is transformative. So now, let us move from the philosophy into the laboratory of our own direct experience. We will not look for impermanence in the eroding mountains or the dying stars. We will look for it right here, right now, in the ever-changing stream of our own body, heart, and mind. Settle once more into your posture of deep rest. Feel the solid ground of the bed beneath you, a stable base from which we can observe the endless flow of change. Reconnect with your anchor, the gentle, rhythmic tide of your breath. The breath itself is our first and most constant teacher of impermanence. Each breath is a complete cycle of birth, life, and death. The inhale is born. It sustains us for a moment, and then it passes away, creating the space for the next to arise. No two breaths are ever exactly the same. For a few moments, simply rest here, feeling this gentle, constant reminder of the nature of reality. Inhale and exhale, arising and passing away. Now, let us begin our investigation. Our first area of focus will be the physical body. Let your awareness spread throughout your body like a warm, gentle light. Bring your attention to the universe of physical sensations that is alive within you at this very moment. Your intention is not to change anything, not to fix anything, but simply to watch with the patient, curious eye of a scientist. Let your awareness drift through your body until it lands on one single, distinct sensation. It does not need to be a dramatic sensation. In fact, the more subtle, the better. Perhaps you notice a slight tingling in your fingertips, Perhaps you feel a point of pressure where your heel rests on the mattress. Perhaps you become aware of a small itch on your shoulder, or a feeling of warmth in your stomach. Choose one such sensation, and let your awareness rest upon it completely. Let this one sensation be your entire world for a moment. Our usual, unconscious habit would be to immediately react. We would scratch the itch, or shift our position to relieve the pressure. But for this practice, let us do something different. Let us simply watch, without moving, without reacting. Can you observe the full life cycle of this sensation? With a patient and curious attention, notice the exact moment you can identify its beginning, and then watch it as it stays. Investigate its qualities. Is it sharp or dull? Is it buzzing or pulsing or steady? Does its intensity change from moment to moment? Does it grow stronger or weaker? Does it stay in one exact spot, or does it seem to move or spread? Be fascinated by the intricate, changing nature of this seemingly simple event. And now, continue to watch with this patient awareness and wait for the moment that it naturally dissolves. All sensations, without exception, follow this arc. They arise, they exist for a time, and they pass away. You do not need to make the itch go away. Its own nature is to disappear. As you notice it fading, as it dissolves back into the neutral field of your bodily awareness, you can silently acknowledge in your mind, with a sense of quiet discovery, this, too, has passed. Let us try this again. Let your awareness scan your body once more for another sensation, perhaps a feeling of coolness on your skin, where it is exposed to the air. Rest your attention there. Observe its birth, its life, its qualities, and observe its inevitable passing. As it fades, acknowledge once more, this, too, shall pass. Through this simple, direct observation, you are experiencing the profound truth of anicca in your own flesh. You are seeing that your body is not a solid, static thing, but a vibrant, shimmering, constantly changing field of arising and passing sensations. There is nothing solid to hold on to. It is all a flow. Now, let us bring this same quality of investigative awareness to a more subtle layer of our experience, the world of feelings and emotions. This can be more challenging, as we are more deeply identified with our feelings than with a simple itch. So we will proceed with great gentleness. I invite you to gently call to mind a feeling you experienced today. For this practice, it is wise not to choose a moment of major trauma or overwhelming emotion. Choose something milder, perhaps a moment of slight irritation while waiting in a line, perhaps a flicker of happiness when you heard a favorite song, perhaps a moment of simple boredom in the afternoon. Choose one of these mild emotional memories and see if you can feel the echo of it in your body right now. Do not get lost in the story behind the feeling who said what or why it happened. Instead, try to connect with the raw, physical energy of the emotion itself. Where did you feel that irritation in your body? Was it a tightness in your chest, a clenching in your jaw, a heat in your stomach? What is the physical signature of that feeling? If you chose a happy feeling, where does that live? Is it a lightness in your heart? A warmth that spreads through you? Now, hold this feeling, this energy pattern, in your kind, spacious awareness. And just as you did with the physical sensation, simply watch it. Does it remain perfectly still and solid, like a block of ice? Or, when you bring the gentle light of your awareness to it, does it begin to change? Does the tightness in your chest lessen, even slightly? Does the shape of the feeling morph? Does it pulse or shimmer or dissolve for a second, only to reappear? You will see that even a seemingly solid mood is, in reality, a fluid, dynamic, and ever-changing process. It has no solid core. It is energy in motion. As you watch it shift and change, as you feel its intensity ebb and flow, you can hold the gentle reminder in your mind. This feeling, this irritation, this happiness, this, too, is passing. You are learning to witness your emotional states without being consumed by them. You are becoming the sky that allows the emotional weather to pass through. Finally, let us turn our awareness to the most fleeting and subtle layer of all, the stream of our thoughts. This connects to our earlier practice of watching the river, but now we do so with the specific lens of impermanence. For a few moments, just rest in the quiet. Sit by the bank of your mind and simply wait for the next thought to arise. You do not need to create it. It will appear on its own. Now, a thought has appeared. Notice how it seems to materialize out of nowhere, out of the silent backdrop of your mind. For a brief instant, it exists. It has a shape, a content. It might be a word, an image, a fragment of memory. And then, just as mysteriously as it arrived, it dissolves. It vanishes back into the nothingness from which it came, leaving a space before the next thought arises. Witness this process, the birth of a thought, its brief life, and its immediate death. This is happening moment after moment after moment. Our minds are a ceaseless flurry of arising and passing. As you watch a thought dissolve, you can acknowledge, with a sense of profound insight, this thought, too, has passed. Let us now let go of any specific focus. Simply rest here as the silent witness to the entire unfolding show of your experience. Be aware of the constantly changing field of sensations in your body. Be aware of the fluid, shifting currents of your feelings and moods. Be aware of the endless parade of thoughts, appearing and disappearing like bubbles in the air. See it all as one, single, unified process of flow. Nothing is solid, nothing is permanent, nothing can be grasped. Everything is like the flowing of the river. And you, the true you, are the calm, steady, aware presence on the bank that witnesses this magnificent, ceaseless flow. In this realization, there is profound peace. There is nothing to hold on to, and therefore, nothing to fear losing. There is only the graceful, intelligent, and endless dance of life, arising and passing away in each and every moment. As we rest in this spacious freedom, understanding that we are not our fleeting thoughts, not our changing feelings, not our temporary bodily sensations, a natural warmth can arise. A kindness toward this ever-changing, vulnerable, and beautiful human experience. It is this warmth, this unconditional friendliness toward ourselves and others that we will explore next. We have floated on the great ocean of impermanence. We have watched our thoughts, our feelings, and our physical sensations arise and pass away like waves on the water. This practice can bring a profound sense of spaciousness and freedom, a realization that we are not the fleeting, changing phenomena of our experience, but the calm, quiet awareness that witnesses them. And yet, for some, this spaciousness can feel vast, empty, or even a little cold. Having detached from the drama of our thoughts, what is left? What is the quality, the emotional tone that we wish to inhabit this newfound inner space with? This brings us to our next habit, which is the practice of actively cultivating warmth. It is the ingredient that transforms the cool spaciousness of wisdom into the radiant, heartfelt peace of an open heart. This is the philosophy of metta, or loving kindness. Before we can understand what metta is, we must first be honest about what is usually present in its absence. For most of us, the inner landscape of the mind is not a friendly territory. It is ruled by a relentless and powerful voice, an inner critic that has been with us for as long as we can remember. This inner critic is the ghost in our machine, the tireless commentator who sits in judgment of our every move. It is the voice that whispers, "That was a stupid thing to say," after a conversation ends. It is the voice that says, "You're not trying hard enough," when you are already exhausted. It is the voice that compares you unfavorably to others, highlighting all the ways you fall short. It is the master of shame, the expert in guilt, the connoisseur of inadequacy. We often believe, on some subconscious level, that this inner critic is our ally. We think its harshness is a form of motivation, that its constant fault-finding is necessary to keep us from becoming lazy or complacent. We believe it is trying to protect us from the judgment of others by judging us first. But this is a deeply flawed strategy, for it is based on the toxic fuel of fear. And a life motivated by the fear of not being good enough is a life lived in a state of perpetual, low-grade anxiety. This constant inner criticism creates a state of civil war within our own minds. One part of us is trying to live, to create, to connect, while another part is constantly attacking, belittling, and undermining. This internal friction is one of the greatest hidden sources of our exhaustion and stress. How can we possibly find deep, restorative sleep at night when a war is raging within our own head? How can we feel at peace in the world when we are not even at peace with ourselves? The practice of metta is the radical and beautiful antidote to this inner conflict. It is the laying down of our arms against ourselves. The word metta, from the ancient Pali language, is often translated as loving kindness, but its meaning is perhaps more accurately captured by the simpler term friendliness. It is not the passionate, romantic, or possessive love we often think of. It is not a sentimental or conditional affection, such as "I will love myself if I lose weight," or "I will be kind to myself when I achieve this goal." Metta is something far more stable, profound, and unconditional. It is a steady, gentle, and unwavering wish for well-being. It is the simple, powerful intention to be a good friend, first and foremost, to yourself. It is crucial to understand that metta, like gratitude, is not an emotion that we must wait to feel. It is an intention that we choose to cultivate. It is like planting a seed. You may not see the flower immediately, but by consistently tending the soil and watering the seed, the flower will inevitably bloom. The phrases of a metta meditation are the seeds, and the gentle repetition of them is the act of watering. We are not pretending to feel something. We are simply setting a new direction for the heart, turning it away from the habitual path of judgment and toward the new path of friendliness. Imagine your lifetime of self-criticism. Your habit of harsh judgment is like a thick layer of ice that has formed over your heart. It can feel cold, hard, and impenetrable. To try and fight this ice, to chip away at it with force, is an exhausting and futile battle. This is where the wisdom of metta reveals its true power. Metta is like the sun in the spring. The sun does not attack the ice. It does not struggle against it. It simply shines. It radiates its natural, steady, unconditional warmth. And under this gentle, persistent radiance, the ice, without any struggle, begins to soften. It begins to melt at the edges, and eventually it dissolves back into the flowing water of a living, feeling heart. The practice of metta is the act of learning how to shine this inner sun. The practice always begins with ourselves. In our Western culture, this can sometimes feel selfish or narcissistic, but in the wisdom of this tradition, It is understood as the most practical and necessary starting point. It is the recognition of the simple truth that you cannot pour from an empty cup. To genuinely wish for others to be happy when you yourself are filled with self-loathing is an inauthentic and unsustainable act. It is like trying to offer water to the thirsty when your own well is dry. By offering this unconditional friendliness to ourselves first, we are not being selfish. We are filling our own well so that we may have a genuine, overflowing abundance of kindness to offer the world. It is the most logical place to begin. The power of metta extends beyond our relationship with ourselves. It is the ultimate antidote to the poisons of anger, hatred, and fear. There is a famous story from the life of the Buddha that illustrates this perfectly. The Buddha's jealous cousin, Devadatta, conspired to assassinate him. He arranged for the royal elephant, a creature named Nalagiri, to be intoxicated with powerful drugs, driving it into a homicidal rage. He then had the elephant released onto the narrow street where the Buddha was walking. The scene was one of pure terror. People screamed and fled for their lives. Even the Buddha's closest disciples urged him to run and save himself. But the Buddha stood perfectly still. He looked at the charging, trumpeting, enraged elephant, and he felt no fear. He felt only a deep and powerful compassion. Instead of raising a weapon or using a supernatural power, he simply did one thing. He radiated a powerful, unwavering field of pure metta toward the maddened animal. The story says that as the elephant entered this field of loving kindness, it began to slow down. Its enraged trumpeting softened. Its eyes, which had been red with fury, became gentle. It knelt before the Buddha and allowed him to stroke its forehead. The untamable rage of the beast had been completely subdued, not by force, but by the gentle, invincible power of unconditional love. This story is a powerful metaphor for our own lives. The raging elephant is our own untamed anger. It is our own deep-seated fear. It is the hatred and ill will we feel from others. Our natural instinct is to meet this raging energy with more of the sameto, fight anger with anger, to meet hatred with more hatred, to run in terror from our fear. But the Buddha's lesson is that these fierce, primal energies cannot be defeated on their own terms. You cannot put out a fire with more fire. They can only be tamed, softened, and transformed by the one energy that is their polar opposite, loving kindness. When you meet your own inner critic not with more self-judgment, but with the gentle wish, "May I be peaceful," you are taming the elephant. When you meet a feeling of anger not with suppression or aggression, but with the spacious, kind acknowledgement of a friend, you are taming the elephant. Metta is the great transformer. It does not destroy the negative, it alchemizes it. Therefore, the philosophy of loving kindness is the philosophy of ending the war. It is a radical choice for peace, beginning with the civil war inside our own minds. It is the understanding that friendliness is a skill, a muscle that can be trained. By cultivating this quality of warmth toward ourselves, we create a stable, resilient core of well-being. And from that core, our kindness naturally begins to radiate outward, dissolving the illusion of separation between ourselves and others, reminding us that every being, without exception, shares the same fundamental wish, to be happy and to be free from suffering. We have now understood the profound philosophy of loving kindness, recognizing it as the sun that can melt the ice of our inner critic. It is time to move from the idea of this warmth to the direct cultivation of it. In our next step, I will guide you in the ancient and beautiful practice of metta, learning to offer this gift of unconditional friendliness, first to ourselves and then to the world. We have now arrived at the heart of our practice, for the night. We have explored the philosophy of loving kindness, of metta, understanding it not as a fleeting emotion, but as a conscious, cultivated intention. It is the steady warmth of the sun that can melt the ancient ice of our own inner critic and the frozen resentments we hold toward others. It is the practice that ends the inner war. Now, let us move from the idea of this warmth to the direct, sincere cultivation of it. Let us begin the gentle work of shining that inner sun, first upon ourselves, and then allowing its rays to extend out into the world. Find your comfortable posture of rest. Let your body feel settled and at ease. I invite you now to take your right or left hand and place it gently over the center of your chest, over your heart space. Feel the gentle pressure and the warmth of your own hand. This physical touch is a powerful reminder of tenderness and friendship. It is a gesture that communicates directly with the nervous system, a non-verbal signal of safety and care. Before we even begin with the words, we are already offering ourselves a moment of kindness. The practice we are about to engage in is simple, yet profound. We will be repeating a series of phrases, like the gentle planting of seeds in the soil of the heart. It is very important to understand that you do not need to force any particular feeling. The purpose is not to manufacture an emotion that isn't there. The purpose is to sincerely offer the intention. The words themselves have a power. The gentle, patient repetition of them is the act of watering the seeds. Some days, the soil of the heart feels fertile, and a feeling of warmth may arise easily. Other days, the soil may feel dry or hard, and you may feel nothing at all. That is perfectly all right. Simply offering the phrases, with as much sincerity as you can muster, is the practice. Trust the process. We will begin where all true kindness must begin, with ourselves. For too long, we have directed the harshest criticism and the most unforgiving judgment toward our own being. For these next few moments, we will offer ourselves the same gentle well wishes that we would so easily offer to a beloved friend in need. With your hand on your heart, bring your awareness inward, and silently, in the quiet of your own mind, slowly and gently, offer yourself the first phrase, "May I be safe." Let the words resonate. This is a wish to be safe from all inner and outer harm, safe from the accidents of the world, but also safe from the harshness of your own judgment. A wish for a feeling of profound security and well-being. And now, the second phrase, "May I be happy." Offer this to yourself, a wish for a deep, authentic, and lasting happiness. Not just the fleeting pleasure of a passing experience, but the genuine contentment that comes from a heart at peace. A wish for your own deep joy. Now, the third phrase, "May I be healthy and strong." Feel the sincerity of this wish for your own body and mind. A wish for physical health, for the energy to live your life fully. A wish for a mind that is resilient, clear, and strong. And finally, the fourth phrase, "May I live with ease." This is a wish to be free from the heavy burden of struggle, anxiety, and inner turmoil. It is a wish for a life of balance, grace, and gentle okayness. A wish that you may navigate the challenges of your life with a calm and peaceful heart. Let us now repeat this cycle once more, letting the words sink in a little deeper. With your hand on your heart, offer the gift again to yourself. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy and strong. May I live with ease. Rest for a moment, simply feeling the intention behind these words. You are filling your own well first. You are tending to your own heart. This is the most fundamental act of self-love. Now that we have established this baseline of friendliness toward ourselves, we will begin to expand the circle of loving kindness. Bring to your mind's eye the image of a benefactor, a loved one, or a dear friend. someone for whom you feel natural and easy affection. It could be a parent, a partner, a child, a close friend, or even a pet. Choose one being for whom your heart feels an uncomplicated warmth. Picture them clearly in your mind. See their face, their smile. Feel the appreciation you have for them. And now, directing your attention toward them, we will offer them the very same wishes. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy and strong. May you live with ease. As you repeat these phrases, let your heart extend this genuine wish for their well-being. See them receiving this warm, golden light of your intention. Feel the natural joy that comes from wishing well for someone you care about. Let's offer it once more, seeing their face clearly. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy and strong. May you live with ease. Now, we will stretch the muscle of the heart a little further. Let the image of your loved one gently fade, and in its place, bring to mind a neutral person. This is someone you see in your daily life, but for whom you feel neither strong like nor dislike. It could be the person who serves you coffee in the morning, the mail carrier, a neighbor you see but do not know, someone from your workplace with whom you have little interaction. Bring the image of this person to mind. See their face, and for a moment, recognize them simply as a fellow human being who, just like you, has their own hopes, their own fears, and their own deep wish to be happy and free from suffering. Seeing their common humanity, let us now try to offer them the same gift. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy and strong. May you live with ease. You may notice that this feels more mechanical, and that is perfectly normal. Our hearts are not used to offering kindness without a reason. But this is the practice. We are training the heart to be generous and unconditional. Let us try again, seeing this neutral person in our mind. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy and strong. May you live with ease. Now, we come to the most challenging and perhaps most transformative stage of this practice. I invite you to bring to mind a difficult person. For the purpose of this nightly practice, it is very important that you choose someone with whom the difficulty is mild to moderate. Do not choose a person who has caused you profound trauma or abuse. The purpose here is gentle healing, not re-traumatization. Choose someone who perhaps irritates you, frustrates you, or with whom you have a recurring, low-level conflict. Bring their image to mind, and as you do, be aware of the feelings that may arise in your own body. You might feel a tightness, a heat, a sense of resistance. Acknowledge these feelings with kindness. They are understandable. Now, remember the philosophy. This next step is not for their benefit, it is for yours. It is an act of liberation, an act of dropping the hot coal of your own anger, so that you no longer burn your own hand. Holding their image in your mind, and holding yourself in compassion, see if you can offer them the phrases, may you be safe, may you be happy, may you be healthy and strong, may you live with ease. If this feels too difficult or inauthentic, that is perfectly okay. You can modify the phrases. You might simply acknowledge their humanity by wishing, just as I wish to be free from suffering, may you also, in your own way, be free from your suffering. Or even more simply, I wish you peace. Choose the phrase that feels possible for you tonight. And let us try one more time. Seeing this person and choosing your own freedom, offer the wish. May you be well. May you be peaceful. With the exhale, feel yourself releasing the heavy chain of your own resentment. Finally, let the image of any particular person dissolve. Let the circle of your loving kindness now become boundless. From the center of your own heart, Allow this feeling of warmth and friendliness to radiate outward in all directions. Let it fill the room you are in. Let it extend to everyone in your building and in your neighborhood. Let it spread out over your entire city, your entire country. Let it cross oceans and continents, embracing every single person on this planet. Let it extend to the animals, the birds, the fish, the insects, to the trees, the plants, the oceans, the mountains, to all beings, seen and unseen, near and far, large and small, and hold all of existence in your heart as you offer the universal wish. May all beings be safe. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings live with ease. Repeat it once more, feeling your heart expand to encompass the entire world. May all beings be safe. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings live with ease. Now, gently, let go of all the phrases. Let go of any images, and just bring your awareness back to your own body, to your own heart space. Rest for a few moments in the afterglow of this practice. Notice any changes in your inner climate. Perhaps there is a new softness, a new warmth, a new sense of open-heartedness. You have just practiced the radical art of choosing friendship over judgment, connection over separation. You have watered the seeds of kindness in your own heart. This warmth is now a part of your inner landscape, a resource of peace you can return to at any time. Having bathed the mind and heart in this profound kindness, we can now bring this same quality of friendly, non-judgmental attention to the home of our experience, the physical body. Let us now embark on a journey to inhabit our bodies with this newfound gentleness and care. We have bathed the mind and the heart in the gentle, unconditional warmth of loving kindness. We have practiced extending the sun of metta to ourselves and to all beings, softening the hard edges of judgment and ending the inner civil war. Now, with this newfound quality of friendliness as our guide, we will turn our attention to the very ground of our being, the home in which all of our experiences take place. We will turn our attention to the body. Our next habit is a practice of profound homecoming, a journey to listen to the silent wisdom that is held in our very own flesh. In our modern world, many of us live in a state of quiet, unacknowledged exile from our bodies. We have become masters of the abstract, living primarily in the attic of our minds. We treat our bodies not as our sacred homes, but as vehicles, as machines whose sole purpose is to carry our brains from one task to the next. We fuel them with coffee, push them through exhaustion, and ignore their subtle signals until they are forced to scream at us in the form of pain, illness, or burnout. We live our lives from the neck up, lost in the digital glow of screens and the endless labyrinth of our own thoughts. We have, in essence, forgotten that we have a body until it presents a problem. The practice of the body scan is a gentle, radical act of rebellion against this state of disembodiment. It is the decision to take a lantern of kind awareness and to begin a slow, exploratory tour of our own forgotten house. To understand why this practice is so essential for deep rest, we must first understand how the body functions as a living history, a storehouse for our entire life's experience. Popular psychology has a simple, profound phrase for this: the body keeps the score. Emotions are not just abstract events that happen in our minds. They are powerful, energetic, and chemical events that happen in our bodies. When you feel a surge of anxiety, it is not just a thought. It is a tightening in your shoulders, a clenching in your jaw, a knot of tension in your stomach. When you experience deep sadness, it is not just a mood. It is a physical weight in your chest, a palpable lump in your throat. When you feel anger, It is a heat that rises in your face, a tension that balls your hands into fists. In a perfectly healthy and regulated system, these emotional energies would arise, be felt, and then be discharged. A wild animal, after escaping a predator, will physically shake its body to release the massive surge of adrenaline and cortisol from the chase. It literally shakes off the trauma. We human beings have largely forgotten how to do this. We are taught to suppress our feelings, to be strong, to power through. When we are anxious at work, we cannot shake or cry. We must sit still and pretend everything is fine. When we are hurt by a loved one, we often swallow our sadness and carry on. But where does the energy of these unfelt emotions go? It does not simply vanish. It becomes trapped in the body. It is stored as chronic tension in our muscles, as rigidity in our connective tissues, as a subtle armoring around our hearts. Over time, this accumulated, unexpressed, emotional energy becomes the source of so much of our physical discomfort. The chronic back pain we experience might not just be from sitting in a chair all day. It might be the physical residue of years of carrying unspoken burdens. The tension headaches we suffer from might be the literal manifestation of a mind that has been clenching against life for too long. The body, in this sense, becomes a living archive of our personal history. And unlike the mind, which is a masterful storyteller, a brilliant creator of rationalizations and justifications, the body cannot lie. Its aches, its tensions, its areas of numbness, these are an honest, unfiltered report of our life's journey. They are the score. The practice of the body scan, then, is a journey of re-inhabitation. It is the conscious and loving choice to move back into our own home, to live fully in our own skin once more. It is important to understand that its primary purpose is not necessarily relaxation, although relaxation is a very common and beautiful byproduct. The primary purpose is awareness. It is the simple, profound act of re-establishing communication with a part of ourselves from which we have long been estranged. The tool we use for this journey of homecoming is the focused, kind attention we have been cultivating all evening. Our awareness is the lantern. The body scan is the methodical process of carrying this lantern into every room of our house, from the basement to the attic. We shine this gentle light on our toes, our feet, our legs, our torso, our arms, our hands, our neck, and our face, one section at a time. And we do so with one simple instruction: to feel what is there, without judgment, and without any agenda to fix or change it. When we shine the light of our awareness on our feet, we don't demand that they relax. We simply ask, what is the sensation here, right now? Is there warmth, coolness, tingling, numbness, pressure? It does not matter what the sensation is. The practice is simply to feel it, to acknowledge it, to let it be seen. This act of pure, non-judgmental attention is incredibly powerful. For many parts of our body, it may be the first time they have ever been consciously felt or listened to by us. When we bring this kind, curious attention to an area of chronic tension, something miraculous begins to happen. The simple act of being noticed, of being held in a spacious and accepting awareness, allows the stored tension to begin to release on its own. We are not forcing the relaxation. We are creating the safe and loving conditions under which the body feels it can finally let go of its old armor. In this context, focused attention is one of the most potent forms of love. We can think of this process through the metaphor of a master luthier, a craftsperson who makes fine violins or guitars. When a master luthier tunes an instrument, they do not simply force the strings into a predetermined position based on a chart. They do not tighten a string mercilessly until it screams with a sharp, unpleasant tone. Nor do they leave it so slack that it produces a dull, lifeless buzz. The art of the luthier is an art of deep listening. They pluck the string gently, and they listen with an exquisitely sensitive ear to the quality of the vibration. They make a tiny, gentle adjustment to the tuning peg, and then they listen again. They are in a constant, sensitive dialogue with the string, listening for the exact moment when it finds its perfect, resonant pitch, that state of perfect harmony, of being neither too tense nor too slack. For most of our lives, we are clumsy luthiers of our own bodies. We are the instrument. Our mind is the luthier. We either over-tighten our strings with relentless stress, ambition, and self-criticism, creating a state of high-strung, anxious tension, or we neglect our instrument completely, allowing it to become slack and unresponsive through lack of care and attention. The body scan is the practice of becoming a master luthier for our own being. As we move our attention through the body, from the toes to the head, we are metaphorically plucking each string, and our task is to listen with that same sensitivity to the feedback. What is the tone in our shoulders right now? Is it tense and sharp? What is the tone in our belly? Is it soft and relaxed, or tight and knotted? We do not judge the sound, we simply listen, and with the gentle, loving touch of our awareness, we invite each part of our body to find its own natural state of harmony and release. This practice of deep, embodied listening is the ultimate homecoming. It is the healing of the painful split between mind and body that characterizes so much of modern suffering. It is the process of becoming whole again, of inhabiting our lives fully, not as a disembodied intellect, but as an integrated, feeling, living being. This state of wholeness, of peaceful embodiment, is the true foundation upon which a deep, profoundly restorative, and healing sleep can be built. You are preparing the very ground of your being for rest. We have now understood the profound importance of inhabiting our physical selves, of listening to the body's silent language with a kind and patient ear. Now, let us embark on this gentle journey of homecoming. In our next step, I will guide you, part by part, through your own inner landscape, reconnecting your mind with your body in a gesture of profound self-care. We have explored the profound truth that our body is not merely a vehicle for our mind, but a wise, living home that holds the complete, honest story of our lives. We have come to understand the practice of the body scan not as a mechanical exercise, but as a journey of homecoming, a sacred act of re-inhabitation. Let us now, with the kindness we have cultivated in our hearts, become the gentle explorer of our own inner landscape. Let us become the master luthier, not to force our instrument into submission, but to listen to it with sensitivity and care, inviting it back into its natural state of harmony. Settle into your final resting posture for the night. Let your body be completely supported by the surface beneath you. There is nowhere to go and nothing to do, but to be here, in this body, in this moment. Reconnect with the gentle, steady rhythm of your breath. For this practice, imagine that your awareness is a soft, warm, golden light, like the gentle flame of a lantern, and your breath is the fuel for this light. With every inhale, the light becomes a little brighter, a little clearer, and with every exhale, the light becomes a little softer, a little more gentle. Our purpose is not to force relaxation. Our purpose is simply to feel, to replace the lifelong habit of ignoring our body with the new practice of inhabiting it, to travel through our own home, room by room, and to simply say a quiet, friendly hello to whatever we find there. Let us begin our journey at the point furthest from the busy headquarters of the mind. Let the golden lantern of your awareness travel all the way down your body, down your left leg, and come to rest in the toes of your left foot. Bring your entire focus to this small, distant part of your being. Can you feel your toes right now, without wiggling them? Can you feel the big toe, the little toe, and all the toes in between? See if you can feel the sensations that are present here. Perhaps you feel the light pressure of a blanket. Perhaps you feel a sense of warmth or coolness. Perhaps there is a subtle tingling or a pulsing sensation. Or perhaps you feel very little at all, a kind of numbness. If you feel numbness, that is perfectly fine. Simply be aware of the absence of sensation. That too is a feeling. Acknowledge whatever is here, without judgment. Now, let this warm light of awareness expand to fill your entire left foot. Feel the sole of the foot, the arch, and the heel. Feel the points of contact where your heel rests on the bed. Feel the skin, the bones, the muscles of the foot. It has carried you through the entire day, and now it can rest. Take a slow breath in, and imagine that you are sending the breath all the way down to your left foot, filling it with fresh oxygen and this kind, gentle attention. And as you exhale, imagine the breath flowing out from your foot, carrying with it any tiredness, any stored tension. Allow the light of your awareness to now move slowly up to your left ankle, your lower leg, your calf muscle, and your shin. Simply feeling, noticing any sensations of tightness, or softness, or warmth. Just letting the light of your attention rest here, like a warm hand. There is no need to change anything. Simply feel what is true in this moment. Now, let the awareness travel up to your left knee. Feel this complex and wonderful joint, and continue up into the large, strong muscles of your left thigh, all the way up to your left hip. For a moment, feel your entire left leg, from the hip to the toes, as a single field of sensation, tingling with life, held in your warm, compassionate awareness. Breathing in, you are aware of your left leg. Breathing out, you invite your left leg to soften and release. Now, let us gently shift our attention. Let the lantern of your awareness travel all the way back down your right leg to the toes of your right foot. And we begin the journey again on this side. Bring your full, non-judgmental attention to the toes of your right foot, feeling whatever is there to be felt. Warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure, or nothing at all. All are welcome. Let the awareness expand to fill the entire right foot, the sole, the arch, the heel. Feel it resting, held, and supported. And now, let us breathe with this foot. A slow inhale, sending warmth and kindness down to your right foot. And a long, slow exhale, letting go of any tension it may be holding. Patiently, gently, allow the awareness to travel up to your right ankle, your lower leg, your calf, and your shin. Simply resting your attention here, feeling the life that is present. And now moving up to the right knee and into the large muscles of the right thigh, all the way to the right hip. Now, hold your entire right leg in your awareness, from the hip to the toes. Breathing in, you are aware of your right leg. Breathing out, you allow your right leg to release and grow heavy, sinking into a state of deep rest. Now, bring the lantern of your awareness to the base of your spine, to your hips and your pelvic area. This is the foundation of your torso, an area of great stability and strength. Feel the weight of your body resting here. Feel the contact with the bed. Let this area be soft and heavy, and allow the light to move up into your lower back, This is an area that often holds a great deal of tension from our daily activities. Do not try to force it to relax. Simply bring your kind, gentle attention here. Shine the light of awareness on any tightness you may find. And as you breathe, imagine your breath could move into those tight places, creating space, bringing softness. On the exhale, just invite them to let go. Let the awareness now spread around to your abdomen, your belly. So often, we hold this area tight with stress and worry. For now, give it permission to be completely soft. Allow it to rise gently on the inhale and to fall completely on the exhale. You are safe. You do not need to hold on. And now, move the awareness up into your chest, the space of your heart and lungs. Feel the gentle, rhythmic movement here as you breathe. The expansion on the inhale, the release on the exhale. Connect with the feeling of kindness that we cultivated earlier, and let that warmth permeate your entire chest area. Bring the awareness to your upper back and to your shoulder blades. Feel them resting against the surface beneath you. And now, move the awareness into the shoulders themselves. The shoulders so often carry the invisible weight of our responsibilities and our burdens. Feel that weight for a moment, and on your next long exhale, give your shoulders full and complete permission to release that weight. Let them melt. Let them soften down and away from your ears. Let them be at rest. From your shoulders, let the light of your awareness now flow down into your arms, simultaneously down your left arm and your right arm, feeling the upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, feeling them growing heavy and warm. Let the awareness pour down into your hands. Bring a deep and curious attention to your hands. Feel the palms, the back of the hands. See if you can feel each finger, one by one. The thumbs, the index fingers, and all the way to the little fingers. Feel the space between the fingers. Perhaps you can feel a subtle tingling, a warmth, a pulsing energy in your hands. They have worked so hard for you today. Now, they can be completely at rest. Now, bring the lantern of your awareness up to your neck and your throat, an area where words can get stuck, where tension can easily accumulate. Invite the muscles in your neck to be soft. Allow your throat to be open and relaxed. And now, let the gentle light of awareness travel up into your face. Bring your attention to your jaw. Let go of any clenching. Allow your upper and lower teeth to part slightly, and let your tongue rest gently in the bottom of your mouth. Soften the cheeks. Soften the lips. Let a gentle, peaceful expression rest upon your face. Now, bring your awareness to the many tiny muscles around your eyes. Invite them to soften and release. Let your eyeballs feel heavy and at rest in their sockets. And finally, bring your awareness to your forehead. Let it become smooth, wide, and open, releasing any final furrows of thought or worry. Let your entire face be a mask of pure, serene repose. Lastly, let the light of your awareness come to rest at the very top of your head, the crown of your head. And from this vantage point, on your next exhale, let your awareness cascade down, filling your entire body from head to toe. Feel your whole body, all at once, as one single, unified field of sensation. Your whole body breathing, your whole body tingling with life, your whole body resting deeply. You are not just a mind thinking. You are not just a heart feeling. You are a complete, living, breathing being. You are now fully home in your body. This is the feeling of embodied presence. This is the peace of wholeness. Resting here, in this state of profound, embodied peace, with mind, heart, and body finally united, we are ready for our final, simple act of the night. We are ready to consciously set our intention for the journey ahead. We have come to the final step of our nightly pilgrimage. Our journey this evening has been a practice of profound preparation. We began by consecrating our outer space, creating a physical sanctuary. We then turned inward, calming the body with the anchor of the breath, and learning to witness the ceaseless flow of the mind from a place of spacious, non-judgmental awareness. We filled our hearts with the warmth of gratitude and the unconditional friendliness of metta. We have listened with a new kind of ear to the symphony of the world and the wisdom of our own bodies. We have untied the heavy ropes of the day's regrets and resentments, and we have floated in the freeing realization of impermanence. We have arrived here, in this moment, in a state of quiet, embodied, and open-hearted presence. The house is clean, the mind is still, the heart is warm, and so, the final question arises: what now? What is the final, graceful gesture that bridges this sacred state of presence with the mysterious, unknown territory of sleep? This brings us to our 10th and final habit, the simple, yet profoundly powerful, act of setting an intention for rest. This is the last turning of the key in the lock. It is the act that seals our practice and gives shape, meaning, and purpose to the hours of darkness ahead. To understand the importance of this final step, we must first examine the two different ways we can enter the state of sleep. We can think of them as two different gates. The first, and by far the most common in our modern world, is the gate of collapse. This is the way of unconsciousness. Through this gate, we do not choose to go to sleep. We are taken by it. We spend our final waking moments distracting ourselves until the very last second, scrolling through our phones, watching one more episode, worrying about one more problem. We use the engine of our mind until it runs out of fuel, and then our consciousness simply blinks out. We fall into sleep as a computer crashes, as a building collapses under its own weight. It is not a gentle descent, but a plummet from exhaustion. When we enter sleep through the gate of collapse, we carry all the frantic, anxious energy of our day with us. Our nervous system is still in a state of high alert. Our mind is still processing the arguments, the anxieties, the endless stimuli. We are, in essence, falling asleep in the middle of a battle. It is no wonder, then, that our sleep is often shallow, fragmented, and unrestorative. We wake up feeling as though we have run a marathon in our dreams, because on a deep neurological level, we have. In this approach, we are a victim of our own tiredness. There is no agency, no grace, no peace. The second gate offers a radically different path. It is the gate of conscious surrender. The path of surrender is not passive, and it is not collapse. It is, in fact, an act of supreme courage and trust. It requires us to do the work of preparing ourselves, just as we have done this evening, and then to consciously, deliberately, and lovingly let go of the controls. It is the difference between being shipwrecked and thrown into the ocean, and being a diver who stands at the edge of the boat, takes a deep breath, and chooses to leap into the deep. The outcome is the same in both cases. You enter the water, but the inner experience could not be more different. One is an experience of chaos, terror, and victimhood. The other is an experience of agency, trust, and graceful release. Setting an intention is the final, conscious breath the diver takes before they leap. Let us return to our metaphor of the ship and the captain. All evening, we have been the wise captain, preparing our vessel for its nightly voyage. We have cleaned the decks and secured the cargo. We have untied every rope that held us to the busy, noisy port of the day. Our ship is now floating freely on the calm, dark waters of the present moment. Now, what is the captain's final act before they, too, can go to rest, trusting their able crew to navigate the deep? The captain goes to the helm, sets the compass, and gives a clear, simple, and trusting command that sets the course for the entire journey. This final command is our intention. An intention, in this context, is not a goal that we must strive to achieve. It is not a wish filled with desperate hope. It is a clear, quiet statement of purpose. It is the rudder that gently and almost imperceptibly orients our entire being toward healing and peace. An intention might be as simple as, "My purpose for this night is deep, restorative rest," or, "I intend to allow my body the space it needs to heal," or, "I will meet the world of my dreams with peace and curiosity." This simple act of framing has a profound psychological effect. It transforms the nature of sleep from being a blank, empty void between two productive days a little death that we must endure into a purposeful and sacred part of our lives. The darkness is no longer empty. It is now imbued with purpose. It is the sacred workshop where the soul and body do their deep, quiet work of repair, integration, and renewal. We are telling our deepest self, our subconscious mind, what this time is for, and that deepest self, which is always listening, will respond. We can find another powerful metaphor for this process in the art of Zen archery. A novice archer believes that the most important moment is the release of the arrow. They focus on the physical act of pulling the string and letting it go. But a master archer knows that the release of the arrow is the very last and least important part of the process. The true art lies in the preparation. The master goes through a deep, meditative ritual. They calm their breath. They still their mind. They feel the ground beneath their feet. They enter a state of profound concentration where there is no longer any separation between themselves, the bow, the arrow, and the target. They become one with their intention. When this perfect alignment is achieved, the release of the arrow is not a forceful, willed action. It is an effortless letting go. The arrow flies true, not because it was forced, but because the conditions for its perfect flight were so meticulously prepared. This entire evening, all 9 habits we have practiced has been our preparation. It has been the ritual of the master archer. We have calmed our body, stilled our mind, and opened our heart. We have brought ourselves into a state of alignment with peace. The final act of setting an intention is that moment of becoming one with the target of deep, healing rest. And the final act of falling asleep is the effortless release of the arrow. We do not have to try to fall asleep. We do not have to force it or worry about it. We have created the perfect conditions. We have aimed the arrow with our clear intention. Now, all we have to do is trust and let go. Sleep will come, not as an enemy we must conquer, but as the natural, graceful consequence of our perfect preparation and our final, trusting release. Therefore, this final habit is the capstone of our entire nightly practice. It is the ultimate act of mindful agency, the conscious choice to frame our rest as a sacred pilgrimage. It is also the ultimate act of trust. It is trust in our body's deep, innate wisdom to heal itself. It is trust in our mind's capacity to find peace. And it is trust in the great, mysterious intelligence of the night to hold us, to restore us, and to deliver us safely to the shore of a new morning. It is the final, loving whisper we offer to ourselves before we surrender to the deep. It is the turning of the key that locks the door on the day that has been and opens the door to the boundless peace of the night. We have now understood the profound power of this final, conscious act, the why, behind setting a clear and kind direction for our night's journey. Now, as our final practice, let us bring this all together. Let us become the wise captain, the master archer, and offer our final gentle command to the soul. And so we arrive at the final shore, the last gentle step of our nightly pilgrimage. We have journeyed far this evening, not across miles, but through the vast and intricate landscapes of our own inner world. Let us take a moment now, before our final act, to stand at this high vantage point and to look back with kindness at the path we have traveled. Let us gather all the threads of our practice, weaving them together into the beautiful tapestry of this present moment. Remember, first, the quiet dignity of your outer space. Recall the feeling of entering a room that you had consciously consecrated for rest, a sanctuary cleared of the day's clutter and chaos. This prepared ground was the first and most vital act of kindness to yourself. Then, feel again the return to your oldest and most faithful friend, the breath. Feel the gentle, steady rhythm that became your anchor in the stormy sea of the mind, the constant calming presence that brought you back, time and again, to the safety of the here and now. From that place of anchored calm, you found the courage to sit by the river of your own mind. You learned to watch the clouds of thought drift across the vast open sky of your awareness, realizing that you are not the fleeting weather, but the sky itself. Feel now the quiet, resonant warmth in the center of your chest. This is the echo of gratitude, the memory of the 3 small gems of goodness you uncovered from your day, reminders that even in difficulty, there is always a current of grace. Feel, too, the gentle, sun-like radiance of loving kindness, the metta you offered first to your own deserving heart, and then allowed to expand outward, dissolving the illusion of separation and connecting you to all of life. You then learned to listen with a new kind of ear, receiving the sounds of the world not as disturbances, but as vibrations in a great ocean of silence, finding peace even in the midst of noise. You then became the wise captain of your own vessel, bravely walking the dock of the day and untying the heavy ropes of regret and resentment, setting yourself free. From that place of freedom, you floated into the profound truth of impermanence, understanding that all things arise and pass away, and that in this constant flow, there is a deep and unshakable peace. And finally, you undertook the great journey of homecoming, traveling with a lantern of kind awareness into your own physical body, re-inhabiting your forgotten home from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head. Take a deep breath and feel the cumulative effect of all this work. Feel the state you have so lovingly and patiently cultivated. The body is relaxed, the heart is warm and open, the mind is spacious and still. You have arrived. You are completely and perfectly prepared for the final, graceful act of letting go. You are the archer, perfectly aligned, the arrow resting on the string. You are the captain, your ship floating freely on a calm, dark sea. All that is left is to give the final, gentle command that will set the course for the night's sacred journey. Now, from this place of profound and integrated peace, let us give our journey into the night a name, a direction, a gentle purpose. Let us formulate our intention. The mind, even in this quiet state, appreciates a clear and simple instruction. Your intention should be simple, positive, and offered not as a demand, but as a gentle allowing. Let your heart choose the words that feel most true for you tonight. Perhaps your intention is one of physical restoration. You might choose the simple phrase, "I am allowing my body to engage in its deep and natural healing." Feel the truth in those words. the trust it places in your body's innate wisdom. Perhaps your intention is for profound peace. You could choose the words, "I am entering a state of deep and peaceful rest." This is a statement of gentle, confident movement into the state you desire. Perhaps you wish for your sleep to be a time of insight and integration. Your intention might be, "I open myself to the wisdom and clarity that my dreams may offer." This frames your dream time, not as chaotic, but as a source of wisdom. Or perhaps, the simplest intention is the most powerful. The single, clear statement, "I am resting." Choose your intention now. Do not overthink it. Feel which phrase resonates most deeply with your being tonight. Once you have your phrase, hold it gently in your mind, like a precious, glowing gem. And now, we begin the final ritual, the ritual of infusion and release. We will use the breath to weave this intention into the very fabric of our being. On your next inhalation, I invite you to silently speak your chosen intention to yourself. As you breathe in, imagine the words dissolving into the breath itself, becoming a luminous energy that is carried to every single cell in your body, from your brain to your toes. Let the purpose, the very meaning of your intention, fill you completely. And on the long, slow exhalation, I invite you to release everything. Let go of the I who is setting the intention. Let go of the practice. Let go of the memory of the day. Let go of all effort, all control. The exhale is a complete and total surrender. It is an act of trust. Let us practice this rhythm together for a few cycles. Breathing in, you silently offer your intention, filling yourself with its purpose. I am resting deeply. Breathing out, you release your very self into the vastness of the night, letting go completely. Again, inhaling the gentle command, I am allowing my body to heal. Exhaling in total surrender, trusting the process will unfold on its own. One more time, breathing in your sacred purpose for the night. Let it fill every corner of your being. Breathing out, a final, complete, and profound letting go. The archer releases the string. The captain gives their final order and goes to their cabin. The work is done. And now, let go of it all. Let go of the practice. Let go of the intention. Let go of any need to control the breath. Let go of the sound of my voice. Let go of the listener who is hearing it. There is nothing left to do. There is nothing left to figure out. You have done all that you can do. You have prepared yourself beautifully. You are now an empty boat, drifting on a calm, dark sea, under a sky filled with stars. The tide will carry you. The current knows the way. There is no need for a navigator. Your journey into the deep will happen on its own, guided by the intention you have set and the deep wisdom of your own being. All that is left is to allow it, to trust, and to rest. May your rest be deep. May your dreams be peaceful. May you be held safely through the dark hours of the night. And may you awaken in the new light of morning feeling restored, renewed, and at peace. The nightly practice is now complete. The journey through the 10 habits is finished for today. All that remains is to rest in the peace you have so lovingly cultivated and to carry its echo into the new day that awaits. The journey of our nightly practice is now complete. We have traveled from a place of outer distraction to one of inner stillness. We have journeyed from a mind at war with itself, a frantic monkey swinging from worry to regret, to a mind that is as spacious and peaceful as a wide-open sky. We have walked the path from the cold isolation of self-judgment to the radiant warmth of self-compassion, transforming our inner landscape from a courtroom into a sanctuary. We have learned to listen to the world with an open ear and to inhabit our bodies with a kind and gentle presence. You have arrived here, in this moment, not by accident, not by collapse, but through a series of conscious, loving, and intentional acts. You have guided yourself home. As you rest now, in the quiet peace you have so carefully cultivated, let this one central truth settle into your heart. These 10 habits, these ancient and simple practices, are more than just techniques for better sleep. They are tools for a more peaceful life. They are a reminder of a profound and liberating truth, that the peace you seek is not something that you need to acquire from the outside world. It is not waiting for you in a future accomplishment, in a different circumstance, or in another person. It has been here all along. It is an innate capacity of your own being, a deep well of stillness that exists within you, beneath the noisy surface of your thoughts and the turbulent waves of your emotions. For too long, we have been taught to look for peace everywhere, but where it actually resides. We have searched for it in distraction, in ambition, in possession, only to find that these things provide, at best, a temporary relief. This practice, this nightly ritual, is a radical reorientation. It is the act of turning your gaze inward, of learning to access the boundless resource of peace that is your own birthright. The quiet moments before you fall asleep are your sacred training ground. They are your private temple, your nightly opportunity to practice the art of returning to yourself, of reconnecting with this inner wellspring. And as you move forward from this night, do not feel that you must perform this entire, elaborate ritual every single evening. That is not the purpose. The purpose is to know that these tools are now yours. They are a part of your inner toolkit, available to you whenever you need them. The journey to a more peaceful life is not a great, arduous leap, but a series of small, gentle steps, taken consistently in the direction of your own heart. Perhaps tomorrow night, your practice is simply to turn off your phone 10 minutes earlier and create a space of quiet. Perhaps you will choose only to watch your breath for 5 minutes, or to lie in the dark and remember 3 good things that happened in your day. Perhaps you will simply place a hand on your heart and silently wish yourself well. That is enough. One conscious, kind act is infinitely more powerful than none at all. You have planted the seeds tonight. All that is required now is to water them gently and patiently whenever you can. So rest now. Rest in the peace you have uncovered. Rest in the knowledge that you hold the keys to your own inner sanctuary. You are the wise captain of your own ship, the master of your own inner world. You have everything you need already within you. Sleep well. It is 3 in the morning. The room is still, bathed in the blue-gray light of a world that is not yet awake. But your mind is a marketplace of noise, a silent storm of thoughts. An email from work that felt vaguely threatening, a conversation with a loved one that ended on a sour note, the persistent, low hum of financial pressure, and that deeper, formless anxiety about the future, about whether you are on the right path at all. This experience, this quiet prison of the sleepless mind, is a place that so many of us know intimately. We lie there, waiting for a peace that never seems to arrive, held captive by a mind that will not grant us rest. If this sounds familiar, know that this state is not a personal failure. It is a shared symptom of our age. We live in a world of constant noise, both outside of us, through the endless notifications, the 24-hour news cycle, and the curated perfection of social media, and inside of us, through the relentless drive of our own ambitions, our sharp-edged self-criticism, and our ever-present anxieties. We have been taught, from a young age, how to strive, how to acquire, how to achieve, and how to build. But no one ever teaches us how to release, how to rest, how to simply be. This profound imbalance comes with a price paid in emotional exhaustion, in a sense of being perpetually overwhelmed, and in long, sleepless nights where we wrestle with the ghosts of yesterday and the fears of tomorrow. But there is another way. There exists a timeless wisdom, an ancient and profound science of the mind that has for thousands of years addressed this very specific kind of human suffering. It is not a religion that demands blind faith, but rather a path of discovery, an invitation to look inward. This is the wisdom of Zen Buddhism, a tradition that invites us not to run from life, but to understand it more deeply, to touch its essence. It suggests that the solution to the storm in our mind is not to fight it with more force, but to find a quiet, unshakable center within. It begins with a simple, yet radical act, learning to watch the mind itself, and from that watching, learning the gentle, liberating art of letting go. Not giving up, but letting go of the desperate grip on that which no longer serves us, so that we can finally, truly, come home to ourselves and find the deep, healing rest we so desperately seek. To begin our journey, we must first dare to look directly at the nature of our restlessness, to give it a name. In the ancient language of the Buddha, this fundamental human experience is called dukkha. This word is often translated into English simply as suffering, but this translation is incomplete. It is too harsh, too absolute. It can conjure images of only the most dramatic forms of pain, and in doing so, we might mistakenly believe it doesn't apply to us, especially when our lives are, on the surface, quite comfortable. But dukkha is far more subtle, more pervasive, and more intimately familiar to us than we might think. A better translation might be unsatisfactoriness, or a pervasive sense of unease. Imagine a beautifully crafted wooden wheel, perfect in every way, except for one small detail. The hole for the axle is drilled just slightly off-center. As the wheel turns, it will never find a smooth, effortless rhythm. There will always be a subtle bump, a persistent, low-grade vibration, a wobble. This wobble, this fundamental lack of perfect ease in the turning of our lives, is dukkha. It is the low-grade fever of the spirit, the background static beneath the music of our daily experience, the feeling that no matter how much we achieve or acquire, something is still not quite right. It is crucial to understand that naming this, acknowledging dukkha, is not an act of pessimism. It is the opposite. It is an act of profound realism and courage. If you go to a doctor with a persistent ailment, the first thing the doctor must do is make an accurate diagnosis. You would not accuse the doctor of being negative for identifying the illness. Instead, you would feel a sense of relief. Finally, the problem has been seen, it has been named, and now a course of treatment can begin. In the same way, the teaching of dukkha is not a bleak declaration that life is misery. It is the compassionate, clear-eyed diagnosis of the human condition, offered as the essential first step toward healing. It is the foundation of empowerment, for we cannot solve a problem that we refuse to acknowledge. To look at dukkha is to finally turn on the lights in a room we have been stumbling through in the dark. This pervasive unsatisfactoriness shows up in our lives in three distinct, though often overlapping, ways. The first is the most obvious, the dukkha of painful experiences. This is the raw, undeniable pain of a migraine headache, the sharp grief of losing someone you love, the sting of rejection, the anxiety of a financial crisis. It is the suffering of stubbing your toe, of feeling sick, of experiencing failure. This form of dukkha needs little explanation, as it is a direct and unavoidable part of having a human body and a human heart in an unpredictable world. It is the plain and simple fact that life sometimes hurts, and there is no escaping this truth. The second form is more subtle and perhaps more insidious. It is the dukkha of change. This is the suffering that arises from the fact that even pleasant experiences are temporary. Think of a perfect summer day, a moment of pure joy with friends, the elation of achieving a long sought-after goal, or the bliss of falling in love. Even in the midst of this happiness, a subtle undertone of anxiety often exists, a quiet fear that this moment will end. And because all things are impermanent, it inevitably does. The vacation is over. The feeling of success fades and becomes the new normal. The passionate intensity of a new romance settles into something more familiar. This is the suffering of attachment to pleasure. We cling to happy moments, trying to freeze them in time, and when they slip through our fingers, as they always must, we feel a sense of loss and disappointment. It is the bittersweet ache of knowing that the beautiful sunset must fade to darkness. This form of dukkha reveals a profound truth. Our suffering comes not from the changing nature of life, but from our resistance to it, our demand that it be permanent when its very nature is to flow. The third form is the deepest and most fundamental. It is called the dukkha of conditioned existence. This is the ever-present background hum of unsatisfactoriness that is woven into the very fabric of our lives, simply because we exist as a complex bundle of changing physical and mental states. It is that vague sense of vulnerability, the feeling of being ungrounded, the quiet, persistent dis-ease that can linger even when nothing is overtly wrong. You may have a good job, a loving family, and your health, and yet you lie awake at night with that familiar, nameless anxiety. This is sankhara dukkha. It is the stress of constantly having to maintain our sense of self, to defend our ego, to manage our lives, and to navigate a world that we ultimately cannot control. It is the inherent friction of being a self in a world of constant flux. This is the dukkha that fuels so much of our modern anxiety, our restlessness, and our desperate search for distraction. To truly understand how we perpetuate our own suffering in the face of these truths, there is a simple and powerful story. Imagine a person is walking through a forest, and suddenly they are struck by an arrow. This is painful, unavoidable. This is the first arrow. It represents the unavoidable, painful events of life we have just discussed: illness, loss, accidents, the pain of change. Now, imagine that this same person, reeling from the pain of the first arrow, takes out another arrow and shoots themselves with it in the very same spot. This seems absurd, and yet this is precisely what we do. This is the second arrow. The first arrow is the painful event. The second arrow is our reaction to it. It is our narrative, our judgment, our resistance. The first arrow is the criticism from your boss. The second arrow is the story you tell yourself for the next 3 days. I am a failure. I'm going to be fired. Why does this always happen to me? It's so unfair. The first arrow is the physical pain of a chronic condition. The second arrow is the fear, the despair, and the anger you layer on top of it. My life is ruined. I can't bear this. We cannot always avoid the first arrow, for it is part of the territory of being alive. But the second arrow is the one we fire at ourselves. And it is this second arrow that causes the vast majority of our prolonged mental anguish. Our practice, our path to healing, is not about trying to build a world with no first arrows. It is about learning to notice when we are reaching for that second arrow, and gently, compassionately, choosing to put it down. Acknowledging dukkha is the first step. Seeing the second arrow in our hand is the next. When we can see this pattern clearly, without judgment, a space begins to open up, a space between the event and our reaction to it. We see that the ache of life is not a personal curse, but a universal condition. And in this shared understanding, we find not despair, but connection. We have diagnosed the ailment. We have seen how we contribute to our own fever. Now, we must ask, what is the source of this unease? Where does the impulse to fire that second arrow truly come from? To find the answer, we must turn our gaze inward, to the ceaseless, churning, and chaotic nature of our own minds. The source of this deep-seated unease, the architect of that second arrow, has been given a wonderfully evocative name in the Zen tradition. It is called the monkey mind. Picture a great tree with 1,000 branches, and on this tree lives a restless monkey. It never stays still for more than a moment. It leaps from a branch of memory to a branch of future planning, then swings to a branch of anxious worry, grabs onto a fleeting sensory perception, then jumps to a snippet of a song, then to a sudden, sharp judgment about itself or someone else. This is the nature of our untrained mind. It is a constant, chaotic, and exhausting chattering. When we sit in silence, when we lie down to sleep, the external world grows quiet. But this internal monkey begins its frantic acrobatics, filling our awareness with a relentless stream of noise. This is the engine of our discontent, the restless energy that denies us the peace we crave. This mental chatter is not entirely random. If we listen closely, we will notice that the monkey has its favorite branches, and many of them are dark and thorny. Our minds have what psychologists call a negativity bias. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes perfect sense. Our ancestors' survival depended on being hyper-aware of potential threats. The one who spent all day admiring the beautiful flowers but failed to notice the rustle in the bushes was less likely to pass on their genes than the one who was constantly, nervously scanning for danger. Our brains are therefore wired for survival, not for happiness. They are like Velcro for negative experiences, holding onto them tightly, and, like Teflon, for positive experiences, letting them slide right off. You might receive 10 compliments in a day and 1 piece of criticism, and what does your monkey mind chatter about as you try to fall asleep? The criticism, of course. It replays the moment, analyzes every word, and builds elaborate, painful stories around it. This is the monkey mind's favorite pastime, and it is a powerful source of our suffering. This direct link between the monkey mind and our modern afflictions of insomnia and anxiety cannot be overstated. Anxiety, in its essence, is the monkey mind living almost exclusively in the future, swinging from one branch of what if to another. What if I fail the presentation? What if my child gets sick? What if I run out of money? It creates 1,000 hypothetical disasters and forces us to live through the emotional reality of each one, even though they have not happened and likely never will. Insomnia is simply what happens when this future-oriented anxiety meets a past-oriented regret in the quiet darkness of our bedroom. With no external distractions to occupy it, the monkey mind is let completely off its leash. It digs up old mistakes, replays embarrassing moments, and dissects painful conversations from years ago. It then seamlessly leaps to its worries about tomorrow, creating a vicious cycle of agitation that makes sleep impossible. We feel trapped, a prisoner to this internal monologue, believing that this voice, this frantic monkey, is who we are. But here we arrive at the most liberating, most hopeful teaching in this entire journey. You are not the monkey. You are not the thoughts it chatters. You are not the emotions it stirs up. You are the space in which all of this happens. Imagine the vast, open, clear blue sky. This sky is your true nature, your fundamental awareness. The thoughts, the feelings, the sensations, they are like clouds that drift through the sky. Some are white and puffy, some are dark and stormy. They come, they stay for a while, and they go. They are not the sky. The sky is not affected by the clouds. It does not cling to the white ones or fight with the dark ones. It simply allows them to be, to arise and pass away, remaining spacious and peaceful. We have spent our whole lives believing we are the clouds, identifying with every fleeting thought and mood. The path to freedom begins with the radical realization that we are the sky. This doesn't mean the clouds will stop coming, but it means we no longer have to be swept away by them. We can learn to rest in our own vast, silent awareness and simply watch them drift by. There is a beautiful story that illustrates how this shift in perspective can dissolve our suffering. A man was meditating in his small boat on a misty lake, his eyes closed, finding a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a jarring thud rocked his boat, throwing him off balance. He opened his eyes, and a surge of anger flooded through him. Some careless fool had crashed into his boat, ruining his tranquility. He was ready to stand up and shout, to let loose a torrent of angry words at the person who had so rudely disturbed him. He turned to face the other boat, his mind filled with righteous indignation. And then he saw it. The other boat was empty. It had simply come untied from the shore, and the current had gently carried it into his. In that instant, all his anger vanished. It evaporated completely. There was no one to be angry at. The boat was empty. Where did the anger go? The anger was never in the event of the boat hitting his. The anger was in the story. His monkey mind instantly created the story of a careless, inconsiderate person who had wronged him. When the story was proven false, the anger had no ground to stand on. So much of our daily distress is caused by reacting to empty boats. The driver who cuts us off in traffic is an empty boat. The curt email from a colleague is an empty boat. The unexpected bill in the mail is an empty boat. These are simply events. They are neutral. They are the first arrow. It is our monkey mind that immediately leaps to create a story, a judgment, a narrative of personal offense. That person did that to me. This story is the second arrow we fire at ourselves. By creating a villain, our mind solidifies our own sense of being a victim, and in that drama, our suffering takes root and grows. The first step in taming this monkey is not to build a cage or to try and silence it with force that would only make it shriek louder. The first step is simply to see it, to recognize its antics without judgment, to smile at it as you would at a mischievous child. Ah, there it is again, the monkey mind, worrying about the future. There it is again, replaying the past. This simple act of noticing, of witnessing, begins to create a space. It untangles us from the storyline. We begin the profound shift from being the actor in the drama to being the audience. If we are the sky and not the clouds, the silent witness to the monkey's antics, then how do we learn to rest in that sky? How do we create a little more space, a little more silence? The secret does not lie in caging the monkey, but in giving it a single, simple task. It begins with the one thing that is always with us, the gentle rhythm of our own breath. Having seen the restless nature of the monkey mind, our first instinct might be to fight it, to argue with it, or to try and force it into submission. But this is like trying to flatten a stormy sea with a hammer. It only creates more agitation. The wisdom of Zen offers a different approach, one of gentleness, skill, and profound simplicity. Instead of fighting the storm, we learn to drop an anchor. This anchor doesn't make the storm disappear, but it holds our vessel steady amidst the tossing waves, preventing us from being swept away into the chaotic sea of thought. This anchor is always with us. It costs nothing, it requires no special equipment, and it is available in every single moment of our lives. This anchor is our own breath. The breath is a unique and miraculous process. It occupies a special place at the crossroads of the conscious and unconscious worlds. All day and all night, your body breathes for you, a perfect, autonomous rhythm managed by the oldest parts of your brain. You don't have to think about it at all. Yet, at any moment you choose, you can take conscious control. You can lengthen the in-breath, shorten the out-breath, or hold it for a moment. This makes the breath a perfect bridge, a physical gateway between the thinking, voluntary part of you and the silent, automatic wisdom of your body. It is the seam that stitches the mind and the body together. When our mind is lost in the past or the future, the breath is always, faithfully, in the present moment. By tethering our awareness to the breath, we gently pull our mind out of the tangled narratives of regret and anxiety and anchor it in the simple, calm reality of the here and now. The practice itself is deceptively simple. You can do it right now, as you are listening. There is no need to sit in a special posture or to close your eyes unless you feel comfortable doing so. Simply bring your attention, gently, to the physical sensation of breathing. You might choose to place your focus at the tip of your nostrils, feeling the cool air entering and the slightly warmer air leaving your body. Or perhaps you can rest your awareness on the rise and fall of your abdomen, feeling your belly gently expand with each in-breath and softly contract with each out-breath. The key is this: you are not trying to change your breath in any way. You are not trying to take a deep, spiritual breath or a special, calming breath. You are simply observing the breath exactly as it is. Let the body breathe itself. Your only task is to feel the sensations. That is all. Give the monkey mind this one simple branch to rest on, the feeling of the breath coming in and going out. Now, here is the most important instruction of all. Within a few seconds, or perhaps a minute, if you are lucky, your mind will wander. This is not a guess. It is a guarantee. A thought will arise, a memory will surface, a sound will distract you, and you will forget all about the breath. You will suddenly find yourself lost in a story, planning your dinner, or replaying a conversation. The moment you realize this has happened, you might feel a flicker of frustration, a sense of failure. This is the critical juncture. The practice is not about preventing the mind from wandering. The practice is the moment you notice it has wandered, and what you do next. For in that moment of noticing, you have just woken up. You have just experienced a moment of pure mindfulness. And what you do next is the essence of all compassion and training. Without any scolding or judgment, as gently and kindly as you would guide a lost puppy back home, you simply return your attention to the sensation of the breath. That is the entire practice. Your mind wanders, you notice, you gently return. 1,000 times, your mind will wander. 1,000 times, you will gently return. This is not a failure. This is the training itself. Every time you guide your awareness back to the breath, you are strengthening the muscle of your attention. You are carving a new neural pathway in your brain, a pathway of calm, focus, and non-judgmental awareness. It is a bicep curl for your soul. Each repetition weakens the habitual, frantic path of the monkey mind and reinforces the new, peaceful path of returning home to the present moment. This process is not merely psychological, it is deeply physiological. When our monkey mind is in control, our body is often in a low-grade state of fight or flight, governed by the sympathetic nervous system. Our heart rate is slightly elevated, our muscles are tense, our breathing is shallow. When you deliberately place your attention on the slow, rhythmic sensation of the breath, you send a powerful signal to your brain that you are safe. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest mode. Your heart rate begins to slow, your muscles can release their hidden tension, and a wave of calm can begin to wash over your entire system. This is not magic. It is the simple, biological consequence of paying attention to the wisdom of your own body. Think of it like learning to drive a car. At first, the process requires an intense, almost painful level of focus. Your hands grip the wheel. Your eyes are wide. You are consciously aware of every single action. The mirror, the signal, the brake, the gas. It feels awkward and demanding. But with practice, something changes. Driving becomes second nature. It becomes smooth, integrated, almost effortless. You can drive safely while listening to music or holding a conversation. The complex actions have been absorbed into a deeper part of your being. In the very same way, the practice of returning your attention to the breath can feel effortful and even frustrating at first. But with patient, compassionate repetition, it becomes a new, healthy habit. It becomes a peaceful reflex. In a moment of sudden stress, instead of reacting with anger or fear, you will find yourself automatically, instinctively, taking a conscious breath. You will have built a sanctuary inside yourself, a quiet harbor you can return to in any storm. This simple, foundational practice of anchoring in the breath is the first practical step on our journey. It is the how of finding stillness. But to truly deepen our understanding and make our practice resilient, we must also explore the why. Why is the mind so restless to begin with? What is the larger context of our suffering and our potential for freedom? To answer these questions, we now turn from the anchor itself to the map of the sea. We turn to the clear, profound, and practical framework that the Buddha laid out over 2.5 millennia ago. The Four Noble Truths. Having seen the restless, chaotic nature of the monkey mind, our first instinct might be to react with force. We might try to wrestle it into submission, to argue with its anxious narratives, or to build a mental cage to contain it. But this approach is like trying to calm a stormy sea by beating the waves with a hammer. It only creates more turbulence, more resistance, and more exhaustion. The profound wisdom of the Zen path offers a radically different strategy, one rooted in skill, gentleness, and an almost impossible simplicity. Instead of fighting the storm of thought, we learn how to drop an anchor. An anchor, it is important to remember, does not stop the storm. The winds will still howl, and the waves will still crash. But the anchor holds our vessel, our precious awareness, steady and secure. It connects us to the quiet, stable ground beneath the churning surface, preventing us from being swept away into the vast, disorienting sea of our own mental chaos. This anchor is not something you need to acquire. It is not outside of you. It has been with you since the moment of your birth, and will be with you until your very last moment. It costs nothing. It requires no special uniform or belief system. and it is available to you right now. This anchor is your own breath. The breath is a truly miraculous process, a marvel of biological engineering, but its true power in this practice lies in its unique position as a bridge, a connecting point between the world of conscious intention and the vast, silent world of our unconscious bodily processes. Think about it. All day and all night, your body breathes for you. An ancient, intelligent part of your nervous system manages the perfect rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, adjusting to your every need without any conscious input. It is a perfect, autonomous dance. And yet, in any moment that you choose, you can step into that dance. You can consciously take the reins. You can decide to lengthen your in-breath, to extend your out-breath, or to pause for a moment in the stillness between them. This dual nature makes the breath the ultimate gateway. It is the seam that stitches the thinking mind and the feeling body together into a unified whole. In our modern lives, we often live as if these two are separate entities. Our mind is lost in a digital screen, in a future projection, in a past regret, while our body is carrying the physical tension of all that thinking. The breath is the tool that reunites these two estranged parts of ourselves. When your mind is lost in the turbulent stories of yesterday and tomorrow, the breath is always, faithfully, happening right now, in this present moment. By tethering our wandering attention to the physical sensations of the breath, we gently but firmly pull our mind out of the tangled illusions of time and anchor it in the simple, solid, and calming reality of the here and now. The practice itself is a study in simplicity, an antidote to the complexity we so often create for ourselves. You can begin right now, in this very moment. There is no need for a special cushion or a silent room, though those can be helpful. You can do this in your office chair, on a crowded bus, while waiting in line at the store. The first step is simply to adopt an attitude of kindness toward yourself. Then, gently guide your attention to the physical, tangible sensations of your breathing. You might choose one spot to rest your awareness. For many, the tip of the nostrils is a good place to start. Try to feel the subtle sensations there. Feel the faint coolness of the air as it enters your body, and the ghost of warmth as it leaves. Notice the delicate, tickling sensation of the air passing over your skin. There is a whole universe of sensation in that tiny spot, if you listen closely enough. Alternatively, you can choose to rest your awareness on your abdomen. Place a hand there if it helps. Feel the gentle expansion, the slight tightening of your clothing as you breathe in, and the soft release, the falling away as you breathe out. Now, here is the most crucial part of the instruction, the part that transforms this from a concentration exercise into a practice of profound compassion. The intention is not to change or control your breath in any way. You are not trying to take a deep breath, or a calming breath, or a spiritual breath. The moment you try to force it, you have introduced struggle, and the monkey mind loves to struggle. The invitation is simply to let the body breathe all by itself. Your only job is to be the kind, curious witness to the process. Let your breath be shallow, let it be deep, let it be fast or slow. There is no right way for your breath to be. There is only a gentle, accepting way to be with it, whatever its rhythm. You are giving the restless monkey mind a single, simple, and fascinating branch to rest upon, the pure, non-verbal sensation of the breath, rising and falling, coming in and going out. And now, we come to the part of the practice that is not a possibility, but a certainty. Within a few moments, your mind will wander, an itch will appear on your face, a sound from the street will catch your attention, a memory will bubble up from nowhere. You will start planning your next meal, You will worry about a task you forgot. You will begin a silent argument with someone in your head, and you will completely forget about the breath. You will be lost, gone from the present moment, swept away on a current of thought. This is not a sign of failure. It is not an interruption to your practice. This is the practice. The moment that you notice the, there I go again, lost in thought. That moment of noticing is a moment of pure gold. It is a flash of light, a moment of awakening from the dream of thought. In that precious instant, you are fully present, fully aware, and what you do next defines the entire character of your spiritual path. Instead of greeting this moment with a sigh of frustration or a wave of self-criticism, "I'm so bad at this," you greet it with the warmth and kindness of a patient parent finding a beloved child who has wandered off. There you are. And with infinite gentleness, without any drama or scolding, you simply, kindly, guide your attention back home to the anchor, back to the physical sensation of the breath. This is the entire movement. Your mind wanders away. You notice that it has wandered, and you gently guide it back. 1,000 times in a single session, your mind will stray. 1,000 times. You will become a master of the gentle return. This is not a sign that you are failing. It is a sign that you are training. Every single time you escort your awareness back to the breath, you are performing a sacred act. You are weakening the old, habitual, neural pathways of anxiety and distraction, and you are strengthening a new, powerful, neural pathway of calm, focus, and compassionate self-awareness. Think of it as training a playful, easily distracted puppy. You would not scream at the puppy every time it ran off to chase a butterfly. You would smile at its nature, and you would gently call its name and guide it back to your side. Your mind is that puppy. Treat it with the same boundless patience and loving kindness. Each gentle return is a bicep curl for your soul. This practice is not merely a psychological trick. It is a profound physiological intervention. The normal state for many of us, fueled by the monkey mind, is a low-grade state of fight, flight, or freeze. This is the domain of the sympathetic nervous system. It floods our body with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, keeping our heart rate slightly elevated, our muscles subtly tensed, our senses on high alert. It is the body's accelerator pedal, constantly being pressed. When you deliberately and gently place your focus on the slow, rhythmic, physical sensation of your breath, especially the exhale, you are sending a direct, non-verbal signal to your nervous system that you are safe. This action is like gently pressing the body's brake pedal. It activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest, or tend and befriend mode. This system is designed to conserve energy, to slow the heart rate, to promote digestion, and to allow for cellular repair and restoration. The feeling of calm that arises from breath awareness is not an imagined state. It is the real, tangible, physiological result of consciously shifting your nervous system out of alarm mode and into a state of safety and peace. Think of this entire process like learning to drive a car. Remember the first few times you sat behind the wheel. It was likely an experience of overwhelming, awkward concentration. Your hands gripped the wheel with white knuckles. Your eyes darted everywhere, trying to process the mirrors, the pedals, the speedometer, the traffic. Every action was deliberate and clumsy. It was work. But what happened after weeks and months of patient practice? The process became smooth, integrated, second nature. You can now drive perfectly well while listening to a podcast or thinking about your day. The complex skills have been absorbed into a deeper, more embodied part of your intelligence. It has become a state of being, not just a series of actions. In the very same way, the practice of returning your attention to the breath can feel effortful, even tedious, at first. But with patient, compassionate, and consistent repetition, it becomes an embodied skill. It weaves itself into the fabric of your being. You will find that in a moment of sudden stress at work, instead of your habitual reaction of panic or anger, your first instinct will be to connect with your breath. You will have built a sanctuary inside yourself, a quiet, reliable harbor you can return to in the midst of any life storm. This simple, foundational practice of anchoring in the breath is the first practical step on our journey inward. It is the fundamental how of finding stillness and creating space. But to make our practice truly resilient, to give it the power to not only calm us but to liberate us, we must also understand the deeper context in which we are working. We must look at the map of the human heart that has been offered to us. Having learned how to hold our anchor, we now turn our attention to understanding the nature of the sea itself. We turn to the clear, profound, and compassionate diagnosis of the human condition, known as the Four Noble Truths. Having found our anchor in the breath, we can now begin to navigate the vast and often turbulent waters of our inner world with a little more stability. But an anchor alone is not enough for a long journey. We also need a map, a reliable guide that shows us where we are going, and the nature of the terrain ahead. In the Buddhist tradition, this map is not a set of beliefs to be accepted on faith, but a pragmatic, experiential framework known as the Four Noble Truths. The word truth here can be misleading. It is better understood in the way a doctor uses it. This is not a dogma, but a diagnosis. It is a clear, logical, and compassionate framework for understanding and resolving any problem, presented in the same way a skilled physician would approach an illness. First, identify the symptom. Second, determine the cause. Third, confirm that a cure is possible. And fourth, prescribe the course of treatment. This is the practical, life-affirming heart of the Buddha's teaching. The first noble truth is the diagnosis of the symptom. It is the truth of dukkha, which we have already explored. It is the acknowledgement that in our human life, there exists a fundamental level of stress, unease, and unsatisfactoriness. It is the wobble in the wheel, the low-grade fever of the spirit, the frantic restlessness of the monkey mind. It is the pain of the first arrow, the unavoidable hardships of existence, and more importantly, the prolonged suffering of the second arrow, the one we shoot at ourselves through our reactions, our stories, and our resistance. To state this first truth is simply to be honest. It is to walk into the doctor's office and say, "Something hurts. I am not at ease." This admission is not an act of weakness or pessimism. It is the essential first act of courage and self-compassion, the necessary starting point for all healing. We have named the symptom, and now we are ready to understand its origin. The second noble truth identifies the precise cause of our disease. This is a pivotal moment, because it moves us from being a passive victim of our suffering to an empowered investigator of its roots. The teaching states that the origin of dukkha is tanha, a Pali word that translates as thirst, craving, or insatiable desire. It is the relentless, compulsive, wanting, and pushing away that keeps the monkey mind in a perpetual state of agitation. This thirst is not just a simple wish for something. It is a deep, primal, and often unconscious force that drives our every action. This thirst manifests in three primary forms. The first is the most obvious, the craving for sense pleasures. This is the thirst for delicious food, for beautiful sights and sounds, for sexual gratification, for comfort, for praise, for the next hit of dopamine from a social media notification. We chase these pleasures believing they will finally make us happy, but their satisfaction is always fleeting. Like trying to quench a thirst by drinking salt water, the pleasure fades, and the thirst returns, often stronger than before, trapping us in an endless cycle of pursuit and temporary gratification, a cycle known as samsara. The second form of this thirst is deeper and more subtle. It is the craving to become, the thirst for existence. This is the deep-seated desire of the ego to solidify itself, to be someone. It is the craving to be more successful, more intelligent, more attractive, more respected, or even more spiritual. It is the voice that whispers, "I will finally be happy when I get that promotion, when I find the perfect partner, when I lose 10 pounds, when people finally recognize my worth." This form of craving is the engine of our ambition and our anxiety. We cling desperately to our identities, our reputations, and the stories we tell about ourselves, and we suffer immensely when they are threatened. The thirst to become something else is a denial of who we are right now, a constant state of self-rejection that guarantees we are never at peace where we are. The third form is the mirror image of the second, the craving to get rid of, the thirst for non-existence. This is not just a desire for death, but the constant, daily energy of aversion, of pushing away. It is the frantic desire to get rid of an unpleasant feeling like boredom, anxiety, or jealousy. It is the intense irritation we feel toward a difficult person or a frustrating situation. It is the voice that screams, "I can't stand this." This pushing away feels like the opposite of clinging, but it comes from the very same root, a violent resistance to reality as it is. Whether we are desperately pulling something toward us or desperately pushing it away, we are in a state of struggle. We are at war with the present moment. This constant push and pull of tanha is the fuel that keeps the monkey mind leaping frantically from branch to branch. It is the direct cause of the second arrow. The third noble truth is the brilliant, hopeful light at the center of this diagnosis. It is the prognosis, the doctor's reassuring statement. This condition is treatable. There is a cure. This truth states that there can be a cessation of dukkha, an end to this frantic thirst. This is arguably the most important of the four truths, because without it, the first two would simply be a recipe for despair. The cessation of suffering, known as nirodha, does not mean entering a blank, empty trance or annihilating the self. It means the end of compulsive craving. It is the freedom that comes when the inner thirst has been quenched. It is a state of profound inner peace, balance, and clarity that is not dependent on whether things are going our way. It does not mean a life free from first arrow pain, loss, and sickness will still occur. It means a life free from the torment of the second arrow. It is the discovery of an inner wealth that makes us immune to the poverty of constantly wanting more. This is the promise, the possibility of liberation. To illustrate the supremely practical nature of these truths, the Buddha told the story of a man shot by a poisoned arrow. The man's friends and family rush to get a surgeon, but the wounded man objects. "Wait," he says, "before you pull out the arrow, I need to know the name of the man who shot me. What caste did he belong to? Was he tall or short? Where does he live? What was his bow made of, bamboo or wood? What kind of string did he use? What type of feathers were on the arrow? What was the poison made from?" The Buddha asked his followers, "What would happen to such a man?" The answer is simple. He would die before he ever got the answers to his questions. The only urgent, compassionate, and intelligent thing to do in that situation is to pull out the arrow. This parable is a powerful critique of purely intellectual or metaphysical speculation. The Four Noble Truths are not concerned with questions about the creation of the universe, the existence of a god, or the nature of a soul. They are concerned with one thing and one thing only: identifying the arrow of suffering, understanding how it got there, knowing that its removal is possible, and providing the precise instructions for how to pull it out. This leads us to the fourth noble truth, the doctor's prescription. It is the truth of the path that leads to the end of suffering. This path is called the Noble Eightfold Path. It is a comprehensive and holistic program of living that touches every aspect of our existence. It is not a linear set of steps to be completed in order, but 8 interconnected facets of a wise and compassionate life to be cultivated simultaneously. This path is traditionally divided into 3 sections of training. First is the training in wisdom, which includes right view and right intention. Second is the training in ethical conduct, which includes right speech, right action, and right livelihood. And third is the training in mental discipline, which includes right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. This path is the medicine. It is the detailed, practical guide for how to heal ourselves, how to quench the fire of craving, and how to find a lasting peace that does not depend on the ever-changing conditions of the world. The map has shown us our location and our destination. It has also shown us a clear path leading from one to the other. Now, our journey truly begins as we take the very first step on that path, a step that has the power to change everything, the cultivation of a new way of seeing. Having accepted the physician's diagnosis that the symptom is unease, the cause is thirst, and a cure is possible, we are now given the prescription. This prescription is the Noble Eightfold Path, a sublime and practical guide to living a life of wisdom, integrity, and peace. This is not a sequence of linear steps, where you must perfect one before moving to the next. Rather, it is a set of 8 interconnected threads that, when woven together, create a beautiful and resilient tapestry of a well-lived life. And this path begins not with an action, but with a shift in perception. Before we can walk the path correctly, we must first be able to see it clearly. Thus, the first 2 threads are right view and right intention. Together, they are the rudder and the compass for our entire journey. Without them, all our efforts, no matter how sincere, risk leading us further astray. Right view, or sama dittehi in the Pali language, is the foundation upon which everything else is built. The word right here does not mean correct in a rigid, dogmatic sense, as opposed to someone else's wrong view. A more skillful translation is wise, wholesome, or effective. It is the way of seeing the world that leads directly to the lessening of suffering for ourselves and for others. It is not about adopting a new set of intellectual beliefs or philosophical opinions to debate. It is about fundamentally changing the lens through which you perceive reality. Most of us see the world through a lens clouded and distorted by our past conditioning, our fears, our desires, and our cultural biases. Right view is the practice of cleaning that lens so that we may begin to see things for the first time, not as we wish they were or fear they might be, but simply as they are. So what does this clear seeing entail? Primarily, it means seeing the world through the lens of the 3 fundamental characteristics of existence, also known as the 3 marks. The first is impermanence, anicca. This is the direct, unwavering recognition that everything is in a constant state of flux. Your body is changing with every breath. Your thoughts are a fleeting parade. Your emotions are like weather patterns passing through the sky. Relationships evolve, societies shift, mountains rise and fall. Nothing is fixed. Seeing this clearly is not a cause for sadness, but for liberation. When we truly know that pleasurable moments are impermanent, we cherish them more fully without desperately clinging to them. When we truly know that painful moments are impermanent, we can endure them with greater patience and less despair, knowing in our bones that this too shall pass. The second mark is unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, which we have already met. It is seeing clearly that any attempt to find lasting, ultimate happiness in impermanent things is doomed to failure. It is recognizing the subtle stress and friction that comes from living in a conditioned world, a world of constant change and uncertainty. The third, and perhaps most profound mark, is no self, or anatta. This is the radical insight that there is no fixed, solid, independent me at the center of our experience. What we call our self is in fact a dynamic, interdependent processor, constantly changing constellation of body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Seeing this directly loosens the ego's terrified grip. It helps us to take things less personally and to see that the self we are so busy defending is more like a flowing river than a solid statue. Finally, right view includes a practical understanding of the law of cause and effect, or karma. This is not a mystical system of reward and punishment from an outside force, but a natural law of the heart. It simply states that our intentions have consequences. Wholesome, skillful intentions rooted in kindness and wisdom will naturally lead to outcomes of peace and happiness. Unwholesome, unskillful intentions rooted in greed, hatred, and confusion will naturally lead to outcomes of conflict and suffering. This view places the power and responsibility for our happiness squarely in our own hands. With this clearer view of the terrain, we can now calibrate our compass. This is right intention, or samma sankappa. Intention is the seed from which all of our speech and actions grow. If we plant a seed of poison, we cannot expect to harvest healing fruit. The outer action might appear the same, but the inner intention infuses it with its true quality. You can offer someone a gift with the intention of pure generosity, or you can offer the same gift with the intention of making them feel indebted to you. The gift is the same. The energy, the karma, the result is worlds apart. Right intention is the conscious practice of purifying our motives, of aligning our will with wisdom and compassion. This practice involves actively cultivating 3 types of wholesome intentions. The first is the intention of renunciation, or letting go. This is the direct antidote to the thirst of craving and greed. In our consumer culture, renunciation sounds like a harsh deprivation, but in this context, it is not about giving up your home or your possessions. It is the beautiful, inner practice of releasing your tight-fisted grip on things. It is the intention to find happiness not in acquiring more, but in needing less. It is the willingness to let go of outcomes you cannot control, to release old resentments, and to abandon the futile project of trying to make the world conform perfectly to your desires. It is an intention that leads to inner lightness, simplicity, and profound contentment. The second is the intention of goodwill, which is the direct antidote to hatred, anger, and aversion. This is the conscious cultivation of metta, or loving kindness. It is the sincere wish for the well-being and happiness of all beings, without exception, starting with yourself. Before you speak, before you act, you can create a brief, silent pause and check your intention. Is it coming from a place of wanting to help, to heal, to connect, Or is it coming from a place of wanting to hurt, to diminish, to dominate? Choosing to align with goodwill, even when it is difficult, transforms our interactions from battlegrounds into opportunities for connection. Imagine entering a difficult conversation, not with the intention to win, but with the intention to understand. The entire dynamic shifts from combat to collaboration. The third is the intention of harmlessness, or compassion. This is the direct antidote to cruelty and violence, both physical and mental. It is the intention to cause no harm, to the best of our ability, to any living creature. This intention arises naturally from right view, from seeing that all beings, just like ourselves, wish to be happy and to be free from suffering. It is the recognition of our shared vulnerability and our deep interconnectedness. This intention guides us to live in a way that is gentle on the earth, gentle with others, and most importantly, gentle with ourselves. There is a classic Zen story that perfectly illustrates the power of intention, especially the intention of letting go. Two monks, one old and one young, were traveling together. They came to a river with a strong current where a beautiful young woman in fine clothes stood, afraid to cross for fear of ruining her silks. Without a word, the old monk hoisted the woman onto his back, carried her across the churning river, and set her down on the other side. He then continued on his way. The younger monk was utterly scandalized. He was horrified. They had taken strict vows never to touch a woman, and his master had just carried one on his back. For the next several hours, as they walked in silence, the younger monk's mind was a storm of judgment. He replayed the scene over and over, building his case, fuming with righteous indignation. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he burst out, "Master, how could you do that? You know we are forbidden to touch a woman, yet you carried her across the river." The old monk looked at his young companion with a gentle, compassionate expression. "Oh, her?" he said calmly. "I left her by the river hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" This story reveals everything about right intention. The old monk's intention was pure compassion and harmlessness to help someone in need. The act was finished the moment it was done. The younger monk, however, became trapped by his unskillful intentions of judgment, clinging to rules and resentment. He was carrying the woman in his mind long after she was gone, and his burden was far heavier than the physical woman had been. Our minds are the same. We carry our grudges, our anxieties, and our attachments for hours, days, or even years, poisoning our own peace because our intentions are not aligned with wisdom. Right view and right intention, working together, are the practice of learning what to pick up, and more importantly, what to put down. They are the twin engines of liberation, setting our course toward a peaceful heart. With this inner compass now calibrated, we can begin to see how this new orientation transforms our engagement with the world around us, starting with the power and the peril of our own words. With our inner world reoriented by right view and our deepest motivations purified by right intention, the path now moves from the internal to the external. It bridges the gap between our private insights and our public life. For while wisdom may be born in silence, it must be tested and proven in the messy, complicated arena of human relationships. This next phase of the journey is known as sila, or ethical conduct. It is comprised of three interconnected practices: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. These are not a set of rigid, moralistic rules imposed by an external authority. Rather, they are a wise and compassionate guide for living in a way that skillfully avoids causing harm to others and, just as importantly, to ourselves. They are the practical expression of a heart that is beginning to understand the truth of interconnectedness. To live ethically is to recognize that the peace we seek for ourselves is inseparable from the peace we offer to the world. A mind filled with the memory of harmful words or the guilt of harmful actions cannot find the stillness required for deep meditation. Sila, therefore, is the essential practice of preparing the ground of our mind, making it calm, clear, and fertile for wisdom to grow. It begins with right speech, or samma vaca, for our words are one of the most powerful and frequent ways we interact with the world. A single word can start a war or seal a peace treaty. It can shatter a heart or heal it. Right speech is the practice of wielding this power with mindfulness, wisdom, and compassion. It entails the conscious abandoning of 4 types of harmful speech. The first is false speech. This is more than simply telling outright lies. It includes all forms of dishonesty, the subtle exaggerations we use to make our stories more impressive, the convenient omissions that paint us in a better light, the promises we make with no real intention of keeping them. Each time we are dishonest, no matter how small it seems, we create a fissure within our own integrity. We create a slight dissonance, a background static of anxiety about being discovered. A mind that is true, that aligns its words with reality, is a mind at peace with itself. A mind that has nothing to hide, and therefore nothing to fear. The second form of harmful speech is divisive speech, or slander. This is the poison of gossip. It is using words to set one person against another, to create discord, or to damage someone's reputation behind their back. We must look honestly at why we are drawn to gossip. Often, it is a way to feel a sense of superiority, to bond with someone by creating a common enemy, or to feel like an insider with special information. But this bond is a fragile one, built on negativity. Divisive speech creates an atmosphere of distrust and suspicion. When we speak ill of others who are not present, we subtly signal to those who are present that we might one day do the same to them. It erodes the very fabric of community. Right speech invites us to speak in ways that bring people together, that encourage harmony, and that protect the dignity of all, whether they are in the room or not. The third is harsh speech. This includes the obvious forms like yelling, insulting, cursing, and name-calling, but it also encompasses the more subtle aggressions of our modern world, the biting sarcasm that is disguised as a joke, the condescending tone that belittles another's intelligence, the passive-aggressive comment designed to inflict guilt, or the practice of brutal honesty, which is often more about being brutal than about being honest. The Buddha taught that our words should be like a gift. They should be true, but they should also be kind, beneficial, and spoken at the proper time. Before speaking, especially in a difficult situation, we can train ourselves to pause and ask, is what I am about to say true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? If it is not all three, then often the wisest and most compassionate response is a noble silence. The fourth and final aspect of right speech is abstaining from idle chatter. In our age of endless social media feeds, 24-hour news, and the constant pressure to have an opinion on everything, this may be the most challenging practice of all. Idle chatter is purposeless speech. It is talking simply to fill the silence, to dissipate nervous energy, or to avoid the intimacy of being present with another person. It clutters the mind, drains our energy, and prevents us from hearing the quieter, deeper truths within ourselves and others. Right speech encourages us to value silence and to use our words with intention and purpose as tools for connection, understanding, and healing. There is a deeply moving story that illustrates the irreversible power of our words. A man went about his village, spreading a malicious rumor about a wise old sage. Later, filled with remorse, he went to the sage to ask for forgiveness and to find out how he could make amends. The sage listened patiently and then said, "There is one thing you can do. Go home, take your finest feather pillow, cut it open, and scatter all the feathers to the wind. Then, come back to me." The man did as he was told. He returned to the sage and asked, "Is that all?" "No," said the sage. "Now, go and collect every single one of those feathers and put them back in the pillow." The man was aghast. "But that's impossible. The wind has carried them everywhere." The old sage nodded slowly. "So it is with your words. They are easily spoken, but you can never, ever gather them all back. From our words, we turn to our deeds. Right action, or sammakamanta, is the practice of aligning our physical behavior with our intention of harmlessness. Traditionally, this is expressed through 3 core abstentions. The first is to abstain from taking life. On its most basic level, this means not killing other human beings. But its spirit extends much further into a profound reverence for all life. It is the cultivation of a gentle heart that seeks to protect and not harm any living creature, recognizing that all beings share the same fundamental wish to live and to avoid pain. This encourages us to consider the impact of our actions on animals and the environment, fostering a sense of kinship rather than domination. The second is to abstain from taking what is not given. This is much broader than simply not robbing a bank. It means not stealing office supplies, not taking credit for a colleague's work, not cheating on our taxes, and not exploiting the trust or labor of others for our own gain. It is the practice of radical honesty and respect for the efforts and property of others, which in turn cultivates a mind of generosity and contentment. The third is to abstain from sexual misconduct. This is not a call for prudishness or a denial of our human sexuality. It is a call to ensure that our sexual expression is not a source of harm for ourselves or for anyone else. It is about avoiding exploitation, coercion, and dishonesty within our intimate relationships. It means not treating another person as a mere object for our own gratification, but as a whole, being deserving of respect, care, and honesty. It is the practice of bringing mindfulness, kindness, and commitment into the most intimate aspects of our lives. Finally, the path of sila extends into the area where we spend the majority of our waking hours, our work. Right livelihood, or samma ajiva, is the profound challenge to earn our living in a way that is honorable, ethical, and does not cause harm. Some livelihoods are obviously unskillful, such as dealing in weapons, selling addictive substances, or engaging in fraudulent schemes. But for many of us, the questions are more subtle. Does my work require me to be dishonest? Does my company's success depend on exploiting people or the planet? Does my profession contribute to the collective anxiety, greed, or violence in the world? These are not easy questions, and the path does not demand that everyone quit their job tomorrow. It is an invitation to a deep and honest inquiry. It encourages us to be mindful of the impact of our professional life and to strive, over time, to align the way we earn our living more closely with our deepest values of compassion and integrity. Living with this degree of ethical mindfulness, watching our speech, our actions, and our work does something remarkable to the mind. It is like allowing a jar of muddy water to sit perfectly still. All the mud of guilt, remorse, defensiveness, and fear of being discovered begins to settle to the bottom. What is left is a mind that is clear, bright, calm, and joyful. This clarity and joy, born of a clear conscience, is the essential foundation for the deeper work of meditation. You cannot find inner peace if your outer life is a source of harm and agitation. Ethical conduct is not a moral burden. It is the liberating act of creating the inner and outer conditions for peace to flourish. But to sustain this way of living, especially when faced with temptation or difficulty, requires a particular kind of inner strength, a skillful and balanced energy. This brings us to the next crucial element of the path: right effort. With our inner compass set by right view and right intention, and our outer life aligned through the ethical practices of right speech, right action, and right livelihood, we arrive at a crucial question: how do we sustain this journey? A path, no matter how clearly mapped, requires energy to walk. In our modern culture, the word effort is often fraught with tension. It conjures images of striving, of struggle, of gritting our teeth and pushing through pioneer mindset that often leads to burnout and exhaustion. It is therefore essential to understand that right effort, or samavayama, is not this kind of brute force. A better translation might be right energy, right diligence, or even right joyful endeavor. It is not about trying harder, but about applying energy wisely, skillfully, and with a sense of balanced persistence. It is the art of tending to the garden of our mind, a practice that requires patience and intelligence rather than aggression. This skillful art of tending the mind is traditionally broken down into 4 distinct, yet interconnected types of effort. These 4 great efforts provide a complete framework for mental cultivation, showing us precisely where and how to apply our energy. The first is the effort to prevent unwholesome states from arising. This is the practice of wise prevention, of being a skillful gatekeeper for our mind. Through mindfulness, we begin to recognize the specific triggers and conditions that tend to give rise to negative mental states, like anger, envy, or despair. Perhaps you notice that endlessly scrolling through a particular social media feed consistently leaves you feeling inadequate and envious. Or maybe you realize that engaging in gossip with a certain colleague always stirs up negativity and judgment in your heart. The effort of prevention is the wisdom to recognize these patterns and to choose, consciously, not to engage. It is about guarding the doors of our senses, eyes, ears, and mind from stimuli that we know are toxic to our peace. This is not about hiding from the world, but about no longer naively inviting poison into our own home. It is the proactive, intelligent effort of creating an environment, both inner and outer, that is conducive to peace. The second is the effort to abandon unwholesome states that have already arisen. Despite our best efforts at prevention, negative states will inevitably arise. The seeds are already there, in the soil of our consciousness. A careless word from someone ignites a flash of anger. Seeing another's success sparks a pang of jealousy. A piece of bad news triggers a spiral of anxiety. The second effort is the skillful work of dealing with these weeds once they have sprouted. Abandoning here does not mean violently suppressing the emotion, which only strengthens it, nor does it mean hating ourselves for having it. It means skillfully applying an antidote. It is a compassionate and strategic process. If the mind is consumed by anger, we can make the effort to intentionally cultivate thoughts of loving kindness, remembering the humanity of the other person. If the mind is seized by obsessive desire or craving, we can make the effort to reflect on the downsides of that craving, the stress and dukkha it causes. When a wave of anxiety arises, we can apply the antidote of returning our full attention to the anchor of the breath. This is an active, engaged process. It is about having a well-stocked toolkit of mental remedies and learning which one to apply to gently and effectively neutralize the poison of an unwholesome state, helping it to wither and pass away. The third effort shifts our focus from the negative to the positive. It is the effort to cultivate wholesome states that have not yet arisen. This is the joyful and creative aspect of the practice, the part that involves intentionally planting seeds of beauty and goodness in our mental garden. If our mind is a garden, it is not enough to simply pull the weeds. We must also consciously plant flowers. This means setting aside time and energy to cultivate states like kindness, compassion, gratitude, joy, and tranquility. We can make the effort to start a formal metta or loving kindness meditation practice, actively sending well wishes to ourselves and others. We can keep a gratitude journal, taking a few minutes each day to reflect on the things we are thankful for, no matter how small. We can make the effort to read inspiring spiritual texts, listen to wise teachers, or deliberately spend more time with kind, positive, and supportive friends, what the Buddha called kalyana mitta, or noble friendship. This is not a passive waiting for happiness to strike. It is the joyful work of creating the causes and conditions for happiness and peace to bloom within us. The fourth and final effort is the effort to maintain wholesome states that have already arisen. This is the crucial practice of nurturing the positive. Sometimes, through our practice, or simply by grace, a moment of genuine peace, clarity, or joy will arise. Our habitual tendency is to either ignore it, taking it for granted, or to immediately start worrying about when it will end. The fourth effort invites us to do the opposite. When a wholesome state arises, we make the effort to truly savor it, to protect it. We notice it fully. Ah, this is what peace feels like. There is a coolness in my chest, a stillness in my mind. We can investigate it with gentle curiosity. What conditions allowed this moment of calm to appear? By paying full attention to these positive states, we honor them and strengthen their neural pathways, making them more likely to arise again in the future. It is like protecting a young, tender sprout from being trampled, giving it the time and space it needs to grow strong and resilient. Together, these four efforts provide a balanced and complete approach to mental cultivation. But the quality of this effort is paramount. There is a beautiful story from the Buddha's life that perfectly illustrates the necessary balance. There was a monk named Sona who was incredibly zealous in his practice. He was determined to become enlightened quickly, so he practiced walking meditation day and night with such intensity that the soles of his feet began to crack and bleed, staining the monastery path with his blood. Despite his heroic efforts, his mind was not finding peace, but only growing more agitated and restless. He became deeply disheartened and began to think that the path was not for him, that perhaps he should give up and return to his old life. The Buddha, knowing what was in Sona's mind, paid him a visit. He began by asking, "Sona, is it true that before you became a monk, you were a skilled musician, renowned for your mastery of the lute?" "Yes, Lord, that is true," Sona replied. The Buddha then asked a series of skillful questions. "Tell me, Sona, when the strings of your lute were wound too tightly, did it produce a beautiful and resonant sound?" "No, Lord," said Sona. "It sounded harsh and sharp." "And when the strings were too slack, too loose, did it produce a beautiful sound then?" "No, Lord," Sona replied. "It produced no sound at all, or only a dull thud." The Buddha then asked his final, pivotal question. "But when the strings of your lute were tuned just right, not too tight and not too slack, but perfectly balanced, did it then produce a sublime and melodious sound?" "Yes, Lord, it did." The Buddha then looked at Sona with great compassion and said, "In the very same way, Sona. Energy that is too strained and effortful leads to restlessness and agitation. And energy that is too slack and lazy leads to dullness and apathy. Therefore, Sona, resolve to cultivate a balance of energy. Find the harmony in your practice and make that your aim. This teaching of the middle way, in effort, is a profound antidote to the extremes of our modern world, the culture of burnout on one side, and the trap of procrastination and apathy on the other. Right effort is not a tense, jaw-clenching, muscle-straining attack on our own mind. It is more like the steady, persistent, and powerful flow of water. Water is soft and yielding, yet over time it can wear away the hardest stone. This is the quality of skillful effort. It is consistent, patient, and imbued with a sense of ease, not struggle. It is the joy found in the process of cultivation itself, not a desperate striving for a future result, but to apply this effort skillfully, to know when a string needs tightening, when it needs loosening, when it is time to weed the garden, and when it is time to water. The flowers requires a precise and intimate awareness of our own inner landscape from moment to moment. We need a perfect internal guidance system that can tell us what is needed right now. This unerring guide, this heart of the entire path, is the practice of right mindfulness. Having learned to apply our energy with the skillful balance of a master musician tuning their instrument, we now arrive at the very heart of the path, the central hub from which all the other spokes of the wheel draw their strength and guidance. This is right mindfulness, or samasati. We have already met mindfulness as the practice of anchoring ourselves to the breath, but that is merely the gateway. True right mindfulness is a far more expansive, profound, and life-altering practice. It is the art and science of being fully present with our life as it unfolds, moment by precious moment. The Pali word sati carries a connotation of remembering. It is the practice of remembering to return, remembering to come back from the land of thought to the reality of the present, remembering our intention to be awake and kind. In this sense, mindfulness is not a passive, trance-like state. It is an active, engaged, and courageous awareness, a steady, unwavering inner light that we learn to shine on every corner of our experience. Before we explore its vast landscape, it is crucial to be clear about what mindfulness is and what it is not. Mindfulness is not about stopping our thoughts or trying to empty our mind. The mind produces thoughts as the heart produces beats. Trying to stop them is a futile and frustrating struggle. Mindfulness is also not about thinking about the present moment, analyzing it, or judging it. It is a more direct, intimate, and non-verbal process. It is the practice of bare attention, simply noticing what is here, without adding the second layer of commentary, judgment, or story. It is a gentle, curious, and open-hearted witnessing. If a difficult emotion like sadness arises, mindfulness doesn't say, "Oh no, sadness. I shouldn't be sad. I need to get rid of this." It simply notes, with a kind and spacious awareness, "Ah, sadness is here, right now. This is what sadness feels like in my body." This simple shift from being consumed by our experience to being the compassionate witness of our experience is the beginning of all freedom. The classical teachings on right mindfulness provide a comprehensive training program for this awareness, organized into 4 distinct but interwoven areas of practice, known as the 4 foundations of mindfulness. These are 4 great training grounds where we can develop our capacity to be fully present. The first foundation is mindfulness of the body. We begin here because the body is always in the present moment. It cannot be anywhere else. We have already started this practice with the breath, the most subtle rhythm of the body. From there, we can expand our awareness to the entire physical form. As you sit, you can feel the points of contact between your body and the chair, the weight and solidity of your limbs, the feeling of the ground beneath your feet. When you walk, you can feel the complex, coordinated dance of your muscles and bones, the sensation of your feet touching and leaving the earth. This is not about thinking about walking. It is about being fully present for the raw, physical sensation of it. We can also practice mindfulness of the body through a body scan, slowly moving our attention from the tips of our toes to the crown of our head. Simply noticing whatever sensations are present: warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure, or perhaps no sensation at all, without judging them or wishing they were different. This practice anchors our awareness in tangible reality and begins to dissolve the deep-seated tension we carry from our mental stress. By bringing mindful attention into the body, we learn to inhabit our physical selves with a new sense of grace and ease. The second foundation is mindfulness of feelings, or more accurately, mindfulness of feeling tones. In the Buddhist understanding, feeling, Vedana, is the raw, immediate quality of any experience, which is categorized into three simple tones: pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. This feeling tone arises in the instant before we layer on our complex emotional reactions and stories. A cool breeze on a hot day produces a pleasant feeling tone. The sound of a dental drill produces an unpleasant feeling tone. The sensation of your back against a chair as you listen to these words is likely a neutral feeling tone. Our entire life is a constant, unthinking reaction to these tones. We are addicted to chasing the pleasant, desperately trying to flee the unpleasant, and completely ignoring the vast majority of our life, which is neutral. The practice of mindfulness of feeling tones is revolutionary. It means learning to notice these raw tones arise and pass away without automatically reacting. When a pleasant feeling arises, we notice it, acknowledge its pleasure, and observe its impermanent nature without clinging to it. When an unpleasant feeling arises, we meet it with a steady, non-reactive awareness, allowing it to be there without adding the second arrow of mental resistance. We learn to stay with the raw energy of the unpleasantness, noticing how it too changes and dissolves. This practice strikes at the very root of craving and aversion, the engine of dukkha. The third foundation is mindfulness of the mind itself, sometimes called mindfulness of consciousness. This is the practice of turning our awareness back upon the mind that is aware. It is learning to recognize the color, flavor, or state of our mind in any given moment. Just as we can recognize the weather outside, we can learn to recognize our inner weather. With mindfulness, we can simply note, the mind is currently caught in anger. Now, the mind is feeling spacious and peaceful. Now, there is greed present. Now, the mind is scattered and restless. Now, it is focused and clear. The liberating insight here is the recognition that these are all temporary, impersonal conditions. They are not us. We stop identifying with the state. Instead of thinking, "I am an angry person," the thought becomes, "There is a state of anger present in the mind right now." This simple shift creates a vast space of freedom. We are no longer the weather. We are the sky in which the weather happens. We see that even the most powerful states of mind are impermanent clouds passing through the vast open space of our awareness. The fourth and final foundation is mindfulness of dhammas, or mindfulness of mental objects and the patterns of reality. This may sound abstract, but it is deeply practical. It is the practice of seeing the core principles of the teachings the Dhamma play out in real time within our own lived experience. A primary way to practice this is by observing the 5 hindrances, which are common patterns of unskillful energy that block our peace. When you feel a heavy dullness and sleepiness during your practice, you can mindfully note, this is the hindrance of sloth and torpor. When your mind is filled with obsessive desire for something, you can note, this is the hindrance of sensual desire. When you feel consumed by ill will, this is the hindrance of aversion. When you are jumpy and full of worry, this is restlessness. And when you are plagued by doubt and indecision, this is the hindrance of doubt. By simply naming and recognizing these patterns, we stop identifying with them. We see them for what they are: impersonal, energetic pattern sand. In that seeing, they begin to lose their power over us. To see how all 4 foundations can be woven together in a simple, everyday activity, consider the practice of mindfully eating a single piece of fruit, like a raisin. You begin with mindfulness of the body, feeling the raisin in your hand, noticing its weight, its wrinkled texture. You observe it with your eyes, as if you have never seen one before. As you bring it to your mouth, you practice mindfulness of feelings, noticing any pleasant anticipation. As you chew slowly, you are aware of the burst of sweetness, another pleasant feeling. You are also aware of the physical sensations in your mouth. At the same time, you can practice mindfulness of the mind, noticing if the mind is impatient and wants to swallow quickly and move on to the next thing. You might notice thoughts or memories arising that are associated with raisins. Finally, you can practice mindfulness of dhammas, perhaps noticing the arising of the hindrance of desire as you reached for it, and the impermanence of the taste as it fades away. In this way, a mundane act is transformed into a rich and profound meditation, a full training in being present. Right mindfulness is the quality that illuminates our path, moment by moment. It is the steady hand that guides our effort, the clear-eyed witness that informs our speech, and the gentle heart that inspires our actions. When this light of mindfulness is cultivated with diligence and patience, its scattered rays begin to coalesce. The momentary flashes of presence become a more continuous and stable beam. This unwavering, collected awareness develops a new quality, a quality of stillness, unity, and penetrating power. This stable and unified mind is the final destination on our path, the culmination of all our efforts. It is the practice of right concentration. We have now journeyed through 7 of the 8 threads of the Noble Path, weaving together a life of wisdom, ethical integrity, and diligent, mindful effort. Each factor supports and deepens the others, creating a virtuous upward spiral. We have cleaned the lens of our perception with right view, purified our motives with right intention, guarded our words and deeds with the discipline of sila, and cultivated a balanced and joyful energy with right effort. At the heart of it all, we have practiced right mindfulness, the steady, compassionate light of awareness that illuminates our every step. The final factor on this path, right concentration or samma samadhi, is not so much another step to be taken as it is the beautiful, serene destination where the path naturally culminates. It is the fruit that grows organically from a tree that has been patiently and skillfully tended. In our culture, concentration often implies a state of tension, a forceful narrowing of focus, like a student cramming for an exam or an athlete straining for the finish line. This is not samadhi. The term samadhi translates more accurately as unification of mind or one-pointedness of awareness. It is a state of profound inner cohesion, where the frantic, scattered energies of the mind finally gather together and become whole. The internal civil war between the restless monkey mind and the part of us that is trying to control it begins to subside. The sense of a separate doer, struggling to achieve a result, starts to dissolve, replaced by a seamless, unified, and luminous state of presence. This is not a tense state, but one imbued with deep tranquility, ease, and often a profound sense of joy. It is the mind finally coming home to rest in its own natural, undivided nature. This profound state of stillness does not arise by accident or by force. It is the direct and natural result of the dedicated practice of the previous 7 path factors. Right view and right intention provide the essential guidance system. They ensure our concentrated mind is aimed at liberation, not at selfish or unwholesome ends. The ethical practices of right speech, right action, and right livelihood are the indispensable foundation. A mind that is agitated by guilt, remorse, or the fear of being discovered is like a jar of water filled with mud that is constantly being shaken. It is simply impossible for such a mind to become clear and still. Ethical living is the gentle act of placing the jar on a steady surface and allowing the mud to slowly, naturally settle. Right effort provides the balanced, consistent energy that sustains the practice, preventing us from falling into either lazy, complacency, or stressful striving. And right mindfulness is the direct preparatory cause. Mindfulness is the moment-to-moment action of noticing when the mind has wandered and gently bringing it back. Concentration is the state that arises when the periods of wandering become shorter and less frequent, and the mind learns to abide, to rest contently on its object of attention without distraction. If mindfulness is the act of constantly aiming a flashlight beam, concentration is the steady, bright, unwavering beam itself. As the mind settles into this state of unification, it can enter into progressively deeper levels of absorption and tranquility, known in the tradition as the jhanas. These are not mystical, otherworldly states to be grasped at, but natural landscapes of the heart and mind that reveal themselves when the conditions are right. They are a sign that the mind is becoming purified of its usual hindrances. In the first of these states, the ordinary chattering of the mind, driven by desire and aversion, temporarily ceases. In its place, a sense of uplifting joy and happiness arises, a bliss born from this newfound seclusion from our usual mental turmoil. In the second state, this joyful energy deepens, and the last vestiges of analytical thought fall away. The mind becomes supremely confident and tranquil, unified in a state of pure, non-verbal concentration. As the practice deepens further into the third state, the more ecstatic quality of joy fades, replaced by a more serene, full-bodied, and unshakable contentment. A powerful sense of equanimity begins to pervade the awareness. Finally, in the fourth state, even this profound contentment is released, leading to a state of utter stillness and pure, bright equanimity, beyond the pull of pleasure or pain. The mind here is described as being perfectly balanced, pliant, and Luminausen, exquisitely sensitive instrument, ready for the deepest work of insight. It is vital to remember that these states are not the goal in and of themselves. Chasing after them is just another form of craving. They are simply beautiful and restorative resting places on the journey, and indicators of a mind that is becoming truly free. The ultimate purpose of developing such a powerful state of concentration is not simply to feel peaceful, as wonderful as that is. The true purpose of samadhi is to create an instrument capable of seeing reality with transformative clarity. The classic metaphor for this process is that of a lake. Our ordinary, untrained mind is like a lake on a windy day, its surface choppy and agitated by the winds of desire, anger, and worry. The bottom of the lake is stirred up, and the water is thick with swirling mud and sediment. In such a state, the water is opaque. We cannot see our own reflection clearly, nor can we see the rocks and treasures lying on the lakebed. The practice of ethical conduct and right effort is what allows the fierce winds to die down. The practice of right mindfulness is the gentle, patient process of allowing all the mud and sediment of our distracting thoughts to settle to the bottom. Samadhi is the resulting state of the lake. The wind has ceased, the mud has settled, and the water has become perfectly still, limpid, and crystal clear. In this state of perfect clarity, two things become possible. First, we can look at the surface and see a perfect, undistorted reflection of ourselves. We can see our own patterns, our habits, and our motivations with unerring honesty. Second, and more profoundly, our vision can now penetrate right through the surface, all the way to the very bottom of the lake. We can see the fundamental nature of reality itself. A concentrated mind is like a focused beam of light, a laser with the power to cut through the surface appearances of things and illuminate their true nature. It is with this powerful, stable, and clarified mind that we can now turn our attention to the great, liberating insights of the Buddhist path. We can see for ourselves, not as a theory, but as a direct, lived experience, the truth of impermanence, anicca, the truth of unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, and the profound truth of no self, anatta. Concentration forges the sword of wisdom. Mindfulness ensures the sword is sharp, and it is this sword that has the power to cut through the final bonds of ignorance that tie us to suffering. Our journey through the Eightfold Path has now come full circle, leading us from the initial flicker of right view to the brilliant, unwavering light of a mind made whole, a mind ready to awaken. With the mind now gathered, stilled, and sharpened through the dedicated practice of the complete Eightfold Path, we possess an instrument of extraordinary power and clarity. Like a scientist who has just perfected a revolutionary new telescope, we can now turn this instrument of the concentrated mind away from the surface distractions of the world and point it toward the deep space of our own inner universe. What we begin to see with this newfound clarity can be startling, but it is the beginning of all true liberation. The first great, unavoidable truth that comes into focus is the truth of anicca, or impermanence. This is not a new concept. We have touched upon it before, but seeing it with a mind stabilized by samadhi is the difference between reading a description of the ocean and plunging into its depths for the first time. On the surface, impermanence is an obvious fact of life that we all intellectually accept. We see the seasons change, from the first green shoots of spring to the stark stillness of winter. We witness the inexorable process of aging in our own bodies and in the faces of those we love. We know that all living things are born, grow old, and eventually die. We see empires rise and fall, technologies become obsolete, and even the mountains themselves slowly wear away to dust. We know that nothing lasts forever, and yet, on a deep, emotional, and often unconscious level, we live our entire lives in a state of organized rebellion against this fundamental law of the universe. We spend our days and nights frantically trying to secure, solidify, and hold on to things, as if we could somehow carve out a small, permanent island of safety in the midst of life's ever-flowing river. This deep-seated resistance to the nature of reality is one of the most profound sources of our dukkha, our stress and suffering. Let us look at how this war against impermanence plays out. When we experience something pleasant, a moment of perfect happiness, a loving embrace, a great personal success, the taste of a delicious meal, our mind's immediate, reflexive action is to cling. It says, "This is good. I want more of this. I want this to last forever." We try to possess the moment, to freeze it in time. We take photographs. We create nostalgic memories. We build our future hopes around recreating that past pleasure. But reality, in its relentless flow, does not cooperate. The vacation ends. The loved one leaves the room. The success becomes the new baseline, and the mind starts looking for the next achievement. The pleasant taste fades from the tongue. The friction between our desperate desire for permanence and the ceaseless flow of change creates a constant, low-grade anxiety. Even in our happiest moments, there can be a subtle, tragic undertone of fear. The fear that this, too, will end. The other side of this coin is our relationship with the unpleasant. When we experience pain, physical illness, emotional heartbreak, the sting of failure, a moment of intense anxiety, our mind's immediate reaction is violent aversion. It says, "This is bad. I hate this. Get rid of it. I cannot bear this." We fight it. We suppress it. We distract ourselves from it. We do everything in our power to deny its existence. But this very resistance is like pouring fuel on a fire. It adds a thick, suffocating layer of mental anguish, the second arrow on top of the initial, unavoidable pain of the first arrow. We suffer not just from the pain, but from our frantic, exhausting war against the pain. Our refusal to accept the temporary nature of the unpleasant feeling is precisely what makes it feel so solid, so oppressive, and so unbearable. But when, with a calm and concentrated mind, we can stop fighting and simply observe, we discover that impermanence is not a cruel cosmic joke. It is, in fact, the very key to our liberation. When we are lost in the depths of sorrow, grief, or despair, the deep, embodied understanding of anicca is a lifeline. It is the unwavering inner knowledge that no storm lasts forever. No matter how dark the clouds, they are, by their very nature, passing through. The pain will subside. The grief will soften. The mood will shift. This is not a hopeful platitude. It is a law of nature. This certainty allows us to endure hardship with immense patience and grace. Without being completely shattered by it, we learn to ride the waves of life, knowing that even the most terrifying wave will eventually crest and dissolve back into the sea. Paradoxically, this same understanding transforms our relationship with joy. When we truly know, in our bones, that a beautiful moment is fleeting, we stop taking it for granted. We stop living in the future hope of its return, and instead dive into the direct experience of it, right here and now. We can appreciate the warmth of the sun on our skin with our full being, because we are not busy worrying about when it will go behind a cloud. We can fully receive the love of another, because we are not clinging to it with the fear of loss. The recognition of impermanence infuses every pleasant moment with a poignant sense of preciousness. We learn to hold our joys with an open hand, appreciating their beauty without trying to crush them in our grasp. There is a story that captures the heart of this transformative insight with unparalleled beauty and compassion. It is the story of a young woman named Kisa Gotami. Her first and only child had died, and she was driven mad by her grief. Refusing to accept his death, she clasped the small, cold body to her chest and wandered through her village, going from house to house, begging for medicine that could bring her son back to life. Some people mocked her, others turned away in pity, but no one could help. Finally, a wise man took pity on her and sent her to the one person who might have an answer, the Buddha. She rushed to him, laid her son at his feet, and explained her quest. The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion and said, "There is only one medicine that can help you. I need you to go back into the village and bring me a single mustard seed. But it must be from a house where no one, a child, a husband, a parent, or a servanthas, ever died." Filled with a surge of hope, Kisa Gautami began her journey once more. At the first house, she asked for the mustard seed. "Of course," the woman of the house said, "we have plenty." But when Kisa Gautami added the Buddha's condition, the woman's face fell. "Oh, my dear," she said sadly, "the living in this house are few, but the dead are many. Do not remind me of my deepest grief." Kisa Gautami went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was the same everywhere. Every family, rich or poor, had been visited by death. As the sun began to set, the truth slowly dawned on her, not as a harsh intellectual fact, but as a deep, communal sorrow. She realized her own pain was not a unique, personal tragedy that had set her apart from the world. It was the universal, inescapable experience of all humanity. In that moment, her frantic, desperate grief began to soften, contextualized by the shared river of loss that flows through every life. She finally understood. She took her son's body to the charnel ground, laid him gently to rest, and returned to the Buddha, her heart broken, but no longer shattered. She had seen the truth of Anicca, and in that seeing, her path to peace began. This insight is not something reserved for saints or ancient stories. We can cultivate this direct seeing of impermanence in our own formal practice. Using the stable platform of mindfulness, we can actively investigate the changing nature of our experience. Watch your breath. Notice how the in-breath is born. It lingers for a few moments, and then it dies, making way for the out-breath, which follows the exact same life cycle. Your breath is a constant, miniature lesson in birth and death, arising and passing away. Listen to the sounds around you. Notice how a sound appears in your field of awareness, unbidden, stays for a moment, and then vanishes completely, leaving no trace. Watch your own thoughts. See how they bubble up from nowhere, command your full attention, and then dissolve, replaced by the next one, in an endless, flowing stream. See your emotions as weather systems, powerful but temporary, moving through the vast sky of your awareness. The practice is to notice change, moment after moment, in every object of awareness, by seeing impermanence directly, not as a philosophy, but as the vibrating, dynamic texture of all reality. Our frantic clinging and resisting begin to soften. We develop a deep, flexible resilience. Our hearts become more tender, more open, and more appreciative of the precious, fleeting beauty of this life. But this profound insight naturally gives rise to an even deeper question. If everything we can possibly experience, our body, our feelings, our thoughts, our mutsis, in this constant state of flux, changing from moment to moment, then where is the solid, continuous I who is having these experiences? If life is a river, who or what is the unchanging self that is watching it flow? This question leads us to the very edge of our understanding of who we are, and points us toward the next great, liberating insight of the path. Having witnessed the universal truth of impermanence, seeing how everything we can possibly perceive is in a constant state of flux, we are now brought face to face with the most intimate and challenging question on the spiritual path. Who then am I? If my body is changing, my feelings are changing, and my thoughts are a ceaseless parade of transient events, then where is the stable, continuous self, that is experiencing all of this? We are taught to believe in this self as the core of our being, the permanent owner of our experiences, the CEO in the headquarters of our mind, the next great insight of the path, and perhaps the most uniquely liberating teaching of the Buddha is a direct, compassionate, and radical challenge to this assumption. It is the teaching of anatta, often translated as no, self. At first, this term can sound frightening, like a philosophy of annihilation or nihilism, but this is a misunderstanding. The teaching of anatta is not a denial of our existence. It is a profound re-evaluation of its nature. It is the key that unlocks the final door of the prison of the ego, leading not to nothingness, but to an immense and unshakable freedom. This is not a doctrine you are asked to believe, but an investigation you are invited to undertake for yourself. With the clear, stable light of your mindful attention, let us go in search of this self. Where can it be found? Let's start with the most obvious candidate, the body. Is my body me or mine? It certainly seems so. Yet, this body is in a constant process of transformation. It ages, it gets sick, it heals. The cells that compose it today are not the same cells that composed it 7 years ago. Furthermore, my body is made entirely of non-body elements. It is composed of the food I have eaten, the water I have drunk, the air I have breathed. It is a temporary assembly of elements borrowed from the earth, which will one day be returned to the earth. If I were to lose a limb in an accident, would I be less me of number? The body, then, is not a solid entity we are, but a dynamic, biological process that we have. It is a precious vehicle, but it is not the driver. So, perhaps the self is to be found in our feelings and emotions. Am I my happiness? Am I my sadness? Am I my anger? When we are in the grip of a powerful emotion, it certainly feels all-consuming, as if it is the totality of our being. But as we have seen, feelings are like the weather. They arise due to certain conditions. They dominate the sky of our mind for a while, and then they inevitably pass, replaced by a different weather pattern. If I truly am my anger, where do I go when a moment of joy arises? If I am my sadness, who is it that experiences a moment of peace? Feelings, we can see, are temporary events that pass through our awareness. They are visitors, not the owner of the house. They are not a stable self. Well then, surely the self must be our mind, our thoughts, our intellect. This is the deepest and most subtle identification. We believe, I think, therefore I am. We identify with our opinions, our memories, our plans, our personal narrative. But let us investigate this with the same mindful honesty. Can you control your thoughts? Can you, right now, decide to stop thinking for the next 5 minutes? The answer for almost everyone is a clear no. Thoughts seem to have a life of their own. They arise, unbidden, from the depths of our consciousness. And if you can observe a thought, if you can be aware of the process of thinking, then who is the observer? The thought itself, or the spacious awareness in which the thought appears and disappears? This simple question reveals a profound gap. There is the thought, and there is the knowing of the thought. We are not the thought. We are the space in which thinking happens. The Buddhist analysis offers a new model, a more accurate description of what we call a person. It suggests that instead of a solid, single self, we are a dynamic, flowing process made up of 5 interconnected components, known as the 5 aggregates, or skandhas. The first is form of physical body. The second is feeling the pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral tones of experience. The third is perception, the mental faculty that recognizes, labels, and categorizes things: tree, car, insult. The fourth is mental formations. This is the vast category of all our other mental habits, including our intentions, biases, opinions, moods, and all the chatter of the monkey mind. The fifth is consciousness, the basic faculty of awareness itself, which arises when a sense organ makes contact with a sense object. The revolutionary insight is this: the self is not found within any one of these five aggregates, nor is there a separate self standing behind them, owning and controlling them. Self is simply the conventional name, the convenient label we apply to the dynamic, flowing, interdependent dance of these five processes. There is a brilliant dialogue from an ancient text that makes this clear with a simple, powerful analogy. A wise Buddhist sage named Nagasena was visited by a Greek king, Melinda, who was a brilliant debater and wanted to test the sage's wisdom. The king began by asking, "By what name are you known, venerable sir?" Nagasena replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was just a designation, a name for a collection of parts, and that a permanent person could not be found. The king, a clever logician, scoffed at this. "If there is no person," he challenged, "then who is it that eats, sleeps, and wears these robes?" The king then pointed to his own magnificent chariot. "Just as this chariot is real, so is the person." Nagasena, with great skill, turned the analogy back on the king. "Your Majesty, you say you arrived by chariot. Please, explain to me what a chariot is. Is it the wheels?" "No," said the king. "Is it the axle, number? Is it the frame, the yoke, the reins?" With each question, the king was forced to answer no. Then, Nagasena concluded, "Is the chariot something other than its parts?" "No, venerable sir." Nagasena then delivered the final, clarifying insight. "Chariot, your Majesty, is simply the convenient name we give to the functional assembly of the wheels, the axle, the frame, and the rest. It is a conventional designation. In exactly the same way, Nagasena, or self, is the convenient designation we give to the dynamic assembly of the five aggregates. Look as you may, you will not find a permanent chariot owner or self separate from the ever-changing parts. Understanding this, not just as an idea, but as a felt reality, is profoundly liberating. So much of our suffering is born from defending, protecting, and trying to aggrandize this fictional, solid self. When someone insults us, it is the ego, this fixed sense of me, that feels wounded. But if we see the self as a fluid process, the insult has nothing solid to stick to. It's like trying to land a blow on a flowing river. The water simply yields and continues on its way. When we fail at a task, the pain is magnified by the story our ego tells. I am a failure. But if there is no fixed, solid I to be a failure, then there is simply the experience of an action not succeeding, an opportunity for learning, and the space to try again. The fear of death itself is rooted in the idea that a solid me will be annihilated. But if we are a process, a flowing river, then what we call death is simply a profound change in that process, a river flowing into the sea. This insight also fosters immense compassion. When we see ourselves not as solid, independent actors, but as a complex interplay of causes and conditions, we can see others in the same way. The person who acts out of anger is not an angry person. At their core, they are a flowing process in which the painful condition of anger is currently dominant. This seeing dissolves blame and replaces it with understanding and compassion. The teaching of anatta is not about becoming nothing. It is about realizing we are everything. We are not separate, isolated nouns, but interconnected verbs. We are not a thing, but a happening, a dancing of the universe. By letting go of the exhausting, lifelong project of defending a fragile, fictional self, we find the freedom to be flexible, to be spontaneous, and to be fearlessly, compassionately alive. With the ego's tight grip now loosened, we can look with even greater clarity at the subtle mechanics of suffering that operate within this selfless, flowing process, leading us to a final, deep examination of the thirst of tanha that has been driving the whole show from the beginning. Having journeyed to the center of our own being and discovered not a solid, fixed self, but a dynamic, selfless process, we are now equipped to understand our suffering on the deepest possible level. We have seen the symptom, the pervasive unsatisfactoriness of dukkha. We have examined the patient, the flowing, interdependent stream of the five aggregates. Now, with the clear, steady light of a concentrated mind, we return to the physician's original diagnosis. We turn our full attention to the pathogen itself, the precise, identifiable cause of our feverish discontent. This is the second noble truth revisited, the truth of tanha. This ancient Pali word, often translated as craving or desire, is better understood as a deep, primal thirst. It is the relentless, compulsive, and often unconscious force of wanting and not wanting that drives the monkey mind, that agitates the five aggregates, and that gives rise to the illusion of a needy, desperate self that must be satisfied. Tanha is the ghost in the machine, the restless engine that powers the entire cycle of suffering. This thirst is not a simple, monolithic force. It manifests in three distinct but interconnected ways, three faces of the same fundamental restlessness that defines our unawakened state. The first and most recognizable of these is the thirst for sensual pleasures, or kama tanha. This is the endless, forward-leaning chase for pleasant experiences through our six senses. It is the craving for delicious food, for beautiful music, for captivating entertainment, for sexual gratification, for physical comfort. In our modern world, this thirst is amplified 1,000-fold. It is the compulsive need to check our phones for the next notification, the next like, the next interesting article or funny video. It is the engine of consumerism, the deep-seated belief that the next purchase, the new car, the better phone, the fashionable clothes will finally deliver a lasting happiness. The problem is not with the pleasures themselves, which are a natural part of life. The problem lies in the thirst, the clinging, the mistaken belief that these fleeting experiences can quench a spiritual longing. This is the very mechanism of the hedonic treadmill. The pleasure arrives. It is real, but it is impermanent. As soon as it fades, the underlying thirst returns, often demanding a more intense or novel experience next time to achieve the same level of satisfaction. This is the very structure of addiction, and it keeps us in a perpetual state of searching, striving, and feeling that something is missing. The second face of this thirst is deeper, more subtle, and intimately tied to the ego. It is the thirst for becoming or existence, bhava tanha. Having seen that there is no solid, pre-existing self, we can now understand that the mind engages in a frantic, lifelong project to build, solidify, and defend one. This thirst is the deep, desperate need to be somebody. It is the craving for status, for reputation, for respect. It is the desire to be seen as intelligent, as successful, as attractive, as a good person, or even as a spiritual person. This is the driving force behind the "I'll be happy when" syndrome that plagues so many of us. I'll be at peace when I get the promotion, when I find the perfect partner, when I achieve my ideal weight, when my children are successful. We constantly postpone our well-being, making it conditional upon a future version of ourselves or our lives that we are trying to construct. This thirst is why we are so exquisitely sensitive to criticism and so hungry for praise. Praise feels like a confirmation of this constructed self, while criticism feels like a threat to its very existence. Bhavatanha is the exhausting and ultimately futile effort to turn a flowing river into a solid ice sculpture, a project that is doomed to fail in the face of the universal reality of impermanence. The third face of thirst is the shadow side of the second. It is the thirst for non-existence or annihilation, vibhava-tanha. This is the energy of aversion, the desperate "get it away from me" reaction to anything unpleasant. On its most extreme level, it can be a desire for self-destruction, but in our daily lives, it is a constant, low-grade warfare against discomfort. When a painful emotion, like anxiety, shame, loneliness, or boredom arises, this thirst is the immediate, reflexive impulse to numb it, suppress it, or distract ourselves from it. This is the energy that sends us to the refrigerator when we are stressed, that keeps us binge-watching a show to avoid our own thoughts, or that drives us to obsessive busyness to outrun a feeling of emptiness. It is the energy behind our anger and hatred. Road rage is the thirst for the other driver to not exist in our path. Prejudice is the thirst for a whole group of people to be other than they are. It is crucial to see that this aversion is not the opposite of craving. It is the same compulsive energy, pointed in a different direction. Both clinging to pleasure and pushing away pain are forms of intense resistance to reality as it is. Both are expressions of the same fiery thirst, the thirst for things to be different than they are right now. We can see all three of these thirsts operating simultaneously in a simple, everyday act, like scrolling through a social media feed. We are driven by kama tanha, the thirst for sense pleasure, as we hunt for the next amusing video, striking image, or interesting headline. At the same time, we are driven by bhavatanha, the thirst for becoming, as we curate our own profile to present an idealized version of our life, checking compulsively for the likes and comments that validate our existence. And most pervasively, we are often driven by vibhava tanha, the thirst for annihilation, as we use the endless scroll as a powerful tool to escape or numb an unpleasant feeling in the present moment. The discomfort of boredom, the sting of loneliness, the pressure of a task we are avoiding. In one simple habitual action, the entire mechanism of dukkha is at play. So how do we break this cycle? How do we heal this deep and ancient thirst? The answer lies in the power of mindfulness. For most of us, tanha operates on autopilot, below the level of conscious awareness. A feeling arises, and the reaction of craving or aversion is instantaneous. We are puppets on the strings of our own conditioning. Mindfulness is the practice that shines a bright, non-judgmental light on this process. It acts as a circuit breaker. With sustained mindfulness, we can learn to feel the thirst arising in the body as a raw, physical sensation, perhaps a tension in the chest, a clenching in the stomach, a forward-leaning energy, before it solidifies into a full-blown thought or action. In that precious, mindful pause, everything changes. We might feel the sting of loneliness, and then feel the arising of the thirst, the pull to grab our phone. But with mindfulness, we can simply note it. Loneliness is present. Craving is present. We don't have to act. We are no longer a puppet. In that moment of seeing, we have a choice. We can choose to simply be with the discomfort, to breathe into it with kindness, knowing that it, too, is impermanent. By investigating our experience with this level of precision, we see that it is tanha, this relentless, three-faced thirst, that is the true ghost in the machine of our apparently selfless existence. It is the force that takes the neutral, flowing processes of the five aggregates and weaves them into a painful story of a needy, wanting I. We have now seen the symptom, examined the patient, and identified the pathogen. We understand the what, the who, and the how of our own suffering. The next logical, necessary, and profoundly empowering step is to learn the art of applying the cure directly. It is time to learn the specific, practical, and liberating art of letting go. Having journeyed deep into the anatomy of our own suffering, we have identified the pathogen with microscopic precision. We have seen that the root of our disease is tanha's relentless, feverish thirst of craving and aversion that keeps the mind in a perpetual state of agitation and want. We have seen how this thirst operates on the selfless, flowing processes of our being, creating the painful illusion of a solid, needy self at war with reality. Now that we understand the mechanism of the illness, we can turn to the application of the cure. The direct, practical, and profoundly liberating antidote to the clenched fist of Tana is the open hand of Nekama, the art of letting go. In our culture, which glorifies striving, control, and achievement, the idea of letting go is often deeply misunderstood. It can sound like weakness, like giving up, like a passive surrender to fate, or a cold, detached indifference. But in the context of this path, letting go is the furthest thing from weakness. It is an act of supreme courage, wisdom, and strength. It is not about apathy. You can care deeply about a person or a cause while letting go of your need to control the outcome. It is not about passivity. You can act powerfully to create change in the world while letting go of the reactive anger that clouds your judgment. And most importantly, it is not about suppressing or denying our feelings. In fact, it is the exact opposite. True letting go is the practice of allowing our feelings and experiences to be exactly as they are, giving them the space to arise, be fully felt, and then naturally pass away without the desperate struggle of either clinging to them or pushing them away. It is the brave and graceful act of ceasing our war with reality. We can practice this art in every arena of our lives, but it is helpful to look at 4 key areas where our clinging causes the most suffering. The first is learning to let go of our attachment to outcomes. So much of our modern anxiety comes from a deep-seated need to control the future. We work on a project with a fixed idea of the praise it should receive. We enter a relationship with a detailed blueprint of how the other person should behave. We begin a spiritual practice with a deadline for when we should achieve enlightenment. In each case, we have chained our inner peace to an external result that is fundamentally beyond our control. Letting go, in this context, means learning to shift our focus from the destination to the journey. It is the wisdom of pouring our full energy and care into our actions, while releasing our white-knuckled grip on the fruits of those actions. We do our best, with a pure heart and a right intention, and then we allow the universe to handle the results. This is the source of a profound and unshakable equanimity. The second arena is learning to let go of our stories and opinions. We all carry a vast library of narratives that we believe define us and the world. We cling to stories about our past. I am a victim. I am a failure. I've always been unlucky. We cling to rigid opinions about politics, religion, and other people. We hold these stories and opinions not as interpretations, but as absolute truth, and we see them as integral parts of our identity. When someone challenges our opinion, it feels like they are challenging our very self. Letting go, here, is the practice of humility. It is the willingness to hold our own views more lightly, to recognize that our perspective is just one among billions, shaped by our unique and limited conditioning. It is the courage to release the old stories that no longer serve us. This includes the difficult but transformative work of forgiveness, which is, at its core, the act of letting go of the story of how we have been wronged, releasing ourselves from the prison of our own resentment. The third arena is learning to let go of time, itself letting go of the past and the future. We spend so much of our precious, present moment awareness carrying the heavy burdens of the past. We are haunted by regrets, replaying our mistakes over and over. We are weighed down by resentments, nursing old wounds, and keeping a meticulous record of past grievances. This is like trying to drive a car forward while looking only in the rearview mirror. Letting go of the past does not mean it didn't happen, nor does it mean condoning harmful actions. It means releasing the past's power to poison the present. It is the conscious decision to set down the heavy bags we have been carrying for so long. At the same time, we are constantly projecting ourselves into an imaginary future, a landscape of anxious what-ifs. Letting go of the future means releasing the need for certainty in an uncertain world. It is the recognition that we cannot control the next moment, but we can meet this moment with full awareness and an open heart. It is the practice of continually returning our awareness to the only time that is ever real, right now. The fourth and deepest arena is learning to let go of the self. This is the culmination of all the other practices of letting go. It is the moment-to-moment release of the exhausting project of trying to be a fixed, perfect, and impressive somebody. It is letting go of the need to be right, the need to be seen in a certain way, the need to defend our fragile ego. It is allowing ourselves to be what we truly are, a messy, beautiful, contradictory, and ever-changing process. This is the ultimate act of self-compassion, the permission to be imperfectly, gloriously human. To make this practice more tangible, we can use simple but powerful mental techniques. Try this right now. Bring to mind something you are clinging to, a worry about the future, a resentment from the past. Imagine you are holding it tightly in your fist. Feel the tension in your hand, your arm, your shoulder. This is the feeling of clinging. Now, very slowly, consciously, begin to unfurl your fingers. One by one, feel the release of tension. Let the object of your clinging now rest on your open, upturned palm. You are not pushing it away. You are simply ceasing to grasp it. Acknowledge it. Be with it for a moment, and then, with an exhale, gently turn your palm over and let it fall away of its own accord. Feel the lightness that remains. Another powerful practice is to imagine yourself sitting peacefully by the bank of a gently flowing stream. As thoughts, feelings, or stories arise in your mind, imagine placing each one on a leaf and letting it drop into the water. Simply watch as the current carries the leaf and the thought it holds, gently downstream and out of sight, without judgment or resistance. There is a wise and ancient story that speaks to the active choice involved in this process. An elder is teaching his grandchild, saying, "Inside every person, a great fight is going on. It is a terrible fight between two wolves. One wolf is black. He is fear, anger, resentment, jealousy, greed, self-pity, and ego. The other wolf is white. He is joy, peace, love, hope, kindness, compassion, and faith. The grandchild thinks about this for a moment and then asks, "Grandfather, which wolf wins?" The old elder replies simply, "The one you feed." Letting go is the conscious and repeated decision to stop feeding the black wolf. We stop replaying the argument in our minds. We stop indulging in the story of our victimhood. We stop looking for new evidence to justify our resentment. We let the black wolf starve from lack of attention. And with the energy we save, we consciously turn and feed the white wolf. The art of letting go, then, is not a passive emptiness. It is a powerful, active, and compassionate redirection of our life's energy. It is the healing of the feverish thirst of tanha. It is the choice to align ourselves with the graceful, flowing nature of reality rather than perpetually fighting against it. This courageous act of releasing the negative, the painful, and the unnecessary does not leave a void. On the contrary, it creates a vast, fertile, and sunlit space in the garden of our mind. And into this newly cleared ground, we can now begin to consciously plant and cultivate seeds of extraordinary beauty, strength, and joy. This brings us to the radiant practice of nurturing the four sublime states of the heart, the Brahma Viharas, the journey of letting go, of ceasing our struggle with reality, does not leave behind a cold, empty void. Instead, it creates a vast, quiet, and wonderfully fertile space within the landscape of the heart. Having cleared the ground of the thorny weeds of craving, aversion, and resentment, we now arrive at one of an incredibly joyful and creative stage of the path. This is where we move from simply observing what is, to actively, intentionally cultivating what is most beautiful, noble, and healing within us. This is the practice of the Brahma Viharas, a Pali term that can be translated as the divine abodes, or the sublime attitudes. They are four specific qualities of the heart that, with patient cultivation, can become our natural dwelling place, the home to which our mind and spirit return. These four states, loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, are the great positive emotions of an awakened heart. They are the direct, powerful antidotes to our most corrosive mental states, and together they form a complete and perfect system for emotional and spiritual maturity. These four qualities are not just a random list of virtues. They are a perfectly balanced and interconnected system, each supporting and refining the others. Loving kindness, or metta, and compassion, or karuna, are the warm, connective energies of the heart. They are the forces that lean towards others, that seek to offer happiness and alleviate suffering. Sympathetic joy, or mudita, is the radiant, celebratory energy that directly counters the poison of envy and jealousy, allowing us to participate in the happiness of others as if it were our own. And finally, equanimity, or upekkha, is the cool, spacious, and balancing quality of wisdom. It ensures that our loving kindness does not become selfish attachment, that our compassion does not lead to burnout, and that our joy is grounded in a stable peace that is not shaken by the inevitable ups and downs of life. If you imagine the heart as a sun, metta is its unwavering, life-giving light. Karuna is its warmth that soothes the pain of the world. Mudita is the joy of seeing that light reflected brightly in others. And upekkha is the vast, silent, infinite space in which the sun shines, holding everything with perfect balance. Let us briefly introduce each of these four divine abodes. The first, and the foundation for the others, is loving kindness, metta. This is not the sentimental, possessive, or conditional love that is so often portrayed in our culture. Metta is an unconditional, gentle, and friendly wish for the well-being of all beings, without exception, beginning with ourselves. It is a quiet, steady warmth, a fundamental friendliness toward existence. Its direct opposite, its far enemy, is hatred or ill will, but it also has a near enemy, a quality that looks similar but is actually a corruption of it: selfish attachment. The love that says, "I love you because you make me feel good," is attachment. Metta says, "May you be happy," with no strings attached. The second quality is compassion, karuna. This is the heart's natural response to witnessing suffering. It is often described as the tremor of the heart when it is touched by pain. Importantly, karuna is not just a feeling. It is comprised of two parts: the sensitivity to suffering and the sincere wish for that suffering to come to an end. Its far enemy is cruelty, the desire to inflict harm. Its near enemy, however, is pity. Pity is a subtle form of aversion that creates distance. When we pity someone, we look down on them from a position of superiority. "Oh, you poor thing, I'm glad I'm not you." Compassion, in contrast, is based on a sense of equality and shared humanity. It says, "I recognize your pain because I know the nature of pain myself. We are in this together. May you be free from this suffering." It is the engine of all truly helpful action. The third quality, and one that can be a profound challenge in our competitive world, is sympathetic joy, or mudita. This is the practice of feeling genuine, unselfish happiness at the good fortune, success, and happiness of others. It is the direct antidote to the poison of jealousy and envy, which are rooted in the painful illusion that another person's success somehow diminishes our own. Mudita is the joyful recognition that happiness is not a limited resource. It is the ability to celebrate a friend's promotion, a partner's joy, or even a stranger's good luck with a whole and happy heart. Its far enemy is, of course, envy. Its near enemy is a kind of hypocritical or vicarious excitement that is actually self-referential. For example, being happy your friend won an award because it makes you look good by association. True mudita is a pure, selfless delight in the well-being of another. The fourth and final quality is equanimity, upekkha. This is the crowning glory of the four, the quality that brings them all into wise and effective balance. Equanimity is a deep, spacious, and unshakable peace in the face of the changing fortunes of life. It is the ability to remain centered and non-reactive when confronted with what are called the 8 worldly winds: pleasure and pain, gain and loss, praise and blame, fame and disrepute. Its far enemies are the very forces we have been examining, the frantic push and pull of craving and aversion. Its near enemy, and this is the most critical distinction, is indifference. Indifference is a cold, numb, "I don't care" attitude born of ignorance and emotional shutdown. Equanimity, on the other hand, is born of deep wisdom and profound caring. It is a warm, engaged, and loving presence that cares deeply about the world, but is not thrown into despair or reactive turmoil by it. It is the vast, peaceful heart that can hold all of life's joys and sorrows without being shattered. The cultivation of these 4 sublime states is a gradual and beautiful practice of expanding the circle of our own heart. Traditionally, the practice begins where it is often most difficult for us, with ourselves. We cannot offer a cool drink of water to a thirsty world from an empty well. Therefore, we must first learn to direct these qualities inward, to offer ourselves the same loving kindness, compassion, and forgiveness we would so readily offer to a dear friend. We repeat phrases silently, such as, "May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be safe, may I live with ease." Once we have established a foundation of self-compassion, we begin to radiate these wishes outward in ever-expanding circles. We extend them first to a benefactor or a cherished loved one, someone for whom it is easy to feel these positive states. Then, we stretch the muscle of the heart by directing them toward a neutral person, someone we see in daily life but have no strong feelings about, like a cashier at the store. The next, more challenging stage is to extend them to a difficult person, someone with whom we have conflict. This is a transformative practice that can slowly dissolve resentment and replace it with understanding. And finally, we radiate these qualities out in all directions, north, south, east, and west, above and below too, all beings everywhere, without distinction, human and non-human, near and far, seen and unseen. This practice is not merely a sentimental exercise in positive thinking. It is a powerful form of mental and emotional rewiring. It actively strengthens the neural circuits in our brain, associated with empathy, happiness, and emotional regulation, while calming the primal centers of fear and anger. It is the systematic application of the beautiful, wholesome antidotes to the most painful poisons of the mind. Cultivating these four divine abodes is the ultimate expression of the insights of impermanence and no-self. When we truly understand that we are all interconnected, flowing processes, the rigid boundaries between my happiness and your happiness, between my suffering and your suffering, begin to dissolve. To wish for the well-being of another is to wish for the well-being of a part of ourselves. Having now mapped out this radiant inner garden, we will begin the work of tending to each of these divine plants individually. We will start with the one that is most essential when we are first confronted by the reality of dukkha in the world and in our own hearts. The profound, healing power of compassion, karuna. Having cleared the fertile ground of the heart by practicing the art of letting go, we now begin the joyful and life-affirming work of active cultivation. We will plant and nurture the four sublime states, the divine abodes of an awakened mind. We begin with karuna, or compassion, because it is the heart's most essential and courageous response to the first noble truth reality of suffering. To live is to encounter pain, both in the world around us and within the landscape of our own being. Compassion is the remarkable capacity of the human heart to turn towards this pain, not with fear, aversion, or despair, but with a quality of tender, unwavering, and active love. It is the quivering of the heart in the face of suffering, combined with the sincere and powerful wish, "May you be free from this suffering." Karuna is not a sad or heavy quality. It is a source of immense strength and resilience. It is the courage to keep our hearts open in the places where they most want to close. It is crucial to distinguish true compassion from its near enemy, a more common emotion we often mistake for it: pity. Pity, on the surface, can look like caring, but it is rooted in fear and separation. When we pity someone, we look down on them from a position of perceived superiority. Our heart says, "Oh, you poor thing, I am so glad that I am not in your position." Pity creates a barrier between me, the helper, and you, the victim. It keeps suffering at a safe distance. Compassion, on the other hand, dismantles barriers. It is founded on a deep recognition of equality and our shared humanity. It arises from the wisdom that says, I recognize this pain. I know the nature of suffering in my own heart, and therefore I can connect with the suffering in yours. It is the feeling of being with someone in their pain, not just feeling for them. Furthermore, compassion is different from simple empathy. Empathy is the ability to feel what another person is feeling. While essential, raw empathy can be overwhelming. If we are with someone who is drowning in despair, pure empathy can lead to us drowning alongside them, a state sometimes called empathic distress or burnout. Compassion is empathy balanced with wisdom and love. It allows us to feel the pain of another without becoming lost in it, enabling us to remain a calm, stable, and helpful presence. It is the perfect marriage of a soft heart and a strong back. For most of us living in the modern world, the most difficult person to offer this quality of compassion to is the person we see in the mirror each morning. We live with a relentless inner critic, a harsh, judgmental voice that constantly whispers that we are not good enough, not smart enough, not successful enough, not worthy of love. This inner critic is the primary archer of the second arrow, taking any small mistake or imperfection and turning it into a source of deep shame, anxiety, and self-loathing. We would never dream of speaking to a dear friend with the same cruelty we so often direct toward ourselves. The practice of self-compassion, therefore, is not a self-indulgent luxury. It is an essential medicine for healing the deepest wounds of the psyche. We can understand the practice of self-compassion through three core components. The first is self-kindness versus self-judgment. This is the simple but radical act of choosing to be warm and understanding toward ourselves when we suffer, fail, or feel inadequate, rather than ignoring our pain or berating ourselves with criticism. The next time you make a mistake or are feeling overwhelmed, try this simple but powerful exercise. Pause, take a breath, and ask yourself, what would I say to my dearest friend if they were in this exact situation, feeling these exact feelings? You would likely offer them words of comfort, encouragement, and unconditional love. You would remind them of their strengths and their inherent goodness. The practice is to then consciously offer those same words and that same warm tone to yourself. The second component is recognizing our common humanity versus isolation. When we fail or experience profound suffering, our inner critic often tells us a story of isolation. Something is wrong with me. I am the only one who is this flawed. This feeling of separation is a core source of shame. Self-compassion is the practice of remembering that imperfection, struggle, and failure are not personal defects. They are a universal part of the human experience. To be human is to be vulnerable and imperfect. Just as Kisa Gautami's personal grief was healed when she saw it as part of the universal fabric of loss, our own shame can be healed when we connect our personal struggles to the shared common lot of all humanity. This transforms the experience from one of isolating shame to one of connecting empathy. We are not alone in this. The third component is mindfulness versus over-identification. As we have learned, mindfulness allows us to hold our painful experiences in a spacious, balanced awareness. Instead of being completely consumed and defined by our negative emotions, a state of over-identification, where we think, I am anxiety, or I am shame, we can mindfully acknowledge our feelings without being swept away by them. We can learn to say, I am experiencing a wave of anxiety right now, or a feeling of shame is present in my awareness. This mindful distance does not suppress the feeling. It creates the necessary space around it to allow us to respond with the kindness and wisdom of compassion, rather than reacting with fear and aversion. The active, fearless, and engaged nature of true compassion is beautifully illustrated in a story from the Buddha's life. He and his disciple Ananda came upon a monastery where a monk was gravely ill with a terrible disease, likely dysentery, and was covered in his own filth and painful sores. Because his illness was so foul, the other monks had completely neglected him, leaving him to suffer alone. Without hesitation, the Buddha instructed Ananda to fetch hot water. He then personally and gently began to wash the sick monk's body, cleaning his sores and tending to his needs. He changed the monk's soiled robes and bedding, settling him comfortably. Afterwards, he gathered the other monks and asked them why they had abandoned their brother. When they made their excuses, he spoke to them with a voice that was both gentle and firm. "Monks, you have no mother and no father here to care for you. If you do not care for one another, who else will? Know this: whoever would tend to the sick and the infirm is, in truth, tending to me." This story reveals the essence of karuna. It does not turn away from suffering, no matter how unpleasant. It is practical, hands-on, and sees the Buddha nature, the inherent worthiness in every being, especially those who are in pain. And its deepest lesson applies to ourselves. We must learn to tend to our own sick parts, our fear, our shame, our despair with this same gentle, fearless, and hands-on care. This practice of compassion transforms our daily life. It turns simple listening into a healing art, where we offer our full, non-judgmental presence to another. It becomes the key to true forgiveness, allowing us to see the suffering and confusion that must have motivated another to cause harm, thereby releasing ourselves from the prison of resentment. And sometimes, it gives us the strength to set firm but kind boundaries, recognizing that enabling harmful behavior is not a compassionate act for anyone involved. Karuna is the heart's powerful, intelligent, and tender response to the inevitable reality of pain. It is the medicine that dissolves the illusion of separation and heals the wounds of our self-criticism. While compassion meets suffering with the profound wish for it to end, the awakened heart has another, equally powerful capacity: the ability to proactively generate and radiate happiness and well-being. Having learned to heal the pain, we now turn to the art of celebrating the joy. We move from the tender embrace of karuna to the radiant, benevolent smile of its sister quality, metta, or loving kindness. Having learned to meet the reality of pain with the open and tender heart of compassion, we now turn to its radiant and proactive counterpart. While karuna is the heart's response to suffering, metta, or loving kindness, is the heart's spontaneous, unconditional offering of well-being to the world. If compassion is the embrace that soothes a wound, loving kindness is the sunlight that encourages all things to grow. It is the second of the 4 divine abodes, a practice that systematically dismantles the walls of fear, anger, and indifference that we build around our hearts, allowing us to live in a state of warm, open, and fearless friendliness with all of existence. Metta is a love that has no agenda, no conditions, and no boundaries. It is a love that does not seek to possess or control, but only to wish well. It is the practice of cultivating an inner sun that shines its light equally on everyone, friend, stranger, and foe alike. Our evolutionary conditioning has endowed us with a powerful survival mechanism, a deep-seated suspicion of the other. For millennia, our ancestors' safety depended on a sharp distinction between us and them. This has left us with a default mental setting that is often one of mild apprehension, judgment, or indifference toward those outside our immediate circle. This subtle background radiation of fear and separation keeps our hearts in a state of slight contraction, always on guard. The practice of metta is a radical and intentional act of spiritual rewiring. It is a training that softens this defensive posture and replaces it with a default setting of warmth and goodwill. It systematically challenges our assumptions and biases, allowing us to see the shared humanity in every person we meet, recognizing that just like us, they too have a deep and fundamental wish to be happy and free from harm. The formal cultivation of this quality is known as metta bhavana, which means the development of loving kindness. It is a silent, meditative practice that uses the power of intention and repetition to transform our emotional landscape. The practice traditionally unfolds in 5 progressive stages, like ripples expanding outward from the center of a pond. The first stage, and the unshakable foundation for all that follows, is the offering of loving kindness to oneself. For many of us, this is the most difficult step. Our inner critic is so loud, and our feelings of unworthiness so deep, that offering ourselves kindness can feel fraudulent or selfish. We must overcome this resistance with gentle persistence, understanding that we cannot offer to the world what we do not possess ourselves. You cannot draw water from an empty well. So, we begin by finding a quiet posture and silently repeating phrases of well-wishing directed inward. These are not affirmations we are trying to force ourselves to believe, but seeds of intention we are planting in the soil of the heart. The phrases are simple. May I be safe. May I be healthy in body and mind. May I be happy and content. May I live with ease. As you repeat these phrases, you may not feel a great wave of love at first. The words may feel hollow or mechanical. This is perfectly normal. The instruction is to continue with gentle, patient repetition. The intention is what matters most. The feeling will follow in its own time, just as a garden will bloom with patient watering. Once a glimmer of this warm, friendly feeling for oneself has been established, we move to the second stage, extending metta to a benefactor or a dear friend. This is usually the easiest stage, as our hearts naturally feel warmth for those who have been kind to us or whom we love deeply. We bring to mind a clear image of this person, perhaps remembering a time they helped us or a quality we admire in them. We allow the feelings of gratitude and affection to arise naturally, and then we direct the phrases of well-wishing toward them. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you live with ease. We bask in the simple, uncomplicated joy of wishing someone well. This stage helps to amplify the feeling of metta, making it a tangible energy we can work with. The third stage begins to stretch the muscle of the heart. We bring to mind a neutral person, someone we see in our daily lives, but for whom we feel neither like nor dislike. It could be the cashier at the grocery store, the mail carrier, or a neighbor we barely know. We hold their image in our mind and recognize a simple, profound truth. Just like me, this person wants to be happy. Just like me, they have their own struggles, hopes, and fears. Based on this recognition of a shared humanity, we extend the same phrases of metta to them. This practice is a powerful antidote to the indifference we so often feel toward the strangers who populate our world. It begins to break down the artificial walls between our in-group and the rest of humanity, revealing a landscape of interconnectedness. The fourth stage is the most challenging and, in many ways, the most transformative. Here, we make the brave attempt to extend loving kindness toward a difficult person, someone who has hurt us, angered us, or with whom we have conflict. It is absolutely essential to approach this stage with wisdom and care. This is not about condoning harmful behavior, forcing forgiveness before we are ready, or pretending that what happened was okay. This practice is not for their benefit. It is for the liberation of our own heart. Holding on to anger, hatred, and resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It only harms ourselves. To practice metta for a difficult person is an act of profound self-love. We might start by simply acknowledging their own suffering, recognizing that their harmful actions likely came from their own pain and confusion. And from that space of understanding, we can tentatively offer a simple wish. May you, too, be free from suffering. May you, too, find peace. This practice has the power to slowly dissolve the hardened knots of anger in our heart, freeing up immense emotional energy. Finally, in the fifth stage, we let the practice become boundless. Having cultivated metta for ourselves, a friend, a neutral person, and a difficult person, we now begin to radiate this feeling outward in all directions. We extend it to all beings in our city, our country, and throughout the world. We extend it to animals, to all creatures seen and unseen, in all realms of existence, north, south, east, west, above, and below. We allow the heart to open completely, bathing the entire universe in an unconditional, benevolent wish for all to be well, happy, and at peace. We rest in this state of boundless friendliness, free from all barriers and distinctions. The power of this practice is not merely sentimental, it is a tangible force. This is illustrated in the story of the Buddha and the raging elephant, Nalagiri, the Buddha's jealous cousin. In an attempt to assassinate him, arranged for a notoriously fierce elephant to be maddened with intoxicants and then released into the narrow lane where the Buddha was walking. As the elephant charged, screaming and destroying everything in its path, the townspeople panicked and fled. The Buddha's loyal disciple, Ananda, tried to shield him with his own body, but the Buddha gently moved him aside. He stood perfectly still, facing the terrifying, oncoming beast. He did not prepare a weapon or a defense. Instead, he opened his heart and radiated a powerful, concentrated, and unwavering field of pure metta directly at the raging elephant. The story says that as the animal entered this palpable field of loving kindness, its furious charge began to slow. Its eyes softened. The madness drained away, replaced by a sense of calm. It approached the Buddha, no longer a weapon of destruction, but a humbled creature, and knelt before him. This story illustrates a profound truth. Metta is not a weak or passive state. It is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, with the capacity to pacify the raging elephants in the world, and more importantly, the rage, fear, and hatred within our own minds. Modern neuroscience is beginning to confirm what contemplative traditions have known for centuries. The regular practice of loving-kindness meditation has been shown to reduce activity in the amygdala, the brain's fear and threat detection center, while simultaneously strengthening activity in regions of the brain associated with positive emotions, empathy, and happiness. We can bring this transformative practice into our daily lives in small, simple ways. Silently wish well to the person ahead of you in the checkout line. Offer a mental, "May you be happy," to the frustrated driver in the car next to you. Before entering a difficult meeting, take a moment to cultivate a feeling of goodwill for everyone in the room. Each small act of intentional kindness strengthens the muscle of the heart and rewires our brain for peace. Metta is the heart's radiant smile, the active cultivation of our boundless capacity for love, while compassion, karuna, meets the world's suffering with a tender wish for it to end. loving kindness, metta, proactively offers the world a wish for its happiness and flourishing. Yet, there is another sublime quality of the heart that allows us to complete this circle of goodwill. Having wished for another's happiness, how do we respond when they actually achieve it? This brings us to the direct antidote for the poison of envy and jealousy, the beautiful and often challenging practice of rejoicing in the good fortune of others, mudita, or sympathetic joy. Having cultivated the heart's capacity to meet pain with the tenderness of compassion, karuna, and to proactively wish for the well-being of all, with loving kindness, metta, we now arrive at the third of the four divine abodes. This is mudita, or sympathetic joy, and in our modern, competitive world, it is perhaps the most challenging, countercultural, and profoundly liberating of all the heart practices. If metta is the sincere wish, may you be happy, then mudita is the genuine, wholehearted celebration when that wish comes true. It is the ability to rejoice in the happiness, success, and good fortune of others without any trace of envy or jealousy. It is the heart's pure, unselfish delight in the flourishing of another. While this may sound simple, the practice of mudita requires us to look directly at one of the most painful and deeply ingrained poisons of the mind, the habit of social comparison. Let us be honest with ourselves. How often do we hear of a friend's promotion, a colleague's success, or see a photo of a beautiful vacation online and feel a complicated pang in our own chest? That pang is a mixture of feelings. Perhaps a sense of being left behind, a feeling of personal lack, or a subtle resentment that life seems easier for others. This is the pain of envy. It is a state of self-inflicted suffering, a form of dukkha, rooted in the illusion of a separate self and the false belief in a scarcity of happiness. The scarcity mindset tells us that there is a limited pie of success, love, and joy in the world. If someone else gets a large slice, it must mean there is less available for us. From this painful perspective, another person's good fortune feels like a personal loss. Our modern world, particularly through the lens of social media, has become a powerful engine for this kind of suffering. We are constantly presented with carefully curated highlight reels of other people's lives, their greatest triumphs, their most beautiful moments, which we then unconsciously compare to the messy, unedited reality of our own. This endless cycle of compare and despair is a recipe for chronic dissatisfaction. Mudita is the radical and healing antidote to this poison. It is the courageous shift from a scarcity mindset to one of spiritual abundance. It is the profound recognition that happiness is not a limited resource. Happiness is infinite. The joy of another person does not diminish our own. In fact, if we can learn to connect with it, it can add to it. To practice mudita is to vastly expand our own potential for happiness. If we can only be happy when good things happen to us, our opportunities for joy are, by definition, limited. But if we can learn to feel genuine joy when good things happen to our friends, our family, our colleagues, and even strangers, then our world suddenly becomes filled with countless reasons to be happy. We are no longer isolated individuals, competing for a limited supply of well-being. We become participants in a vast, interconnected field of shared joy. The practice of mudita asks us to look for joy and to celebrate it wherever we find it. Like the other heart practices, we can cultivate it formally. We begin where it is easiest. Bring to mind someone you love dearly and unconditionally, perhaps a young child or a very close friend. Now, recall a specific moment when they were purely and incandescently happy. Perhaps it was a child's uninhibited laughter while playing, or the look of pure joy on a friend's face as they shared wonderful news. Instead of just remembering the event, try to connect with the feeling of joy you felt for them. Feel that warmth, that expansive, selfless delight in your own chest. This feeling is mudita. It is clean, bright, and has no agenda. Let yourself savor this feeling. This is the seed you want to cultivate. From there, you can begin to expand the circle. Think of an acquaintance or colleague who recently had a success. Initially, you may feel a flicker of envy. Acknowledge this feeling with mindfulness, without judgment. Envy is here. Then, consciously try to shift your perspective. Reflect on the hard work they likely put in. Reflect on their own deep human desire to be happy and successful, a desire you share. See them not as a rival, but as another person navigating this life, who has just experienced a moment of happiness. From this place of shared humanity, see if you can offer a genuine, silent, good for you, I am happy for you. Even if the feeling is faint at first, the conscious intention to practice mudita begins to weaken the automatic habit of envy. The most advanced practice, of course, is to try and cultivate mudita for someone you actively dislike or see as a rival. This is immensely challenging. It requires us to see with great wisdom that their success does not threaten us, and that our resentment only harms ourselves. It is a profound act of letting go of the ego's need to be better than, to feel even a moment of genuine happiness. For the success of an adversary is a monumental victory for the heart, a sign that we are becoming truly free from the prison of comparison. It is also vital to practice mudita for ourselves. Many of us are conditioned to be deeply uncomfortable with our own success or happiness. We dismiss our achievements, downplay our good fortune, or feel a sense of guilt, as if we don't deserve it. Self-mudita is the practice of consciously acknowledging and celebrating our own moments of joy and success, without arrogance but with a simple, honest appreciation. It is allowing ourselves to feel good about our accomplishments and to savor our moments of happiness without apology. It is learning to be our own kind and supportive friend. Imagine a scenario with two close friends, both hoping for the same job promotion. One of them, let's call her Sarah, gets the job. The other friend, David, is initially hit with a sharp pang of disappointment. This is the first arrow, the unavoidable pain of not getting something you wanted. Now, David stands at a crossroads. He can choose the path of the second arrow, the path of envy. On this path, his mind starts to churn. It's not fair. She's always been the lucky one. I probably deserved it more. Maybe she did something to undermine me. He starts to avoid Sarah. When they do talk, there's a coldness in his voice. He is feeding the black wolf of envy. And in doing so, he not only poisons his own mind with bitterness, but also damages a precious friendship. But there is another path available to him, the path of mudita. On this path, David first mindfully acknowledges his own disappointment. He allows himself to feel the sting without judgment. This hurts. I feel disappointed. He gives himself compassion. Then, he makes a conscious choice. He remembers his deep friendship with Sarah. He remembers her talent and how hard she worked. He remembers his own wish for her to be happy, his own metta, and he makes the effort to connect with her happiness. He picks up the phone and says, with genuine warmth, "Sarah, I just heard the news. I am so incredibly happy for you. You deserve this completely. We have to celebrate." In this moment, David performs a profound act of alchemy. He transforms his own pain into shared joy. He not only saves his friendship, but he expands his own heart and participates in the abundance of happiness, rather than languishing in the poverty of envy. Mudita is the heart's joyful celebration, the direct expression of our interconnectedness. It is the understanding that your joy does not take away from mine. It adds to the sum total of light in the world. It is the cure for the sickness of comparison that keeps us feeling small and separate. We have now explored the three great warm qualities of the heart: loving, kindness, metta, the wish for all beings to be happy; compassion, karuna, the wish for all beings to be free from suffering; and sympathetic joy, mudita, the celebration of their happiness when it arrives. These practices open the heart wide, making it tender, loving, and deeply connected. But this very openness, if not properly balanced, can leave us vulnerable to bias, emotional exhaustion, or being overwhelmed by the world's joys and sorrows. To hold all of this boundless love and connection in a way that is sustainable and wise, we need the fourth and final divine abode. We need the great stabilizing force, the cooling shade of upekkha, or equanimity. We have now cultivated the three great, warm, and connective qualities of the heart. We have learned to meet suffering with the tender strength of compassion, karuna. We have learned to proactively generate goodwill and happiness for all with loving kindness, metta. And we have learned to celebrate the joy and success of others with the selfless delight of sympathetic joy, mudita. Our hearts, through this practice, have become open, loving, and deeply attuned to the world. But this very openness, this profound sensitivity, carries with it a potential vulnerability. An open heart, without wisdom, can be easily overwhelmed. Our love can become biased and turn into clinging attachment. Our compassion can become exhausting, leading to burnout. Our joy can become a giddy excitement that is easily shattered. To hold all of this immense love, empathy, and joy in a way that is both sustainable and truly liberating, we need the fourth and final divine abode. We need the great stabilizing force, the cooling and spacious quality of upekkha, or equanimity. It is absolutely essential to understand what equanimity is, and more importantly, what it is not. Its most common mistranslation, and its near enemy, is the state of indifference. Indifference is cold, withdrawn, and rooted in ignorance. It is a defense mechanism that says, "I don't care. This has nothing to do with me." It is a form of aversion, a subtle pushing away of life's messiness and pain. It is a closed and fearful heart. Upekkha is the polar opposite. It is born not of fear, but of profound wisdom and courage. It is not a state of not caring, but of caring so deeply and so wisely that one is no longer thrown off balance. It is a warm, engaged, and luminous presence that can hold the totality of life's experiences, the beautiful and the terrible, the joyful and the sorrowful, in a vast, unshakable peace. If indifference is a stone wall built to keep life out, equanimity is the vast, open sky that allows all weather patterns, from the gentlest breeze to the most violent hurricane, to pass through without being harmed or changed by them. The primary training ground for equanimity is our daily encounter with what are known as the 8 worldly winds. These are the inevitable, universal pairs of opposites that constantly blow through our lives, threatening to push us off our center. They are gain and loss, pleasure and pain, praise and blame, and fame and disrepute. Consider how the untrained mind reacts to these winds. When we experience gain-jetting, a promotion, winning some money, acquiring a new possession, the mind becomes inflated with excitement and immediately starts clinging, fearing its eventual loss. When we experience loss, the mind contracts in despair and aversion. When we experience the pleasure of good health, or a delicious meal, we cling. When we experience the pain of sickness or an injury, we resist. When we receive praise and validation, our ego soars. When we are faced with blame or criticism, we crumble in shame or lash out in anger. When we achieve some measure of fame or a good reputation, we become anxious about maintaining it. When we are faced with disrepute, we are tormented by what others think. Our inner peace is entirely dependent on which way the wind is blowing, making us a leaf tossed about in a storm. Equanimity is the practice of finding the quiet, stable center in the midst of this storm. This stability does not come from willpower or from building thicker walls of denial. It comes from two deep, penetrating insights we have already cultivated on the path. The first is the direct seeing of impermanence, anicca. The wise heart knows that praise is just a fleeting sound, and blame is too. Gain and loss are temporary shifts in circumstance. Fame is a fickle illusion. Pleasure and pain are constantly changing sensations in the body and mind. By seeing the transient, insubstantial nature of these winds, we stop giving them so much power. We stop believing their promises of permanent happiness or their threats of permanent despair. We can appreciate the warmth of the sun of praise without believing it will shine forever, and we can endure the cold rain of blame without fearing we will drown in it. The second and most profound insight that gives rise to equanimity is a mature understanding of the law of karma, of cause and effect. We learn to see with clarity where our true responsibility lies. Our responsibility is for our own intentions and actions. We can choose to act with kindness, integrity, and wisdom in every moment. That is our domain. However, we are not in control of the outcomes of our actions, nor are we in control of the actions of others. Beings are the owners of their own karma. We can love our children with all our heart, but we cannot control their choices or shield them from all pain. We can offer our compassion and support to a friend, but we cannot force them to heal. Equanimity is this wise, loving acceptance of the limits of our control. It allows us to love more freely and powerfully, because our love is no longer burdened by the impossible demand that it fix everything. We do our best, and we let go of the rest, holding it all in a vast, compassionate space. There is a timeless Taoist story that perfectly captures the spirit of upekkha. An old farmer lived in a poor village. One day, his only horse ran away. His neighbors came to console him, saying, "Oh, what terrible luck." The farmer simply replied, "Maybe." A week later, the horse returned, bringing with it a herd of 12 wild horses. The neighbors gathered again, this time to celebrate, exclaiming, "What wonderful luck." The farmer calmly replied, "Maybe." The next day, the farmer's son was trying to tame one of the wild horses when he was thrown off and broke his leg. The neighbors came once more, shaking their heads. How awful. Such bad luck. The farmer looked at his son's injury and said, "Maybe." A few weeks later, the emperor's army marched through the village, conscripting every able-bodied young man for a war from which few would return. When they saw the farmer's son with his broken leg, they passed him by. The farmer's mindset is the very essence of equanimity. He is not indifferent. He cares deeply for his horse and his son, but he is not reactive. He refrains from labeling events as good or bad, because he has the wisdom to see that he cannot possibly know the full story. He lives in a spacious present, accepting the flow of events without being swept away by them. This spacious, wise quality of upekkha is what brings the other 3 divine abodes into their perfect, mature expression. It is the great balancer. It keeps our loving kindness from becoming biased, preferential love, or turning into the anguish of attachment and grief. It keeps our compassion from becoming idiot compassion that enables harm, or from descending into the despair of burnout when faced with overwhelming suffering. It keeps our sympathetic joy from becoming a giddy, ungrounded excitement or an attachment to another's success. Equanimity is the parent who holds the hands of its three beautiful children, metta, karuna, and mudita. They walk through the world with grace, wisdom, and balance. To cultivate equanimity, we return to our mindfulness practice, observing the arising and passing of all phenomena, sights, sounds, thoughts, feelings, with a steady, non-judgmental awareness. We intentionally practice letting go of our stories of good and bad, and simply allow our experience to be what it is. We reflect on the vastness of time and space, which helps to put our small personal dramas into a larger perspective. Equanimity is the fruit of a mature practice, a heart that has been softened by love, strengthened by compassion, brightened by joy, and now stabilized by a profound and peaceful wisdom. Having cultivated these four sublime states, our inner toolkit is now remarkably complete. We have developed the inner resources to meet life with an open and resilient heart. The next step in our journey is to learn how to skillfully apply this integrated emotional intelligence when we are ambushed by the powerful, primal, and often destructive energies of our most difficult emotions. This brings us to the practical art of working directly with states like anger, fear, and jealousy. Having cultivated a heart of immense love and a mind of unshakable balance, we now turn our attention from the inner world of emotion and thought to the outer world of our daily environment. The wisdom of this path recognizes that our inner and outer worlds are not separate. They are reflections of one another. A cluttered, chaotic, outer life often contributes to a cluttered, chaotic inner life. In our relentless pursuit of more possessions, more information, more stimulation, more speed, we have created a world that is profoundly, deafeningly loud. This constant noise, both audible and digital, keeps our nervous systems in a perpetual state of low-grade agitation, making true rest and deep peace feel like impossible luxuries. The radical and healing antidote to this modern malady is the intentional cultivation of its polar opposite, the twin sanctuaries of silence and simplicity. Let us first consider the power of silence. For many of us, true silence is frightening. We have become so accustomed to the constant companionship of noise, the television droning in the background, the podcast playing in our ears, the endless scroll of social media filling every spare moment, that when we are confronted with its absence, we don't know what to do. The silence can feel empty, awkward, or even threatening. This is because when the external noise finally stops, we are left alone with the internal noise, the ceaseless chatter of our own monkey mind. And for many, that is the one conversation they are most desperate to avoid. But the path of wisdom invites us to be courageous, to lean into this discomfort. The practice of intentionally seeking silence, turning off the radio in the car, choosing to walk in nature without headphones, or simply sitting in a quiet room for a few minutes is an act of profound self-respect. It is a declaration that we are willing to finally meet ourselves. At first, as the external world grows quiet, the inner world may indeed seem to get louder. The worries, the to-do lists, and the random thoughts will seem to clamor for our attention. This is a normal and necessary stage. But if we can sit through this initial restlessness, using the anchor of our breath and the gentle, non-judgmental awareness we have cultivated, something remarkable begins to happen. The inner noise, no longer fueled by external stimulation, begins to lose its energy. The muddy water of the mind starts to settle, and in the clarity that emerges from that stillness, we can begin to hear the quieter, more subtle voices that are usually drowned out the voice of our intuition, the wisdom of our own heart, the deep, unspoken longings of our soul. True silence is not empty. It is incredibly full. It is the fertile ground from which all creativity, insight, and genuine connection are born. Hand in hand with silence walks its beautiful sister, simplicity. The dominant message of our culture is one of accumulation. More is better. Happiness, we are told, can be purchased. It lies in the next car, the bigger house, the latest gadget, the more fashionable wardrobe. We spend the best hours of our days and the best energy of our lives working to acquire these things, believing they will bring us contentment. The wisdom of Zen and the Buddhist path offers a revolutionary perspective. True happiness is not found in having more, but in needing less. This is not a philosophy of grim austerity, but one of elegant, liberating simplicity. Consider the hidden burden of our possessions. The things we own end up owning us. They demand our time, our energy, and our attention. We must work to earn the money to buy them. We must work to maintain, clean, and store them. We live with a subtle, background anxiety about them being lost, stolen, or broken. Our homes become cluttered, and that outer clutter is often reflected as an inner mental clutter. Simplicity is the practice of intentionally untangling ourselves from this burden. It is the mindful inquiry into what truly adds value to our lives, and the courageous willingness to let go of the rest. It is about freeing our resources, our time, our money, our precious mental energy from the service of material accumulation, and redirecting them toward what truly nourishes us, our well-being, our relationships, and our spiritual growth. Practicing simplicity can begin with small mindful acts. Before making a new purchase, we can pause and ask ourselves with honesty, do I truly need this? Or is this an attempt to soothe an inner feeling of lack? Will this object bring lasting peace and value to my life? Or will it simply become another thing to manage? The act of decluttering our physical space, our closets, our desks, our home can be a profound meditation in itself. As we hold each object, we can mindfully notice any feelings of attachment that arise. Each item we choose to release can be a powerful practice in the art of letting go, creating a sense of lightness and freedom in both our home and our mind. In our 21st century world, the most pressing need for simplicity and silence is in our relationship with technology. We live in an attention economy where our focus is the most valuable commodity. The digital platforms we use every day have been designed by some of the brightest minds in the world with one primary goal: to capture and hold as much of our attention for as long as possible. They often achieve this by skillfully triggering our most reactive emotions, our outrage, our envy, our fear, and our craving for validation. This keeps us in a state of agitated distraction, our minds splintered into 1,000 different directions. The practice of a digital detox is therefore an essential modern form of spiritual practice. This doesn't mean we must abandon technology altogether, but that we must become its master rather than its slave. We can create sacred times and spaces in our day that are free from screens, perhaps the first hour after waking, the time we spend eating our meals, or the sanctuary of our bedroom. We can consciously prune our digital gardens, unfollowing accounts that consistently make us feel anxious or inadequate. We can turn off all non-essential notifications, reclaiming our attention from the constant, reactive buzzing and beeping. We can choose to practice single tasking, bringing our full, undivided attention to one thing at a time, as an antidote to the frantic, shallow energy of multitasking. We can draw great inspiration for this from the lives of Zen monks in a monastery. Their world is a study in radical simplicity. A monk may have only a few possessions, a few sets of robes, a begging bowl, a razor. Their rooms are uncluttered, often containing little more than a mat for sleeping. This is not an embrace of poverty. It is an embrace of profound spiritual wealth. By minimizing external distractions, they create the optimal conditions for the cultivation of inner peace and insight. Their simple environment is a powerful support for their one great purpose: to awaken. While we may not choose to live such an austere life, we can learn from its spirit. We can see that deep contentment, clarity, and peace are not found in the endless pursuit of more, but in the liberation that comes from being content with enough. When we intentionally create more silence and simplicity in our lives, something beautiful begins to happen. We regain the ability to find profound joy and wonder in the ordinary moments of our existence. With a mind less cluttered by noise and desire, the simple act of drinking a cup of tea can become a rich and deeply satisfying meditation. We can feel the warmth of the cup in our hands, see the steam rising, smell the fragrant aroma, and savor each sip with our full, undivided attention. The way the afternoon sunlight falls across the floor, the sound of rain on the window, the genuine, unmediated presence of a loved one. These simple, readily available experiences become sources of immense pleasure and gratitude. We fall in love with our actual life, as it is, right here and now, rather than constantly yearning for a different, more exciting life that exists only in our imagination. Silence and simplicity are the pathways that lead us home to the present moment. They are the final preparations, creating the ideal inner and outer conditions for deep, healing rest. Having now explored the mind, the heart, and the conduct of our lives, we can gather all of these insights and apply them directly to the very problem that first set us upon this path: the simple, universal, and deeply human longing for a peaceful night's sleep. We have come full circle. Our journey together began with the image of a person lying awake in the quiet darkness of 3 a.m., a prisoner in the silent storm of their own mind. We have since traveled through the deepest landscapes of that mind. We have mapped its habits, and we have cultivated the tools of the heart needed to navigate its turbulent waters. Now, with the wisdom, compassion, and practical skills we have gathered, we return to that very bedroom, not as prisoners, but as liberators. We can now look at the painful experience of sleeplessness, not as a personal failure or a biological malfunction, but as a profound spiritual invitation and urgent call from our own being to learn the forgotten arts of stillness, surrender, and letting go. From the lens of the wisdom we have cultivated, the diagnosis of a sleepless night becomes remarkably clear. It is not a random affliction. It is the direct and predictable result of specific causes. First, we see the momentum of the monkey mind. Our mind, having spent the entire day leaping frantically from task to task, from worry to worry, does not simply switch off when our head hits the pillow. It continues its frantic acrobatics, planning tomorrow's meetings, replaying today's conversations, and digging up yesterday's regrets. Second, we see the fiery energy of tanha, the thirst of craving and aversion. We lie there, desperately craving sleep, turning it into a goal to be achieved. I must fall asleep now, we command, creating an inner battle. Simultaneously, we have a powerful aversion to being awake, seeing it as a threat to our well-being and productivity. This struggle, this inner war against our present reality, floods our system with the stress hormones of adrenaline and cortisol, the very chemicals that are designed to prevent rest. And third, we see how this mental and emotional turmoil manifests in the body. The jaw is clenched, the shoulders are hunched up by the ears, the stomach is tight in a knot. The body is holding the physical pattern of anxiety, constantly sending signals of threat and danger to the nervous system, making the surrender of sleep impossible. To create the conditions for deep rest, we must therefore work with all three of these areas. Our practice begins not when we get into bed, but in the transition period between our busy day and the quiet of the night. We must consciously create a sanctuary, a gentle landing strip for the mind. This is an application of the wisdom of silence and simplicity. About an hour before you intend to sleep, begin to dim the lights. Turn off the bright, stimulating screens of your phone, your tablet, your television. The blue light from these devices is a direct signal to our brain that it is still daytime. Instead, engage in quiet, calming activities. Read a book of poetry or gentle wisdom. Listen to soft, instrumental music. Do some slow, mindful stretching, feeling your muscles release the day's tension. This gentle transition period sends a powerful message to your entire being. The time for doing is over. The time for being is beginning. As part of this evening sanctuary, we can introduce a powerful practice to shift the mind's emotional tone. Our minds, due to the negativity bias, will naturally gravitate toward the day's problems and failures. We must consciously and kindly guide it elsewhere. You might keep a simple gratitude journal and before bed, write down 3 specific things from your day for which you are genuinely grateful. It could be as simple as the warmth of the sun, a kind word from a colleague, or the taste of your evening meal. If you prefer not to write, you can simply do this as a mental reflection. This practice consciously counteracts the mind's tendency toward lack and worry, and steeps it in a feeling of abundance and peace. Following this, you can practice a completion ritual. Mentally review the day that has passed. Acknowledge what was accomplished and acknowledge what was left undone. Then, with a conscious intention, give yourself permission to set it all down. You can visualize placing the entire day in a box and gently closing the lid to be reopened only in the morning. This is a profound act of letting go of both the past and the future, allowing the mind to arrive fully in the present. Now, as you lie in bed, you can engage in one of the most effective practices for deep relaxation, the body scan meditation. The goal here is not to try to fall asleep, but simply to inhabit your body with a kind and gentle awareness. Get into your most comfortable sleeping position. Close your eyes and bring your attention first to the feeling of your breath, just for a few moments, anchoring yourself in the present. Then, guide your attention down to your feet. Bring a curious, friendly awareness to your toes. You don't need to change anything. Just notice what is there. Can you feel a sense of tingling, warmth, coolness, or pressure? Simply notice. Then, allow a wave of relaxation to flow into your feet, giving them permission to let go completely. Slowly, move your attention up to your ankles, your calves, your knees, your thighs, spending time with each body part, bringing this same quality of kind, non-judgmental awareness. As you do, you are not only relaxing the body, but you are giving the monkey mind a simple, tangible task, grounding it firmly in physical sensation and leaving little room for anxious thoughts to take hold. Continue this slow journey up through your pelvis, your stomach consciously letting it be soft, your chest, your back, your hands, and your arms. Pay special attention to the areas where we hold the most tension, your shoulders, allowing them to melt away from your ears, your neck, and especially your jaw, consciously letting it go slack. Finally, rest your awareness on your entire face, softening the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead. Then, for a few moments, feel your entire body as a single field of calm, heavy, relaxed sensation, breathing gently. Even with all this preparation, there will be nights when you wake up in the dark, your heart pounding with anxiety. This is where your practice becomes most crucial. The first and most important rule is this: do not struggle. The battle with wakefulness is a war you can never win, and the effort itself is the enemy of rest. Instead, practice a radical acceptance of the moment. Silently and kindly, acknowledge the reality: okay, I am awake right now. This simple act removes the second arrow of panic about being awake. Then, gently return to your anchor. Feel the sensation of your breath in the quiet stillness of the room. Notice the rise and fall of your chest. If your mind is too active for the breath, return to the body scan, feeling the weight of your blankets, the sensation of your hands. You can also practice metta for yourself. Silently repeat, "May I be peaceful, even in this wakefulness. May my body find the rest it needs." You are transforming a moment of torment into a moment of tender, compassionate practice. Ultimately, the deepest healing comes from reframing our entire relationship with sleep. Think of a great, wise tree. In the daytime, it is active. Its leaves are turned toward the sun, engaged in the complex work of photosynthesis, creating energy. But as night falls, the tree does not try to rest. It doesn't worry about whether it will get enough hours of darkness. It simply stops reaching. It enters a state of profound and total surrender, trusting its deep roots to continue drawing nourishment from the dark, silent earth, trusting that the dawn will come again. Sleep, for us, can be the same. It is not a task to be accomplished, but a natural grace to be surrendered to. It is the nightly practice of letting go of the daytime self, the doer, the thinker, the worrier, the controller. It is an act of profound trust in the restorative wisdom of our own being, allowing ourselves to dissolve into the nourishing darkness, knowing that we will be made whole again. The sleepless night that began our journey was a symptom of a mind at war with itself. By learning to tend to our hearts and minds with kindness and wisdom during the day, we naturally and effortlessly create the conditions for a deep, healing, and fearless peace to visit us at night. Our journey together began in the dark, in the quiet desperation of a sleepless night. It began with the painful recognition of a mind at war with itself, a heart weighed down by the relentless pressures of modern life. We started as prisoners of our own thoughts and anxieties. From that place of suffering, we embarked on a path of discovery, a journey inward, guided by the timeless wisdom of the Zen tradition. We dared to look directly at our own disease, our dukkha, and found not a personal failing, but a universal human condition. We met the frantic acrobatics of the monkey mind, and instead of fighting it, we learned to offer it the simple, steady anchor of the breath. With that anchor in hand, we navigated the great river of the teachings. We followed the clear and practical map of the Eightfold Path, learning to clean the lens of our perception, to purify the intentions of our heart, and to walk through the world with an ethic of gentle, harmless compassion. We explored the sublime, radiant qualities of the heart, learning to meet pain with compassion, to generate happiness with loving kindness, to celebrate the joy of others, and to hold it all in the vast, unshakable peace of equanimity. We learned the subtle, courageous art of letting go, releasing our grip on outcomes, on stories, on the past and the future, and on the very idea of a fixed and solid self. We have seen that the prison was never locked from the outside. The bars were forged from our own clinging, and the key has been in our possession all along. If there is one essential truth to carry forward from our time together, let it be this: peace is not a destination you arrive at when all of your problems are solved. It is not the absence of storms, but the discovery of a deep, quiet anchor in the midst of the storm. Freedom is not found by manipulating the world into a shape that pleases you. It is found by transforming your relationship with your own mind. The happiness, rest, and emotional healing we seek are not external commodities to be acquired. They are the natural qualities of a mind that has learned to be still, a heart that has learned to be kind, and a spirit that has learned to let go. This path does not ask you to become someone other than who you are. It asks you to become more fully, more authentically, and more compassionately who you have been all along, beneath the noise and the confusion. It is not a distant superhuman goal, but a practice that unfolds in the small, ordinary moments of your life. The entire journey is contained in your very next breath. The choice to meet your present experience with awareness, the choice to offer a moment of kindness to yourself, the choice to let go of one anxious thought. This is the practice. This is the path. The key to the quiet room, the key to deep, healing rest, and a life of profound inner freedom has been in your pocket all along. All that is asked of you now is to gently, patiently, and compassionately learn how